He expected to make his fortune in the new yellow gold mountain, but instead only made enough to buy a few scrubby acres in the bush and turn them into a market garden, from which he supplied fresh vegetables to the timber getters who were cutting cedar in the forests. Eventually he sent back to China for a wife, Little Sparrow, my great-great-grandmother. No such luck for most of the Singapore piglets, Elmer snorted. The Bubba's indentured labourers had to pay them from their pitiful salaries for their boat fare, clothes, tools, rations, and bug and flea-infested accommodation, a process that took almost 3 years. The Bubba bought the opium from the local colonial government and brought in whores and got their labourers hooked on local opium, garnishing their wages for the cost of both these activities and turning them into drug-addicted slave labour. This was the beginning of the profitable combination brothel and opium dens that at one stage kept almost the entire local population in thrall. It makes William Wing's success sound commendable, almost heroic, I remarked. Well, yes, there were a few who, instead of succumbing, saw opportunity. In William Wing's case, in whores and drugs, the two things Chinese men weren't prepared to do without. I grinned. Not only Chinese men, I dare say. A great many died or wasted away from opium use, but the Bubba didn't care. After all, there was China with its endless supply of willing muscle and bone. Certainly very few ever returned home. Elmer paused. The local death rate from opium addiction was soon higher than in China, and by the mid-19th century, with 20,000 Chinese coolies in Singapore, it was estimated that 3/4 were addicts, the highest addiction rate in the world. Jesus, is that right? This colony was founded and built on human suffering. We British were ultimately responsible for untold misery over a period of 130 years. Some historians insist Britain's opium trade to China and elsewhere is the greatest human catastrophe ever deliberately perpetrated on another people by a single European nation. She finished her second plate and looked ready for a third. Elma was a big woman and took some filling up, a process she did quickly, scooping up great mouthfuls, unlike her friend, Mrs. Sidebottom. "Wicked, wicked, wicked," she exclaimed. Then, barely pausing for breath, "What say a taste of the fish head curry, Simon? Not authentic Indian, a local dish, but excellent nevertheless." "I'm about done, thanks, Elma." "Nonsense, Simon. I'm a big girl and you're a growing boy. All this talk improves the appetite. History is such a rewarding subject. Fish head curry is mild, good for your stomach. Come on, I can't be seen scoffing on my own. Besides, we haven't done the opium wars." I'd first tasted the local fish head curry with Elma, then several more times with Mercy B. Lord. It was a particular favourite of hers when we ate at various cheap holes in the wall, and here it was in posh old Raffles. "Okay, you've got me, Elma. Fish head sounds good for the opium wars, which were, I take it, a pretty fishy business." "Oh, bad pun," Elma cackled, then suddenly frowned. "Simon, I trust I'm not being a perfect bore, am I? I do so love history, and am apt to get a bit carried away. Wouldn't be the first time my audience has turned glassy-eyed by the time the port was passed around." I assured her truthfully that I was fascinated. When read, history can sometimes seem pretty turgid, but history told by a good raconteur who knows and is passionate about the subject can bring it to life. Elma was just such a raconteur. "And not only by the opium wars, Elma. I was hoping you'd take me right up to the Japanese invasion. Like most Australians, I know a bit about our own prisoners of war, the Burma Railway, Changi Prison, and all that. But it would be fascinating to hear it from the Chinese point of view." "Do my best," she said, rising. "As you know, I was involved in a contretemps with the Japanese in honkers myself, so I wasn't on the spot. But for some of the Singapore people, particularly the Bubbas and those suspected of being involved with the Chinese communists, it got pretty ghastly." "Ah, yes, my mum talks about it. While she was in Australia during the war, some of her family were involved here, but managed to flee to a remote plantation in Malaya." "Do you mean they were communists?" "I don't think so. They grew and processed palm oil. We'd reached the curry table. "Oh, goody," Elma exclaimed. "Fresh supplies." She stooped and sniffed at the steaming fish heads. "Ah, delicious." She turned. "Have we had this dish before at one of our lunches, Simon?" "Yes, at our very first lunch, and I've had it with Mercy B. Lord several times." "Oh, but you must try it here. As I said, most of the curries here are Indian-inspired, but this one, perhaps the spiciest and most tantalizing of them all, is hybrid Indian, Chinese, and Malay, a tribute to the local cuisine, and they do it particularly well here at Raffles." She started helping herself. "And don't forget the soft bun, will you, Simon?" Mercy B. Lord had been the first to show me how to eat the sauce, the real delicacy of fish head curry. You use a soft bun to wipe the plate clean, as you would a slice of bread to sop up the delicious gravy from the Sunday roast. But in Singapore, it would not be considered the height of bad manners. The Chinese are far more tolerant regarding table manners. In fact, if the tablecloth is clean after a meal, they take it to mean that it was not enjoyable, while a burp of satisfaction is a compliment to the host. But there was another reason for the use of the soft bun with fish head curry. The sweetness of the white bread helps to soften the taste of the sharp, spicy sauce. Seated at our table, with our buns at the ready, Elma Kelly tucked into what was our third helping from the curry table. "Now, where were we? Oh yes, your family. I apologize, I didn't want to pry, Simon. I only asked because a lot of middle-class Straits Chinese joined the Communists after the Japanese invaded Manchuria in the 30s. Japan committed unspeakable atrocities against the Chinese well before the Pacific War. The massacre of Nanking on the 13th of December 1937 alerted the world, of course." When I looked blank, she went on, "For about 6 weeks, Japanese soldiers pillaged the city and raped and murdered over 300,000 Chinese civilians, mostly women and children. By the way, among other atrocities, they used live Chinese men for bayonet practice in order to harden up young Japanese military recruits." I shuddered. The poor Chinese peasants seem to attract disaster from outsiders, or from a warlord, or the emperor, or the government. Ah Ko, my great-great-grandfather, left China for the gold rush after his family and some 20 million other peasants lost their lives in the apocalyptic Taiping Rebellion, led by Hong Xiuquan, a Christian convert of all things, who referred to himself as the heavenly king and younger brother of Jesus. "Well, so you do know something of Chinese history, Simon." "Not really. That's family stuff, Elma. Only it seems that the poor bloody peasants always get the rough end of the pineapple." "Ah, yes, true. But it's often because of an attempt, albeit usually a disastrous one, by the Chinese peasant to get out from under the yoke of oppression. In the case of the Taiping Rebellion, it was to escape from the persecution of the Qing dynasty. After 100 or so years of oppression, they put their hopes for emancipation in the hands of a raging lunatic." "Poor buggers don't ever seem to get it right," I said. "Right or wrong, it also accounts for the appeal of Mao's communists in the 1930s, Elma replied. Not only was his a peasant army, a force with which they could identify, but it was also one willing to fight against the Japanese invasion. At the time, Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang government was fighting Mao's communists in the Chinese Civil War, and they were reluctant to split their forces and go against the murdering, all-conquering Japanese." "What are you saying? Chiang Kai-shek would rather have had the Japanese conquer China than allow Mao Zedong to get the upper hand." "I wouldn't be the first to accuse him," Elma said. "In fact, it wasn't until 1937, when both sides in the Civil War agreed to cease hostilities and combined to fight against the Japanese, that the sons of Nippon were effectively opposed." "So, eventually the Communists and Kuomintang stopped fighting each other to fight a mutual enemy. Seems a fairly obvious strategy." "Quite. The Chinese have a very strong sense of motherland, of nation," Elma answered. "They may have lived for 5 or 6 generations in another country, but they still think of themselves as quintessentially Chinese, with their first loyalties to their ancient motherland." While I was beginning to feel the effects of the champagne, Elma didn't seem in the least affected by the French bubbly. She went on to explain. It soon became clear that Mao's peasants were far more interested in fighting the Japanese and defending their homeland than in Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang army. So it's hardly surprising that the communist cause appealed to Singapore's working-class and middle-class Chinese. Their forebears were originally from peasant stock, so it made sense to join the Communist Party in support of their homeland. She paused. Remember, Simon, the Straits Chinese middle class and working class had no reason whatsoever to love their British colonial masters, or the Baba, who between them had exploited them and then destroyed them with opium addiction over the previous 100 and more years. So being a member of the Communist Party, or a Communist trade union member in Singapore, was seen as a badge of honour, a sign of resistance against the oppressive colonial government and their English-aping rich Chinese Baba toadies, who were playing cricket and rugby and sending their sons to Oxford and Cambridge. I remembered that Chairman Miao's father, my maternal grandfather, had been sent to Cambridge to study organic chemistry. How did the Brits, the local government, feel about this? I mean, being a communist wasn't outlawed in Britain or anywhere else before the war, was it? Ah, the exception was Singapore, Elmer said. The administration and the wealthy Baba families felt very threatened and cracked down on the movement and trade unionists. They wanted no part of a doctrine that put the common people first. This, in turn, forced the local communists and affiliated trade unions to go underground. Elma raised her head from her plate and chuckled. Of course, the irony was that when the Japanese invaded Singapore, they, the communists, were the only well-organized underground movement. They fled into the jungles of Malaya and harassed the Japanese from there, becoming a highly effective partisan force. Your family may well have been among them in Malaya. I'd love to think so, Elmer, but it doesn't sound like my family. My mum's dad went to Cambridge. I think they were more concerned with saving their skins when the Japanese started murdering the wealthy Straits Chinese. Very perspicacious of them. The Japanese retribution on the local Chinese was a very nasty business, I can tell you. Elmer, can we go back a moment? I asked. Singapore was thought by the Allies to be an impregnable fortress. Did the locals feel the same way? Unquestionably, yes. It was perhaps the one thing for which they were grateful to the British. They'd been nurtured from the cradle to believe Britain controlled the seven seas, and Singapore was a veritable fortress against aggression from outside. After all, it was one of the original reasons for its founding. They believed they were safe, and made almost no preparation for possible conquest by the Japanese. Singapore Island was the citadel, so why, they asked themselves, leave it? Is that why so many of the Baba were caught with their pants down and stayed put, and didn't escape or go bush as my family did? Well, of course I wasn't here when the Japanese invaded, being, as I said previously, in a spot of bother of my own in Hong Kong. But I think I can probably answer you. I've spoken to a number of people who were here at the time, and they all make the same point. They may have disliked the British, but to a man and woman, they believed the propaganda about Fortress Singapore. In a word, they felt safe, protected by British naval guns and 200,000 British and Commonwealth troops, many of which were Australian, incidentally. They believed the Brits when they said the Japanese couldn't possibly come through a neutral Thailand and march down the Malay Peninsula through the impenetrable jungle. They even believed the Japanese pilots couldn't fly at night because the entire Japanese population suffered poor night vision. I grinned. They were not alone in that. We believed the same propaganda crap in Australia. I knew what had happened to our forces. In the briefest terms, the British expected the attempted Japanese invasion of Singapore to arrive by sea. Although the big guns could be turned and pointed inland, towards Johor on the Malayan mainland, they were designed to fire at an approaching Japanese fleet, and were only supplied with armour-piercing ammunition. This meant that they were largely useless against land targets. The massive shells, weighing a ton each, tended to bury themselves in the soft earth without exploding when they hit their targets. Despite being told repeatedly that this wasn't possible, Singapore woke one day to find the Japanese had arrived via the back door. They'd marched and bicycled down the Malayan Peninsula, through the impenetrable jungle, capturing Malaya on the way, to arrive finally at the Johor Strait, the narrow stretch of water separating Singapore from the Malayan mainland. They crossed onto Singapore Island to face largely ineffective resistance. Percival, the British general in charge, had convinced himself that they would choose some less obvious place to come ashore. Another calamitous miscalculation by the British was that almost the entire water supply for the impregnable fortress was carried by a pipeline running along the Johor Causeway. All the Japanese had to do was turn off the tap. But the British saved them the trouble by blowing up the causeway, thus robbing the island of its main water supply. Percival does not go down in the annals of military history as a major thinker and tactician. The Straits Chinese population watched as the racially superior and invincible British forces, outfought and outthought by the Japanese, surrendered after a week. I hoped Elmer Kelly would be able to give me some insight into local feelings around this time. We'd completed the fish head curry and polished our plates with the soft buns. Now, a little light-headed from the champagne, I confessed myself full to bursting. "Oh, but you must have a tiny space for dessert. The gulab jamuns are a house specialty," Elmer insisted. Once again, compliments of mercy be Lord. I knew about these wickedly sweet balls of what amounted, as far as I was concerned, to eating large balls of sticky goo. "No, really, thank you. I simply couldn't," I protested. After the sharp, almost stingingly hot fish head sauce, the idea of the sticky sweetmeat was revolting. Elmer Kelly was proving she had a stomach of cast iron. "A cup of tea will do me very nicely," I said. "Well, I have to say you're a big disappointment, Simon Koo. Not only in your lamentable knowledge of Asian history, but also in your appreciation of Indian delicacies." She laughed, her right eyebrow raised in mock disapproval. Then she indicated the direction of the dessert table with a nod of her head. "Would you mind terribly?" "No, of course not. But I'm chockers." "Yet another appalling idiom, I take it," she quipped, rising to fetch her dessert. Returning shortly afterwards, she hoed into the plate of sweetmeat as if she hadn't eaten in days. Remarkable. I ordered tea for both of us. "I'll have chai masala," Elmer said. "English. Black for me," I instructed. "Now, yes, the locals. You wanted to know their reaction to the capitulation. I recall Jenny Chu, my media manager in our agency here, telling me of the day the Allies surrendered. How, as a 12-year-old with her mother, she joined the people lining the streets at the command of the Japanese, and watched in dismay as the numerically superior British Empire forces were marched silently into shamefaced captivity. I recall her exact words. "Elmer, the Japanese soldiers were in torn and ragged uniforms, and they wore dirty rubber-soled canvas shoes. I remember the shoes in particular. They were designed with a weirdly separate space for the big toe that allowed it to move independently. We stood silent, not daring to even whisper, and all you could hear was the soft squelch of enemy rubber on the hot tarmac as they marched by, and then, in the distance, coming ever closer, the crunch of polished hobnailed boots worn by the men who were now prisoners, all in immaculate uniforms, brasses polished. None of them would look at us as they passed." "That's a pretty graphic description," I volunteered. Elmer nodded. "Indeed. But one thing became clear immediately. In one fell swoop, the myth of white racial superiority was shattered, and the unquestioned European domination of India and Southeast Asia was over. The Japanese were the first so-called yellow race to call the white man's bluff. This lesson was not lost on the Chinese, or the Straits Chinese, even though the Japanese were their mortal enemies. Nor was the irony that the outlawed local communists were the only group that had any chance of mounting an effective resistance campaign against the Japanese. And then, I'm told, all hell broke loose for many of the locals. I know many of them were beheaded, because the Australians who came back after the war told of going to work in prisoner-of-war gangs and seeing hundreds of Chinese heads impaled on sharpened poles lining the streets. As you said, the Japanese had a terrible contempt for the Chinese. Yes, of course. And although raping women and young girls was common among the enemy troops, it was not necessarily condoned by their superior officers. Almost any conquest throughout history results in spontaneous rape and pillage. In fact, the Japanese massacre of the Chinese in Singapore and Malaya was carefully planned before the occupation. They knew from their spies exactly who they needed to get rid of, and the task was given to Lieutenant Colonel Masayuki Oishi of the dreaded Kempeitai, the Japanese secret police. The Japanese are nothing if not thorough. The bloodbath that followed, which was mostly by public beheading, included the Baba, anyone thought to have supported the war against Japan in China, members of the overseas Chinese anti-Japanese volunteer army, all Hainanese, which would have meant all your Li relations, Simon, because they were automatically considered to be communists, men with tattoos, who were considered to be triads, JPs and former Chinese civil servants, because they were seen to be British sympathizers, anyone, not only Chinese, who possessed a weapon, and several other groups I can't at the moment recall. She took a deep breath and then sighed. Too much champagne. Then she turned and directed the hovering waiter to pour more tea. In fact, her memory was quite remarkable. That's quite a list, I said. The streets must have been running with blood. How many local Chinese perished? Does anyone know? No, not precisely. Lee Kuan Yew once claimed it was 100,000, and while he's not a man to be contradicted, it's generally accepted to be around half that number. You hear about those who died in the death camps or on the Burma Railway, but you rarely hear about the Straits Chinese who lost their lives in the Japanese conquest of Singapore. I sighed. Yeah, I guess we conveniently forget the statistics that don't concern us. Another case of selective amnesia. Elmer Kelly glanced down at her watch. Good Lord, it's 3 o'clock. Bloody hell. I've got to be back at the agency for a meeting in 15 minutes. Bill Farnsworth, boss Long Socks, is flying in from Australia. Never easy. We'll be sure to ask why we failed to win the tourist board account, and then go through the budget. Have to be on my toes, what? Waiter, she boomed. Get the Sikh chappie at the front to call me a taxi at once. She stooped to pick up her handbag. Elmer, allow me. It's been a most instructive lunch, and I've loved it and come away a lot wiser. The least I can do. Besides, I owe Raffles for the Mrs. Sidebottom con. Thank you, Simon. Jolly nice of you. Must be off. Farnsworth is probably in the boardroom tapping his watch. She imitated a carping male voice, which for Elmer meant softening her usual basso profundo. Elmer, I've flown 4,000 miles to be on time, and you're the one who's late. She left the tiffin room with all the grace of a battleship ploughing through a big sea. The Opium Wars, we didn't get to them, I shouted after her. Britain's abiding shame. Next time, old boy, she shouted back, and she was gone in a clatter of heavy footsteps. Part 2. Thursday Girl. Chapter 10. Had it not been for my love for Mercy B. Lord, which at times seemed to completely overwhelm my judgment, I guess I would have served out my contract with Samuel Oswald Wing and left the odious bully Sidney Wing and his misanthropic brother Johnny and the nice but inconsequential Ronnie and gone home to Australia. Ostensibly, I'd have been a success, with Big Lather, Texas Tiger, Citizen Watchers, and the Singapore Tourist Promotions Board to my credit. But if the truth be known, I'd have returned with my tail between my legs. I'd made the Wing brothers more money, and hadn't done too badly myself, thanks to my contract, and the Americans were happy enough. But I hadn't managed to establish a permanent, working creative department, or even the real beginnings of one. If I chose to remain in Singapore, I almost had sufficient money of my own to start 2 projects. The first was a market research company that would use the methodology we'd developed with Henry, now Professor Kwan, in which I hoped to eventually involve Mercy B. Lord. The other was to develop a film company with Harry Three Thumbs Poon and Willy Wonka that would specialize in advertising commercials. There would be opportunities for both market research and TV commercials in all of neighbouring Asia. Malaysia, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Thailand, the Philippines, and even Taiwan. All lacked decent film facilities and market research organisations that truly understood and could interpret the Asian way of thinking. Both ideas would involve, in addition to my own money, a loan, though not a huge one, from my dad and Chairman Meow. On the other hand, I could simply take up Elmer Kelly's generous offer to join Cathay as creative director, and there attempt to influence the local advertising scene in the way I'd imagined I was going to do when I'd originally left Australia. This seemed unlikely, though. I'd had my fill of Asian advertising agencies, and while I had grown hugely fond of Elmer, I could see she wouldn't be all that easy to work under. If I was going to stay, I resolved to work for myself. Whatever I chose to do, it would thankfully be the end of my time at Samuel Oswald Wing, and while I'd miss some of my clients, I'd had more than enough of the three-wing circus. Of course, the very best decision would have been to call it quits in Singapore and head back home, but my love for Mercy B. Lord made me incapable of any sort of intelligent reasoning. Dansford had long since guessed that I wouldn't require a renewal offer from New York, but I thought I should make it formal so that they could set about the process of appointing a new creative director when the time came. So I delivered a handwritten letter to him one morning, only minutes after he'd arrived at work, starched and spruced up by chicken wing. He sighed, wordlessly accepted the envelope, and used it to indicate I should take a seat. Then, without opening it, began to tap the corner of the envelope on the edge of his desk. I usually waited an hour or so in the morning before entering Dansford's office, to give him a chance to recover from the previous night. But I wanted to be rid of the resignation letter. Now, with only the tap-tap of the envelope breaking the silence, I saw that there were still faint traces of pink in his hair, and that his features, clean-shaven with several razor nicks, were deathly pale from his early morning gastric ritual, in which he rid his stomach of the results of the previous night's carousing. Dansford possessed an amazing ability to recover, and by mid-morning he would be going full throttle. He'd usually done a good day's work by the time he escaped to lunch, but now, first thing, he looked vulnerable and a little beaten, even woebegone, as if life were steadily getting the better of him. He lifted the envelope and said, "The time has come," the walrus said. "To talk of many things," I added, smiling. "Of shoes and ships and sealing wax," Dansford continued, waiting for me to come in. "Of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings," I concluded. Dansford sighed. "I take it this is what I think it is." I nodded. "Ah, Simon, I shall miss you so very much. And I you, mate, but it was pretty inevitable." "Yes, I guess so. The three-winged circus is going to lose its main attraction. New York will not be at all pleased. Colgate-Palmolive will not be happy either. As you know, their entry into Asia with Big Lather has been spectacular, and they rightly give you the credit." I laughed. "The credit's not really all mine. Had you not decided to fake the market research, it would never have happened. You've achieved a lot, Simon. The Tiger campaign put Texas oil back into profit. The ice block sold us squillion Japanese watches. The big screens in the town hall gave us the tourism win." "Kind of you, Dansford. But you brought in the Texas oil account with your Chinese chicks in hot pants and heels, which turned on Michael Johns, a.k.a. Big Loud Mike. Willy Wonka produced his dad's beer fridge at lunch to give me the watch idea, and Mr. Sidebottom came up with the screens. Besides, if you hadn't persisted with Sydney, he'd have put the kibosh on financing them." "Oh, Christ!" "What?" "Mrs. Sidebottom. You just reminded me. She's had an accident. A call came through yesterday, just as I was leaving for lunch. You were at the printers, so the switch put it through to me." "Is it serious?" "Can't say. It was her husband. Percy, isn't it?" "Cecil. Cecil, that's it. Said she was doing something for you, but now couldn't." "That's okay. It was only brochure copy. It's not urgent." Dansford looked upset. "Very careless of me. Should have left a note for you. Damn stupid. Don't worry, it'll be okay, but I'd better make a call. When I phoned her home, the maid answered, and I asked her rapidly in Cantonese about her mistress. She answered in English and told me the madam was in hospital. And Mr. Sidebottom? I asked. Master, he also, she replied. He was in the accident? No, he go to see her. He stay by there, not come back. Also the night, he not come back, go work. I called the hospital, but they wouldn't give any details except to confirm that she was there. Is there a ward phone? Of course there must be. Not waiting for an answer, I said sharply, Put me through to Mr. Sidebottom, it's very important. I'd long since learned that with working-class Chinese, being assertive worked better than being polite. With the baba, or wealthy, it was the opposite. Everyone knew their place in the social structure. When I'd referred to Sidney Wing's contemptuous attitude to staff at one of my monthly lunches with Elmer Kelly, she'd replied, My dear boy, haven't you understood yet? This is a tone of voice society. But my demanding tone didn't work this time. I'm very sorry, sir. We are not allowed to put a call through to the emergency unit on that floor, came the reply. What floor is that? I demanded. The switch operator refused to be bullied. I'm sorry, sir, came the reply. So now I knew Mrs. Sidebottom must be in a pretty bad way. Half an hour later, I arrived at the Singapore General Hospital in Outram Road and entered the emergency reception area, where I waited until the lift opened and an orderly stepped in. I followed. The serious traffic accident ward, I demanded in Cantonese, and watched as the preoccupied orderly silently pressed the button for level 3. But then my luck ran out. As I stepped from the lift, a large European nursing sister glanced up from writing at a desk directly facing the lift. No sign of the Chinese nurse I had hoped to bully. After a noticeable double take, her incurious glance changed into a fully-fledged imperious glare. Fountain pen poised, she demanded, And who may you be? It was a question asked without the courtesy of an added sir. I was completely taken by surprise by this very large, well-corseted virago in white, with her many-pointed starched veil, which, with her long, pinched nose and sharp eyes, gave her the appearance of a bird of prey coming into land. She looked as if she could take on Elmer Kelly in an arm-wrestling contest and possibly win. Simon Koo, I offered, too surprised and tongue-tied to add any further explanation. And what are you doing in my ward, Mr. Koo? Oh, yes, Mrs. Sidebottom. I've come to see Mrs. Sidebottom. Are you a doctor? No, a friend. A concerned friend. I heard she's been in an accident, and I'd very much like to see her. Please? The ward sister, or matron, gave me a withering look. No, the patient is in a coma. Her refusal brooked no discussion, and ignoring me, she returned to her writing. I stood my ground, less out of stubbornness than from an inability to decide what to do next. She glanced up and jabbed her gold nib in the direction of the lift behind me. Press the down button, she commanded. Mr. Sidebottom, is he here? May I talk to him? No, you may not. Keep your cool, Simon. A sign on the wall behind her read, Strictly no smoking, the strictly printed in red. I recalled Mrs. Sidebottom once mentioning that Cecil was a 3-pack-a-day man. I'd wondered at the time whether tobacco smoke helped to lessen the effect of her halitosis. Will you please tell him I'll be waiting in reception downstairs? I asked. She gave an impatient cluck of her tongue. Would you be good enough to leave at once? I had been waiting less than 20 minutes when a bleary-eyed Cecil Sidebottom entered the hospital visitors' reception room. Simon, old chap, how very good of you to come, he exclaimed, his hand extended in a welcoming gesture. I'm so sorry. I was at the printers all day yesterday afternoon. I only got your message this morning. I would have come sooner. Good of you to come, he repeated. You're the nearest thing she has to a friend here. Can't tell you how chuffed she was with the French drop. Jolly decent. I immediately felt guilty. The champagne had been Dansford's idea. Apart from our initial curry tiffin lunch at Raffles, We hadn't socialised and had communicated by telephone. I'd sent her my layouts by taxi. I told myself I couldn't go through the spiral-bound notepad routine again, not to mention the halitosis. But of course, I had been remiss and should have made the effort. Her copywriting for the Tourist Promotion Board had proved almost as invaluable as her suggestion to use the giant screens. "How bad is she?" I asked tentatively. He tapped a cigarette from a Camel soft pack, and I waited as he lit up, took a puff, and exhaled. Then, as if it had all been bottled up inside him, he burst out with, "She's in a coma, a bit beaten about the face, both eyes black as a knickknock's bottom. Internal injuries, broken collarbone, cracked ribs, could be a lung puncture, breathing complications, tracheotomy. Otherwise, she's fine. It'll take time, that's all." He paused and sighed, seemingly grateful that he'd got it all off his chest. In the familiar manner of a heavy smoker, slightly stooped, chin on chest, he took a deep drag on his cigarette, its tip flaring noticeably, then almost immediately blew the smoke out in a steady stream and turned his head towards me, eyes blinking. When he spoke again, his voice was calm. "Simon, would you mind if we went outside? Our rather tricky questions come up." He moved towards the door, and I followed. "What exactly happened?" I asked as we reached the front steps. "Taxi. Driver swerved to avoid hitting a rickshaw. Hit the gutter. Vehicle spun almost precisely 360 degrees and sideswiped a telegraph pole. The driver was killed. His door took the impact and flattened him. Top of his head missing. Upper window frame caught him. Acted like a can opener. Brains everywhere." It was a civil engineer's answer, and a lot more than I needed to know. "Poor bugger. Probably left a wife and kids behind." No, much too old for that. Shouldn't have been allowed behind the wheel. Undoubtedly paid a bribe to keep his license. Bloody disgrace. Can't be trusted. Shouldn't be allowed. Sticky fingers. The temptation's too much for them." From the way he'd described his wife's black eyes, Cecil Sidebottom was an old-style colonial. There wasn't any point in suggesting that Lee's government had pretty well cleaned up corruption among minor officials, or that bribery carried a heavy penalty for both parties. It was stinking hot outside, and we'd reached the shade of a large banyan tree. Cecil Sidebottom killed the butt of his cigarette by dropping it to the ground and extinguishing it with a twist of his shoe. I wondered briefly if a butt being dropped in a public hospital's garden carried the same penalty as one being dropped on a city pavement. I was becoming conditioned to the new squeaky clean Singapore and its profusion of petty laws. We like to think of ourselves as mavericks, but my observation is that most people quite enjoy a set of rules, a bit of conspicuous law and order, providing always that it doesn't impinge on their lives or threaten their livelihood. Bringing me outside in the heat, when the reception area was air-conditioned, seemed a strange thing to do, and I wondered what Cecil Sidebottom could possibly tell me that was meant for my ears only. He lit a second cigarette. "Tricky, very tricky," he said again, squinting at me as the smoke from the cigarette curled around his head. I wasn't sure how to respond. "Anything I can do?" "Yes, be most obliged, Simon. Teeth." "Teeth?" "Yes, the old girl's. You may not have noticed, but they're in rather bad shape." "Well, perhaps, yes." There seemed nothing else to say. "Oh, good. I thought perhaps you might advise. I can't ask her, she's unconscious." Advise? I was beginning to feel rather foolish, as if I'd missed something obvious. "The doctor says they're badly infected, and this could lead to complications. Very dicky position, what? He wants them removed." "Wants to remove them," he corrected. "She's always been very conscious of her teeth. Afraid—" He looked at me and shrugged, his expression an appeal for help. "I'm not sure I know what to do." The courage had gone from his voice. I knew from what Elmer Kelly had told me that Mrs. Sidebottom was mortally afraid of undergoing dental work. "She's afraid of the dentist?" It was an obvious but necessary question. "Oh, yes, I see. You do understand," he exclaimed, relieved.
You see, I know she wouldn't agree.
If they're not removed, then what?
Possibly septicemia.
Blood poisoning? I felt a twinge of anger. Cecil, mate, you have no choice. Out! Out while she's unconscious.
Yes, you're right. Thank you, he exclaimed, beaming. Oh dear, I do feel so much better. Silly, of course.
Mrs. Sidebottom remained in hospital for 6 weeks, so that her gums and other parts of her body could heal properly. I swamped her with Singapore orchids and visited on several occasions, during which our conversations would take place with her holding a book over her toothless mouth. Once she'd recovered, we celebrated with a small dinner party in a private room at Raffles, with Mercy B. Lord acting as hostess. The guests were Dansford Drocker. Chicken Wing was invited but declined. Peter and Professor Henry Kwan, Elmer Kelly, who'd flown in from Hong Kong to be there, Willy Wonka on weekend leave from the army, and finally, Cecil and Mrs. Sidebottom. It was as if she'd undergone a transformation. Mrs. Sidebottom looked decidedly different. Her incredible Arctic blue eyes now danced within a face no longer powdered into a matte, white, clown-like mask. Her complexion was what is traditionally referred to as that of an English rose, and while her lipstick was still Rita Hayworth red, it didn't trespass beyond the boundaries of her lips. Best of all, she now wore a dazzling new smile, and her breath was peppermint-free and fresh as a field of summer daisies, except perhaps for the tiniest hint of gin suffused with angelica, coriander, and juniper berry. Between the main meal and dessert, I had excused myself to go to the toilet, and was just about to enter when I heard my name. I turned to see Cecil Sidebottom had followed me.
Great men think alike,
he laughed as we went in. Standing side by side in front of the 2 urinals, he said,
Simon, old chap, wasn't sure when I'd catch you alone again. Just wanted to thank you for restoring my bride to me. Damned decent of you.
Thanks, Cecil, but not necessary. I did nothing.
Oh, but you did, old boy. Could never have made the teeth decision on my own. Owe it all to you.
Well, thanks, but like I said, unnecessary.
We're spring chickens. She's lost 20 years. Looks like the young gal I married.
To my surprise, he began to cry. Oh, mate, I said, shaking and zipping up quickly. I would have hugged him, but you can't hug a bloke who has his donger dangling from his strides. I'm glad it's all worked out. It wasn't a lot of comfort, I know, but I wasn't sure what else to say.
Damned stupid of me. Apologise. All a bit much, that's all.
He sniffed and zipped up. At the neutral wash basins, I ventured a compliment. She looks great, Cecil. I'm glad it's over, and she seems completely recovered from the accident.
Not just that, old boy. We've recovered our lives. Couldn't have done it on my own. Needed your support. Bloody grateful.
Chairman Meow had been invited to the dinner party, but when she'd heard it was in honour of Mrs. Sidebottom and why, she'd declined, saying she wouldn't change her travel plans for a woman whose sole claim to fame was to have acquired a complete set of dentures, which she referred to, deliberately I think, as false teeth. I must say I was relieved, as I wasn't at all sure it was the right time to present Mercy B. Lord. After our first glorious night together, we'd been jumping into bed at every opportunity, but afterwards she would always insist she had to go home. It felt wrong, immature, redolent of the shagging you did as a uni student, when your girlfriend shared digs with several other students, and you were what was known in the vernacular as a wombat, eats roots and leaves. Only this time it was Mercy B. Lord who had to get dressed and take a cab home, often very late, and often when she had to be up to meet someone at the airport in the morning. I felt strangely guilty that I was the one able to stay and crawl back into a warm bed after I'd put her in a taxi and watched its red rear brake lights disappearing into the night. With my own flat at home in Australia, it had been years since I'd either been a wombat or required my lover to leave after we'd made love. Here in Singapore, I had a luxury flat where Mercy B. Lord would be totally at home, but she'd rejected it for reasons she wouldn't or couldn't explain. I'd like to say I'd finally persuaded her to move in, But that was not the case. One evening she simply said, "Well then, I suppose you'd like me to move in with you, Simon." "You serious?" I asked, not sure she wasn't pulling my leg. "There's one condition." "What?" "Thursday night." "What about Thursday night?" "You have to promise never to mention it." "You mean to someone else?" "No, between us. You must never bring it up." "And that's all?" She looked up, holding my gaze. "If you do, I'll leave. Simple. No discussion." I nodded. "Just one more question. Is what you're doing on your night away safe?" "What, are you asking if I'm in danger?" "Yes." "Simon, I've never been threatened or assaulted, if that's what you mean." "Mercy be Lord, I don't know what I mean. Your life, your person, your well-being, your job." "I really think you should leave that to me. I've been a big girl for some time now." It wasn't the unequivocal answer I was hoping for. But there wasn't any more I could say without forcing her to tell me where she went on a Thursday and why. "Okay," I said, which was a pretty dumb rejoinder, but what else could I say? I was desperate to have her in my bed, my flat, and my life. So, with Mercy be Lord living with me, I knew that on my mum's next visit I'd have to introduce her. This wasn't a problem from my side. It would be a delight and a privilege. But it meant answering a whole heap of questions from Chairman Meow, and I didn't have the answers I knew she'd demand. Although she'd agreed to stay, Mercy be Lord hadn't agreed to anything else. Chairman Meow, like Elmer Kelly, believed that blitzkrieg was the best method of dealing with most things. To carry the military analogy further, if Elmer was a Sherman tank, my mum was a polished and perfectly presented cruise missile. Both brooked no opposition, and both shared the absolute conviction that what they decided was correct for whomever they decided should be the recipient of their overweening attention. Years of childhood practice with my mum was probably what allowed me to maintain the relationship I now enjoyed with Elmer Kelly. The trick was to see such women for short and intense periods of time. Elmer for lunch once a month. My mum for 3 days at a time every 3 months. Evenings only. And then to escape before either of them made a takeover bid on my life, with the singular purpose of correcting my clearly misdirected intentions. Any attempt to keep my mother out of Singapore for the 3 years of my contract would patently have been futile, however much I might have wished to try. In Chairman Meow's mind, my coming to Singapore wasn't about forging an independent future for myself. Plainly, this was impossible. My independence was simply not a concept she could grasp. Why would her son want to leave such a comfortable and superior nest? At best, she might have accepted that my time in Singapore was 3 years spent flapping my wings to strengthen them for when I finally needed to fly on behalf of the family's businesses or fortune. Her plans for me had always been crystal clear. I was to return to Australia, whereupon my father would retire and I'd take my rightful place as chairman, with her riding shotgun, after I'd acquired a Chinese wife sourced from a family with an excellent pedigree and possessing good guanxi. Most fortuitously, her role as surrogate chairman of our various enterprises kept her busy. Mum had to be on sentry duty beside my father, so that several designing uncles on the board couldn't get up to any mischief, which meant she couldn't spend prolonged periods away from head office. She'd come for a week, see me for the 3 allocated evenings, and visit her relatives for the rest of the time, no doubt conspiring with them over my nuptial future. But then, thankfully, she always had to get back to Sydney. I know this all sounds pretty ungrateful, but my mum, as you will have gathered, only knew one speed: foot flat to the floor. And frankly, 3 evenings in a row every 3 months was enough. Chairman Meow was clearly the boss of the family, and everything that concerned its welfare, and she saw me as part of that, a big part. But to mix my metaphors, she juggled a dozen or more balls in the air at any one time, and clearly she was intellectually superior to the rest of the extended family. With a veritable family empire to run, there was never much time for small talk. Under her ultimate direction, the older companies had been hugely successful, and several new ones had come into being. One of them, in particular, White Lotus Funerals, an offshoot of the original Blue Lotus Funerals, was now a hugely successful all-female funeral parlour chain, headed by a cousin who had graduated with honours in law. My father, whom doubtless my uncles privately dismissed as a feckless drunk, was smart enough to realise that my mum as chairman was head and shoulders above him or any other male family member. He didn't regard her having her role as surrogate chairman as a dereliction of his responsibilities. On the contrary, he considered that by abdicating in her favour, he was, in fact, exercising those responsibilities effectively. I recall one of the very few occasions when he'd been unexpectedly frank about my mother. This occurred when I was in my final year of commerce at uni. We were returning from Leichhardt Oval around sunset on a Saturday afternoon, and I was driving. He was pretty pissed and somewhat morose. The Balmain Tigers, his beloved rugby league team, had been trounced by their mortal enemy, the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Possibly to avoid talking about the game, he started to talk about company affairs and my mother's involvement in the business. He'd always appeared to accept that I wanted to be an artist, and that I was only doing my commerce degree to be a dutiful son. On this occasion, I concluded he'd had a bad week at work, and what with the Tigers losing and putting paid to their premiership chances, was simply letting off steam. But then when I thought he had finished what I foolishly regarded as a bit of a whinge, he suddenly said, "Don't you worry, son. She'll get you. Nothing more certain." This statement, from someone who had always encouraged me to be myself, and whom I'd come to regard as an ally against my mum, came as a huge shock. Even pissed, my dad was seldom if ever indiscreet. He fell silent for a couple of changes of traffic lights, his tie pulled down and his chin tucked deeply into his loosened collar. I kept my eyes on the road directly ahead, the engine of the rolled silver cloud purring. Finally, my heart recovered its rhythm, and I hoped he'd dozed off. But as we passed the stadium at Rushcutters Bay, and I was about to change gear to go up Edgecliff Hill, his head suddenly jerked up, and he placed his hand on my arm. "And when she does, take my advice, son. Do it her way. Always her way. You're a smart kid, Simon, but she's smarter than all of us put together. She's the fire-breathing dragon. As long as she's guarding the cave entrance, you'll be fine." I'd previously advised Peter and Henry Kwan not to mention Mercy B. Lord to any of the other members of the family, and they'd been as good as their word. For the first 18 months, whenever Chairman Meow arrived on a lightning visit, I prepared for the onslaught, a nightly interrogation that after 3 repeats left me exhausted. I'd protest that I was too busy at the agency and simply lacked the time to escort the carefully chosen possibles selected for me by her female cousins, no doubt working on a very strict brief from you-know-who. Chairman Meow had the ability to switch from a corporate persona with a mind like a steel trap to an injured and helpless, uncomprehending mother. A typical confrontation might go like this. "Simon, I can't believe you've remained celibate." "Mum, I've been awfully busy." "Why, at the flat above the garage, you had girls almost every night. The cleaning lady was always finding frilly lace panties tucked under pillows or left in the bathroom." An exaggeration, but one calculated both to flatter and accuse. Chairman Meow was in attack mode. "Mum, I honestly haven't had time for a serious relationship," I fibbed. Not entirely a lie, because Mercy B. Lord was still in her not-yet stage. "Simon, don't treat me like a fool." Deep sigh, shrug. "I'm flat out at the agency. I honestly haven't got time to scratch my bum." "Don't be crude." "Okay, then. This is Singapore. I have an arrangement." "What? A prostitute? A Chinese prostitute?" "Low-born Chinese women are ruthless. They'll stop at nothing." Not only low-born Chinese women, I thought. It's not the same here. That's not how it's seen. Regarded. It's a convenient... Simon, don't you tell me how it's regarded. She'll trap you, or give you something nasty. There's a VD strain coming out of Vietnam they can't cure. Her carefully manicured fingers flew to her face as Chairman Meow turned back into my panic-stricken mother. Oh, my God, have you been to see a doctor? Mum, she's not Chinese, she's Thai, I replied foolishly. Thai? Bangkok? That's America's major base outside Vietnam. They use it for R&R. Simon, are you mad? Chairman Meow was back. I thought of kind, attentive Veronica at the nightcap, who had so often relieved my pain after Mercy B. Lord had denied me. Mum, she's a very nice person and, medically speaking, completely safe. I pay her for her services and there are no complications. Chairman Meow shook her head. I can't believe I'm hearing this. And from my own son. Medically safe. You know this for sure, of course. You've been to a doctor regularly after every... She couldn't bring herself to say it. Have you? Well, no. But I take all the proper precautions. This wasn't the kind of conversation one has with one's mother, in either of her personas. I was getting pretty agitated myself. They deliberately put holes in those things. Mum, I'm over 30 years old. I'm not stupid. I supply my own contraceptives. And then don't see the doctor. Okay, Mum, what am I supposed to do? All those precious little China dolls your cousins select for me, no doubt to your specific brief, are hardly going to allow me a test run in bed, are they? Don't be crude, Simon. Of course not. They're well-bred young ladies. So what then? You choose one of them to marry, of course. But what if I'm not ready to marry, or have kids? What if I don't like any of them? Oh, they're all nice girls. They come from good families. How could you not like them? Besides, it's high time you settled down. She paused. Then, returning to the attack, she spat, I can't believe it, a Chinese peasant. Thai? The same, but worse. Mum, you started this by saying you couldn't believe I was celibate. That implied you believed I wasn't. Then, when I said I had an arrangement, you had a conniption about low-born Chinese women stopping at nothing. By the way, just for the books, may I remind you Little Sparrow was a low-born Chinese woman? The words had hardly escaped my mouth when I realized it was the wrong thing to say. My mum might have been feeling emotional, but the Chairman Meow mind was always waiting in the wings, ready to spring the goof trap. Ah, I'm glad you brought that up, Simon. Ah Koo went through all the correct channels. He sent a clear and very specific brief to the village elder, telling him exactly what he needed. Not looks, not material prospects, a good woman who was capable of giving him male children. Very sensible and traditional, and, if I may say so, with a very successful outcome. Yes, but can't you see? He made the decision himself. Of course he didn't. The village elder made the decision, and he, very sensibly, accepted. As I see it, Ah Koo didn't have a lot of choice. He couldn't exactly send her back, could he? He was forced to take what he got. But I'm not. And what about love? Chairman Meow sighed, or perhaps it was my mother. The emotional and the rational were both in evidence now. Love? What about it? Forget love, darling. Simon, can't you understand? We are one of Australia's richest families. You can have anyone you want. You're a prime catch. You can offer a lifetime of every indulgence any young woman could possibly imagine. You're not just a young man looking for a wife, settling for some girl he enjoys groping in bed, or, what's the expression? Oh yes, a young man sowing his wild oats. You did that in Australia and I said nothing. Do you think I didn't worry when I saw a female shape silhouetted against the lighted window in your flat? Listen to me, darling. You are heir to a vast fortune. You, with your sisters, will inherit the largest shareholding, 55% of the Koo commercial empire. What am I supposed to do?
Stand by while you catch an incurable strain of venereal disease from a Thai whore who says she loves you?
Mum, that's the whole point. I don't want you to play village elder. I won't marry a bar girl. I don't want someone who turns out to be a clever gold digger. I simply want a girl who will fall in love with a reasonable guy with good prospects who makes a decent but not ridiculously big salary as the creative director of a Singapore advertising agency. I've started but haven't come close to completing a painting, and it's been a long time, but eventually I hope to be an artist. And I don't want to be an artist living on his family's money. I can ultimately do the things I want to do right here, where Ku isn't a name that's picked out in diamonds on a tiara worn by a Chinese princess who's been minutely scrutinised and sanctioned by my mother.
Oh, the tiara, it would be too terribly gauche, darling.
Chairman Meow and my mum both laughed at the concept of the diamond tiara name badge. I'm sure by now you get the idea of a fairly typical Chairman Meow and Mum 3-day blitzkrieg. But of course, this all happened before Mercy B. Lord moved in. So, with Mercy B. Lord living with me, but at this stage committed to nothing further, I was faced with quite a different set of Chairman Meow problems. But more about that later. Mercy B. Lord's presence in my life, and thankfully also in my bed, naturally spelled the end of my relationship with Veronica at the nightcap girly bar. I guess I owed the little Thai bar girl nothing. I'd always paid the mama-san for her services, and then given Veronica a generous personal tip before I left. I was aware of the usual warning to expats ending a relationship with a bar girl. Don't fall into the trap of feeling sorry. When it's over, don't even say you're leaving. Simply disappear into the night. Bar girls who sold their sexual services were experts at putting the hard word on clients. They all had hard luck stories. Some of being sold into prostitution at the age of 14 by their impoverished parents, so that their families could own a small patch of arable land or build a house. Some of being raped at 13 and having to support a child. Others of working for money to buy their brothers an education and so break the cycle of poverty. The received wisdom amongst the men using the bar girls was that it was all a scam. The girls would work on their sucker expat customers time after time. It was said that some of the better con girls owned property, and it was often claimed that several actually owned the girly bars they worked in, selling their services while they were young and pretty, and by doing so creating their own future or dowry for when they were older and could become mama-sans or housewives. Frankly, I wouldn't have blamed them if all of this were true, but it wasn't. It wasn't even close to the truth. The truth was horrible. It had existed for a very long time and would continue as long as poverty and misery existed, and women were powerless and valued only for the purse they carried between their legs. Sex trafficking, brought about by poverty, misery and despair, most often begins in rural areas. More than 2/3 of the world's countries are involved in some way in human trafficking, whether they are countries of origin, transit or destination. It is patently impossible for impoverished girls, most no more than 12 or 14, to have the means to obtain a passport and therefore organise any sort of work for themselves in a foreign country. It is also obvious that the various governments involved turn a blind eye to sex trafficking. It would be easy enough to stop issuing passports or work permits to teenagers without very detailed checks. The trade depends on a permissive attitude from the very top down, and often corruption from the bottom up. In Singapore at the time, prostitution from girly bars was against the law. This was easily overcome by having the client pay a bar fee so that he could take the girl to other premises, often next door, the fee representing only her drinks. Hence, a single beer or scotch could cost as much as the girl's service fee. In theory, she was agreeing to have sex for nothing, or whatever she could get from a drunk or generous client. Sex traffickers are invariably criminal gangs, if Chinese, usually triad, who seldom pay very much for their captives, but instead simply promise to place a daughter in a good domestic job overseas, where she will earn money to send home regularly. The recruiter then pays the cost of getting the girls to Singapore, or any other location in the world, and sells them to brothel and bar owners, recovering his expenses and making a large profit. The girls even come with a warranty. Not only does their new owner hold their passports, but the sex trafficking gangs also frequently supply the muscle to keep the girls in line or the drugs to keep them compliant. In this way, the owner can't be accused of physical maltreatment, even though violence is ever present in the life of a girl sold into prostitution. The new owner adds various costs to the amount he has paid for a girl, so that she must spend her first 3 or 4 years paying off this initial debt, as well as returning him a handsome profit. If a bar girl or prostitute eventually repays her debt, she is still trapped, because she is only given a small allowance to live on while under contract, and is unable to save money in the interim, thus lacking the means to return home. Her freedom, the second stage of her life, doesn't mean her liberation. She's broke and knows no other lifestyle, possesses no life skills apart from pleasing men, and has often acquired a drug habit from her owner, and now has to find a means to support it. In most Asian countries, the usual drug of addiction was heroin. In the New Singapore, the supply or possession of heroin carried a death sentence, and so amphetamines were the drug most often used. Most victims of sex trafficking are ignorant village girls, mostly teenagers without the education, contacts, or strength to avoid the deliberate pitfalls placed in their way to keep them captive. In this second stage of their lives, when they are still young and pretty enough to attract men, they usually continue working as bar girls or prostitutes, often for the same owner who previously held their passports, particularly if they relied on him to feed their drug habit. In Singapore, there is almost inevitably a third stage, when they are too old and no longer useful in a bar or brothel popular with expats or the local rich. They find themselves on the street, compelled to work as poorly paid prostitutes in increasingly down-market brothels, or, if they are really unlucky, gathered up by a pimp who feeds their drug habit in return for their services to perverts who demand unspeakable acts of cruelty and depravity. The dream is always the return of the prodigal daughter, having saved enough to start a new life back in the village, but this is rare. I explain all this because many of us regard Asian sex as a common commodity for sale, which of course it is, just like anywhere else. But the difference is that so many of us secretly see it as involving worthless, even redundant girls and women. These hapless village girls are somehow dismissed as human detritus. We have been conditioned to think, in the same way as the sex trafficker, that these young village girls are simply part of supply and demand, a commodity, a surplus in one area that is tradable and highly desirable in another. It's an age-old business in which human traffickers export an ignorant labour force to foreign lands, cynically using false promises of sufficient reward to allow them to return home with the means to change their original circumstances. Only this time, it's not young blokes with strong backs who labour in foreign fields, on farms or docks, roads or building sites, but young girls with supple thighs intended for the predilections of men. Worst of all, most of them have no say in their fates. It is slavery by another name. While I paid for her services, Veronica would have received very little of the money I gave the owner of the girly bar. Only a small amount would have been deducted from her unconscionable debt. Of course, I could have walked away with a clear conscience, and while I don't want to appear holier than thou, nevertheless, I felt I had reasons to be grateful. She had never taken me for granted, or simply gone through the motions, but had always serviced me with concern or enthusiasm, good humour or care. Of course, she hoped for rescue, but she never put any pressure on me. She accepted that she was there to meet my needs at whatever hour I appeared. I was rarely intoxicated when I was with her, so I got to know her almost as if she had been my personal concubine. That's not to suggest that she was exclusively reserved for me. Of course, she had other customers to please. Some of them the usual drunk, groping, lascivious Guelo men, although there were many others. I'd like to think of myself as one of them, who didn't abuse or take these girls for granted. Women like Veronica repaid sensitivity and kindness by making you feel as if you alone mattered. She never attempted to con me or exploit a hard luck story. She came from a village in northern Thailand and accepted her family's right to sell her, a practice common enough in many villages in that part of Thailand. I'd asked her on one occasion how she saw the future, and to my surprise, she seemed quite optimistic.
"Simon, I must not take bad things."
She brought her fingers to her mouth to imitate swallowing a pill, and touched her head, shook it, and assumed a cross-eyed, stupefied expression.
"Then I work hard, make mans happy, and I save tip they gives for me."
She giggled.
"One day, enough. I go home, marry, make baby."
It occurred to me that she couldn't have been much more than 18 years old, but seemed to be going on 30. To cut a long story short, I paid her debt to the nightcap. She'd been with the girly bar 3 years and had only 6 or so months to go, so it wasn't that onerous. She'd saved, she told me, all the tips I'd given her, and no doubt others she'd received. And to this I added a reasonable amount and bought her a cheap plane ticket and her bus fare from Bangkok to her village in the north. Altogether, it was quite a large sum, but nothing I couldn't easily afford. Okay, I would possibly never know if she made it home, or if I'd been nicely, politely conned. But if mine was a self-indulgent gesture, a bit of goody two-shoeing, I nevertheless felt a whole heap better for it. Sex for the gratification of the out-of-towner, not to mention the locals, has been around since Marco Polo discovered the mysterious Orient. Probably longer. And while there is poverty, hopelessness, lack of opportunity, and the concept of bitter rice, the belief that girls and women are worthless, or worse than worthless, the underworld predators who traffic in pubescent girls are going to continue their merciless trade. So who could possibly blame the bar girls if they tried to con their clients? Chairman Meow, of course, was right to see them as manipulative and calculating. These are often the only skills of the powerless. Bar girls who have little experience of men, other than those in various stages of inebriation and sexual arousal, are and always will be alley cats who have taught themselves to purr like pampered pussies, rat catchers hoping to stumble across a bowl of cream. Veronica was free, or so I hoped, and with sufficient funds to allow her to purchase her own house and have enough left over for a dowry to attract a good man, so she could marry happily and settle down to life as a village mother. With the joy of having Mercy B. Lord share my life, things romantic should have settled down for Simon Koo, fortune cookie. But alas, between the two women dominating my life, my adorable lover and a mother morphing into Chairman Meow, things were not always easy, and my remaining time with Samuel Oswald Wing in Singapore looked as if it might require fairly careful management. Mercy B. Lord continued to disappear overnight every Thursday, and while I hated the notion that I didn't know where she was or what she was doing, we'd made a deal. I know it sounds piss weak, but I was forced to compromise. Playing the heavy male archetype was pointless, and besides, I'd given my word. Everyone knows the conventional wisdom that love should be about being completely open, but I wonder how often it really is between couples. At least I knew about the forbidden area, so technically we were being open about being closed. I know it sounds dumb, an oxymoron, but my secret hope was that either she'd eventually let me know where and why she went, or she'd simply not go there any longer. In the meantime, whether weak or not, I'd given my word and would try very hard to keep it. The thought of losing Mercy B. Lord simply wasn't worth it, provided always that what she was doing was safe. And that was perhaps where I might finally slip up. I couldn't bear the thought of something happening to her, something I might be able to prevent. I clearly remembered Ronnie Wing's warning on my first day at the town club. If I tried to become involved with Mercy B. Lord, I would be kicked out of Singapore so fast that I wouldn't even bounce. If he was right, then she was taking a chance being with me. Of course, I'd wanted her permanently in my life, and equally for her to live with me. But after warning me not to persist after the first night we'd slept together, I hadn't tried to force the issue. I'd ignored Ronnie's caution, but I hadn't forgotten it. It was Mercy B. Lord's decision to move in, and I could only hope she knew what she was doing. Thursday night was obviously a compromise she'd reached. Whether it was one in her own mind or with others, namely Beatrice Fong and the Wings, I couldn't say. I'd asked her if she was safe, and all she'd said was that she was in control of the situation. Not by any means a perfect answer, but again it had left me with nowhere to go. We'd been together for about 3 months, and we'd fallen into a routine. I made good use of her Thursdays away. To be perfectly honest, it meant I could work back late without feeling guilty, and life was sweet. But then the phone rang one afternoon, and Sydney's secretary said, "Simon, Mr. Johnny wants to see you in the chairman's office." I was aware that Sydney was in the States at the time, and Johnny was nominally chairman in his absence. But this wasn't even a one-off event. In the time I'd been at the agency, he'd never summoned me in Sydney's absence, or any other time for that matter. He was a silent presence, even in the boardroom, except when Sydney needed his vote on something Dansford didn't care about. As I headed for his office, I was mildly curious.
"Sit."
Johnny Wing simply didn't know how to be polite and had the manners of a pig. I sat on one of the yellow Scandinavian chairs. "What is it, Johnny?"
"The girl. She goes."
To my surprise, he brought his fist down hard on the desk. "Hey, what girl?"
"The one you fuck. Gone."
"I beg your pardon?"
"No more. She goes. Dangerous."
"To whom? Dangerous to whom?"
"You. Her also."
He was sitting bolt upright, with both fists clenched on the desk. "Is this an order?" I was trying very hard to keep myself under control.
"Go to China Doll. Pick for yourself. She free for 1 month," he yelled.
"I don't want a China doll whore," I exclaimed. "Besides, who the fuck do you think you are? You can't talk to me like this." Both fists slammed down on the desk again.
"She goes. No more talk. Go now. Finish."
Johnny's spit-flecked monosyllabic expostulations seemed somehow dated. Unlike Sydney and Ronnie, he lacked an education. This was not quite Singlish, the local patois, but more like the street English the Chinese speak in Malaysia. Normally, he spoke better than this. It was almost as if he were translating directly from Cantonese and speaking to me as he might to a member of his staff. I made no move and looked him in the eye. The bad portrait of Sydney behind him seemed to add to the threatening atmosphere. Johnny, who never wore a suit or tie, but simply a white open-necked shirt, looked like some evil Oriental military captain out of a Sydney Greenstreet movie. If it hadn't been so serious, it would have made an excellent parody, a funny skit for TV, although I was pretty steamed up and there was nothing funny about it. As the seconds ticked by and I held his eye, I was beginning to realize there was no possible rebuttal, and it was I who was going to have to move. My dad would have simply got up and walked out. He'd have done so on Johnny's fuck sentence. I'd left it too late to leave with any dignity. The brain plays funny tricks, and in my mind's eye I saw Mercy B. Lord on the night we had made love for the first time. She'd raised her hands and cupped her breasts, and still held the toothbrush she'd bought, which had somehow broken through the top of its cellophane wrapper and pressed against one of her breasts. This was what he was threatening to take from me. My anger grew dark and explosive. In 2 bounds I was around Sydney's desk and had grabbed Johnny by the shirt front and lifted him bodily from the chair. I dragged him clear of the desk, then hurled him across the room. His bum hit the carpet 10 feet or so away. He skidded into the far wall and bumped his head hard against it, inches from the ancestor's cabinet, where he slumped, his chin resting on his chest. He had been too surprised even to yell out. I realized later that he'd beaten his fists against my arms and shoulders, but at the time I'd felt nothing. Without a word, I left the room, hoping I'd killed the bastard. I remained in the agency, waiting for the repercussions and determined to face the consequences. Dansford was away on his usual extended lunch, and Ronnie was entertaining a client, and by this stage would probably be hitting the first of the drinking holes or girly bars. If he was conscious, Johnny was in charge. Nothing happened. No ambulance or paramedics bearing a stretcher appeared. No fuss and no call from Sydney's secretary. The agency seemed to function normally. 5 o'clock came and the place emptied out. The receptionist, Alice Ho, knocked off at 5:30, so at 5:25 I walked up to her and asked casually, "Mr. Johnny left yet, Alice?" Alice was a past mistress of the inscrutable demeanour, but even so I sensed she had nothing to conceal. "Always 5:10, she exclaimed, eyes wide, as if she expected me to know. "You want I call him in the morning for you, Mr. Simon?" Then she added, "Always 5:10. "No, thanks, Alice." Like a lot of the offices of Chinese head honchos, Sydney's was soundproofed. Snooping is a Chinese art form. Knowledge is power. Sydney's secretary couldn't have heard us. Her conversations with Sydney were always via the intercom. Obviously, Johnny had recovered, and whatever damage I'd done hadn't been permanent. He looked as if he had a thick skull. I'd replayed the events and imagined what might have happened if he'd crashed into the ancestors' cabinet and smashed the priceless jade and porcelain or the fat Buddha. That may have been a better reason to kill me than whatever was behind his order to stay away from Mercy B. Lord. Not just the value of the contents, but the anger and retribution of the ancestors, the permanent loss of good fortune, would have marked the end of me. There must be a God in heaven, I thought. With the 5 o'clock rush still on, it took some time to find a taxi, and it was nearly 6 o'clock before I arrived home, half an hour before Mercy B. Lord usually arrived. In Singapore, cooking your own dinner is a particular stupidity, unless you love to cook. It's the place where all the Asian cuisines meet for breakfast, lunch and dinner. She usually stopped off somewhere and ordered our dinner and brought it home with her in a tiffin box. I was sorry it wasn't a Thursday, which would have given me a day or so to recover. Frankly, I didn't know how to react to what had happened. There was obviously something about her I didn't know. Her disappearances on Thursdays testified to this, and it didn't take a genius to work out that the Wings and Beatrice Fong were involved. Elmer Kelly had called Beatrice a despicable creature, so she was obviously a nasty piece of work. When there were no repercussions from me losing my temper and manhandling Johnny, I began to wonder if he might be bluffing, simply trying to frighten me. Ronnie first, with a lighter hand, and then, when I'd ignored that, Johnny with a two-fisted frontal attack. Then I realized that even though there had been no immediate repercussions for me, I might nevertheless have endangered Mercy B. Lord. Myself too, I suppose, but I hadn't really stopped to think about that. Despite my promise to her, this was an extenuating circumstance. As soon as she arrived, we would have to talk. That much I knew. I couldn't ignore this. It wasn't going to go away. It was tricky, because I didn't know what I was up against, and she did, but wouldn't say. As my dad would advise, "Simon, only a fool or a woman places a big bet without knowing the odds." I asked myself what problems Mercy B. Lord and I could possibly create for the Wings that would make it worth their while to get rid of her or me, or both of us. In my case, they'd have some explaining to do, and it would need to be worth jeopardizing the relationship with New York. I'd achieved success for the Americans. Big Lather, in particular, looked like being a smash hit throughout Southeast Asia. The Texas Tiger campaign had been a spectacular success. It was going worldwide, and New York had picked up the account, giving us, me in particular, the credit for the win. I knew the partnership with New York was important to Sydney, so my partnership with Mercy B. Lord would need to be a pretty big issue for him to risk disrupting it. I didn't even know if Johnny was acting independently. Alternatively, it might simply be a case of the phony Chinese Australian getting in the way of a routine, albeit nefarious, business arrangement, in which Mercy B. Lord was involved, and they were afraid she might spill the beans on the pillow. Whatever it was, I reasoned she couldn't be a big player, because she appeared to receive little or no significant reward for what she did. If Sydney had found a way to fire me that the Yanks would accept, or could be forced to accept, I couldn't have given a shit. A bit ego-bruising, perhaps, but I was thoroughly Jack of the Wings, and as long as Mercy B. Lord agreed to accompany me back to Australia, it would be a happily ever after ending. All this stuff raced through my mind as I waited for my beloved to come home. They say the pheromones that make us fall in love finally wear off, and are replaced by something more permanent. Yet I couldn't imagine my feelings for Mercy B. Lord ever changing. The idea that she might come to harm or even die was beyond my comprehension. I was possibly being melodramatic, but this was Asia, and even in a civilized society like Singapore, taking a life to conceal a crime or to avoid trouble was common among the triads. While my disappearance might cause problems, hers wouldn't. She had no relations, no important connections to speak of, apart from Beatrice and the Wings. Nobody asking questions except an expat who was having an affair with just another pretty Chinese girl. I had been plainly warned never to question her disappearances on Thursdays. But now, after Johnny's threat, I knew I must. If we had to catch a flight back to Australia the following day, it wasn't an issue. I had been given no reason for the order to give her up, but I knew there must be one. Unless she explained what was going on, there wasn't anything I could do to help her. Help us. I decided not to tell her too much, so as not to alarm her unduly. My fear was that she would leave me in order to protect me. I'd tell her the Wings had asked me to stop seeing her, but had given no reasons. That I felt compromised. Then I'd beg her to explain what the hell was going on. Mercy B. Lord arrived a few minutes after 6:30 p.m. carrying a tiffin box. She had a way of lighting up a room. It wasn't just for me. I'd heard others say the same. I guess it's a quality found with truly beautiful women. "Peking duck tonight, very posh Chinese," she cried as she came into the kitchen smiling. She placed it on the counter and ran to embrace me. "Lovely," I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. She stopped dead. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Let's eat. I'll tell you while we eat." We sat on stools at the kitchen counter while we ate, and I told her about Ronnie's initial warning when I was new to Singapore, then gave her an edited version of that afternoon's exchange with Johnny. I concluded by saying, "Darling, I don't know how serious this is, whether you're in danger or I am, but I couldn't bear it if I was putting you at risk. Until I know what's involved, there's nothing I can do, no plans I can make, no decision we can take. As promised, I haven't questioned your disappearances on Thursdays, but now I feel I must. Please understand, things have changed suddenly and dramatically." Mercy B. Lord was silent for what seemed like minutes, but was probably less than 30 seconds. "Simon, I can handle this," she said at last. "There are certain rules, and as long as we don't break them, we'll be safe." It wasn't the answer I expected. There was nothing in her eyes that suggested she was unduly afraid. "Rules? Whose rules? The Wings? Beatrice Fong's? Who? How will I know if I'm breaking them if I don't know what they are?" "Ah, but I know, and I will be careful not to compromise you." "You knew you might be in danger if you stayed here, didn't you?" She shrugged, tilted her head, and gave me a beseeching look. "I can't answer that. Just trust me, Simon." "I'm not sure I like that, you're being the guardian of my safety. May I say, you're making it very bloody difficult, darling." "No, believe me. I'm making it easy for you, Simon." "Bloody hell, that's an answer? I'm supposed to walk around knowing I'm playing with dynamite, but have no means of removing the fuse or knowing if it's already alight." Mercy B. Lord laughed, although she sounded closer to tears than merriment, and she had lost control of her voice. "Simon, there's only one rule you need to know and obey. If you don't, I can't and won't be a part of your life. I resisted you for a very long time, and it hasn't been easy." "You mean Thursdays? Bloody disappearing Thursdays?" "Yes, you may never question me. If you want me, then that's the rule. If you break it, then you lose me." "Darling, it must be perfectly obvious that I love you. But you can't just pop off every Thursday with a see you later and expect me never to question you. I know I said I wouldn't. Not now that I've been warned on 2 separate occasions. Sydney Wing is dangerous, and Johnny is a fucking goon. I've heard Beatrice Fong described as a despicable creature, and you're somehow involved with them, and I'm supposed to stand by and play dumb fuck lover. Mercy B. Lord, can't you understand? I want to marry you. I want us to have children." Mercy B. Lord looked as shocked as if I'd slapped her face. "Marry me?" she repeated, in a shocked, incredulous voice, as if the idea had never occurred to her and was far from welcome. She shook her head. "No, Simon. You've got all this terribly wrong." I ignored her, gulping down my anger, but still too pumped up to really listen or register surprise. "My mum is paying one of her 3-monthly visits to her prodigal son. I've told you before about her carry-on, her matchmaking me with Singapore's finest virgin daughters. I want you to meet her, darling. I want her to understand that I've found the love of my life." "No!" It came out like a hammer blow on rock. She jumped from the kitchen stool and glared at me. "Simon, how dare you?" "What, you don't want to meet my mother? Have I got everything completely wrong?" "Right both times." If I'd expected Mercy B. Lord to break down and sob at this point, I would have been disappointed. She looked me directly in the eye, her expression resolute, her right eyebrow slightly raised. "Well?" This was someone I didn't know. Her reaction to the news, the warnings from Ronnie and Johnny, had been totally unexpected, but now there was a second, even greater surprise. Or was it all a part of the same Mercy B. Lord I didn't know? "Steady on, Simon. Cool it. Start to listen. When you don't know what to say, stay silent. My dad's advice. Listen with your eyes as well as your ears." So much for the best-laid plans of mice and men. In my mind, I had set up the meeting between the two women in my life. I would warn Chairman Meow not to mention the family money. Not that she would have done so anyway. She'd initially be horrified at Mercy B. Lord's lack of background and connections, deeply suspicious of her beauty and, I dare say, her sexiness. But how could she fail to appreciate her and ultimately love her? Now it seemed I'd got it all wrong. In my male arrogance, I'd seen our living together as the prelude to marriage and spending the rest of our lives together, happily ever after. As I think I've said before, I'd warned my cousins, Peter and Henry, never to mention my family's financial circumstances. So this wasn't Mercy B. Lord playing hardball, putting up a sham resistance to keep me keen, and then eventually appearing to make up her mind so everyone would know she was the genuine article. At least I was pretty confident she wasn't one of the gold diggers who kept Chairman Meow permanently paranoid. But then you never know what people know about you, especially the Chinese, who regard information as money in the bank, or the single greatest advantage they possess over an opponent. If Mercy B. Lord was a gold digger, then she was ready for a leading role on Broadway. Belatedly, my survival instinct kicked in. I wasn't accustomed to being on the back foot, especially when I'd assumed that the outcome would be favourable. I'm usually fairly careful with speculation and don't assume I have any extra rights, but I'd never seen any problems on the horizon from Mercy B. Lord herself, who was nothing but loving. I had concentrated almost solely on overcoming the resistance to my marriage that I felt sure would come from Chairman Meow. Nothing, I told myself, was going to prevent me from marrying Mercy B. Lord. I'd never asked anyone to marry me before, and so I'd never had a knockback. And while I didn't have any tickets on myself and knew that my looks were pretty unprepossessing, I had no serious bad habits or addictions, wasn't difficult, didn't make unreasonable demands, worked hard, and earned an above-average income. I also told myself that if Mercy B. Lord was not interested in me, then she wouldn't have agreed to stay with me in the first place. However, I was also aware that wealth was the potential enemy of true love. From childhood, my sisters and I had been warned repeatedly to watch out for what my father called the checkbook Sheilas. Sometimes I thought I'd have to find and fall in love with someone whose family was as wealthy as my own to eliminate the money problem. In Australia, that considerably limited the odds of finding someone suitable, which may have been another factor behind Chairman Meow's thinking. Now, just when I thought I'd beaten the odds and found the girl of my dreams, she refused to marry me, or even to meet my mum. She'd declined with admirable economy, just a few words. If there is meant to be a script for this sort of thing, clearly I'd lost my place. Mercy B. Lord headed for our bedroom, and I followed, knowing with certainty that I was about to lose the best thing that had ever happened to me. I tried to think clearly about the sequence of events over the past 10 minutes. We'd started with the warning I'd received, and she'd fielded that, but insisted on her rule about disappearing on Thursdays. I'd spat the dummy. She wouldn't budge. I'd declared my love, plans, our future, and she'd gone apeshit. How could I recover from this disaster? I was desperate. Okay, no meeting mother and no marriage plans. I sighed. May I think about your disappearances on Thursdays? Of course. Mercy B. Lord glanced down at her wristwatch. You've got 20 seconds, Simon. Hey, wait on. Your watch doesn't have a second hand. It was an attempt at a joke, perhaps because I didn't really believe her. She glanced up momentarily. 17. Hang on, this is ridiculous. 12. A moratorium? 8. Can we at least... 5. Oh, shit, can't we talk this over? 0. Your time's up, Simon. What happens now? I pack up and leave. Oh, come on. What do you expect me to say? Am I so repulsive? It was a cheap shot, but she was ready for it. Oh, I see. I make a habit of sleeping with repulsive men, do I? What does that say about me? That I'm just another Veronica? I didn't mean it like that. I hated the whine in my voice. She'd taken me by surprise. I was unaware that she knew about the Thai bar girl, but I should have known better. Come to think of it, I was unaware of lots of things about this truly glorious, kind, generous, and now surprisingly tough creature. But she certainly had my measure. Mercy B. Lord had opened the door to the built-in wardrobe where she kept all her things, and removed her suitcase from the top shelf. It was cheap, but it served its purpose. Had it been bespoke or designer luggage, it would have raised yet another question. When she'd arrived, she had just the one large suitcase, and none of the usual paraphernalia that I imagined went with a young woman moving house permanently. It should have alerted me to the fact that this was a trial run, but I'd been much too excited to think about it at the time. She'd volunteered to stay, and I was simply over the moon at the prospect. Now she was going, and all because I'd broken my word about Thursday. Shit, it was a bit rough. Surely after Johnny's warning, I was entitled to say something. Surely that was the responsible thing to do. But now I realized that the control she'd shown upon hearing the news meant that she'd known all along what might happen. I'd broken my promise. In a sense, I hadn't trusted her. It was bloody tough-minded, but she obviously wasn't going to make any exceptions. I simply couldn't be trusted. Now it looked as if the test run was coming to a regrettable end. This, I knew, was a lot more than a lover's tiff. She started to plonk clothes into her suitcase, and it was obvious, despite the defiant tilt of her chin, that she was upset. Plonking wasn't her style. She was neat in her person and in everything she did. Mercy be Lord, please don't leave. I'm sure we can work this out. I apologize for everything. She paused, a pair of lacy black knickers in one hand. Then she let me have it, without raising her voice, but in a steady, emphatic tone, and with each statement she furiously stuffed another item of clothing into the suitcase. Simon, I love you. God knows I've been offered all sorts of inducements for sex, including work at the China Doll, or as the concubine for some Chinese billionaire. Every time I meet a foreigner at the airport, French, German, American, English, and now the Japanese, I can always be confident of one thing. Within 48 hours he will be propositioning me. I told you about the German the night we had dinner at Raffles. He wasn't joking, nor was he an exception. Many of these foreign visitors own or run large international concerns. They don't care how much they have to pay. They work at the very top international rate in New York, Hamburg, London, Paris, and now, I suppose, Tokyo. They're spoilt little boys, accustomed to winning, and the more exorbitant the price, the better it is for their egos. I'm half Chinese, and in this culture, the only one I know, money matters. I'd be lying if I said there weren't times when I was tempted. I think that even if I had been born into a good middle-class Chinese family, I would have yielded to temptation. The Chinese are ambivalent about these things, especially if you operate at the very top and command outrageous sums. But I was born a nobody, a half-caste, with no future, no education to speak of, no guanxi. Being a prostitute, a high-class whore, makes me no different from your Veronica. Worse, she is taking the only way out she knew. She may have had no choice. While I was expected to do the same, I didn't have to do it. I had a basic European education. If opening my legs was the only way, even if it was very profitable, then I would demonstrate to myself that you start as rubbish and end as rubbish. Mercy be Lord, you don't know how to be rubbish. It's not possible. I was anxious to steer her away from her background and the way she thought about herself. I'd been born with a silver spoon halfway down my throat, but with a face that looked as if it had been hit repeatedly with the back of a spade. So I knew all about those moments of self-doubt. I also hoped that if I could keep her talking, I might think of a way to keep her here with me. And so, you what? Started with Beatrice Fong? By the way, I can't deny, Veronica, but I want you to know that since you and I have been together, that's all over. Yes, I know. And yes, I started work in Beatrice's office at 16. She'd come to the orphanage the previous year and selected me, urging me to finish my schooling and paying the nuns to send me to typing and bookkeeping lessons after school. I matriculated at 16 and won a scholarship to university. She shrugged. That was the first time I was approached to go on the game. Working university vacations only. It was tempting and would have paid for my education. But in the end, I took the Beatrice Fong agency job. Is that because you were brought up as a Catholic? I will never know how I came to ask such a stupid and insensitive question. She picked up a carved wooden box. "You bastard!" she cried, and flung it at me with all her strength. The box hit me square in the stomach and fell, landing on a corner so that the lid flew open and a piece of khaki fabric spilled out. I stooped quickly to recover it and saw that it was a man's short-sleeved shirt. I picked it up. Mercy be Lord gasped, then cried, "Give that to me!" and snatched it from my hand. "The box," she demanded. "Darling, how can I apologize?" I begged. "You can't," she said quietly, her sudden recovery remarkable under the circumstances. This was a girl who could hide her emotions, and I sensed that she was mortified by her sudden loss of control. She spread the shirt out on the bed and smoothed it carefully. There seemed nothing unusual about it, except that the sleeve nearest me had been removed, hacked off with a sharp pair of scissors in a deliberate zigzag pattern, and on the right pocket was a round disc picked out in tiny needle holes like carefully unpicked embroidery. There are some things you just know for sure, and this was one of them. I dared not ask about or even comment on the severed sleeve. How long the shirt had been in the box, I couldn't say. She silently folded the shirt and laid it back in the cheap wooden box, closed it and placed it carefully in a corner of the suitcase, as if she were apologizing for having used it badly. Then, wordlessly, she reached under the pillow on the neatly made bed to retrieve her pretty cotton nightgown. I recalled that she hadn't arrived fully equipped with femme fatale lingerie. As far as I knew, she possessed one pair of black lacy panties and a sexy black bra that she'd laughingly told me she'd bought at Robinson's the afternoon she'd decided to seduce me. All her other stuff seemed to be what my sisters had worn every day, undies they called cottontails and white cotton bras. When she finally spoke, she did so quietly. "Simon, I just want you to understand. I came to you because I wanted to. Excluding the boy at school, you are the first." She closed the suitcase with a click of the cheap tarnished locks. "You don't own me, and I don't want you to make plans for us. There are things in my life you don't know about, and never will. I haven't made any demands except for one, and you've known it all along. The proviso has always been there. I'm away on Thursday until late afternoon Friday. If you can't accept that, and you obviously can't, then you can't have me." "But I have," I protested pathetically. "Up to now, it was just the warning. Mercy B. Lord cut me short. If I had agreed to be your wife, then of course that would be different. If I'd agreed to any plans that involve us, yes, again. But I haven't. Now, if you'll please call me a taxi. The wardrobe door was open, and the black cheongsam was all that was left hanging there, with the red patent leather high-heeled shoes placed neatly beneath it. If the brain forms permanent images, then the black cheongsam and red shoes were one for me. They had, in combination, burned themselves into my subconscious mind. While there may have been 50 delightful ways I saw Mercy B. Lord in the abstract, this was the one that thrilled me the most, gave me a mental frisson I could conjure up at will. I was conscious that this image wasn't necessarily a truth, an absolute. As an artist and an ad man, I knew that images could be misleading, and that the secret lay in stripping them back to observe what was underneath and gave them their power. But for the most part, the human mind doesn't work in this manner. It prefers to make pictures, and the sum of those pictures leads us to our beliefs. The Catholic Church has always known this. In order to avoid cultural chaos, we create visual stereotypes and infuse them with power. The black cheongsam on a young, slender Oriental female sends all the right sexual messages to a male, particularly a westernized male. With the red stilettos, two stereotypes join: the sexual mystery of the Orient, coupled with the red high-heeled shoes that are pure femme fatale raunchy Hollywood, and create a Western fantasy. This image wasn't all of Mercy B. Lord. In fact, it was only a very small part, but it was a part that brilliantly embodied a stereotypical fantasy, and I loved and cherished it. But now, it was as if two important parts of the many parts of Mercy B. Lord I adored were deserting me. As if the gown and the shoes were about to step out and leave me forever. I picked up her suitcase and silently left the bedroom with her following. Maybe I should have begged, objected, persisted or promised, but my instinct told me she wasn't going to change her mind, and that her survival depended on her leaving. Waiting for the lift and feeling pretty bloody shitty, I said, "Hey, you left your gown and shoes." "You may keep them. I don't have any further use for them." She sniffed back a tear and started to cry, then to howl. I'd never heard such despair, and knew it wasn't just about us. What I was hearing was a far greater sadness. Chapter 11. Of course I begged unashamedly. I'd fucked up and lost my girl. Not to a worthy competitor, but to an unworthy self. I called Mercy B. Lord at the Beatrice Fong agency every day, but always received the same polite answer from the switch. "Just one moment, sir." Then a 30-second pause, followed by the same reply. "Miss Mercy B. Lord is not available at this time." I knew it was pointless yelling down the phone, but I often did, long after I had heard the click of the receiver at the other end. As my tiny office had no ceiling, and the glass panels would have exposed me to the silent ridicule of the production staff, and, more importantly, of Ronnie Wing, I would make these calls from home, taking a taxi there during my lunch break. I sent Mercy B. Lord baskets of local orchids and roses, cards, and, upon reflection, mawkish love letters, written with what felt like my blood and tears, but that came from my heart and soul. Then I noticed that the splendid Noel Coward aspidistra in reception was missing, and that a basket of Singapore orchids had taken its place. When I'd sent 24 red hothouse roses, the following day the same numbers of red roses would appear, resplendent on the ornate stand. I questioned Alice Ho at reception. She had been with the Wings for 20 years, and, like all switchboard operators, knew everything. But she was the classic inscrutable Oriental, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. With a face as bland as a boarding house dinner plate, she claimed that the flowers were delivered addressed to the agency, with no card or note accompanying them. Then, when summoned to Sydney Wing's office about an invoice, something that could have been done over the phone, I saw the aspidistra on a new stand next to the ancestors' cabinet. The message was clear. I stopped sending flowers, they stopped appearing in reception, and the aspidistra duly reappeared in its rightful place. My letters were routinely returned bearing a post office stamp that read, not at this address. While I didn't bundle and tie them with ribbon, I didn't throw them out either, keeping them in the drawer of my bedside table, all 30 of them, a testament to my pathetic love for Mercy B. Lord. She had always forbidden me to visit the Beatrice Fong agency, and I knew that to do so now would be unproductive. In an attempt to hang on to the final threads of my tattered ego, I resisted what appeared to be my last resort, to sit watching her building from a tea house across the road. I had sufficient pride, but only just, to resist playing the grieving and uncomprehending dog who visits at the same time every day the place its master routinely frequented before he died. I tell a lie. I went once and sat for an hour between 5 and 6 o'clock, but she didn't emerge, and I summoned sufficient dignity to leave the tea house, dragging my shadow behind me like a sack of potatoes. Stupidly, in an attempt to ameliorate the agony and conjure up the ecstasy, I removed the wardrobe door so that the first thing I saw as I awoke each morning was the black cheongsam and the red shoes. I'd sit on the bed cross-legged, sometimes holding my head in my hands and shaking it from side to side, telling myself to get a life. Then I'd groan and go to the bathroom and clean my teeth without looking in the mirror. I imagined her with me under the shower as I soaped and serviced my desperate need for her. I told myself every morning that today would be better, but it wasn't. Chairman Meow came and went, and it was the usual shit fight. She even asked me one night, "Simon, have you turned gay?" I felt about as far from gay as it was possible to feel, but I replied, "What do you mean?" "Oh, it's a new expression I heard on the radio. It means, are you, a Nancy boy?" The time dragged by, until, curiously, Ronnie invited me to lunch at the town club one Thursday. It wasn't the first time he'd done so. Nevertheless, we'd only been there on a couple of occasions. The last time had been after I'd explained fairly forcefully to Sydney that he couldn't begin to make a TV commercial for Citizen Watchers on the budget he'd agreed to with Hercules Sun. Ronnie had invited me to lunch in an attempt to persuade me to find a way. The loss of face to his brother would be extreme and unacceptable, and, to use an expression familiar to Australians, Sydney was between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't go back and admit his error, and he couldn't or wouldn't pay the difference out of agency funds. If I didn't somehow find a way to make the commercial, it would almost certainly destroy his brother's relationship with me. I recall thinking that the relationship wasn't much chop anyway. If it wasn't already in tatters, certainly the edges were decidedly ragged. I was also loath to share the beginnings of an idea I'd had for filming the commercial. Let them sweat. "Ronnie, I can't squeeze blood out of a stone, mate. This has nothing whatsoever to do with relationships. I don't give a shit where the money comes from, but I can't make a commercial on what Sydney's quoted. There's barely sufficient funds to buy film and pay for processing."
"Simon, please understand. It's not about money," Ronnie cried.
"It's a Chinese thing?" I said, a touch acerbically.
"Yes," he replied, missing the irony in my voice.
"Okay, whatever you say, but only money can solve the problem."
"No, you must find a way," he'd insisted.
"What, pay the difference myself?" I'd asked.
"Yes, if that is what it takes," he'd replied.
Come to think of it, there was a precedent for my footing the bill. I'd insisted that Sydney do something about the state of the staff toilets, but this too had resulted in a stalemate, and I had ended up personally paying for 2 fans to be installed after holes in the brick wall for the flue had been knocked in. I'd arranged for this to be done secretly on a Sunday for both the male and the female toilets. It was the Sunday before Dansford was due to arrive, and I didn't want him to walk into an agency that smelled of shit. While nothing was said, and no one, as far as I knew, realised who'd paid for the fans, Ronnie informed me that his brother was furious. Several of the staff had thanked him when they'd come into work on Monday. "Hey, wait on," I'd said. "He could have taken the credit. I don't care. Nobody knows who did it. I arranged it for a Sunday. There wasn't a soul in the office all day. The workmen had cleaned up and gone home before 5 o'clock.
"This is Singapore, Simon. The whole goddamn staff knew before lunch on Monday," Ronnie said, emphasizing his American accent. "Hell no. Serious loss of face, man."
"What about the people who thanked him?"
"It's a Chinese thing. They knew it wasn't him. What, they were sending him up? Yeah, the Chinese way. Well, bugger me, I remember saying. But I quite liked the idea of the sycophantic staff having a giggle behind their hands at Sydney's expense. However, despite this loss of face, the two toilets still couldn't cope, and there remained a semi-permanent miasma within 60 feet of them. I continued to pay for air freshener every week until I got smart and buried it as a taxi, bar or lunch expense. So I knew that this luncheon invitation to Ronnie's club wasn't a casual or generous gesture on his part. If British-inspired men's clubs have any value, it is that they never appear to change. There are no unpleasant surprises. The same people are always at the bar. The same smell of floor polish and brass and silver cleaner persists. The familiar starched linen and monogrammed cutlery lie on the dining room tables. The menu is always neatly typed, with its equally predictable daily special inserted on the inside flap. Usually some oxymoron such as fresh smoked haddock flown directly from the UK. The ambience of the dining room is unruffled, with the ceiling fans rotating at a level just below an unacceptable whir. Lunch is always followed by the exodus to the afternoon lounge, with its somnolent rustle of broadsheet newspapers and recumbent planter chairs and chalked wake-up times marked on the soles of stout brogues. Remarkably, even new staff members looked like their predecessors, the carefully obsequious Indian and Malay waiters. A British club is a male safe house and a solid tribute to the security of an unchanging and carefully tended world. Ronnie ordered his very dry martini and a beer for me, and we chatted about nothing in particular. I had a sense of what was coming, and he no doubt was rehearsing the phrasing. He downed the first martini in 3 gulps and immediately called for a second. This one he sipped more slowly, and then a third followed, by which time I'd downed my lager and we went into lunch. At lunch he had red wine from a half-full bottle marked with his name. I abstained and had the waiter pour me a glass of water. Whatever was coming, I didn't want to hear it half-tanked. Ronnie toyed with his food, allowing the liquor to quell his anxiety, while I ate steadily, deliberately saying very little. Then, pouring the last of the wine, he said, "She won't be coming back, Simon." Clearly, he'd decided to drop the preliminaries. I know he would have been silently rehearsing. Oh? She told you? There was no point in pretending. A message. I'm sorry to be the vulture man, Simon. It wasn't an expression I knew, and it could have been one of Ronnie's specials, but it sounded apt. You know this for sure. I was attempting to keep my voice even. Believe me, Simon. Nothing I can do? Haven't you done enough already? You were warned. Well, nobody's bounced me over the border so far. Big Lather saved you, man. Count yourself lucky. Lucky? This sounds like a conspiracy rather than one individual's decision. Are you telling me? I'm telling you nothing, just that it's over. And you're the messenger. I told you that already. I'm the vulture man. Delivering a message from Big Brother. Simon, don't be ridiculous. Yeah, right. As the vulture man once said, you can't knock 2 holes in a shithouse wall on a Sunday without everyone in Singapore knowing. Ronnie chuckled. Good one. Touché. I can see you're taking it on the chin, buddy. He suddenly brightened. Hey, man, let's head over to the nightcap. The mama-san says she's got a new chick to replace Veronica. Vietnamese. Her name is Mai Kiem Ton. In English, Modesty. Must have come as a surprise, Veronica up and leaving, eh? Yeah, of course, I said, with more than a touch of sarcasm. Thanks, Ronnie, but if you don't mind, I'll give the nightcap a miss. Heaps of work back at the agency. The very fact that Ronnie knew the name of the new Vietnamese bar girl clearly indicated that meeting her was a setup that would prove Mercy B. Lord had been simply a convenient sex object. The weeks trundled by like a slow goods train, but things didn't get any better. Mercy B. Lord and I had only been together for a few months, but it might as well have been a lifetime. Whatever had happened before her was inconsequential, and everything that had happened since was as dark and miserable as dragging my potato sack shadow behind me that day as I left the tea house opposite the Beatrice Fong agency. In other words, heavy going.
I hated coming home and worked late at the agency most nights, although the weekends were the worst. There is something quite wrong about going into work on a Sunday that has nothing whatsoever to do with Christianity. Then one Sunday I picked up a brush and started to paint the portrait I'd started of Mercy B. Lord. She'd sat for me only 3 times, and I'd done a dozen or so preliminary sketches, simply details of her hands, eyes, the tilt of her head, the angles of her body. Thinking there was plenty of time, I hadn't committed anything to canvas. Now I prepared a life-size canvas and began to outline in paint her shape and the slight tilt of her head when she would look at me as I approached her. It was a winsome look that never failed to touch my heart. I'd felt it perhaps most powerfully the night I'd walked into the reception area at Raffles and seen her in the black cheongsam seated in a peacock-tail wicker chair. This had been one of the defining moments of my life, a glorious vision I would never forget. I'd come from a forced inspection of my minuscule future office, convinced I'd made a huge mistake coming to Singapore, when, seemingly in seconds, she'd changed everything. It was arrogant on my part, but what I was going to attempt to do was to capture that moment, the sense of overwhelming feminine beauty that could create such a miraculous metamorphosis in a man. That Sunday morning I blocked out the basic planes, the shape of her face and hair and the lines of her body. I'd taken several colour photographs during those first 3 sittings, so, at the very least, I had some whole-body references as well as the details in the sketches. The difference between a portrait that looks and feels natural and one that looks artificial or false can often be a matter of a few lines or a shift in perspective. In layman's terms, if the artist lacks the ability to draw really well, he won't be able to make up for this deficiency with paint. If you don't get the framework correct at the very beginning, it can be almost impossible to correct later in the painting, even if you're using oils. I was using acrylic, mainly so the paint would dry quickly, but also because it was something new. I'd purchased a beautifully elaborate cane chair, similar to the ones at Raffles, and Mercy B. Lord had wriggled into the black cheongsam and red high heels, but remained fresh-faced without makeup, and with perhaps only a casual brush run through her hair. While I loved her with a bit of this and that added to her eyes and lips, Mercy B. Lord was a beautiful woman even when she was completely unadorned, and I made a mental note to follow this full-length portrait with a head and shoulders study of her, without a skerrick of makeup, and with her hair in the disarray of mourning. The portrait progressed slowly over the next few weeks, and deliberately so, as I didn't want to complete it. On the other hand, neither did I want to overwork it, something every artist has to be careful to avoid. Gilding the lily can turn a decent painting into a cliché. You have to know when to stop. Then, picking up the Straits Times one day, I saw an advertisement reminding artists that entries for the Hong Kong International Portraiture Prize, being held by the Hong Kong City Hall Museum and Art Gallery, had to be submitted within 3 weeks. Obviously, I'd missed the original announcement some 4 months previously. I decided on the spur of the moment to enter my portrait of Mercy B. Lord, thinking it might distract me from my self-absorbed misery. No, I lie. I told myself it was perhaps a way of bringing our affair to an end in my mind, and eventually my heart, that by sending her image away I might begin to heal. It was almost like a funeral. By sending her image to Hong Kong, to what amounted to its final resting place, where it had no chance of winning, of being resurrected, as it were, I was, in effect, letting go of Mercy B. Lord. When it was returned to me, I hoped I would have the strength to be able to destroy it. Or that's what I thought, anyway. I'd just have time to complete the painting if I took a week off work, using some of my holiday entitlement. When the entry form arrived, I filled it in, and in the place where it called for the name of the painting, I wrote, Thursday Girl. Bloody pathetic, really, but there you go. Those were the 2 words that, in effect, had cooked my goose. As always seems to happen, the very next day I was called into the office of the Minister for Tourism, who briefed me on 7 large paintings he required, based on architectural sketches of proposed redevelopments that tourists might visit in future. He hadn't forgotten the presentation that had originally won us the account, and wanted these painted panels to form a backdrop on the town hall stage, for a presentation of the magic of people at a travel convention for 100 senior international travel agents, flown in at the government's expense, which would be held in little over a fortnight. There was insufficient time, but there was no refusing the minister, who had himself chosen the pen and ink architectural drawings we were required to bring to life. It meant I could kiss my portrait goodbye. But then I got lucky. A freelance graphic artist, a young German bloke recently arrived in Singapore named Helmut Krauss, called me and asked if there was any work available. "Grab a taxi and bring your portfolio," I said. Maybe, just maybe, the gods would smile on me. Helmut looked like a bit of a hippie, with a full blonde beard and tawny hair down to his shoulders. The hair police hadn't yet caught up with him. But his portfolio was good, very good, well-disciplined, with just the right artistic and commercial graphic touch. He assured me he could do the job in a week, but needed a space to work in, as he was living at the YMCA. I couldn't quite believe my luck. With a solid week working late into the night, I could almost complete the portrait, giving me the following week's nights to do the finishing touches and have it framed in time to get it onto the plane to Hong Kong the following Monday. I needed to be at work the week before the travel conference to put the final touches to the international advertising campaign we had prepared for the Singapore Tourist Promotion Board. Side-bottom copy with coup art direction and TV. It was a huge feather in our cap, the first locally produced campaign to go both to Europe and the United States. I rented a cheap room for Helmut in the hotel across the road from the agency and proceeded to brief him thoroughly, taking him carefully through the architectural sketches. His style suited the precise rendering of the buildings, and I took particular care to stress the importance of the outdoor recreational spaces, where the architects had indicated trees and greenery. Fill the squares and spaces with people having a good time, eating and walking, and make sure there's a lot of natural-looking greenery, I had stressed.
"I do one every day. Hey man, it's cool job."
I'd laughed. It was an expression that wasn't common in Singapore at the time. Cool is great. We want the scenes to have a nice, cool feeling, like enjoying a gin sling on a lazy late afternoon. The feeling of cool shade and a soft breeze blowing in on a tropical evening.
Yeah,
he agreed.
Spring I know, also gin. This is special in Singapore. Gin spring?
No, gin sling. It's a tropical drink known as a sundowner, because you drink it mostly in the early evening when the sun's going down. I was beginning to realize his English comprehension wasn't all that great, and that I had been over-explaining. Helmut, just keep the pictures looking fresh, eh?
Like spring, yeah. I do like spring.
Well, no, not exactly. This is the tropics. The seasons don't change all that much. Like I said, just keep the pictures looking fresh. While I wasn't in the agency for the next week, I took the precaution of inspecting the first painting, after instructing Helmut to call me at home when he'd completed it. He'd called me early on Monday evening. Although the one he'd chosen to do was largely architectural, it was one of the most difficult, and he'd done an excellent job. He was fast, accurate, and the colour was good. I'd taken him out for a quick meal, and with that, satisfied he was up to the task, I'd foolishly left him alone for the remainder of the week, something I wouldn't have done had I been working in my office. He called me late Friday afternoon to say he'd completed the job, and I caught a taxi to the hotel, where I very nearly had a heart attack. While technically perfect, the paintings were full of trees and flowers from Europe, cold climate deciduous varieties, oak, birch, beech, sycamore, plane trees and the like, and the squares featured daffodils and tulips, and several pink or white flowering fruit trees. The pictures were ablaze with the spirit of an English spring. Not a strelitzia, palm, bougainvillea, poinsettia, frangipani, or Singapore orchid to be seen. No tropical trees, no palms, no bamboo. He'd worked indoors, and perhaps he'd been smoking funny cigarettes, because he certainly hadn't bothered to glance out of the hotel window. Furthermore, the drawing featured no Singaporeans, only Europeans. He even had a white bloke pulling a rickshaw. I felt obliged to pay him. In theory, he'd done what I'd asked him to do. Sydney complained bitterly, and if it hadn't been for the fact that it was government business, he'd have refused to hand over the money. However, it meant I had to work until 2 a.m. in my studio at home for the next 5 days to redo the panels. I wasn't as skilled as Helmut, and when I was through with them, they had a noticeable looseness about them. Compared to the original brief from the minister, a pretty straight-up-and-down man who'd instructed me to bring the architect's precisely rendered drawings to life, they might have looked brash or just plain slapdash. I'd used brilliant exotic colour, even mixing in a little fluoro paint I'd obtained to draw the eye away from the variations in style. Upon seeing the panels, Dansford declared them simply splendid. Not the most reassuring compliment, as he was a less is more person, and the Chinese, as a general rule, favour more is always better. I told myself I'd done my best in the time available, and it just couldn't be helped. I'd screwed it up with Herr Helmut Krauss, and had to complete the new panels by Friday, or, as it turned out, Saturday morning at 1 a.m. They had to be in place by that afternoon for the dress rehearsal for the conference that was to open, trumpets blaring, at 10 a.m. on Sunday. If questioned, I was going to bullshit that I'd taken my inspiration from the new international art movement coming out of tropical South America that was taking the West by storm. I didn't have time to find out which South American countries lay within the tropics, but Brazil seemed like a good guess. Copacabana Beach, bikini-clad brown bodies, the samba, and all that jazz. As Sydney Wing's office decor attested, the Chinese think foreign is always better than local. One of the first principles of advertising is that if you're going to bullshit, you may as well bullshit big. Inventing a trend that doesn't exist sometimes works because it makes the other party look and feel ill-informed and behind the times. To explain, every new trend with a chance of succeeding is taken up by about 7% of people, known as early adopters. If this group go for an idea, then it's worth building on, and if the product or idea is a good one, it will have a better than even chance of making it in the marketplace. The key words in my bullshit explanation were international, West, and by storm, as the conference delegates were mostly Westerners from America and Europe, and by storm hinted at a certain excitement, which we'd been sufficiently hip to be aware of in Singapore. Or, as Herr Helmut Krauss might have put it, bullshit über alle. I was required to attend the conference, where Dansford and I were to present the international ad campaign we'd designed. I was drop-down dead tired, but thought that if I skipped the cocktail party after the conference and grabbed a couple of hours' sleep, I'd have Sunday night into the following morning to complete Mercy B. Lord's portrait. It had to be dispatched to Hong Kong by mid-morning on Monday. This would be only just sufficient time for it to make the final deadline. I shall never know how I got through that week, and when I finally crashed, it was for 14 hours. I reckon I'd averaged no more than 3 hours sleep per night all week, supplemented by a handful of half-hour naps. When the taxi arrived to take the portrait to the airport on Monday, I was practically hallucinating. I'd used the hairdryer Mercy B. Lord had inadvertently left behind to dry the last of the paint, and then, just as I was preparing to wrap the canvas, I was seized by a need to alter the neckline. I'd worked very carefully on some gold thread that outlined the dragon that ran around the mandarin collar of her cheongsam, its head and tail meeting at a gold wooden toggle that held the collar together at the front. But now I altered it and painted a tiny gold chisel, the blade of which ran through the dragon's head. I cannot say why or how it worked, but the portrait suddenly came to life. It was as if I could hear Mercy B. Lord breathing. Now I was running really late, and the taxi had been waiting downstairs for 40 minutes, as I desperately attempted to dry the fresh paint with the hairdryer. I wrapped the canvas in heavy cardboard and plastic bubble wrap, hoping for the best. But of course I hadn't realised that the picture would be too big to fit into the cab, and so, finally, and I feared calamitously, we had to strap it to the roof. When I got there, they'd run out of fragile stickers, and while I'd written "Handle with care, fragile" all over the plastic wrapping with a black magic marker, it didn't really stick. The luggage handlers couldn't read English anyway, and I realised that it was simply the look of the orange and black stickers that warned them something should be handled with care. I hadn't even had time to have Mercy B. Lord's portrait framed, so its safe transit was going to depend on the stretchers, the flimsy wooden frame, and the struts used to hold the canvas taut. One bad bang on a corner and it would completely collapse. I was exhausted, which added to my feeling of anticlimax and worthlessness. And while it wasn't yet noon, I went to the airport bar and had a stiff brandy, telling myself that painting Mercy B. Lord to help me get over her had been the paramount purpose, and that the Hong Kong competition was merely incidental. Even if the painting arrived intact, it was an international competition, and I probably wouldn't even make the Salon des Refusés. I took a taxi home and slept, like I said, for 14 hours. The following day at work, Dansford told me the conference had been a great success. He'd attended the cocktail party and said that people had congratulated him on our ad campaign, and that lots of them, too in the presence of the tourism minister, had commented on the splendid murals. One was a UK travel agent, who offered to buy 3 of them, and an American delegate standing close by, on hearing him ask if they were for sale, wanted another 2, which pleased the minister no end. They were, of course, presented to the delegates in question, because one was a senior director of Thomas Cook, and the Yank was the New York agent for American Express. The remaining 2 ended up in the foyer of the Tourist Promotion Board building, with the first panel painted by Helmut Krauss, the architectural one I'd originally okayed, chosen by the minister for his office wall. As the Malay Muslims say, Allahu Akbar, God is the greatest. At least I'd got something right, or got away with it without using the bullshit explanation. With Mercy B. Lord's picture missing from my studio, I realised that what I'd taken to be the first signs of my getting over her was merely the presence in my life of the portrait project. The concentration required to get it right, to attempt to capture that moment in Raffles, had made me feel almost as if she was with me during those nights and days I worked on it. I'd paint almost every night after getting home from work until very late, and I'd be dog-tired by the time I collapsed into bed, so that I didn't lie awake thinking, drowning in my own pathetic misery. Furthermore, my libido went into the painting, and the physical ache for her wasn't nearly as bad. But after I awoke from my giant sleep, it all returned in spades. In the time that had passed while I painted, each month I'd send a large and expensive bunch of something with a note, not quite as desperately entreating as the previous ones, but asking if we could meet somewhere, in this way begging for a response. But the flowers boomeranged back to the agency just as they had before. I couldn't believe 3 months had passed, and Chairman Miao was due for another visit in a couple of weeks' time. Then, 2 days before she was due, and just as I was about to leave for work, the phone rang. It was Elma Kelly, calling from Hong Kong. "Congratulations, Simon!" Even over the phone, her voice boomed. "Good morning, Elma. What for?" "You're famous, my boy." "Huh? Why?" I replied. "You're on the front page of the Morning Post." "I beg your pardon?" I asked, momentarily mystified. But then I thought it might be an ad, part of our International Tourist Promotion Board campaign. She'd know it was mine, though it was unusual to get one on the front page of the South China Morning Post. If I was right, then Johnny Wing's media buying was definitely improving. "You mean you haven't been told?" "Elma, what are you talking about?" "You've won, Simon. You've won the International Portraiture Prize for Thursday Girl. I'm terribly, terribly proud of you." "Oh, Jesus, what now?" I heard myself exclaimed. "Now? Why, dear boy, you're the toast of Hong Kong. Wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a street parade. It's the first time in 30 years of the competition that it's been won by an artist in the region. Jolly good thing you look Chinese, what? Ha ha! We're all terribly thrilled. Why didn't you tell me?" "It was just a whim. I didn't bother telling anyone. This is really very unexpected, Elma." It wasn't an entirely truthful answer, but how could I explain that sending the painting to Hong Kong had been a metaphorical funeral of the heart? It wasn't something you could talk about. "I'm calling from a phone box across the road from the gallery, waiting for it to open," Elma continued. "There's already a long queue forming. Dear, dear Simon, I am so proud of you. Must go and join the crush. Goodbye, dear boy." After Elma had rung off, all I could think of was that I hoped to Christ the news didn't reach Singapore. I would have compromised Mercy B. Lord in one fell swoop. Far worse than simply questioning her whereabouts on Thursdays. I'd almost given up on ever seeing her again. but if there had still been a tiny chance, I'd have blown it forever when the news of the win got out locally. For a start, the tourist board people would immediately recognise her. Molly Ong and Long Mi Saw and a host of others had met her, and they would be bound to want to make a fuss. So would the newspapers and magazines, and possibly the television stations. A pretty girl, correction, a beautiful woman, especially one of your own, is always news. I realised I would have blown my chances big time. We'd have to be seen and no doubt photographed together, and that was not only going to be awkward, but would look like a conspiracy on my part to bring us together again. Ouch! I could feel myself blushing at the thought, at the same time as my heart beat faster at the possibility of seeing her again. I'd almost convinced myself that a portrait win in an art competition in another country wasn't exactly world-shattering news to the people of Singapore. But on my way to work, I stopped the taxi to pick up a copy of the Straits Times. The announcement might be buried somewhere in the back section of the newspaper. If so, if anyone approached me in the office, at least I'd know. I opened the neatly folded paper, and there it was on the front page, the portrait taking up almost half the page. The headline read, "Asian Artist Wins International Prize." Seeing Mercy B. Lord looking at me in miniature and out of context in the newspaper, I realised with a start that I really had captured that moment at Raffles. At the same instant, I realised fully what I had done to her. Shit! What now? The what now began to build on the horizon like a cumulonimbus cloud invading a clear blue sky. I arrived at the agency to find Alice Ho in a rare tiz. "Mr. Sidney wants you to go up right away," she announced. "Did he say why?" I asked, knowing she wouldn't know, but trying to appear casual. "He not happy, Simon," she replied. "You see newspaper? Also this morning radio." She was obviously impressed, and shot me a look that was as close to sympathetic as she ever got. I knocked on Sidney's door. "Come," he called. I hated this imperious monosyllable, and on past occasions I'd thanked him for his generous welcome, my sarcasm completely lost on him. Alice Ho had no doubt alerted him, because as I entered I saw that he sat rigid, with his stomach pressed against the edge of his desk, the Straits Times in front of him. He jabbed hard at the picture of Mercy B. Lord. "What the fuck is this?" he barked. I deliberately walked over to the side of the desk and looked down at his indignant finger resting on Mercy B. Lord's breast. Attempting to keep my voice normal, I said, "Oh, that. What do you think?" as if anxious to hear his opinion of the likeness.
"Think?" he shouted. "Think?" he repeated. "How dare you?"
"I beg your pardon," I said, my tone deliberately more surprised than defensive. Sidney suddenly lost it completely.
"She's not yours to paint."
He clenched his fist and banged it down hard on the desk.
"She's mine, you hear? She's my property."
He banged the desk a second time, the corners of his mouth spit-flecked with anger. "Oh, your concubine? Your mistress?" My heart was now beating furiously, and I knew that in moments I'd be hyperventilating, my anger overwhelming me. Sidney Wing pointed to the door.
"Get out! Get out of my office!"
he screamed. I only just made it with dignity, closing his office door behind me and bending double to suck in air, then straightening to take a couple more deep breaths. I'd won the most important art competition in Southeast Asia, and I was up to my eyebrows in excrement. This was only the beginning of a very long day. I got back to my glass cage, stopping on the way to greet several of the staff members, knowing that they'd all be aware of the news, but afraid to react, conscious, as if by some kind of osmosis, that the chairman was angry. And so, in a very Chinese way, they pretended not to know a thing. I barely reached my desk when the phone went. It was Alice Ho again. "Simon, people come." "People?" "They from the newspaper. Also others. They got television camera. Miss Carleen, she big shot on the television, Simon. They ask, they can see you. How I tell them?" I felt sure there were lots of switchboard operators in Singapore with perfect diction whom we could have hired, but Alice Ho had been with the Wings since the beginning, and they trusted her implicitly. She wasn't afraid of anything or anyone, and even Sydney and Johnny greeted her when they came in. While her loyalties clearly lay with the Wings, she wasn't a bad old stick. "Alice, please tell them I'll be there in 10 minutes. Something urgent has come up. Thank them for their patience."
"I think Miss Colleen, this urgent, Simon."
10 minutes, Alice."
"I tell," she replied with a sigh.
Even the implacable Alice Ho was thrown by a phalanx of reporters, with cameras crowding into her reception area. The TV crew in particular would have freaked her out. Miss Carleen, a name that could have belonged to a King's Cross transvestite stripper, was obviously well known. I admit I wasn't much looking forward to facing the press, but my most urgent and immediate task was to get a note of apology to Mercy B. Lord. I sat down to write it, knowing I had little or no time to think it out. But first, I called Connie Song at Corona Flowers in Orchard Road. "Connie, do you have a dozen yellow roses?" Yellow because Chairman Meow, despite disastrously sending the pink roses to Charles Brickman, the chairman of the agency in Australia, had always maintained that yellow roses indicate friendship.
"No, Simon," she said, recognising my voice. "White, red, or pink?"
White was for Chinese funerals, red meant romance, and pink wasn't quite right under the circumstances, but would have to do. "The pink, then. Are they long-stemmed?"
"Yes, fresh off the plane from Taiwan. First flight in this morning."
"I'll have a dozen. Can you do them up nicely, but not lovey-dovey, and I'll send a messenger boy around to pick them up." Lovey-dovey was Connie's term for a wide pink silk shantung ribbon with a crimson silk heart, half the size of a female fist, attached. The flowers were nestled in white tissue and shiny chocolate-brown paper. All my previous floral entreaties had been sent with ribbon and heart attached, and while they never appeared on the boomeranged bunches in the foyer, I secretly wondered if Alice Ho had a reception desk drawer that held a collection of red hearts and a couple of 100 feet of pink silk shantung ribbon. My dear Mercy B. Lord, how can I possibly apologise? You will no doubt have seen this morning's newspaper and be justifiably angry. You must believe me when I say I never harboured the slightest hope that I would win. If, as I suspect, I have hurt or upset you, then I most humbly beg your forgiveness. That was never and could never be my intention. Simon. It wasn't much of a note, but I sealed it and yelled over the partition for Louis Fee, the young dispatch boy, whom I called Louis de Fly, because he seemed always to be buzzing around, sticking his nose into other people's business. It was the name of a character from a famous Australian animated TV commercial for a popular brand of insecticide. Louis de Fly appeared seemingly out of nowhere, as flies are wont to do. "Yes, boss?" I instructed him to pick up the roses and to deliver them along with the note to the Beatrice Fong agency, urging him to hurry and handing him the money for a taxi, aware he would keep most of it and take a rickshaw instead. Reluctantly, I went down to meet the press, who by this time filled the reception area and spilled outside, a veritable babble of reporters and photographers, as well as a television crew of a woman and 2 men. The TV guys, both tall and good-looking, were on camera and sound, and the woman, well put together, tall, blonde and athletic, was obviously the interviewer. She pushed her way forward, calling, "Mr. Koo," protected on either side by the TV cameraman with his heavy camera on his shoulder and the sound technician with boom and sound sock, who was also wielding the camera tripod. "Yes, good morning, ma'am." "Carleen Stein, Carleen's people. Congratulations, well done." Her voice was nicely modulated with what was known as a mid-Atlantic accent. You couldn't quite place it, but it was much favoured by Australian broadcasters who hadn't yet come to terms with their own accent, and generally thought the way we spoke was ill-suited to radio and television. The same went for TV commercials. The accent was phony, but everyone used it, and nobody ever questioned it. That is, until an ad man named John Singleton used fair dinkum voices in his commercials, and the mid-Atlantic accent sank slowly beneath the waves and drowned. "Thank you, Miss Stein. Please call me Simon." Carleen Stein extended her hand, gripped mine firmly, and said as she released it, "We'd like to do a 5-minute interview for tonight's show, Simon." "Bit noisy," I grinned, indicating the reporters with a nod. To Alice Ho's and my astonishment, Carleen Stein stepped out of her court shoes and jumped up onto the reception desk. While the desk wasn't that high, it was a pretty impressive feat. "Basketball," she said, laughing down at me. Then, smiling broadly, she held up her hand and addressed the other reporters, her accent now clearly Australian. "Righto, everyone. Your attention, please." Her leap onto the desk had brought everyone to instant silence, and now she stood barefoot, legs apart, totally in command, with Alice Ho's round face framed between her tanned calf muscles. "Just give me 10 minutes and we're out of here. If you'll now please wait outside, very quietly, I'll buy you all an ice cream." This brought a roar of laughter, and the reporters and photographers good-humouredly trooped out of reception to wait outside. Carleen Stein was obviously a woman of character, and one who, I imagined, usually got her way. "Please don't let me down, Simon. I've now more or less promised they'll all get time with you," she said, looking down at me. I nodded. "Do I get an ice cream, miss?" I noticed her toenails were painted bright pink. "Of course, vanilla and chocolate," she laughed. She wasn't just a pretty face. Hopping off the desk to land lightly on her toes, she accepted the microphone from the sound man, and I noted that the camera and tripod were now set up and the cameraman was ready to go. This was an efficient outfit. Alice Ho beamed at me. Carleen Stein had obviously won her heart. Suddenly, all business, Carleen Stein explained that she would do the background in the studio that evening, and then go to this interview. "Okay, I'll start by congratulating you, and we'll take it from there." If I appeared to be enjoying this, I wasn't. But what could I do under the circumstances? I suppose I could have played the temperamental artist and told them all to go to buggery, but I wasn't the type to spit the dummy. It was Chairman Meow's conditioning, I guess. I could hear her now. "Simon, everyone knows we're filthy rich. They expect us to be rude, to flaunt our wealth, so always be very polite." Then she'd add, "Not everyone can be rich, but we are all capable of good manners." They were only doing their jobs, and Sydney Wing had provided enough aggression in what I was beginning to realise was going to be a very long and tiring day. Carleen lifted the microphone and began the interview. "Mr. Koo, firstly, my congratulations. You are the first Singaporean to win this very prestigious prize." She smiled. "How does it feel?" She pushed the handheld microphone close to my mouth. "Well, first of all, I'm Australian, and I guess I'm somewhat bemused." "Cut!" Carleen snapped. No, Simon, that's not what I want." "Oh, sorry," I said. She looked at me sternly. "This is Singapore television for Singaporeans. Someone in our community has just been greatly honoured, and he promptly gives away all the glory to another country? No, we simply can't have it." "Well, you're an Australian, aren't you?" "Not on television. Here, I'm Singapore's Carleen Stein. Carleen's people is local and loyal. The Prime Minister likes it that way, and so do I. By the way, bemused is not a word I'd choose myself." "Well, what do you want me to say?" My first interview had got off to a bad start. Carleen Stein was no purring pussycat with an ego to stroke. "Just say how proud you are, the usual blah blah. Now, shall we begin again?" She nodded to the men on sound and camera. "Mr. Koo, firstly, my congratulations. You are the first Singaporean to win this very prestigious art prize." She smiled. "How does it feel?" "Please call me Simon. How does it feel?" I smiled and shook my head. "Very surprising. I haven't won an art prize since primary school." Carleen nodded her approval. "And now the big one. The Hong Kong International Portraiture Prize is, I believe, the third biggest in the world. Only London and Venice are bigger." "Oh, I didn't know that." "Now, let's talk about your gorgeous model, the Thursday girl." "A Singapore girl, I take it?"
And, I must say, very beautiful. I grinned. Yes, true on both counts. Born and raised here, stunning looks, and, may I add, also very intelligent. She laughed. Just a typical local girl, then. Carleen Stein certainly knew which side her bread was buttered. I could almost hear the canned laughter. Yes, truly lovely. And her name? The question was reasonable enough, but nonetheless came as a surprise. I was conscious of wanting to protect Mercy B. Lord, and now I was faced with a direct question that would expose her. I hesitated, then said, This has all been very sudden, and I haven't had an opportunity to talk to her. She may not wish to reveal her name. I looked appealingly at Carleen. Would you mind if I left it for her to decide? Ah, a real gentleman, of course not. She smiled a TV smile. We'll just call her the Thursday girl, shall we? I sensed that Carleen wasn't happy, and her next question sounded a tad sharp. Why have you named your portrait Thursday Girl? Is she a real person? I beg your pardon? Well, perhaps she's a composite of several women. Keep your cool, Simon. I can't think why anyone would do that. I'm an artist. I love women, but I love them just the way God made them. Fat, thin, old, young, however they come. The way Thursday Girl came was how I painted her. I spread my hands and shrugged. Simple. As for the name, again, simple enough. I first met her on a Thursday. And just how did you two meet? If I was supposed to be a local Singaporean, I couldn't very well explain that she'd been my guide for my first 2 weeks here. We met through business, I said. It was the best I could do. And it started from there. Her question was obviously loaded, her eyebrow just slightly raised. Started? I asked her if I could paint her portrait, yes. We agreed to 3 sittings. I paused. It was very kind of her to indulge me, to give me that much of her time. And that is all there is to it? Bang, the loaded pistol fired. You know, artist and model? She smiled knowingly. Ha! I wish, I exclaimed, pretending to laugh. Look at me. I'm not exactly God's gift to women, and my subject is a particularly beautiful one. It was privilege enough just to be allowed to paint her. Nicely put, and thank you, Simon Koo. Well, I do hope we all get to meet the Mystery Thursday Girl on this program soon. She laughed again. That would be a real coup. Canned laughter would follow that pun as sure as God made little apples. Carleen Stein was a true professional, and it wasn't any surprise that Carleen's people ran in a prime-time slot, the half hour leading up to the evening news. While there was only one camera, and it was positioned on me throughout, I knew that they'd do close-up takes afterwards of her asking the same questions or showing her reactions to my answers. Carleen struck me as someone who liked the camera, and the camera, I imagined, would like her. It took another hour to get the other interviews done, and I was emotionally pretty whacked by the time they were all over. Alice handed me at least a dozen messages from calls that had come in asking me to make contact. Very happy day for me, Simon. I meet Miss Carleen, she exclaimed. I detoured to Dansford's office on the way back to my own, which, since the demise of my relationship with Mercy B. Lord, had been rechristened the Coffee Percolator due to the number of cups of black coffee I'd taken to drinking. Dansford leaned back in his chair as I entered. Well, what can I say? Do I congratulate you or what? Don't, I sighed, taking a seat. Awkward. Does she know? Of course she would. Has anyone contacted you? Sydney read me the riot act and threw me out of his office. Oh dear, that wasn't very smart of him. Yeah, he practically imploded, banged his fist on the table, both fists. She's mine, you hear, she's my property, he screamed at me. Well, that certainly lets the cat out of the bag. Not very Chinese, eh? He must have been pretty mad. Mad as a cut snake. What shall I do? Should I resign? Hardly seems worth it with so little time to go on your contract. What you did was careless, but that's strictly between you and her.
Now that he's cooled down, he'll be furious with himself for handing you the advantage. Advantage? Believe you me, I know I've been a complete idiot. It never occurred to me I could possibly win the bloody competition. Never entered my mind. It was just, a deadline to work to. The Hong Kong thing, take my mind off, Then, having to repaint the panels for the convention, I was pushing shit uphill with a broken stick and hardly had time to think. Dansford grinned. Very colourful metaphor. How'd you go with the press? In particular, Singapore's own Carleen Stein. She's no lightweight. Okay, I think. At least I managed to keep Mercy B. Lord's name out of it. She'll have it by tonight, Simon. Yeah, but not from me. I'll see what I can do. Do? What, threaten them? They're our only TV station. As it is, we have to beg for time. You're right, Dansford said, not explaining further. I rose, sighed heavily, and said, Well, I guess I'm just going to have to cop it sweet. My own fault entirely. Shit. I was feeling decidedly sorry for myself again. Dansford gave me a sympathetic smile. If it helps, know that I'm on your side, Simon. It might help to keep me in the loop. A friend in need and all that. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. It was almost midday when I got back to my office. I went through my phone messages. One from Mrs. Sidebottom, the remainder from Hong Kong newspapers and magazines, asking me to call urgently, and one from Chairman Miao, also from Hong Kong. I concluded that as she was due here in 2 days, she'd stopped off for a bit of shopping, something she occasionally did. The last message was from Molly Ong, the ex-Miss Singapore, and my client at the Tourist Promotion Board. I dialed the number, and she answered herself. Hi, Molly. Simon, returning your call. Sorry it took so long. It's been one of those days. Simon, wonderful news. Congratulations. We're all terribly chuffed. How do you feel? I tried to sound normal. Weird. Not at all what I expected. It came as a shock, really. A nice one, I hope. I laughed. I'm not sure. The place has been crawling with reporters all morning. Oh dear, I know what you mean. After I won the you-know-what, I grew very weary of smiling, looking suitably modest and answering the same questions over and over again for months. That's the hardest part, making it seem as if you're hearing the question for the first time. She laughed. I was actually quite pleased when I missed out on Miss Universe. Everyone here was happy that I'd entered, and it finally stopped the questions. She paused, then said, Simon, Long Mi and I have been talking. I mean, this morning on the phone. He's staying with Long Saw in Hong Kong, and he saw this morning's South China Morning Post. We have an idea. A good one, I think. What, for the tourist board? Yes, of course. Okay, I said hesitantly. It fits in perfectly with our slogan, the magic of people, but gives it a different slant. Not just waiters, busboys, cheerful taxi drivers, boat people, rickshaw drivers, cooks, kids, friendly people, but also glamour. Your winning picture being the inspiration. Oh, how's that? Well, what if every year the Tourist Promotion Board picks someone we name the Singapore Girl? A young Singaporean who is not only beautiful but also has brains. Someone with enormous presence. Her job would be to travel all over the world, running seminars and acting as an ambassador representing Singapore tourism. My heart was beating faster almost from the first sentence. It was a great idea, but I knew what was coming. We'd launch with your portrait of Mercy B. Lord, and she'd be our first Singapore girl. The job would carry a good salary, and afterwards, if she chooses, a career in tourism, maybe even a scholarship to study tourism at an American university. At the end of the year, we'd have you, or some famous portrait painter, paint her picture. Even more publicity. She paused, clearly excited. What do you think? It was only just past noon, and now the day I'd been desperately attempting to hold together was finally blown to smithereens. Just then, Louis de Fly tapped on the glass, holding up an envelope. I nodded for him to come in and accepted it silently, then took a deep breath before answering Molly Ong. Molly, it's a great idea. I'd be lying if I said any different. Singapore Girl will make a great campaign. But you don't like it? Molly cut in. No, like I said, it's a great idea, spectacular. But I don't think Mercy B. Lord will agree. There was a silence at the other end that seemed to last an eternity. When Molly spoke at last, she sounded shocked. Simon, I can't believe what I'm hearing. There can't be a young woman in Singapore who wouldn't give just about anything to do this. First-class air travel around the world, anywhere and everywhere, and at the end of 12 months, an education and a career. You can't be serious. It was time to come clean. We're not together any longer, Molly. Oh, I'm sorry. You've broken up? Yes. Bad? Not good. Your fault? It's complicated. Simon, it's always complicated. She's a woman. May I talk to her? Molly, it's been months. And you haven't spoken? No. But you don't mind if I do? Of course not. And if she agreed, you'd work with her? Of course. No bad blood? Not from me. Tell me, Simon, do you still love her? You two were gorgeous together. Yes, with all my heart. Ah, that makes it difficult, Molly said. After she'd hung up, I put my elbows on the desk and clutched my head in disbelief. By winning the painting prize, I'd created one almighty fuck-up. Then I realized I still had Louis de Fly's envelope in my hand. It looked familiar, and it was. My own note to Mercy B. Lord had been returned. I opened it. Scrawled across was the word, bastard. I started to laugh. Not funny ha-ha, but in spite of everything. At least it was a tangible response, the first in months. I called over to Louis de Fly, who came in. Louis de Fly, what happened to the pink roses? She don't want Simon. Give me back. Right, and then? My mother. I give my mother. I opened my hand and held it out towards the dispatch boy. Okay, hand it over, you little shit. He reached into his pocket, produced 2 $1 notes and placed them in my hand. And the rest? He dug into his trouser pocket again and produced another $1. That's all, boss. Louis de Fly, you're either insulting my intelligence or you're stupid. What's it to be? Not stupid, boss. Righto, hand over the rest. He produced another $2. Louis de Fly didn't like anyone to think him stupid, even if it cost him money. Okay, but next time I expect more. They cost me $12. You sold them for half price. Buyer's market, boss. No fucking time. Must come back work. He grinned. Yeah, sure. I stuffed $5 in my shirt pocket and handed him one. He looked disdainfully down at the crumpled note in his hand. Maybe next time I give flour to my mum, he said in disgust. Maybe next time I kick your ass. Now vamoose. Catching out Louis de Fly looked like being the only win of the day, and it was, to say the least, a hollow victory. I looked down at my note with the one word bastard scrawled across it. What was I thinking? It was another total defeat. The word itself was written by someone whose hand was shaking badly. Mercy B. Lord must have been very, very angry. And I had yet to phone Chairman Meow. I decided to leave that pleasure for last. She was probably out shopping anyway. Louis de Fly was back again with the afternoon mail. A single letter for me. He seemed reluctant to leave, standing at the open door. What is it, Louis de Fly? Why you send pretty flower to bad old lady, boss? Old lady? What do you mean, mate? Very old, too stick. He hunched over almost double, pretending to be supporting himself on 2 walking sticks, his neck stretched out in the manner of an old crone. Very cross, shouting, old lady. You gave the roses to an old lady at the Beatrice Fong agency. Yeah, the switch for the telephone. She tell me wait.
Then she take me, we go upstairs into room same size like your, also desk, but Chinese dragon leg and... Carved? Yeah, much carve. Also chair, not carve. He pointed to my swivel chair. New one, like your. Room dark, only one light on desk. Small one. She tell me wait. Then comes old mother. Very old, maybe 100 year. Clop, 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 clop. 2 stick. Very, very slow. Louis de Fly obviously possessed a strong sense of the dramatic. Chinese? Yeah, she sit very slow in chair. Much pain, I think. Old bone. Switch girl, she help and take her stick. She tell I must give flower and letter. I spoke Cantonese better than Louis de Fly spoke English, but he liked to show off, and I usually indulged him. But this was an unexpected turn of events, and I was suddenly impatient. Louis de Fly's English was tediously slow as he searched for words. He was from a poor Straits Chinese family, and had obviously attended a local Chinese language school. The family was probably too poor for him to complete his education, but he was a bright kid. I was anxious to hear the rest as accurately as possible. Tell me in Cantonese, I instructed. Louis de Fly looked hurt. Nothing unusual in that. He was an actor from way back. My English, you don't like? Louis de Fly, your English is very good, but I'm in a hurry. He then told me in Cantonese how the old lady had taken out a magnifying glass and instructed the switchboard girl to open the envelope and then the note and place it in front of her, directly under the table lamp, where she read it carefully. She then called for a calligraphy brush and ink and slowly written "bastard" across my note, whereupon she'd knocked the roses from the desk onto the carpet and turned slowly in the swivel chair, pointing to the fallen roses, her face now almost completely in shadow. Louis de Fly reverted to English. I can see much gold in tooths, and the eyes very shine, he said. Then, speaking again in Cantonese, he explained that he'd picked up the roses while she instructed the switchboard girl to fold my note, replace it in the original envelope, and hand it to him. Tell the one who sent this letter he is Chu Sheng, she spit. Louis de Fly looked at me and asked once again in English, Why you send very bad old lady flower, boss? I sighed, pretty shaken by the whole description, but trying hard not to show my emotion in front of a kid of 15. Chu Sheng means animal, and telling someone they are born from an animal, well, there are few worse insults in Chinese. I reached into my shirt pocket and fished out the $5 I'd previously confiscated, and added a further 5 from my wallet. Buy your mother some roses, kid, I said in English. He accepted the notes in the customary manner with both hands. Thank you, boss. Then, ingenuously, he added, Maybe I tell lie before? Maybe my mum, she dead long time. I tried to grin. Scram, beat it, kid, I said, waving him away with a flick of the hand. I didn't know whether to laugh with relief or cry from a mixture of frustration and dismay. Relief because it was Beatrice Fong and not Mercy B. Lord who had scrawled the crude reply on my note. Frustration because I was no nearer to reaching her. And dismay because she was obviously under the direction of, or captive to, others, and may well have been all along. Patently, Beatrice Fong was involved, and it seemed certain now that Sidney Wing was implicated. Whatever it was had been going on a long time. What could it be? Mercy B. Lord wasn't some compliant, weak-willed, dependent young female. She knew her own mind, was resourceful, even stubborn at times, and she certainly had a will of her own. She was nobody's fool. They, whoever they might be, had something over her that was sufficiently powerful to control her life, something almost certainly to do with disappearing Thursday. The portrait win had obviously set the cat among the pigeons, which was putting it much too mildly if she was in danger. Then I realized that, for now at least, because of the publicity surrounding the prize, she was probably safe. I had no doubt whatsoever that the press, in particular Carleen Stein, would eventually find her. Molly Ong most certainly would. The Singapore girl concept was hers,
and it was a good one and fitted perfectly with the portrait award. There were people who claimed Molly got the job with the Tourist Promotion Board simply because she had been Miss Singapore, but they were wrong. She had a very good mind, and her ideas were invariably sound. The Singapore girl idea was extra good, and she wasn't going to let it go in a hurry. Sidney Wing would know that if Mercy B. Lord disappeared, there would be a huge ruckus, and the publicity would spread well beyond Singapore. It was just the kind of incident the PAP government tried to avoid, and they'd almost certainly become involved. Associated as she was bound to be with the winning portrait, Mercy B. Lord would automatically become a high-profile missing person, and that would wreak havoc on tourism in Singapore, quite apart from anything else. At Dansford's pink hair cocktail party, Molly Ong had taken a particular shine to Mercy B. Lord, as had Long Mi Saw, who reputedly knew a beautiful woman when he saw one. Even the minister had seemed captivated by her charm. Having initially endangered her with the portrait win, paradoxically, I had probably now ensured her safety. Nonetheless, it didn't make things any better, knowing I had placed her in a very difficult position and compromised her privacy. Any hopes I'd hitherto harboured of having Mercy B. Lord back in my life were now well and truly gone. I felt a fool. I was a fool. I opened the letter that had come in the mail. It was from the Hong Kong City Hall Museum and Art Gallery, and was dated 3 days previously. Delivery was usually next day in the new Singapore, but these things happen, I guess. It announced my win and the prize of 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. I only wished I could have been happy about this, or given it to Mercy B. Lord. Additionally, the letter invited me to the awards dinner in 2 weeks' time. Lounge suit preferred, at which I had been allocated a table for 8 personal guests, as well as myself and my partner. Finally, it offered to pay for 2 air tickets from Singapore and overnight accommodation, a suite, compliments of the Peninsula Hotel, where the awards dinner was to take place. I couldn't help imagining how all this might have been different, with Mercy B. Lord on my arm in the black Cheongsam and red patent leather stilettos, the portrait brought to life. I spent the remainder of the afternoon returning telephone messages from local and far-flung places in Southeast Asia, even one from the Age in Melbourne, and I began to sympathise with Molly Ong on the subject of repetitious questions. Imagination is not a quality that appears to characterise many in the media. It was after 5 when I finally phoned Chairman Meow, who was staying at the Hong Kong Hilton. I expected her to be a bit cranky about waiting all day for my call. As a general rule, she didn't take kindly to waiting for anyone, unless she'd allowed for it in her plans. She was prompt in returning calls, either business or personal, and procrastination wasn't one of her faults. Moreover, unlike my dad, she'd never been wholly enthusiastic about my desire to become an artist, so I doubted she'd be thrilled by my win. Chairman Meow ran on one track when it came to her only son, and as far as she was concerned, that track led directly to the chairman's office. But I was quite wrong. Hearing my voice, she went directly into rapture mode. "Darling, congratulations, I'm thrilled," she almost trilled. "Wonderful, simply wonderful. Imagine, I'm here for a few days shopping before coming over to see you, and I open the South China Morning Post at breakfast in my suite this morning, and there you are, my son, my famous son." It's not such a big deal," I protested. "No, only the front page. Only the first Asian ever to win. What are you talking about? I picked up the phone and ordered the hotel limo to take me directly to the gallery. Not a big deal. There was a queue 100 yards long waiting for it to open. Simon, your mother stood in a queue. Can you imagine that? Not only a queue, but also for half an hour. There's a banner stretched across the whole outside of the front of the building that reads, Simon Koo's Thursday Girl. Oh, my God, and the girl. I stood transfixed for an hour. I looked into her eyes. I just stood there and looked. Simon, she's got everything we need. I can tell. I felt a sudden pain as my stomach muscles clenched. No guanxi, Mum.
There was barely a pause. "I don't care. I can tell she's the one. In my bones, my blood. And to think you've been hiding her from me all this time." "Mum, listen," I pleaded. "Simon, I'm catching the plane tomorrow. I know it's a day early, but I can't wait. I must meet this glorious creature. Mum, listen. Please listen. She's not mine."
Chapter 12. A table for 8 guests for the awards night presented an immediate problem. I knew 3 strong women, Chairman Meow, Elmer Kelly, and Mrs. Sidebottom. The latter, since she'd been fitted with dentures, was no longer a shrinking violet. The scam at Raffles should have alerted me, and had emerged as a garrulous and forceful character in her own right. With sweet breath and a constant smile, Mrs. Sidebottom now attended the frequent Tourist Promotion Board meetings, which allowed me to be absent from time to time. Apart from writing excellent copy, she also contributed sound and original promotion ideas. The newly indentured Sidebottom was no longer backward in coming forward, and held her own in the company of Molly Ong and Long Mi Saw, both forceful people not short of an opinion. Long Mi Saw, who possessed a wicked sense of humour, privately referred to her as full frontal Sidebottom, while Molly Ong happily teamed up with her to demand that the woman's point of view be introduced into the tourism platform. Somewhat unfortunately, she gave all the credit for the transformation of her life to me, while I insisted Cecil had been solely responsible and should be given the credit. He didn't help matters by maintaining that without my encouragement, in fact, he used the word permission, he could not have made the decision on his own. Previously beholden to his wife, Cecil was now completely under the thumb of the diminutive Sylvia with the Arctic blue eyes. I only mention this because Mrs. Sidebottom had assumed the role of my surrogate mother. While all 3 of the older women in my life were very different, they all, in their own ways, exhibited strong proprietorial feelings towards me. My mum packed twice the punch as both Chairman Meow and my actual mother. Then, hard on her heels, came the avuncular, why is there no female equivalent, singular Elmer Kelly, all guns blazing. And now the new full-frontal Sidebottom had added herself to my growing list of mother figures. All expressed concern for my lovelorn state, Elmer Kelly and Mrs. Sidebottom because they knew of Mercy B. Lord's departure from my life, and Chairman Meow, aka Mum, because her matchmaking attempts had all been stymied. But now, consumed by the beautiful woman she had seen in the portrait, my mother seemed determined to secure her for her only son. All 3 believed they would be the one to ameliorate my unhappiness. My immediate concern about the awards dinner was that all these women would come together for the first time at my table. Even worse, to the 3 forceful women would be added an inebriated Dansford, Cecil, the chain-smoking mouse, and possibly Long Mi Saw and Molly Ong. Molly was not exactly a wallflower herself, while the movie mogul, now in his 60s, wasn't accustomed to taking a back seat, even with presidents and royalty present. I took some comfort from the fact that he was very unlikely to attend. If Long Mi were to accept my personal invitation, his only possible reason would be a whimsical one. The Saw brothers were generous patrons of the arts in Hong Kong and elsewhere, and the committee would have sent them an invitation to sit at the governor's table. Nevertheless, it seemed only polite for me to invite him. If I had been truly Chinese, inviting him to be a guest at my table would have been seen as extremely dangerous. If he refused, as seemed certain, then I would lose enormous face. Conversely, if he accepted, I would gain in equal proportion. But the chances of his accepting were very small, and for most Chinese, the risk of refusal would have been too great. Money is in almost all cases the sole arbiter of social standing and importance amongst the Chinese. But there are a very few instances where, in addition to wealth, there exists undisputable status in its own right. If extreme wealth allows you to sit at the table of your peers, the status of Taipan entitles you to be seated at its head. Only royalty, presidents, or in a British colony such as Hong Kong, the governor would take precedence. The Saw brothers were both Taipans, and although our family wealth, had they known about it, would probably have gained my dad a seat at the far end of the banquet table. The Saw brothers' influence in Asia and their guanxi were such that there would have to have been a very specific and additional reason, apart from mere wealth, for someone like Chairman Miao to be included in their social stratum. The fact that Long Mi Saw sat on the Singapore Tourist Promotion Board was a feather in the board's cap and not his own. His presence gave Singapore added importance in the world of entertainment and travel. The further fact that he took the role seriously and worked at it, rather than simply appending his illustrious family name to the letterhead, was an indication of his character. He certainly stood to gain nothing in influence or power, and needed no favours from government. The Long Mi Saw I knew from board meetings was a nice bloke. He listened, was polite, and his opinions on ad campaigns and promotions were always worth considering. But my presence in his life was purely coincidental, and it would have been foolish to think otherwise. I was simply the creative ad guy who attended strategy meetings. I admit that while it was proper to invite him, given the already potent mixture at my table, I would have been hugely relieved if he refused, as seemed certain, never mind the loss of face. On the other hand, if he accepted, I feared my bowels mightn't be entirely trustworthy. Molly Ong's very clever concept of the Singapore girl, with Mercy B. Lord as the template for others to follow, may well have been discussed with or approved by Long Mi, and he might just see his attendance at the awards night as Tourist Promotion Board business. There were two other reasons, apart from the explosive mix of guests, for my anxiety at having Long Mi Saw present on the big night. The first, bizarre as this may seem to a Westerner, was his concern about being kidnapped. Long Mi Saw and his brother Long Long were paranoid about being kidnapped by the Black Society, a branch of the triads who made kidnapping the very wealthy their criminal raison d'etre. Kidnapping the very rich or their loved ones was a highly organised and professional criminal activity, and by no means uncommon in Asia. The fear of the Black Society was ever present in the minds of the Saws and other extremely rich families, and their paranoia was easy to understand. They and the members of their families required protection around the clock. A favourite method of the Black Society was to kidnap a loved one and ask for a large sum of money. When this was paid, they'd push the envelope by refusing to release the hostage and would start sending bits and pieces through the mail. A finger, an ear, a nipple, male genitals, a nose, even an eye. Each mailing would up the ante until they were satisfied. If the family had been milked beyond its means or refused to pay up, they would find what was left of their loved one dumped on the front doorstep. However, protection against a triad kidnapping wasn't simply a matter of having an armed guard or guards present at all times, like a president or prime minister in the West. A Black Society triad gang had to be made to understand that the retaliation would be greater than anything they themselves could engineer. The Saw brothers and their families would have been paying enormous amounts for a kung fu master or two of great standing and respect to discourage triad gangs. The gangs would be aware that these masters had a huge, totally loyal and absolutely lethal following who wouldn't hesitate to go to war on their behalf. They, the triads, would know that should the master lift a finger, it would herald a slow and very nasty death for each and every member of the Black Society gang involved. A kung fu master is not an all-guns-blazing, sudden-death, Hollywood-style Terminator. In fact, he wouldn't use guns at all, and it was this that created the real fear. This particular martial art, while deadly in its own right, often involved a range of vicious hand weapons, the favourite being a meat cleaver, but also including swords, spears, knives, and especially the Quan Dao, a scimitar-like blade mounted on a long staff, which, when used by a kung fu master, can kill instantly or simply remove bit by bit the parts of an opponent. The point I am making is that when either of the Saw brothers moved from home, it would be in the conspicuous presence of an acolyte with skills approaching those of a master, or, at particularly vulnerable venues, the kung fu master himself. If any potential kidnappers dared to approach the taipans or members of their families, they could expect a swift and very nasty death. I envisaged one such guardian hovering by our table at the awards dinner. It wouldn't exactly add to the ambience. The second and much less serious reason for my anxiety over including Long Mi Saw on the guest list was his preoccupation with longevity. Added to the Kung Fu Guard would be an attractive young woman he laughingly referred to as Miss Chu. She stood behind his chair as he ate, her only role being to supervise his mastication, tapping him on the shoulder when he'd reached 100 chews, whereupon he was entitled to swallow. The Saw brothers, both highly intelligent and sophisticated men, nevertheless possessed the Chinese obsession with longevity. What and how they ate was of great importance in ensuring a venerable old age. For instance, they would not eat Western food, but prized all manner of seafood, the rarer the better, cooked in the Chinese manner. Another important part of their diet was a special soup to boost or raise the qi by cleaning the blood. It was both medicinal and wholesome, and consisted of various meats, particular vegetables in season, and very potent and rare herbs, as well as common herbs prescribed by a physician or from an ancient family recipe. Often, to aid particular organs or systems in the body, bo soup would contain exotic ingredients, cicadas and other insects, dried snake, scorpions, seahorses, fungi, minerals. In the old days, pearls and jade would have been used for royalty. Bear's bile and owl's eyes. Long Mi's food preparation would be supervised by a chef who was a master of Chinese imperial cuisine, whose knowledge would cover all the exotics, some of which, while prized by the Chinese and only available to the very rich, were barely imaginable in the West. While I am not suggesting the Saw brothers ate these exotic dishes, because I would, quite simply, have no way of knowing, dishes that supposedly aided longevity contained such niceties as parts from tigers, swans, larks, bear's paws, live fish, clean blood, and, most unimaginable of all, live monkey brains. This last dish was prepared by placing a live monkey in a tight-fitting box under the table, with just the top of its shaven skull protruding through a round hole in the surface of the table. Its cranium was removed, sawn off by a skilled assistant as the monkey screamed. Then the living brain was scooped out and eaten at blood temperature, using a long-handled silver spoon designed for the purpose. While there were doubtlessly other rituals the two brothers underwent to extend their lives, not all of them were bizarre. Special breathing regimens would be followed daily into old age, and each mouthful of food chewed 100 times. The Chinese believe that controlled breathing and reducing the effort required by the body to digest food places less strain on an aging physique, in particular the bowels. Sluggish bowels are commonly linked to cancer, and the Chinese believe heart attacks can be caused by the effort to pass solid excrement. Western doctors are well aware that a percentage of heart attacks occur on the toilet, no doubt from the same cause. So you can see that, all in all, the awards dinner, fueled with vintage French champagne, and, should Long Mi Saw accept, very good brandy, contained all the powder keg ingredients for a major disaster. On top of this, Elmer Kelly had declared that because Hong Kong was her city, she more or less expected to take charge. I'd never seen Elmer in full Major General mode, but I couldn't imagine her taking a backward step. Naturally, she knew all the directors of the art gallery, as well as the main curator of the portrait exhibition. "Splendid chappie, great fun, ha ha, shares a certain proclivity with Noel Coward, and I don't mean singing, playing the piano, or writing risque songs." The day of the press scrum that had begun with Elmer's congratulatory telephone call had left me pretty much emotionally exhausted. I'd undergone 20 face-to-face interviews, and I can't remember how many phone calls. Added to this was the Sydney Wing conniption and Beatrice Fong's response to my note of apology. I'd taken the last phone call around 5:30 p.m, then rushed home to catch Carlene's People on the box. Not because I particularly wanted to see the final version of the interview, but with a combination of hope and despair that she'd found Mercy B. Lord. I admit I hungered for a glimpse of her and for the sound of her voice. After the desecrated note from the evil Beatrice Fong, I convinced myself that Mercy B. Lord had been prevented from receiving the numerous letters and flowers I'd sent, which had all boomeranged back. If she appeared on Carlene's People, at the very least I'd know she was safe. I knew she'd be much too dignified and poised to appear indignant or upset in public because I hadn't sought her approval to enter the portrait in the competition. But I felt certain that I'd be able to read the true message, good or bad, in her dark eyes. It was immediately obvious that the general tone of the TV program was self-congratulatory. Singapore patting itself on the back for producing a so-called local artist who'd won a major international art prize with a portrait of a Singapore woman of incomparable beauty. Mercy B. Lord would, I knew, sum up the situation in a flash and play her part with modesty in the carnival of self-satisfaction that followed. So anxious had I become to see my beloved that I barely listened to Carleen Stein's introduction or even to her interview with me. I all but burst into tears of disappointment when Carleen finally concluded, "We have tried, though without success, to find the whereabouts of the beautiful Singapore woman who was the model for Simon Koo's winning entry. The artist claims not to know her immediate whereabouts, nor will he give us her name without her permission." Head on one side, and with a sad little smile, she added, "And so, we are no closer to solving the mystery and discovering the identity of the woman." She paused and raised one carefully outlined eyebrow while looking directly into the camera. "Of course, there is always the chance that the winning portrait is a figment of the artist's imagination." Another slight hesitation to milk the moment. Then Carleen Stein added, "In which case, it would be interesting to know if Mr. Koo is entitled to this prestigious prize." She affected a stern look of disapproval in a close-up to camera. "If any of our viewers recognizes the subject of the portrait..." The camera cut to my winning portrait. Not the newspaper version, but actual film. No doubt dispatched on the afternoon plane from Hong Kong. "And can identify this beautiful young woman, please call the station. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to the reputation of our island to know that this Singapore girl, or Thursday girl, actually exists." Cut back to Carleen Stein looking serious, with the station phone number supered on the screen. "In the meantime, we are all on tenterhooks." Seemingly only moments after the program ended, Chairman Miao called from Hong Kong, adding to what had been one of the most difficult days of my life. I will return to her phone call later. Needless to say, exhausted as I was, I didn't sleep much that night. You may imagine my surprise when the following morning the Straits Times ran a small piece on their front page. Well, not so small. It was spread over 2 columns and was perhaps 5 inches deep, with a headline that couldn't be missed. "Missing Singapore Girl. Winning portrait may be fake." It went on to say that an extensive search by the TV station had failed to establish the identity of the beautiful woman in the Australian artist's portrait, blah, 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 suggesting that a woman of such exceptional movie star looks, if she were real, would be well known. It seemed that overnight I had lost my status as one of Singapore's own, and as a con artist my Australian nationality had been restored. Carleen Stein had truly set the cat among the pigeons, and of course Mercy B. Lord, and Beatrice Fong and Sydney Wing, would be certain to see the story. It had been months since Mercy B. Lord left, and she had disappeared as completely from my life as she apparently had from Singapore, if Carleen Stein was to be believed. I hadn't had a word from Mercy B. Lord herself, not even a rebuke by phone or a note in her handwriting. There had been only the boomeranging flowers, the apology note with the word bastard brush-scrawled across it by Beatrice Fong, and, of course, the unopened letters returned with "not at this address" stamped on them. Suddenly, the smouldering anxiety I had felt for her safety flared. I swallowed my pride and phoned Ronnie to inquire about her welfare, only to be told in a crisply modulated voice, "Simon, she's safe and getting on with her life, and we'd thank you to kindly mind your own business. I think you've done enough, don't you?" His answer sounded rehearsed, not at all like the usual Ronnie, who was invariably polite, the exception among the Wing brothers. It seemed as if he'd been prepped for my call. I guess after Sydney's spit-flecked desk-thumping declaration, "She's mine," there was little or no point in pretending they, the Wings, were not involved in Mercy B. Lord's life. To put it mildly, I was up to my eyebrows in excrement. With the awards dinner less than a week away, My febrile imagination immediately identified yet another potential problem. The Fong Wing alliance could send Mercy B. Lord out of the country for a week to cause me maximum embarrassment. This placed me between a rock and a hard place. I either copped the flak and caused a major ruckus with the Hong Kong Art Gallery people, and might even have to pass up the prize. The entry form had specified that all artists would need to be able to authenticate the identity of their living subject. Or, by revealing her name and whereabouts without her permission, betray Mercy B. Lord's trust. I wouldn't have minded if the Hong Kong people had decided to pull my portrait. There had to be a second place-getter. I was an ad man and knew it would be great publicity for the gallery. I could tell them exactly how to capitalize on the apparent disaster. My concern lay elsewhere. It was inevitable that Mercy B. Lord would eventually be recognized. The paper was right. She turned heads in the street. And when she was, she would be blamed for ruining the career of an up-and-coming artist, robbing him of the prize and future career opportunities. My only hope was that someone whose word could not be doubted would vouch for her authenticity and be able to prove she existed, even if she had been hurriedly shipped out of the country. I did the only thing I could think of and sent her one of the Hong Kong Art Gallery's elaborately printed invitations to the awards dinner, this time insisting Louis de Fly personally deliver it into her hands. First thing the next morning at the agency, I phoned Connie Song at Corona Flowers to order a corsage. She suggested a deep purple cymbidium orchid in a beribboned clear plastic box, but pointed out that they were specifically flown in from Taiwan, and the courier from the airport wouldn't arrive until mid-morning. She phoned back at 10:30 to say the cymbidiums had arrived, and I sent Louis de Fly to collect the one she'd suggested. In retrospect, I realized the orchid was a pretty clumsy gesture, but I wanted to indicate to Mercy B. Lord how anxious I was to have her come to the dinner, to have her share the glory, in fact, to be the center of it all, as a beautiful woman ought to be. There was something wrong about an ugly Chinese-Australian peasant with the build of a tree stump and a face about as interesting as a dinner plate getting all the credit. Carefully duplicating the script used on the invitation, I added the words, "Airline ticket, black cheongsam, red shoes and single accommodation provided." All horribly gauche, I admit, and I still blush to think of it, but I was hopelessly in love, and my addled brain wasn't coping all that well. Besides, all this unnecessary brouhaha had only served to sharpen my sense of personal loss. If love is the act of falling, tumbling head over heels, then I had not only fallen in love, but was somersaulting into a bottomless abyss where the adage that time heals all wounds didn't exist. I confess I was rendered stupid by love, even on occasion stupefied by it. I'd wake at 2 a.m. and pace the flat, mumbling tearfully, "But I love you, I love you, I love you," like a congenital idiot. I'd have to be careful not to say or think her name, for if I did, I'd get an almost instant erection, and I could no longer visit Veronica for relief. I added the invitation to the boxed and ribboned corsage and handed it back to Louis de Fly, then gave him his taxi fare and $2 for drink and sustenance at the tea house across the road from the Beatrice Fong agency. If he walked or took a rickshaw and spent only 50 cents on his food, the cost of a cheap meal, he would profit by about $5. "Louis de Fly, this time don't go inside," I said to him in Cantonese. "Wait in the tea house across the road until Miss Mercy B. Lord comes out or goes in. Then give her the envelope and the flower. You understand? Only give it to her, nobody else." I hesitated, trying to keep my voice casual. "Tell her to please phone me." "Yes, boss," he replied in English. "How much this one flower?" $10, and it's not for sale, you hear? If she's not there today, you go back tomorrow." I pointed to the small glass tube with the rubber bung that contained the orchid stem. "This flower will be perfect tomorrow. It can last all week." "I go back all week, boss. Maybe Mr. Ronnie not so happy I don't come my work." "No, just today and tomorrow morning. Don't worry about Mr. Ronnie. You have my permission to be away. If she doesn't come, you bring the flower back here to me." "I can give my sister, boss. She not dead yet." "Louis de Fly, you heard me.
Bring the bloody flour back. Yes, boss. $10 one flour? Last time $12, 12 flour. Maybe you can take it back to that lady for flour shop and she can give money back. This pretty bad business. Look at stem. Last flour all got long stem. This one got no bloody stem, he said, picking up with alacrity my previous use of the vernacular. While Louis de Fly spoke the 4 local ethnic languages fluently, he'd convinced himself that his pathway to a bright future lay in mastering the English language. Since Mercy B. Lord had left me, I'd habitually worked back each night at the agency, dreading the prospect of returning to an empty flat and a bowl of lukewarm takeaway noodles. Ronnie no longer asked me to help out with entertaining clients, or even invited me to lunch. But Dansford, having left the office at lunchtime, would sometimes call after 5, already well lubricated, and suggest meeting him at a girly bar for a drink. Do you good, Simon. Lift you out of your misery. A few drinks and then get your rocks off. You'll be a new man, buddy. Why is it that most men believe that the damage done to your heart by the loss of a girlfriend can be instantly repaired by getting drunk and getting laid, as Dansford would have put it? While I knew Dansford was only trying to help, the last thing I needed was another woman. I missed Mercy B. Lord totally, in mind, spirit, and body. It was just that the first 2 were internalized and the third was manifest. But together they represented a constant longing, an ache that had nothing whatsoever to do with sexual gratification. It was only when I had been painting that my sense of loss seemed to fade a little. Mercy B. Lord's image, slowly emerging from the flat white canvas, gave me a sense of her returning to my life. No longer did I need the ice cube therapy or pace the floor each night mumbling the same mournful endearments. However, in the days that followed my sending the painting off to Hong Kong, I sank, crashed is a better word, into a deeper despair than ever. It was as if I'd now lost Mercy B. Lord all over again. Years later I would understand that in my mind and imagination I brought her to life. It was like feeling the presence of a phantom limb. In retrospect, I suppose it sounds pretty strange, but curiously, the comment most people made when they saw the painting was that it had enormous presence. In fact, of the 60 portraits by international artists accepted by the Hong Kong Art Gallery for exhibition, Thursday Girl was described as the painting that most frequently caught the eye of visitors and drew them to it. The Chinese have a penchant for renaming things, the names usually based on some physical quality the thing possesses. For instance, a new high-rise building in Hong Kong, featuring hundreds of round windows, was immediately referred to as the Building of 1,000 Arseholes. A Guinness stout bottle featuring an Irish harp on the label had been known for over 50 years as the Broken Bicycle Wheel beer. My portrait was renamed by a Chinese journalist as the Princess with the Dragon Chisel, and by some form of Oriental osmosis, within a couple of days, everyone was calling it that, and it bore this new name whenever it appeared in the Chinese press. Someone on the gallery staff soon called and asked if they too could use the Chinese name in their promotional material, saying they planned to have a second banner printed for the front of the building with the new name in Mandarin. I hurriedly agreed to the name change, thinking it might cause less trouble for Mercy B. Lord. I had no wish to remind her of the subject of our last fateful discussion. They'd also delicately referred to the suggestion made by Carleen Stein and the Straits Times that Mercy B. Lord didn't exist. While not quite knowing what to say, I fired a shot in the dark and assured them that she lived and breathed and would be identified soon enough. I reasoned that if the worst came to the worst, I would ask Molly Ong to verify Mercy B. Lord's existence, and then cop whatever flack came my way. I dare say I could also have used Long Mi Saw, but he constituted heavy artillery, almost like getting the Prime Minister to vouch for your character. Involving Molly was a lousy solution, and no doubt Mercy B. Lord would think I had betrayed her, but it was the only way I could think of to avoid a major embarrassment for the gallery, and also stop the press from speculating. After all, what had occurred wasn't the Hong Kong Art Gallery's fault, and having Mercy B. Lord's existence authenticated was the lesser of 2 unfortunate outcomes. If not for me, then certainly for everyone else involved. Naturally, for the umpteenth time, I chastised myself for my impetuosity. No, that sounds too lenient.
for my downright carelessness and thoughtlessness in entering the competition. While there was no possible excuse, it never entered my head that I'd win or even be exhibited. Even the prospect of making the Salon des Refusés only occurred to me fleetingly. But that's not the point, is it? And then there was my mother. Who the hell would have thought she'd be in Hong Kong, just when this was all happening? But then again, Chairman Miao seemed to have an instinct for being where the action was. It had not endeared her to most of my uncles. She seemed to have an uncanny knack of appearing at one or another of the little empires each of them ran on behalf of the family at exactly the wrong or right time, depending upon whose viewpoint you were taking. As I mentioned earlier, she'd followed up her original excited mid-morning phone call with another that came just after Carleen Stein's program. For me, it was the worst possible timing. What I didn't need was a Chairman Miao interrogation after Carleen Stein's asinine remarks on TV. To my enormous relief, she announced in a voice filled with disappointment that she couldn't come to Singapore the following morning because my uncle Colin, responsible for the company real estate portfolio, was causing a ruckus about a building in the CBD, which he wanted to demolish to build a high-rise office tower. Can you imagine? No please or thank you. He had the nerve to tell your father that he had Whelan the Wrecker standing by and needed his signature on the contract to give him the go-ahead. Your father is very against it. The building is a Georgian masterpiece, Sydney sandstone, the first investment Little Sparrow ever made, apart from the restaurants and what have you. It's been in the family for 60 years. Your father has called an extraordinary board meeting, and I'm afraid I have to be there. Your Uncle Colin can be rather stubborn, and his judgment isn't always to be relied upon, she concluded in Chairman Miao business code. Roughly translated outside the boardroom, that last statement would go something like this. Colin is a bumbling nincompoop, a Philistine whose judgment can't under any circumstances be trusted. There was an audible sigh from the Hong Kong end, and then she concluded, Anyway, I'd better go. Okay, Mum. Nice of you to call, I mumbled, then waited, knowing that her farewells often took longer than her conversations. Never mind, darling. I'll be back on the afternoon flight on Thursday week, and we'll fly to Hong Kong together on Saturday morning for the dinner in the evening. I am so looking forward to meeting your nice friends. Oh, and Simon, you will be wearing black tie, won't you? Mum, no, it's optional. I'm supposed to be an artist. It won't be expected, I protested. I've got the suit you had made in Sydney. You're also supposed to be a gentleman, darling. The two things are not mutually exclusive, unless you're one of those new hippies. Besides, it is expected. I shall be with you, and that suit is well below par. I will be wearing a beautiful Christian Dior gown I bought in Paris last season, which I have yet to wear. It's raw silk, with the bodice and hemline decorated with black Tahitian seed pearls. I think I've got a diamond dragon brooch somewhere. In the vault, I think. Oh, and darling, you will be sure to have a haircut, won't you? Mum, this is short back and side Singapore, and I don't possess a dinner suit. There's plenty of time to have one made, dear. One of those clever overnight tailors in Orchard Road will make it for you. Single-breasted is what everyone's wearing these days. You don't want to look like a young Bob Menzies. What about your gorgeous Thursday girl? You quite neglected to tell me her name this morning. Wacko, Chairman Miao was back, her timing perfect. She'd slipped Mercy B. Lord into the conversation seemingly effortlessly. It's Mercy B. Lord. Did I hear you correctly? Mercy's very nice, but B. Lord? That's not a Chinese name. No, Mum. Mercy, as in to have mercy, B, as in the initial, and Lord, as in Jesus. Mercy be Lord, I repeated. Oh, how extraordinary. And that's her real name, Mercy be Lord. But she is Chinese, isn't she? Mum, she's an orphan, left on the steps of a Catholic orphanage. That's what the nun who discovered her exclaimed when she set eyes on the tiny swaddled bundle on the front steps. Mercy be Lord. So that's how she was named. Simple, really. As I told you this morning, she has absolutely no guanxi whatsoever.
We'll talk about all that when I get there, darling. I'll see you on Thursday night. Yes, Mum. Why don't you stay with me? Make a change from a hotel. You mean you're on your own? I was rather hoping. No, Mum, I told you this morning she's not mine, I replied sharply. Oh, did you? I must have missed that in all the excitement. Yes, well. A moment's pause, then. Oh, and tell me about little Sparrow's dragon chisel. It was an afterthought, Mum. Instead of a toggle, I added it at the very last moment. Simon, I think you're fibbing. It was no afterthought, or if it was, it's a sign, a definite sign. Listen to me. I stood for an hour looking at your painting, looking into her eyes. That's not something you can paint if it isn't there. What isn't there, Mum? Simon, that beautiful young woman has you, written all over her. Mum, please, she's not mine. Please don't make any plans. They simply won't work, I cried down the phone like a plaintive teenager. I dare say she'll wear the gown and shoes in the picture, but I thought I'd bring a set of diamond drop earrings, perfect with her lovely Sassoon helmet-style haircut. Mum! What, darling? I told you, she's not mine. I don't even know if she'll attend. Oh? But you have invited her. Yes. And? I haven't heard from her. Technically, it wasn't a fib. And you sent flowers, I hope? Yes, Mum, I sent roses. They didn't have yellow, so I sent pink, a dozen. Good boy. I breathed an inward sigh of relief. Fibbing to Chairman Meow was always dangerous. Beatrice Fong's brush-stroked bastard across the middle of my letter of apology wasn't something you could explain to your mother. She's barely had time to reply, I explained, having trouble keeping my voice steady. There was another pause. Then she said, Darling, you do know how proud I am. An artist who becomes the chairman of the board of a vast family conglomerate. A titter came over the line from Hong Kong. Now, wouldn't that be something? Must go, darling. I'll call you from Australia. And yes, I'd love to stay with you. Bye, Mum, I said, exasperated, and waited. But this time I heard the click as she replaced the receiver. I knew it was pointless telling Chairman Meow that Mercy B. Lord wasn't part of my life. But at least she'd dropped the subject when she realised I was becoming upset. Chairman Meow and Mother combined had swiftly changed the subject, and in the process reminded me, not too subtly, of the endgame, Simon Koo, Chairman of the Board. Very occasionally the congruence between Chairman Meow and my mum increased. When this happened, the decisions that resulted were forever chiselled in granite. The point I'm making is that both had made up their minds about Mercy B. Lord in a double whammy decision. And, like the Georgian building in the heart of Sydney's central business district, no metaphorical wheel in the wrecker was going to be allowed to reduce it to rubble. The apparent Freudian slip of the tongue. That beautiful young woman has you, written all over her. I knew with absolute certainty was no slip at all. I clasped my head in my hands and shook it vigorously, gnashing my teeth and growling in frustration. Chairman Meow versus Beatrice Fong and the Wing brothers would be an even and deadly contest. The fact that Mercy B. Lord or Simon Koo might want to be involved in this clash of the Oriental Titans that was now almost certain to eventuate wouldn't occur to either Chinese faction. Simple. Australia and Singapore would soon officially be at war. All this happened on what had been, for me, a very long day. Now I'd sent Louis to fly to try to accost Mercy B. Lord as she entered or left the Beatrice Fong building. He'd left shortly before noon and hadn't returned by 5, so I could only assume he'd missed seeing her and gone home to return to the task in the morning. Because of yesterday's media circus, I'd done no work in the agency, and we had a meeting with Michael Johns of Texas Oil the next day. They planned to launch a new type of oil onto the Asian market. It was purported to increase the efficiency of the engine in much less time than normal engine oil, by lubricating the moving parts almost instantly upon ignition. Big Loud Mike's idea for the copy was, "The engine is instantly sprayed with tiger piss," which we were to translate cleverly into Chinese. Following the huge success of the Texas Tiger petrol campaign, he had practically become a legend back in Houston, Texas, and he now regarded himself as an expert on all matters relating to Chinese tigers and petroleum products. I was required to design a new 24-sheet poster for service stations and roadside sites featuring the new oil. The tiger piss idea sounded ludicrous, but because you can't easily read the Oriental mind, we'd tried the name on a sample of 40 truck owner-drivers and on the same number of taxi drivers in 4 Asian countries. Almost to a man, they'd burst out laughing when they heard it, shaking their heads at the absurdity of the idea, and, no doubt, at the presumption of the Guelo. The Chinese, in particular, always try to second-guess whatever answer you would prefer when you ask them a question, and may never tell you how they feel personally about the subject discussed. So this spontaneous outburst of mirth at Big Loud Mike's suggestion told us everything we needed to know. There are limitations even to the Chinese imagination, and the concept of tiger's piss for engine oil was going a tad too far. The idea I'd settled on when designing the poster showed a tiger running fully stretched along a mountain road, with the immediate background scenery speed-blurred, and above it a dark, brooding sky ripped asunder with a brilliant strip of lightning that ended on an illustration of the oil container. The caption read, "Tiger Lubrication, Greased Lightning for Ultimate Engine Care." While it was a little clumsy in English, it translated well into most Asian languages, with the exception of Tagalog, the language spoken in most parts of the Philippines. It was rendering rather well, the poster layout coming along nicely, and I'd lost all sense of time when I heard the night buzzer ringing in reception. I glanced at my watch. It was 8 o'clock. I'd arrived at the agency at 7 that morning and hadn't eaten all day. I glanced out of the window to see that it was already dark, and a street light had come on in the distance. Walking into reception, I switched on the light and was surprised to see Louis de Fly, with his face pressed to the plate-glass front door, fist pounding for attention. I opened the door to the teenager, who panted excitedly, "You come now, boss! Quick time! I got also rickshaw!" "Hey, whoa, steady on, mate. What's going on?" "You see, come, we go!" "Hang on, Louis de Fly, calm down. Tell me what all this is about." "I find Missy Mercy. She want to see you, boss. I got rickshaw. We go. She waiting for you." "Why didn't you bring her here?" I asked, surprised. "No, too danger. We go. She be there by Muslim temple." "Mosque?" Yeah, big one, boss. More big old church and temple in Singapore. We go Kampong Glam." He was talking about the Sultan Mosque, round the corner from Arab Street. Mercy B. Lord had taken me there as part of my orientation tour when I'd first arrived, and we'd discovered a Malay shophouse restaurant where an old Muslim woman served, and her even older husband, predictably named Muhammad Ismail, did the cooking under a single tiny electric bulb in the ceiling. We'd returned several times after that, but neither husband nor wife appeared to recognize us. It wasn't one of those places where patrons were welcomed with a fuss, or welcomed at all. You sat, ordered, ate, and paid. For all we knew, the old lady may have been snarling at us, so little could we see of her under her burqa, which covered her entire face apart from her eyes. But the attraction was the food, especially the curry. Muhammad Ismail made a wonderful chicken curry served with raita, a yogurt and cucumber dip seasoned with coriander, and roti jala, a lacy flatbread sometimes referred to as net bread. While the curry was already cooked, he made the accompaniments as they were ordered, and the service was as slow as the movement of their ancient slipper-clad feet. The patrons were invariably young Malay labourers, who, after a hard day's work, were happy to linger, many of them sleeping at a worksite or on the floor. A dozen men in a cheap, poorly ventilated room, so the lack of service wasn't a problem for them. Needless to say, the curries, always 3 different kinds, were cheap as chips, though this was not the reason we went. The food was truly exceptional. The tiny restaurant was situated down a small lane not far from Arab Street,
and when Mercy B. Lord had asked Muhammad Ismail if the eatery had a name, he had let out a toothless cackle. "The Ritz," he said, repeating the name twice. The joke seemed out of place coming from the old cook, but when more closely questioned, he explained that the name came from two Angmo Europeans who had somehow stumbled on the place. Enjoying his curry, they had asked him the same question, and he'd replied that it didn't have a name. They then suggested he name it the Ritz. "What means this name?" he asked Mercy B. Lord. She'd replied that it meant it was a place with especially good food. She could have added, and very poor lighting. The Ritz was perpetually in semi-darkness, and it was absolutely perfect for a clandestine meeting. I gave the rickshaw driver $2, the equivalent of the taxi fare, while Louis de Fly looked on, frowning in disapproval at my utterly profligate gesture. I invariably felt guilty taking a rickshaw. The poor bastard had, after all, pulled Louis de Fly from Beatrice Fong's to the agency, and then, with the added burden of the chunky Chinaman, a fair distance across town on a hot, humid night, where the acrid atmosphere caused by forest fires in Indonesia was dangerous to breathe. He deserved taxi rates or even more. A taxi driver sat on his arse, his only physical exertion involving a hand on the horn, a foot on the pedal, and yelling abuse at other drivers and pedestrians. Besides, there was something decidedly un-Australian about another human pulling you, using the sweat of his brow as if he were some poor, dumb animal. "I go home now, boss?" Louis de Fly asked, eyeing the rickshaw about to depart. "I tell him $2 you pay also for take me home?" I handed the rickshaw driver another 50 cents. "Go on, scram. And thanks, mate." When I entered the beaded door of the shadowy Ritz, it was just past 8:30, and the labourers had already departed. The small room was empty, but for a Muslim woman in a burqa sitting at a table in the corner, whom I took to be Muhammad Ismail's wife, putting her feet up after a busy evening. My heart sank. Mercy B. Lord had obviously grown impatient and left. I almost sank to my knees in despair, but then the woman in the dark corner called out quietly, "Simon, over here." I reckon my smile was as wide as a slice of watermelon. Just 3 words. Impossible to tell if they were happy, sad, angry, or simply businesslike. But I hadn't heard her voice for months and didn't care. I wanted to dance up to her, suddenly transmogrified into Fred Astaire, from tree stump to top hat, white tie and tails, my arms extended as I swept her from the chair, the ugly hangings of black cotton she wore transformed into an elegant silk ball gown, with skirts that flounced as we danced. I guess I lumbered rather than danced to her table, propped, and tried to see if her eyes were friendly and welcoming, but the black headgear denied me any sign whatsoever. It was impossible to tell. The light wasn't great, and eyes alone are not the indicator they're always claimed to be. "Mercy be Lord, thank you. Thank you for seeing me. I wanted to It's nice to see you, Simon." Her voice was slightly muffled by the mask of black muslin. "I've missed you." It was only at that moment that I saw the orchid. I mean, it was pinned over her heart, for all the world to see, but I'd been so intent on her eyes that I'd missed this magnificent splash of colour against her dark blouse. I pointed to the bloom. "I hope you didn't think it presumptuous," which, of course, it was. "Simon, it's lovely." "May I sit?" "Of course." My heart sank. Her tone was measured, not exactly the voice of a long-lost lover finding her beloved again. "Whatever happens, keep your head. Don't let it get emotional straight away," I urged myself. "Have you eaten?" she asked. "No, I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day." Mercy B. Lord laughed, the first tiny breakthrough. "You need a good woman to care for you, Simon Koo." I winced visibly. "I wish." "Well, you'll be happy to know your chicken curry is on the way, with the usual raita and net bread." She laughed again, softly. I'm afraid Mohammed Ismail thought he was through for the night. The old lady was washing dishes as I entered. I think go slow has assumed a new meaning in the kitchen of the Ritz.
Her tone of voice was now sufficiently light for me to venture the next question. Have you converted to the Muslim faith, Mercy be Lord? If you have, you'll have to change your name to Mercy be Allah. Her eyes danced as she laughed once more. I'd broken through. Mercy be Lord reached up and removed the part of the burqa covering her nose and chin, then pushed back the scarf resting on her forehead so that her entire face was revealed. I knew how pretty she was. No, how beautiful. But the sight of that gorgeous face still made me catch my breath. Swathed in black, with only her face revealed, she looked like an oriental Madonna.
Simon, just one thing.
What?
Did you tell Molly Ong to call me?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure?
Yes, certain.
Do you know why she called?
Yes, I have a fair idea.
Why?
The Singapore girl?
Simon, it sounds like one of your ideas.
I attempted a laugh. Oh, don't you ever say that in front of Molly. She'll think I appropriated the idea. No, honestly, it's all hers, 100%. She, saw the, thing in the paper and called me. I told her it was a great idea, but that's all. I looked directly at Mercy be Lord. And it is. She asked me if I'd seen you, and I said no. There had been no contact. Then she...
What?
She asked if you, that is, if she managed to persuade you, on the idea, whether I would have trouble working with you.
And?
I grinned. You can guess my answer. I assured her I'd be over the moon, doing handstands, double somersaults in the air, jumping over tall buildings in a single bound. I had hoped for a reaction, even the twitch of a smile, but instead she picked up her handbag, opened it, and withdrew a piece of folded newspaper. Of course, I knew instantly what it was. The moment of truth was upon me. Mercy be Lord, I know it's pointless, too late and all that, but I am truly sorry. I never for one moment expected this to happen. It was just, painting you was a way of keeping you in my life each day, like you hadn't left. The competition was just something, a deadline that kept me, painting. By this time, she'd unfolded the newspaper and smoothed it out on the Laminex surface of the table. She stabbed at it with her finger, pinning her portrait so that I winced at the gesture. I waited for the expostulation to follow, averting my eyes and shaking my head in regret, willing myself to accept whatever she said, determined to offer no protest other than my regret at having humiliated her. But no explosion followed. Mercy be Lord remained silent, her finger rigid, motionless, blood pooling above the nail, turning the tip a darker shade under the skin. Had it been a stiletto blade stabbed into her breast, it couldn't have been more meaningful. I can't say how long it was. In my mind, the days and weeks and months since she'd left me passed in what was perhaps no more than an agonizing half a minute in real time. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said,
Simon, have you any possible idea of the harm you've done?
Sometimes you have to believe in a higher force. Just then, a slap-slap of slippers approached, as Mrs. Muhammad shuffled towards the table with our dinner on a large painted tin tray, now scratched and worn. Placing the curry and raita on the table, she muttered something in Malay to Mercy be Lord. I waited until the old lady had departed and looked into Mercy be Lord's eyes. I could see she was close to tears, while I was not far from them myself. Mercy be Lord, I'm an asshole. She folded the newspaper clipping and returned it to her handbag, then started to silently serve me rice and chicken curry, tears now streaming down her cheeks. I've done the wrong thing, I continued. I know that now. It was arrogant and thoughtless and entirely out of order.
Yes, it was all of those things, Simon, she said, her eyes averted as she replaced the serving spoon. But there may be a way out of this mess, I said quietly. Oh? Carleen Stein's program and yesterday's Straits Times have both suggested that you may be a figment of my imagination. Yes, I know. So? I'll withdraw the painting. You'll what? Admit it, that the portrait is phony. Oh, I see. And promptly create another media mess? Yeah, possibly, but one that leaves you out of the equation. How is that? Well, I'll tell them that, technically speaking, it's a fake. That it's based on a guide who showed me around Singapore when I arrived almost 3 years ago. I asked her if she'd allow me to paint her portrait, and she agreed. I glanced up. Do you agree that's true so far? Mercy be Lord nodded. Yes. I then did 6 preliminary pencil sketches. Yes again. Then nothing more. Mercy be Lord nodded again. Okay, then we eventually lost touch. That's stretching things a bit. Yeah, but not essentially untrue. Then, 6 months ago, 2.5 years after we'd met, I set about painting her portrait pretty well from memory, and contrary to the rules of the competition. Is that true about the rules? As it turns out, yes. Although at the time I simply filled in the entry form and didn't bother reading the small print or even the larger print. My only ambition was to finish. I'm an art director. My life is ruled by deadlines. Not in my wildest dreams did I think the painting would get anywhere. I grinned. The last prize I won for portraiture was in primary school when I painted a picture of Miss Thomas, my teacher. Do the rules state that you have to have the permission of your subject to exhibit? Yes, as it turns out, the express permission. And it's the right of the gallery to authenticate the subject's existence. And you are refusing to give her name? Well, the gallery hasn't brought it up yet, but yes, on TV and in the interviews I did. I simply insisted that she was to be referred to as the Thursday Girl. And no one asked you why? Why Thursday Girl? Yes, of course. I told them it was the day I met you. I paused to take a mouthful of chicken curry. Simon, you idiot, it was a Saturday. Oops. So far you're doing very well, I don't think. Still, I'd be surprised if anyone checked. So go on. Well, from the perspective of the Hong Kong Art Gallery, it's beginning to look very much on the nose. With all this TV and newspaper speculation, it might appear that the woman in the portrait is a figment of the artist's imagination. The subject, if the artist is telling the truth, is at best based on a few hurried sketches in his notebook, and he hasn't seen her and refuses to name her without permission. It's all pretty bloody sus, wouldn't you say? Until tonight. Until tonight what? Well, I'm here. Oh, so you're happy for me to announce to the world that you've been found? A sudden look of real fear crossed Mercy B. Lord's face. No, she cried. No, you can't. If they find out we're meeting, they'll... She pulled herself up just in time, and my heart skipped a beat. She'd confirmed she was in some sort of danger, but I knew instinctively this was the wrong time to pursue the matter. Well, there we go. So we didn't meet tonight. But this is ridiculous. Your cousins, Peter and Professor Kwan, Mrs. Sidebottom, Long Mi Saw and Molly Ong, the Wings, Dansford Drocker, Beatrice Fong, Elmer Kelly, and I dare say there are others, have all seen us together. We live together. Hang on, I haven't denied that, but it doesn't change a thing. If anyone brings that up, I have simply respected your privacy. It doesn't alter the facts of the matter. As for those in the know, that's just it, see? Some, like the Wing brothers and Beatrice Fong, have reasons not to speak to anyone. My cousins will keep their mouths shut. So will Dansford and Mrs. Sidebottom. And if Elmer Kelly hears about it, well, I imagine she'll call me before she says anything. She's pretty sharp. And what about Molly Ong and Long Mi Saw? Oh, and the tourism minister.
I was pretty alive and well as your partner at Dansford's pink hair cocktail party. Ah, that's the best part. Mercy B. Lord frowned and looked stern. What exactly do you mean by that, Simon? Well, thinking laterally. What's that mean? It's from a book I've been reading by a guy named Edward de Bono. It means thinking outside the square, looking for a lateral rather than a conventional or direct solution to a problem. You know, something perfectly obvious when you see it, but nobody's thought to do it that way or in that manner before. I'm not sure I understand. Let me give you an example. A hotel chain. I forget which one, but they've got a hotel in Hong Kong, and anyway, the problem exists in all five-star hotels. How do you know so much about five-star hotels? Huh? Oh, my mum, she's an expert on finding the best hotels. Anyway, they were finding that they had to replace the very expensive carpet in the foyer lounges every 2 years, due to uneven wear as people came and went from the hotel. Now, you can imagine that to replace carpet in every hotel in a worldwide chain costs millions of dollars. So they called Dr. de Bono in as a consultant and told him that if they could extend the life of the foyer carpets for, say, a further 18 months, the savings would be enormous. Why didn't they just use polished wood instead? Mercy B. Lord suggested. Ah, not a bad idea. But that's a conventional solution, and, dare I say, well within the square. Wooden floors are noisy, and because the foyers are where all the traffic is, it would immediately detract from the relaxed ambience and the appearance of luxury. Too clever by far, and the public are not stupid, and clearly know a cost-cutting measure when they see it. Mercy B. Lord leaned over and touched my hand. Oh, it's so nice to be here, Simon, just to talk. You always make me think, even if it is about five-star hotels. My heart skipped several beats as she continued. I thought we might have a row, that you'd be angry with me. She withdrew her hand as suddenly as she'd placed it on mine, as if she'd momentarily forgotten the circumstances of our meeting. She seemed to take a deep breath, although it was hard to tell under the ugly tent-like burqa. But when she spoke, her voice was bright, as if she were forcing herself to stay calm and pleasant. Okay, Smarty Pants, what did your clever Dr. de Bono do? It was simple, really. He looked heavenwards. He asked God. Mercy B. Lord had an endearing tendency to take things too literally sometimes. No, the chandeliers. Most luxury hotels have those enormous fancy chandeliers. This chain was no exception. Edward de Bono simply suggested they change to bulbs with a lower wattage. This in turn added to the ambience of the foyers, while effectively concealing the wear on the carpet, extending its life, as it turned out, for a further 2 years. Simple solution. I leaned back. In a nutshell, that's lateral thinking. Mercy B. Lord smiled. That's very clever. And you've come up with one of these lateral ideas? Well, yes, I think so. Bear with me a moment. I announced to the Hong Kong Art Gallery people that I've broken the rules and painted a woman pretty much from memory, who I met 3 years ago, did so without her permission, and I refuse to give them her name unless she agrees. And she can't be located. Mercy B. Lord completed the sentence for me, implying that our meeting at the Ritz was off the record. Precisely. So they have no option but to withdraw the portrait and award the prize to the guy who came second. And that way you're off the hook. Oh, Simon, what about you? That's simply awful. Your reputation as a painter will be ruined. The portrait is brilliant, she cried. I grinned. What reputation? It didn't exist before I won the bloody prize, so I'm just back to square one. It's not a big deal. But you'll lose face. That's terrible. I grinned. I seem to be pretty good at that. No point stopping now. You rescued me at the airport, so I owe you one. I paused. Mercy B. Lord, I truly beg your forgiveness. I've let you down terribly. She bit her bottom lip and took a deep breath, then tossed her head as if to change the subject. Go on, we'll get to that later. Yes, well, with my tail between my legs, I metaphorically slink back to Singapore with the portrait and cop the media flack. Oh, Simon, is all this necessary? This personal disgrace? I sometimes think to hell with everybody.
She looked down at her hands. My life is fucked anyway. I should have the courage to go on Carleen Stein's program and tell everyone. Let them see how brilliant you are and clear up the whole stupid mess. And then what? Mercy B. Lord looked straight into my eyes. Does it matter? I reached over and held her hand. I'd never heard her use the F word in that ugly way before. Darling, it matters more to me than anything else in my life. May I ask you a question? I could sense that we were about to break down simultaneously, and that I must avoid doing so at all costs. Her safety was paramount. Nothing else mattered. She averted her eyes. It depends on the question, Simon, she said softly. Are you in danger? Physical danger? Mercy B. Lord was silent, and her hand went to the orchid and touched it lightly. It's beautiful. I've never had a corsage before. Please, you don't have to say anything. Just nod or shake your head. Her eyes rose slowly to meet mine, and she nodded. I sighed and nodded in turn. Right. Please, Simon. No more questions. I told myself I must hold my nerve, keep my resolve. She'd answered my question. Now was not the time to pursue the subject. I attempted to keep my voice calm as her eyes brimmed with tears. Okay, where was I? Oh yes, the portrait is brought back to Singapore in disgrace. I paused. But not entirely. How is that? Mercy B. Lord asked, clearly grateful for the release of tension. I grinned and shrugged. I'm a dumb artist. Artists don't read the rules. Everyone knows they're away with the fairies. Anyway, it's obvious to everyone that I love beautiful women. Mercy B. Lord grinned. So what now? Well, naturally everyone wants to see it, the portrait, in the flesh, so to speak. Take a gander, see what all the fuss is about. So, the Tourist Promotion Board borrows the portrait of a supposedly impossibly beautiful Singaporean woman, this figment of the fevered imagination of a disgraced artist, and displays it in the City Hall for public viewing. And that gets you off the hook? You save face? Mercy B. Lord was starting to look relieved. Maybe, although people love dirt more than anything. But wouldn't that mean the Tourist Promotion Board encourages cheating? Hong Kong is going to howl. Well, yes, of course. Normally they wouldn't have a bar of it. In fact, it will be important to castigate me publicly, show official disapproval and so on. Simon, you've lost me. Where from here? Think laterally. The emotional trigger isn't a disgraced artist, who, by the way, is no longer from Singapore but is just an Australian con artist. The emotional trigger is that the media have speculated that the woman in the portrait is too beautiful to be real, to actually exist in the flesh. Simon, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, the answer is no. I told you I can't. I simply can't make a sudden appearance, solve the whole messy business in a single stroke. I left you because I couldn't reveal a part of my life, and I still can't. God knows I wish I could. Every bone in my body aches for you. Besides, I'm not beautiful, not like that. I saw your portrait on Carleen Stein's show, and it's breathtaking. Oh, but so are you. Simon, don't talk nonsense. That's enough. No. The strong-minded Mercy B. Lord was back. No, you've got it all wrong. You don't have to make a public appearance, right the wrong, vindicate me. Nothing like that, sweetheart. She ignored the endearment I'd slipped in. Go on then, Simon. I'm intrigued. Well, Molly Ong, ex-Miss Singapore, makes an announcement. They are going to conduct a competition to find the Singapore girl, or girls, who are, in their own particular ways, every bit as beautiful as the painting. The winning girl will promote tourism and travel overseas as a travel ambassador. Entrants dress identically to the girl in the portrait, pose in the original peacock tail chair for a photograph by Harry Three Thumbs Poon, and a TV camera records each entrant's portrait. Then, The day's entries are run on TV that night on Carlene's People, and the shots printed the following day in a special supplement in the Straits Times, with viewers and readers voting for each day's winner, who gets a prize of some sort. At the end of a month, the public vote for 7 to go into the semi-finals, then 3 into the finals. Which, by sheer coincidence, is won by me, Mercy B. Lord said, clearly appalled. Simon, that's cheating. No, that's simply not true. You enter under precisely the same conditions as everyone else, and the judging is all above board. Whoever becomes the Singapore girl will have won fair and square. I shrugged. If you lose, you're off the hook. If you win, you can be sure you've won on your own merits, and there's been no malarkey. But I told her, that is Molly Ong, that I couldn't come to the Hong Kong dinner or ever see you again. Did she ask you why? Yes, of course. But I told her it was a matter of face. Too many people would lose face. She's Chinese. She understood. What about Simon? What about Simon's face? His reputation, she asked, twisting the knife. That's tough. Let me ask you a question. I'm not sure. The last one was... No, nothing like that. I interrupted her. Mercy B. Lord, all things being equal, would you like the job she described, the role of Singapore girl? Oh, Simon, you must know I would. Any girl in Singapore would die for it. But, as you said, for private reasons, you can't accept her direct offer because of, well, we know why, past associations. Yes. But if you win, you're suddenly a high-profile identity and a public servant under state protection, which means you're safe. Secondly, I'm not directly involved, except as a professional, a creative director for the Tourist Promotions Board, a Samuel Oswald Wing account, and even that's only until my contract ends. I grinned to reassure her. After that, I become a disgraced painter of beautiful women. But there's just one catch. You have to win fair and square by public vote. Molly Ong called this morning. I saw last night's TV program, and that horrid insinuation in the Straits Times this morning. It was clear that if I didn't make myself known, you were going to be disgraced, when all you'd done was the honourable thing and refused to reveal my name. Mercy B. Lord burst into sudden tears. In a plaintive voice, she said, I told Molly when she mentioned you losing face that it was your problem, not mine, that you shouldn't have done what you did. You should have asked my permission, but that's so cruel. Oh, Simon, I'm so sorry. She wept. I feel so guilty that I've betrayed you, that I've been the cause of your disgrace. It's such a brilliant portrait. You thoroughly deserved to win. She looked up at me and sniffed, knuckling back her tears and then tossing her head and sniffing again. That's when I decided to see you tonight, to try and explain. My office upstairs looks out onto the street, and I'd seen Louis de Fly sitting at a window of the tea house across the road, watching for me to come out. Whoa, steady on, girl. I brought this whole thing on myself, remember? You haven't betrayed me. On the contrary, I betrayed you by not seeking your permission to exhibit the painting. I won't have you feeling in the least guilty. I did the wrong thing, and I have to cop it sweet, whatever the consequences of my action. It just doesn't seem fair. But truly, Simon, there's nothing I can do to change it. She looked me straight in the eye. It's not only for my own sake. She paused, continuing to give me a meaningful look. You do understand, don't you, Simon? You mean if we're seen together, like this? She nodded, and I recalled Ronnie's first warning nearly 3 years previously, and then Sydney's furious, she's mine. I avoided asking the obvious next question, and simply nodded back, knowing she wouldn't or couldn't elaborate. She was plainly implying that I too was in danger if we were seen together. It was an awkward situation. She was warning me, but there was no possible reaction, except to keep it light and play it down, hoping the nod would tell her I understood. Is that why you're wearing the burqa? I asked. I must say,
The world is a poorer place without your pretty face."
"Oh, this," she said, touching the scarf. "I sometimes wear it when I travel."
It was a tiny slip, and I wondered if it was deliberate. Mercy B. Lord wasn't careless and was highly conditioned to be discreet. It was yet another question to be put aside for consideration later. I had always known that she travelled beyond Singapore Island on her Thursday absences. She'd get home at just after 6 on Friday, and it took almost exactly 30 minutes in the rush hour to get back from the airport. My inquiries had revealed that a plane from Hong Kong and another from Bangkok landed within 5 minutes of each other at around the right time on Friday afternoons. All the other flights were intercontinental, or ones that had taken longer than 6 hours from takeoff. She only ever carried hand luggage, a small overnight bag and a briefcase, so she could walk straight out of the airport to awaiting Mohammed in the big black Beatrice Fong Buick. The limo was another giveaway. If her Thursdays were spent locally, why would she use it? There was also something else. She'd bring the briefcase home on Wednesday night, but it was never with her when she returned on Friday evening. While I worked back at the agency until around 7 most nights, on Fridays I'd leave at 5, pick up dinner on the way home, Peking duck, her favourite, set the table, and when she arrived, pour her a glass of white wine, wine being a new and, I must say, pleasant habit we'd acquired from Dansford. On one such occasion, just after we'd started to live together, I laughingly pointed out that she'd left her briefcase behind in the Buick. She smiled, then said it was the office briefcase, and Mohammed took it back with him on Fridays. She usually locked it in a drawer in her side of the wardrobe when she returned home from the office on a Wednesday evening. But once, for a couple of minutes, she'd left it on the kitchen bench, while she went to the bathroom for the compulsory female wee before departure early Thursday morning. Despite having checked on those incoming Friday flights, I wasn't really much of a snoop, but I couldn't resist and picked up her briefcase and was surprised how heavy it was. I tapped the leather lid, then pressed against it and realized that the casing under it was definitely metal. I tried thumbing one of the very professional-looking combination locks, my heart beating surprisingly fast, ears pricked, listening for the toilet to flush, but the lock didn't budge. I shook it, but there was no movement within. Whatever it contained was packed tight, or was completely solid. Mercy glanced up.
"Simon, I don't feel pretty. Not since—"
Without completing the sentence, she changed the subject.
"I must say, Louis de Fly is persistent. I first noticed him around 1 o'clock, and at 6 he was still waiting in the tea house."
Mercy B. Lord laughed.
"I can't imagine how many cups of chai he must have consumed."
"Don't worry, he's a born operator. He will have come to some sort of arrangement with the owner."
"Well, naturally I guessed why he was there, and also why he hadn't come upstairs to the office after the last incident with Beatrice. She told me gleefully what she'd done to your letter before returning it."
Mercy B. Lord looked at me, her pretty head to one side.
"I'm awfully sorry about that, Simon."
"I can't say it wasn't a smack in the mouth." I grinned. "But I guess I'll recover."
"When I decided to see you, following Molly's call, I had to find a way of leaving the office without being noticed."
"You mean you can't just walk out?"
"Well, no. Not without Frida Chong, the switch girl, reporting my absence to Beatrice. Those two are thick as thieves. And knowing Beatrice, Frida's being paid off or threatened with dismissal if she doesn't monitor all my phone calls. When you called after we first parted, none of them were put through to me. She was instructed to simply wait a few moments, then give you the answer you invariably got."
My hands shot up. "No more apologies, or I'm going to break down and blub. I can't tell you how awful those first weeks were, with my boomerang flowers appearing in the agency foyer, and my letters returned marked not at this address."
"Flowers? Letters? I had no idea, Simon. Please believe me. I was in a terrible emotional mess myself, and for the first month I was being followed wherever I went. Then, thank God, it seemed to stop."
That's when I finally gave up sending flowers and letters,
begging you to come back to me. Oh, Simon, please don't think it hasn't been the same for me. These last months have been the hardest of my life. But after Carlene's People and the article in the Times, I simply had to see you. But there's been a guy 2 doors down from the tea house who hasn't moved all day. I was pretty sure I'd be followed.
Not much of an operator if he's that obvious, I remarked.
On the contrary, it's important that I see him following me. It's all part of the warning not to stray in a certain direction. Anyhow, I keep this burqa in the office, and as you know, we have the 2 top floors. The ground floor is occupied by Hizbul Muslimin, the Pan-Malayan Islamic Party's Singapore office.
No, I didn't know that. Remember, I was under a certain young lady's explicit instructions never to visit her office.
Oh, of course. But you do understand there were reasons.
Yes, Ronnie Wing warned me.
Let's not speak of that, she said quietly. Let me tell you about Frida Chong. She has this beehive hairdo, plastered with enough lacquer to glue 2 buildings together, and wears much too much makeup, so she spends a good half hour in front of the toilet mirror preening before she leaves each evening. She has a night job working as the receptionist at the China Doll. I think she thinks she's Lily Ho, the Saw Brothers' biggest movie star.
I couldn't quite see where this was leading, but I said, "Ah, the China Doll, yet another Beatrice Fong and Sydney Wing connection." Mercy B. Lord ignored this last remark.
So, with Frida in the toilet, I switched on my office lights so that anyone watching from the street would think I was working back late. Beatrice always closes her office door between 6:30 and 7 to burn incense and pray at her personal shrine to Tsai Shen-ye, the god of wealth. Then, at precisely 7 o'clock, Mohammed comes to pick her up. So I grabbed the burqa and slipped on a pair of flat shoes I wear when I have to do a lot of walking with a client, and snuck down the back stairs, stopping to fix the burqa to cover my head and face. Then, I simply walked out through the Hizbul Muslimin front door.
Not just a pretty face, huh? I grinned.
Mercy B. Lord smiled at the compliment. A covered face, more to the point. Then I crossed the street to confront a very surprised Louis de Fly, who, after recovering from the shock of being accosted by a strange Muslim woman, gave me your gorgeous orchid and very kind invitation to the Hong Kong dinner. I told him where I'd meet you, and paid for his lunch and afternoon tea.
Cheeky bugger, I gave him money. I'll give him a good kick in the arse for that.
Then I went home, had something to eat, and came on here to the Ritz to wait.
I mimed clapping. Clever girl. By the way, what did Mrs. Muhammad say to you when you revealed your face in front of me? Mercy B. Lord giggled.
She said it was shameful for a Muslim woman to remove her burqa and show her face to an infidel, that the Prophet would be very angry.
I'd been scoffing chicken curry throughout our conversation. While this may not seem an important detail, there had been a few times when we had come close to breaking down, and there's nothing like eating as you talk to help you regain your self-control. But now, with the curry dish empty and only a few scraps of net bread left, Muhammad was banging pots and pans together in the kitchen to make it clear that it was time for us to leave. He'd probably stayed open an hour later than usual, and I guess after Mercy B. Lord's facial defrocking in front of the Chinese infidel, Mrs. Muhammad wasn't all that enamoured of us either. The meal cost 80 cents, and even though I gave her $1 and apologised in Cantonese for keeping them back, instructing her to keep the change, it wasn't sufficient to get a single word out of her. I could only imagine the curl of her lip behind her burqa.
One final thing before we leave, Simon. Have you discussed this Singapore girl competition with Molly Ong?
No, I promise you, I haven't. At least, only superficially. I guessed you wouldn't come to the Hong Kong dinner, and I understand why. I always knew I had Buckley's.
Buckley's?
An Australian expression. It means there's no chance of something happening. Anyway, I reckoned you'd also refuse her invitation to become the first Singapore girl, based on my portrait. It's a damn good idea, but under the circumstances it wasn't going to work. So I thought up the promotion. It was something Sidney Wing couldn't refuse, as he has the tourism account, and if he did, the government could fire him or exert pressure. Besides, it was kosher, legit, and added to this is the fact that I'm leaving the agency. I'd be gone by the time the promotion runs, so I'm not a factor. No doubt he will secretly enjoy my public disgrace, while fearing it might lead them to losing the tourist account, so such a promotion would reassure him. And the competition wouldn't be rigged in my favour? Mercy B. Lord asked once more. I can't guarantee that. It wouldn't be in my hands. And of course, there is an obvious bias. You are the portrait, and that could affect the result. But it isn't a look-alike competition. There are 3 finalists, the 3 most beautiful girls according to the public's vote. The final decision will be made after interviewing all 3. The interview will obviously involve factors other than looks, so yes, there's an element of chance. I shrugged. If you make the finals, well, what can I say? You're likely to top the interviews. I hesitated. But even that's not absolutely guaranteed. Mercy B. Lord moved towards the street. We really should go, Simon. I'll walk you to the mosque. You're sure to get a taxi from there. No, I'll go out first. You just never know. The mosque isn't far and I can make my own way. Wait a couple of minutes or so. Then walk in the opposite direction when you leave. Mercy B. Lord looked at me, then gave me a peck on the cheek and quickly adjusted her burqa so that only her eyes now showed. Reaching into her bag, she produced the small plastic box that had originally contained the orchid. Placing it on the table, she unpinned the magnificent bloom and replaced it in the box. I wish it would last forever, she said softly. Then, without a further word, she turned and started to walk towards the door. Will you at least think about it? May I talk to Molly about the promotion? I called after her. Yes, she called back in a tearful voice. I'd phrased the 2 questions carelessly, running them together. Yes, what? That I could call Molly, or that she'd think about entering the promotion? May I see you again? I called out once more. But there was no answer, as Mercy B. Lord opened the door and disappeared into the night. I waited 3 minutes, with Mrs. Muhammad hovering at the door, anxious to see the last of the infidel. Then I finally walked outside and turned in the opposite direction, the smoky air biting at my nostrils. One thing puzzled me. Mercy B. Lord hadn't once brought up the subject of Thursday. Chapter 13. After we parted, I was too excited to get much sleep. The last couple of days had been pretty full on, and the thought that I didn't have to deal with Chairman Meow for a week and a bit was a terrific relief. I wondered briefly how she'd cope with her son's status as disgraced artist, but I confess it wasn't one of the factors that kept me near sleepless. I spent the night hugging myself over what seemed to be the start of a reconciliation with the girl I loved, and tossing and turning in fear that she would decide not to come back to me. While I wasn't sure we'd achieved a great deal, or that Mercy B. Lord would agree to be a part of the portrait promotion, should it eventuate, at least we'd taken the first step towards each other by meeting, and, most importantly, she'd initiated it. She'd admitted that she'd missed me perhaps almost as much as I'd missed her, although I didn't think that was possible. There had been an empty space inside me, a once sunlit room where the shutters were drawn and the door locked on memories that were slowly gathering dust. But now we laughed together and she'd cried a bit, and there were moments when I'd been pretty choked up myself. Most significantly, the first hopeful steps had been taken. The first rattle of the key in the lock of the memory room had sounded, and I told myself, probably quite stupidly, that we were on the way to a shared life. The thrill was in knowing she still cared, that it wasn't just old misery guts carrying the pain of separation around with him. When I was going through puberty, my mum and sisters would sigh as I slouched into breakfast, with a good morning grunt about the best I could manage. "Oh dear, here comes old Mr. Simon Sadsack," they'd say in unison. At the time, I naturally resented them sending me up, wondering how I could possibly have been cursed with this Neanderthal family.
But Simon Sadsack was a perfect description of my psyche in the months after Mercy B. Lord left. It was exactly as if I were dragging a hugely heavy sack of memories behind me. We had a meeting with Texas Tiger mid-morning the next day, and I hadn't quite completed the greased lightning layout, so I went into work early. I intended calling Molly Ong just after 9 to ask if she was free for lunch the following day. Molly liked to be seen at the city's best watering holes, although with my potential disgrace looming, she might opt for a quieter venue or even decide she was busy, though that would have surprised me. I called Molly, apologised for the short notice, and asked if we could have lunch the next day. "Oh, lovely, Simon, but I can't make it tomorrow. What about today?" "Great. Where would you like to eat?" She agreed to have lunch at the Goodwood Park Hotel. I then called Owen Denmead, the maitre d', and asked for a quiet table. We'd become quite good friends following Dansford's 4-bottle vintage French wine fiasco and his subsequent drunken and very successful performance at the piano. "Wine?" he asked, half-jokingly. "Can't say. Molly Ong's with me." "Ah, a nice French Chablis," he said right off. "I'll put a bottle of 65 Vos Désirs Grand Cru on ice. A good blend of citrus, oak, peach, butter, lemon, and nectarine." He paused for the final verbal thrust. "Nice tight acid structure." "Come on, Owen, cut the bullshit." I laughed. "And isn't a bottle, even if it does have a tight acid structure, rather a lot for one lady at lunch? I'll be drinking beer. She'd probably rather have a couple of martinis." "Trust me, it won't be wasted, Simon," he replied. In the nearly 3 years I'd been in Singapore, the place had grown up fast. There seemed to be a kind of electricity in the air, and there was now barely a trace of the sleepy, colonial, far-flung corner of the empire that it had once been. The city-state, however undemocratic the conduct of its PAP parliament, was working for the majority, and there was a growing sophistication among its so-called cognoscenti, so that French wine at the luncheon table was becoming common, and Owen, harking back to his days as head steward on P&O, was brushing up on what he referred to as his enological frog patois, which roughly meant his knowledge of French vintages. I'd been so busy on the layout and the rickshaw dash with Louis de Fly to Arab Street that I wasn't sure what had transpired on Carleen Stein's programme the previous evening. My mind was so full of Mercy B. Lord that I'd neglected to stop the taxi on my way to work to pick up a copy of the Straits Times, to see if there were any further developments in the teacup storm. Now I'd need to go straight from the Texas Oil office after the presentation to luncheon with Molly, which would mean I'd still be in the dark. Dansford, after the initial news of my big win, obviously hadn't watched the subsequent drama unfolding on TV or read the paper, so he was oblivious to the phony portrait fuss. By 6 o'clock, when Carleen Stein came on the box, he'd have been well into the evening's carousing. He had admitted to me he'd only picked up the news of the win by seeing it on the box in a bar somewhere. Big Loud Mike would probably be unaware of it too, no doubt regarding Carleen Stein as much too parochial. The layout looked okay. In fact, it was rather good. I was becoming a dab hand at drawing and painting tigers, although I wasn't confident enough to do the final art. I'd give that to Alejandra Catalayud, a Mexican freelance artist who had married an American oil engineer, then divorced him but decided to stay in Singapore and revert to her maiden name. She had the knack of painting a tiger with a distinctly Asian feel. The trick was not to make the tiger too Chinese and so rob the tiger product of its air of Western technology, but to add a subtle difference. It was more a matter of mood than line. She seemed to understand this and reached a perfect compromise between East and West. It was not something Big Loud Mike would notice, just me being pernickety. Dansford had the job of telling Michael Johns his tiger piss idea was ratchet. Big Loud Mike was a bit of a sulker and didn't like to appear to be in the wrong, which meant I'd have to sell the new concept hard. At the end of the year, he was due back in Houston, where he was slated for a promotion to head office. "Just one more stripe on my goddamn slope combat fatigues," he'd say, adopting the ugly nickname for Asians that had become increasingly popular during the Vietnam War. I'd have to convince him that there'd be one more stripe if he took on Tiger Lubrication, Greased Lightning for Ultimate Engine Care. I completed the layout with half an hour to spare, so I roughed out a variation on the running tiger idea. what is known in advertising as a back pocket concept, just in case you can't sell the one you recommend. This one showed the same tiger simply outlined in pencil, with only the sky rendered in gouache and coloured chalk, this time featuring a blazing sunrise and the words, "Tiger Liquid Gold, your engine's best investment." It needed a bit of work. The word lubrication or oil had to fit in somewhere. Also fast action or something similar. But gold was an obsession for the Chinese, their safety net when Lady Luck turned against them. And as a concept, it had a half-reasonable chance of working. We'd been lucky with Texas Tiger, but you learn not to be complacent. Sooner or later, your opposition comes up with something, as I had done when Caltex ruled with their boron rocket fuel concept. All it takes is a promise from the competition that appeals to the consumer's imagination, and suddenly you're dead in the water, a thoroughly drowned tiger. The previous night's TV wasn't mentioned at the Texas Oil meeting, nor was there anything in the morning paper. But Dansford must have said something because Big Loud Mike congratulated me on my win. "Hey, Simon, it don't come as a big surprise, man." He pointed at the greased lightning layout. "Any guy who can paint a running tiger like that be chicken feed to paint a piece of slope poontang." I opened my mouth to give him a serve, but Dansford quickly placed a cautionary finger to his lips, so that all I could say was, "Steady on, Mike." It didn't surprise me that the local head of Texas Oil had been divorced 3 times. Later I would castigate myself for not having a proper go at him. Racism, the girly bar mentality, was common enough among expats, many of whom were hardly God's gift. The Australians were no better than most, and while there were notable exceptions, many expats were in Asia for all the wrong reasons. It was not uncommon for a local second-in-command to be more intelligent than the expat sent to run the show, and they were often left to do the job while the Western boss arrived late, lunched long, and, if he returned, left early to entertain until late. Though neither Dansford nor the Texas Oil boss let on at the mid-morning meeting, it was highly likely that Big Loud Mike had been with Dansford the previous night. Dansford had a dangerous habit of softening up clients, as he called it, which involved taking them out on the town the night before making a big presentation, his theory being that the client would be too hungover to be overly demanding the following morning. Fortunately, Big Loud Mike liked the greased lightning concept, and I met Molly in the foyer of the Goodwood Park Hotel at a few minutes past 1, apologising for being late. If Molly Ong had any bad habits, I'd seen no evidence of them. She was always organised, on time, and exceedingly pleasant. She knew her own mind and was nobody's fool. Giving her a place on the tourist promotion board was a very intelligent move. Apart from more than pulling her weight, she had a knack for getting people to cooperate and could make 2 blowflies trapped together in a matchbox behave calmly. But she was no purring pussycat, and when roused, had a way with verbal darts that seldom missed their mark. Her earlier training as Miss Singapore may have helped, but you got the feeling that Molly had always been like this. The pretty kid who owned the playground through a combination of charm and strength of character. She would have been more than a worthy 4th contender among the female heavyweights at the awards dinner, which was now unlikely to eventuate. After speaking to Mercy B. Lord, I knew she wasn't going to come forward as Thursday girl, and that it was completely out of the question that she would attend the awards dinner. This meant Molly's idea of basing the Singapore girl concept on the portrait wasn't going to work, so I was anxious to outline the idea I'd discussed with Mercy B. Lord, almost guaranteeing that everything about the Beauty Plus Brains competition would be kosher, and that she'd have to win selection fair and square. My primary purpose, of course, was to ensure Mercy B. Lord's safety. I wanted to assure Molly that her original idea could still work and was too good to lose. But she didn't need to be told what the inevitable outcome would be, or that it would provide even greater opportunities for prolonged publicity. Perhaps it was cheating, but I told myself it was in a good cause, a win-win situation, whichever way you looked at it. The general public would have had a lot of fun voting, Singapore's reputation for beautiful women would have been vindicated, and the portrait belatedly recognised as genuine. Owen seated us with a commendable fuss, and Molly agreed she'd have wine. Perhaps a chilled white to accompany fish. Excellent, Miss Ong. We have fresh brown trout,
Invariably nicer than the rainbow, in my humble opinion. Owen smirked, flapping her starched damask napkin and carefully placing it on her lap, with a triumphant sidelong glance at me. Then he suggested the 65 Vaux Désir, and unashamedly launched with aplomb into his previous ridiculous wine-buff description, though this time omitting the bit at the end about acid structure. Molly agreed it was a splendid choice. I ordered a tiger beer in honour of the morning's successful Texas oil meeting. Menus were opened, and in a surprisingly short time the chilled wine appeared in its ice bucket.
"That was quick," Molly said brightly.
"One always tries to anticipate in the hope that someone with exquisite taste will come to luncheon, Miss Ong. Very occasionally one is rewarded," the smarmy bastard replied.
"One is suitably impressed," said Molly with a laugh,
not taken in by the sycophantic spiel. Owen removed the bottle to a clatter of ice cubes, napkined it and poured. "Nice tight acid structure," I noted.
"Oh, you've tasted it, Simon?" Molly asked.
"No," I glanced at Owen. "One learns a bit from one's friends." We ordered our lunch, then clinked glasses. "Thanks for agreeing to lunch, Molly. I know you're busy."
Molly smiled. "Now, let me guess. This is all about that dreadful busybody Carleen Stein and the piece in the paper, isn't it?"
"Well, yes, but not entirely. Actually, it's about several things. 3, actually, all of them related. I couldn't mention Mercy B. Lord's refusal to cooperate with Molly, because she'd warned me that no one must know of our clandestine meeting. I admit I felt a bit of a fraud when I asked the first question. "Have you called Mercy B. Lord, Molly?"
"Oh, yes, not long after I phoned you."
"And?"
"Well, it was not an entirely successful outcome. I can't understand the girl. You told me, of course, that the two of you are no longer together, but it seems more than that. She doesn't strike me as someone who would do something like this out of revenge or spite."
Molly paused and looked at me.
"Simon, there was something about her voice. I think she's frightened."
"What, of me?" I played dumb, just to be on the safe side.
"No, that's not the impression I got. But she's afraid of something, or someone."
I held my breath, hoping she'd pursue this, but she went off on a tangent.
"She did say it was your fault for not asking her permission before you entered the painting in the competition. However, I got the distinct feeling that wasn't why she refused. Although, of course, you know the old adage, a woman scorned?"
She paused, as if thinking.
"But I really don't think so. She explained it was about face, but wouldn't elaborate, wouldn't name names. Awkward, really. I think the Singapore girl is a good idea, and we need someone like her with looks and intelligence. Someone who knows her way around important people. I'm convinced she'd do a great job."
"Well, you may have to think of some other way to promote it," I replied. "Pity, though. I agree, she's ideal."
"Simply appointing her to the job without the razzmatazz surrounding the portrait, that is, if she'll accept, isn't quite the same thing. The Singapore girl would have made a lovely tourist board promotion. The idea was for Long Me and the minister to announce it the day after the awards dinner."
"Well, with Mercy B. Lord's existence in doubt, Hong Kong may want to withdraw the prize. The entry stipulates the subject of the portrait must be real. I guess that could disqualify me." I was softening her up nicely for Plan B, the back pocket concept. Molly looked at me, surprised.
"Simon, you obviously didn't see Carleen's people last night."
"No, I was working back at the agency, rendering a layout, and lost track of the time."
"Well, an elderly nun named Sister Charity from the St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Mission Orphanage vouched for Mercy B. Lord's existence and delightfully explained how she got her name. Next to God validating her existence, it doesn't get any better. Of course, the name and the story make her even more charismatic."
Molly took a sip of wine.
"No, Simon, the dinner is well and truly on. This morning's South China Morning Post features your friend Elmer Kelly. She must have heard Carleen casting aspersions on your portrait and implying that the subject was possibly a figment of your imagination. And no doubt she'd also seen the article in the Straits Times. Anyhow, she's waded in and given Carleen a proper serve. Molly giggled. Called her the television trollop. She also had a few well-chosen words to say about irresponsible journalism directed at Singapore's leading morning newspaper, as she terms it. Then she vouched for Mercy B. Lord's existence, while also lauding your absolute integrity to the high heavens. I imagine that's all the reassurance the Hong Kong Art Gallery is likely to need. Lunch arrived. The brown trout for Molly, and a rump steak with pepper sauce for me, and we waited until the waiter had left to talk more. Well, I said, leaning back, that's good to know. I must admit it's a relief, but it doesn't solve your problem, does it? To be truthful, I wasn't sure it was a relief. I found myself suddenly experiencing twin emotions. As an artist, I was vindicated. As an ad man with a terrific idea for a promotion, I was defeated. But much more importantly, it meant Mercy B. Lord wasn't yet safe. As the Singapore girl, she would have had quasi-government protection backed by the promotional campaign. Both would have put real pressure on Beatrice Fong and Sydney Wing not to try anything untoward. Now, with none of this likely to happen, she remained isolated and in a parlous situation, one created entirely by me. It suddenly struck me that if they decided Mercy B. Lord should go missing, there would never be a better time. In my mind, I could hear Beatrice Fong explaining that she simply hadn't turned up at work, but that she was a big girl with no family to consider, so maybe she had decided to avoid the publicity. My mind ran on feverishly, imagining Beatrice Fong spilling the beans about our affair, which had ended badly, making things quite impossible for her. I could see the evil old bitch cackling to herself after her final querulous complaint that she'd been let down by her ungrateful employee, who had been shown nothing but kindness. Molly carefully parted the flesh of the trout from its spine and lifted a delicate morsel, holding the fork halfway to her mouth. Yes, it makes things awkward. It's a promotion made in heaven, and I was so sure she'd love the job. She's certainly made for it. 10 years ago, I would have walked over hot coals for the same opportunity. It's more than an opportunity, it's a career. Did you explain it to her? Of course, but I got no reaction, other than that it was impossible for her to attend the dinner or even make herself known as the model for Thursday Girl. But she didn't say directly, Molly, I don't want your job, not plainly like that. No. Call it women's intuition if you like, but as I said, I got the distinct impression she wasn't free to decide for herself. So if she won't attend the awards dinner or agree to the proposal, there goes a fine idea. Molly paused. But we need somebody like her, a beautiful young woman with brains, to promote tourism. She took another mouthful of trout. By the way, Simon, I've been meaning to ask, why did you call your portrait Thursday Girl? Oh, you know, a picture needs a title, I laughed. Nothing important, really. We met on a Thursday. A rainy one, as I remember. This glamorous young creature met me at the airport. I was hugely chuffed. Told myself whatever happened to me, it couldn't be all bad. It was a fib, of course, but as Mercy B. Lord had noted, nobody was likely to check that I'd landed on a Saturday, and within minutes had lost massive face with the Chinese woman and baby incident. In fact, if Thursday hadn't meant what it did, I could well have named the portrait Saturday Girl. Molly smiled. Simon, you're a lousy liar. This is Singapore. It was a Saturday. By Sunday morning, we all knew about the hilarious incident of the Chinese mother, the umbrella, and the newcomer from Australia. It was one of the things that endeared you to me when you made your new business presentation for the tourism account. She laughed. Sir Galahad comes to Singapore. Whoops. I'd been caught out a second time. I could feel myself blushing. Chairman Meow and my sisters could always tell if I was fibbing as a kid. I keep forgetting Singapore is a very small place. I laughed, a little shamefaced. Not just small, Simon. It's the so-called upper middles who form a small but very nosy part of society. And then there's a government that likes to know who's in town and who they're dealing with. For instance, we probably know rather more about you than you think.
Oh? Why would that be? Not much to know. An ad man and a bit of a painter, that's all, really.
Oh, Simon, you're so naive. Molly laughed again. As a matter of routine, the Tourist Promotion Board would have checked your background. The government doesn't like nasty surprises. If I know, then you may be sure others know as well. There's no such thing as going incognito on this island.
Oh dear, I said.
Molly threw back her head and laughed at my obvious embarrassment. Eager to change the subject, I said, Molly, I've got an idea for a Singapore girl promotion. It could still work and get you what you want. Well, go on then. Let's have it, Simon. She smiled. I outlined the idea, modifying it on the run, suggesting an exhibition of the portrait in the town hall, with first prize being a big cheque and a portrait painted by me or some other painter. I was aware it lacked the zing of scandal, the disgraced artist, the idea that the portrait was a fiction, and Singapore was being accused of lacking beauties to match the girl in the peacock-tail chair. It had lost a bit of its original motivation, its big idea. Meeting the beauty challenge, finding the missing girl, and so vindicating the nation, which was what is known in the ad business as its drive. Molly was too nice to dismiss it out of hand. I can see how well it might have worked, she said. How do we get you back to being a disgraced artist, Simon? She teased. Then she let me down gently. I'm still not convinced that Mercy B. Lord would enter, but I'm glad you told me. Don't lose that promotion. There's something in the pipeline that I can't speak about yet, but it could be useful. I especially like the idea of the public voting. It gives a wonderful sense of community involvement.
Yeah, you're right. No guarantee she'll enter. And I agree, the promotion has lost its drive.
If only I knew what or who Mercy B. Lord fears. What is it that prevents her attending the dinner or sharing in the glory of your portrait? She struck me as a happy, outgoing sort of girl when we met at the cocktail party. Someone who might enjoy a little of the limelight. She must be seriously frightened to pass up an opportunity like this.
You could try Beatrice Fong and Sydney Wing, I said, attempting to sound offhand.
Really? Molly said, not missing a beat.
Well, it would be a damn good start. I confess I've never met the old crone personally, but there's no doubt the two are in cahoots, and that Mercy B. Lord is somehow involved.
Molly grinned. Aha. Are you sure, Simon? I nodded. She paused, thinking. Then, with her head to one side and her eyes narrowed, she said, And it wouldn't affect you if we took a closer look at the two of them?
No, I'm leaving the agency anyway. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said that. Dansford was going to announce it after the Hong Kong dinner.
Molly was already well into her third glass of wine, the ever-hovering Denmead waiting to fill it the moment it reached the halfway mark. Leaving? Oh, Simon, don't say that. You're the main reason we're with Samuel Oswald Wing.
Thanks, Molly. I've enjoyed every minute with you and Longme. Learned a heap from both of you as well. But my contract expires soon, and the 3 senior Chinese elements in the agency don't want it renewed, and I confess I feel the same. I've had enough of the 3-wing circus, although the Yanks are pushing for me to stay another 6 months to put the new Colgate-Palmolive campaign to bed. It's really unnecessary. All the work has been done. It's just that those big international accounts are paranoid something will go wrong in a foreign market. After Big Lather, they're convinced I have the magic touch.
Oh, but you do. Right from day one, your new business presentation was miles ahead of the others.
Thanks, Molly, but the presentation for your account was largely Mrs. Sidebottom's idea, with only a soupçon of Dansford and myself mixed in. I smiled, I hope enigmatically. Everything comes to an end. You're in good hands with Dansford. The Yanks are bound to send a crackerjack creative director to replace me.
Simon, Singapore needs expats like you. Don't leave us. You guys open the windows and let in a breath of fresh air. Not every expat, but certainly the good ones. Singapore is a small and somewhat incestuous island with everyone...
Molly, I'm leaving the agency, not Singapore. I have one or two opportunities I'd like to explore.
I'm delighted to hear that, Simon. Though I shall miss working with you, Molly replied graciously. Then she stopped dead. It was as if a momentous thought had suddenly occurred to her, the proverbial light bulb flashing on above her head. She leaned back and drained her glass, as if the action were an exclamation mark. The girl is right. It's all about face. The Achilles heel of the Chinese.
I laughed. That's a mixed metaphor from opposite ends of the body, but what's all this about face?
We need to do a little digging to uncover the past, Molly cried. So simple when you know whom to target.
I watched as Owen Denmead filled her wineglass with a barely concealed look of triumph. The level in the bottle was well below the halfway mark. He placed it in the ice bucket and asked me if I cared for another beer. I nodded, hoping to hell Molly hadn't had too much wine to think straight. She was absorbed in thought, absently bringing the new-filled glass to her lips, then replacing it on the table.
Yes, that's it, she said as if to herself,
a smile on her very pretty face.
Should be enough time to dig a small mountain of dirt. God bless the British colonial archivists. They make a habit of keeping records of the notable, culpable, good, bad, and indictable people in the past. Wing and Fong.
Sounds like a Chinese brass band, I quipped.
Maybe it's time to bang the big bass drum and see what we shake out, Molly replied.
If she was stonkered, it wasn't affecting her wits. The following Monday, I arrived in the agency to be told by Alice Ho that Mr. Sidney had left for America. A little later, apropos of nothing, Ronnie told me, keeping a very bland expression, that Sidney had gone to visit his golf course in Florida, where he was constructing a state-of-the-art retirement village for golfaholics. A Ronnie word. Then, just before 10 a.m., Alice called from reception to say a courier had delivered an envelope she thought I might want right away. She gave me a knowing look as she handed it to me.
Maybe good news, Simon, she said,
as I recognized the handwriting on the envelope. I didn't kid myself that Alice was unaware of all the salient details concerning Mercy B. Lord, but she was letting me know I could now count on her silence. The enclosed note, also in Mercy B. Lord's handwriting, said, Miss Otis no longer regrets she cannot attend, and would be delighted to accept your kind invitation to dinner in Hong Kong. Miss Mercy B. Lord. P.S. Kindly send the Chong Salmon shoes. The miraculous Molly Ong worked fast. I called to thank her. Molly, I'm hugely impressed. Mercy B. Lord has accepted. Molly giggled like a naughty schoolgirl.
Simon, this is Singapore. The past has its chin resting on the shoulders of the present. That is, when it concerns the old Singapore Chinese families.
Well, you certainly lost no time doing the pick and shovel work. She laughed.
It never got to pick and shovel, Simon. With a little help from my friends in the government archives, digging the dirt wasn't hard work. In both cases, I simply had to scuff the ground once or twice with the toe of my shoe.
Have you contacted Mercy B. Lord? I asked.
Yes, of course. A couple of hours after the minister made a phone call to each of the evil empires.
So you know Mercy B. Lord has accepted the invitation to the awards dinner?
Yes, but she told me she wanted to answer your invitation formally.
And the Singapore girl?
That too.
I'm sure Molly must have heard my sigh of relief. Does this mean Mercy B. Lord no longer has anything to fear from you-know-who?
Well, for the time being. But once she becomes the Singapore girl, she'll be hard to touch.
Molly paused, then said,
There's a hitch, though, and I think you may be able to help, Simon. She insists she has to be free on Thursdays until Friday evening.
Molly seemed to take a breath because the tone of her voice changed markedly. This was now a Molly who demanded answers.
Simon, last time I asked, you fibbed shamelessly in an attempt to protect Mercy B. Lord. I've done my part, now you have to do yours. It's time to come clean. Why is your portrait named Thursday Girl? Molly, you have to believe me. I simply don't know what the hell happens on those days. It nearly drove me crazy and ultimately caused our breakup. Whatever it is, it's pretty bloody serious and involves Sidney Wing, maybe all three Wing brothers, and Beatrice Fong. She simply won't say, and she won't budge. There was a silence at the other end. Then, and that's all? I'm pretty sure she travels overseas. Overnight? Yes. Well, that shouldn't be too hard to check. Anything else? She carries a reinforced briefcase. It looks normal enough from the outside, but when you tap it, the interior is obviously a metal box. The two combination locks are not for decoration. I take it you don't know what's inside. Haven't a clue, except that it doesn't rattle. Right, we'll check customs. Anything else? No, I don't think so. Oh, yes. She never brought the briefcase back to the flat on her return. Claimed she'd leave it with Muhammad, Beatrice Fong's chauffeur, who returned it to the office. The briefcase, was it always the same one? Yes, I'm pretty sure it was. I think she was telling the truth about it. The point being that she's never lied about anything. She just clams up, doesn't answer questions. So it seems she's a regular courier delivering something to someone somewhere. We'll soon know the somewhere, but not the what or who. I didn't reply. Was I risking everything by telling Molly this? Think, Simon. Is there anything else you can remember? She sometimes carries a burqa. As a disguise? I suppose. Honestly, Molly, I don't know any more. I lost her because it was driving me nuts. But I tell you what, provided I know she's safe, if she'd come back to me, I'd never broach the subject again. Simon, those kinds of secret arrangements always end badly, like one partner having a secret lover. Sooner or later, the relationship falls apart. I gave a rueful laugh. I'd happily take my chances to have over 5 days of the week. It sounded as if Molly, a magnificent-looking woman in her mid-30s and still single, knew what she was talking about. Oh, Simon, you do truly love her, don't you? I don't want to see her hurt. I know she wouldn't willingly be part of anything bad. But you feel she's in real danger. I must say, I agree. Those two are both nasty pieces of work. But clever, I added. Also very careful. I think finding out where Mercy B. Lord disappears to on a Thursday, and why, may require a bit more than scuffing your toe in the dirt. Never know what you can find if you use the sharp end of a stiletto heel, Molly replied. After putting down the phone, I called Connie Song at Corona Flowers and ordered a dozen red roses, telling her that I'd pick them up in a couple of hours. Then I took a taxi to Robinson's, the department store, and asked if I could buy a box big enough to carry a pair of shoes and a dress, with sufficient tissue paper to wrap them in. I'd had the Chongsam dry cleaned in one of my sadder examples of magical thinking. If I keep the dress fresh, perhaps. Robinsons were kind enough to give me the box and paper, and I then bought a yard of wide, dusty pink grosgrain ribbon. I know it sounds a bit sissy, but I'm an art director and a painter, and appearances matter. Besides, delivering Mercy B. Lord's gorgeous gear in a brown paper shopping bag was not on. I knew there were several goldsmiths, mostly Indian, in Raffles Place, just down from the department store. I soon located one, an old Indian man with a 3-day growth of white stubble. He was sitting outside his shop, touting. "Beautiful signet ring for lovely gentleman, sir. 18 carat, going very, very cheap today," he said as I approached. "Do you manufacture on the premises?" I asked. "Of course. We are making for you special. Maybe initials, or diamonds, ruby also. Opal, topaz, amethyst, too soft, but I can do emerald or zircon semi-precious. First class good one from Ceylon. Also #1 workshop. In Singapore you cannot have better. Branches in India." He rose to his feet and with a sweep of his arm indicated the doorway.
"You come inside, please, sir. We are at your service always and most definitely."
The shop smelled of incense and marigolds, and once inside, I asked him for a small piece of paper. With my ballpoint, I designed a chisel brooch or pin about the size of the toggle fastening the dragon's tail and head on the mandarin collar of the cheongsam. Then I drew the flip side to indicate the brooch pin. "Can you make this for me?" I asked, handing him the slip of paper. The old guy examined my design, then called out in what I took to be Hindi. Moments later, a younger guy wearing a soft leather apron and leather slip-on sandals came through the beaded curtains separating the back of the shop from the front.
"Number 1 goldsmith, Calcutta trained, also my son, at your humble service, sir."
The old bloke handed him the drawing, and they were soon locked in a rapid conversation. Finally, the old bloke turned to me.
"He can make it."
He paused, shaking his head.
"But not cheap, very complicated."
I gave him the eternal bargainer's sigh. How much in 18-carat gold? He brought his hands to his cheeks in alarm.
"My goodness gracious me, we are thinking always 14-carat, 18-carat, that is fish of another kettle."
He turned and spoke rapidly to the goldsmith, then turned back to me.
"His children will go hungry, but we are making in 18-carat the cost of 14-carat. That is our pleasure, sir."
"Hey, wait on. You didn't give me the cost of the 14-carat. He smiled, revealing gummy gaps punctuated by half a dozen brown teeth stained with betel nut.
"This is your most lucky day, sir. You are getting a nice and excellent bargain, definitely and absolutely."
The goldsmith, looking down at his sandaled feet, nodded sagely. "May I inquire what this definite and absolute bargain might be?"
18-carat for 14-carat and no questions asked."
He took a breath.
"Just for you, sir. 150 Singapore dollars."
I attempted to gulp convincingly. "You must be joking." The old guy completely ignored my protest. He pointed to the goldsmith.
"He must make special mold. Pour gold, cut, polish. Big, very, very delicate job. When must you have this masterpiece, sir?"
"In 3 days, Friday morning at the latest. The handle must be wood, persimmon if you can find some."
"What is this wood, sir? We are now carpenters. Goldsmith, then abracadabra, we are becoming all at once carpenters. I beg your pardon, sir, but wood."
"Well, you can save on some of the gold."
"That observation you are making is true and not true. Where am I finding this persimmon wood in 3 days?"
"Any good Chinese cabinet maker." I held up my pinky. "You need a piece no bigger than the size of the first joint, even less. Ask for the heartwood." I pulled out my wallet, withdrew $5 and handed it to him. "This will cover your taxi fare and the cost of the wood. You've saved the gold you'd use for the handle, and that should easily pay for the labour that goes into the handle." Clasping his hands to his face once again, he slowly walked twice around his silent son. Then he stopped and threw up his hands.
3 days! Oi, oi, eh! Now also carpentry we are needing."
Then he launched a volley of incomprehensible words at the goldsmith, who had remained silent, staring down at the polished cement floor. Finally, the old bloke turned back to me.
"You are getting very lucky, sir. He, my son, say this one time only. No surcharge for urgent job. Normally 2 weeks. Now only 3 days and carpentry also required. You are saving 30 Singapore dollar all at once together."
"So, am I to understand then that the final price is $120 and you'll have it ready by Thursday? Friday morning at the absolute latest?" The old man grinned his sticky brown grin.
"You are very, very good at bargaining, sir. I am taking my hat off. But with surcharge for 3 nights and days round-clock workings and mouldings and pourings, and cuttings and polishings, and altogether strivings and also carpentry." He took a hurried breath. "Normally 30 Singapore dollar surcharge. Total price $180.
He paused to allow this sum of money to register. Then, head to one side, hands wide in a gesture of generosity,
he said with a smile. Now, surcharge, we are very, very generously dropping, so you are getting a special once-in-lifetimes bargain. He brought his head back to an even keel and folded his arms, letting me know that he'd run out of patience. Only 150 Singapore dollars. 20% deposit on acceptance of quotings. All work personally guaranteed and certified. Most excellent and definitely first class. Delivered by 3-day miracle from Patel & Son, Calcutta-trained goldsmith. I knew when I was beaten, but managed to get them to throw in a small presentation box covered in black leather. Probably free anyway. And I left feeling thoroughly bamboozled without the foggiest idea if the chisel was a fair price or not. However, I was dead certain it wasn't a bargain. Returning home, I placed the tissue paper carefully inside the box, then wrapped it around the cheongsam and shoes and took a taxi to the florist, where Connie Song had the roses ready. She also just happened to have a purple and white cymbidium orchid, and I opened the box and placed it on top of the tissue. I admit it was probably excessive. Connie then offered to wrap the box in her gorgeous, shiny, chocolate-coloured paper before tying the ribbon. No, I'm already going too far with the orchid. These are just clothes being returned. Maybe just one of your terrific bows with the ribbon I bought, just to make sure the lid is secure, I suggested. This nice ribbon, but too expensive for florist. People, they don't want to pay. I tie beautiful for you, Mr. Simon. I returned to the agency, where Alice Ho, seeing the roses, jokingly cried, For me, Simon? I guess after all those months of having her reception area adorned with my boomeranged flowers, the aspidistra, now resting on its former plinth, didn't quite measure up. I had practically achieved immortality in Alice's eyes after the Carleen Stein interview, when her own personal reception desk had featured in the background. And later there'd been a reverse-angle cut where Alice's face, almost in focus, had appeared in the background. Alice Ho, a powerful ally to have, was now most definitely on my side. I called Louis de Fly into my office. Okay, mate, now here's the drill, I began. He pointed at the roses. Hey, boss, what bloody going on? Long stem? This much better, and red one also. What in box? Mind your own business, Louis de Fly. Now listen to me carefully. He looked at me sympathetically. This no good business, boss. Always you paid. Long stem, no stem, nothing happened. Maybe last time near Muslim temple something happened, eh? Maybe when you're grown up you'll understand, mate. Will you shut up and listen to me? I grow up. Already 3, he said in a hurt voice, holding up 3 fingers. 3 women's, and I don't pay. Also no flour. Louis de Fly, I don't need to know about your love life. Here's $3 for the taxi, and don't think I don't know the fare is only $1.50. I'd take rickshaw, 35 cents. Thank you, boss. Now listen. I pointed to the box and the roses. They go to Miss Mercy B. Lord, nobody else, you understand? Not the girl at the switchboard or the old lady. Don't take any crap. If she's not there, then wait in the tea house. If you sat where you sat the day before yesterday, her office window will be directly opposite on the first story. So if you get thrown out of the office, before you sit down to wait in the tea house, stand on the street under the window and yell out. It's worth a try anyway. What I say for yelling, boss? Say, Louis de Fly has flowers for pretty lady. That'll do. Air condition, boss? What's that supposed to mean? Window closed, air condition. No, hear me, boss? For Christ's sake, just see that she gets them personally, I yelled. Yes, boss. Why you not say first time? Remind me to fire you when you get back, will you? Too valuable employee, boss. Gone, scram. Okay, I go. Quick for bloody sure, boss. Louis de Fly had become fixated on the great Australian adjective, convinced that peppering his speech with it gave his English added veracity. Louis de Fly returned an hour later without reporting to me, but instead went straight back to work. The little bugger knew I could see him, wrapping stereos in newspaper and then tying them with coarse twine for delivery to the various Chinese newspapers, from my office. You may be wondering why I didn't pull rank with the production staff. Being a director, I had the power to fire on a whim without bothering to give an explanation. The PAP government had little time for unions, and metaphorically speaking, they'd pulled out their teeth, nails and toenails,
leaving them with no voice and a very tenuous grip on industrial welfare, limping along, going nowhere. The left-wing leadership had been locked up in 1963 during Operation Cold Storage, and 6 years later still languished in jail. The PAP government enforced a law inherited from their former colonial masters that allowed indefinite detention. Somehow they hadn't got around to abolishing it. But for your average worker, there were swings and roundabouts. While the new government kept wages low and annual holidays short, they made up for this with a calendar peppered with public holidays, 15 plus 2 bank holidays, and they'd instituted a pension scheme and were building decent housing, complete with excellent sanitation, almost as fast as it took to bake bricks and mix cement. No longer, as in British colonial times, could you smell the stench of Singapore from 5 miles out to sea. Affordable apartment blocks for workers were beginning to rise all over the island. There was no doubt that the average Singaporean was a lot better off than ever before. However, strikes were illegal, and at the clerk and general factotum level, there had never been much protection. You owned your business, owed your employees nothing but their wages, and were free to hire and fire pretty much at will. When they grew too old to be effective, you showed them the door. But that was precisely the point. The agency before the Yanks bought it was totally autocratic. In fact, even after, very little had changed at the staff level. Sydney and Johnny ruled through fear. Ronnie, while still demanding a measure of kowtowing, was on slightly more familiar terms with staff. It was the Chinese way, but it wasn't mine, or for that matter Dansford's. This egalitarian attitude, far from pleasing the older members of staff, totally disconcerted them. They simply didn't understand the new practices of the Guelo who treated staff with respect. In fact, they seemed to silently resent the familiarity. Most people don't like change, but the Chinese working class abhors it, even fears it. For centuries, change has only brought disaster with it. They are past masters of adaptation, making the system work no matter how draconian. As Dansford once remarked, "They just don't dig it. There has to be a catch, but they can't figure it out." I recall him shaking his head. The irony is that, unable to understand our motives, they become even more mindlessly eager to please. It was only with the young guys, the Willy Wonkers and Louis de Flys, that you could get the concept across that a harmonious office atmosphere with qi feng shui, positive energy, as Willy Wonka had once translated it, created a better working environment. But every once in a while you were forced to pull rank and jerk one of the kids into line. I guess that goes for anywhere. Even Willy Wonka, before he disappeared into the army, would occasionally need to be straightened out. I must say the army had changed him, though I wasn't sure if it was for the better. He'd visited us when on leave. The old Willy Wonka, in one of his father's oversized suits, excitedly jumping about, hands flying every which way as he talked, now stood more or less at attention and gave polite answers to questions. His short army-style crew cut and scrawny frame in a neat khaki uniform made him look vulnerable and a little disconcerted. The polished brass's shiny boots' neatness imposed by the army, rather than lending him authority, gave him instead the appearance of a young cockerel that had lost most of its feathers in an unfortunate scrap with a large and domineering rooster. The delightful qualities the old Willy Wonka had possessed now seemed to have been starched and ironed out of him. The one good thing was that he hadn't entirely wasted his time in the service of his country. After his basic training, he'd applied for and been accepted into the military film unit, making up for his disappointment at not being sent to Australia for film training. On the basis of his experience on the Citizen Watch campaign, no doubt vastly exaggerated, he'd earned a single stripe as a lance corporal. I wasn't at all sure that he was capable of carrying the crushing weight of responsibility thrust upon him by this lowest possible form of military authority. When eventually he completed his time in the military, we still had plans, along with Harry Three Thumbs Poon, to develop a film studio. My hope was that Willie hadn't lost his spark or his wonderful enthusiasm for the business of life. I walked over to the door of my office, opened it, and yelled out, "Louis de Fly, at the double." Much to the amusement of the production staff, he jumped in fright, dropping the metal stereo he was wrapping and sending it clattering across the floor. Then, without stopping to retrieve it, he came running. With the errant dispatch boy standing to rigid attention in my office, I inquired, "Well, what happened?"
"Ribbon fall off, boss."
He pronounced it somewhere between Libban and ribbon. Ribbon? What ribbon?
"For box, boss."
You little bastard, you opened the bloody box.
"Fall off from my hand, that box, from rickshaw. Ribbon fall off. Inside come outside. Why you buy more rubbish nose than flour, boss?"
Don't give me that bullshit. You took a peek.
"What peek, boss?"
Jesus. Looked. You opened the box.
"Only little bit, boss."
You little shit. Louis de Fly's eyes widened and he looked decidedly hurt.
"Not shit, boss. Very valuable employee."
I had the distinct feeling that if I stayed around long enough, I'd end up working for Louis de Fly. Did you tie it up again?
"Very beautiful, boss."
Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened? Did you give the roses and the box to Miss Mercy B. Lord personally?
Yeah, of course. No crap."
Louis de Fly looked at me quizzically.
"What happened, boss? Last time, switchboard lady with big hair on top and old lady no teeth, they take flower. Now, Missy Mercy B. Lord, she come take flower himself."
Herself?
"Yeah, big smiles for me. Very happy."
Did she say anything? Ask you to wait?
"She say ribbon on box, very pretty."
You know, Louis de Fly, I really ought to give some serious thought to firing you. I sighed, but couldn't hold back a grin. She said no such bloody thing.
"Boss, how much you pay this ribbon?"
Never mind. Miss Mercy B. Lord said nothing to you?
Yeah. She say she called telephone tonight.
What time?
She say to tell usual, boss. I don't know what means this usual.
For Christ's sake, Louis de Fly, why didn't you tell me?
Maybe big surprise, boss. Maybe pick up telephone, you got Missy you loves.
Big surprise my ass. When were you going to tell me?
Maybe 1 hour, boss. Stereo for Chinese newspaper, very urgent. I very valuable wrapping boy.
I anticipated Mercy B. Lord would call me at the flat around 7 o'clock, the time I usually got back from the agency when we were together. I stopped off and bought supper for two, her favourite Peking duck with a serving of rice and one of bok choy. Yeah, I know, in my dreams she was going to agree to come for dinner in the flat. Sure enough, punctual as mosquitoes after sundown, the phone rang at 1 minute past 7. I grabbed it and forced my voice to sound casual. Hello?
Simon, it's Mercy B. Lord.
Hello, Mercy B. Lord. Lovely to hear your voice again. Louis de Fly said you'd be ringing me. I was trying to sound urbane, to keep my voice pleased but casual, but I could feel my heart beating faster. Just the sound of her voice set it thumping 19 to the dozen.
Thank you for the roses, Simon. She giggled. The red roses and the gorgeous orchid. I now have two, one on either side of my bed.
But only one person in bed between them, when there should be two, I quipped, thinking the wicked giggle was permission to banter a little.
Now, Simon, I have several serious questions, so behave yourself.
It was said lightly, but was nevertheless a reproof, a caution to keep my head pulled well in. It wasn't the first time her manner had changed within a single sentence, lightness turning to firmness. It reminded me of Chairman Meow. My dad called it whipped cream, first the cream, then the whipping. Right, I said, chastened.
Simon, what did you do?
Me? Well, nothing really. I had lunch with Molly Ong.
Yes, she told me. But what happened?
Molly may want you to be the Singapore girl, but she also really likes you. She knew we'd broken up.
Oh?
I told her the first time she phoned, when she rang to congratulate me on the win and wanted to talk to you as well. I guess about the idea for the Singapore girl promotion, maybe offer you the new job.
Simon, that's not the question I asked.
Yeah, okay, you asked what happened at lunch. Well, I admit we discussed the situation, the portrait, the predicament I'd placed you in.
Then you talked about Beatrice, Sidney and me, she interrupted.
There was no point in lying. I wouldn't get away with it. Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, we talked about, your unavailability 2 days a week. She said with the Singapore girl job, there was probably lots of travel involved. Tourism business all over the world. Molly wanted to know why I named your painting the way I did. I was trying desperately to avoid using the word Thursday.
And what did you tell her?
Nothing. What could I tell her? I still don't know myself, I protested.
But you mentioned Beatrice.
Yes?
And the wings? Sydney?
Yeah, I said again, somewhat defensively. I was beginning to feel decidedly uncomfortable. Mercy be Lord, I fucked up big time with the portrait and placed you in an invidious situation. Probably a dangerous situation. The Singapore girl is a way out, and Beatrice and Sydney are obviously making it impossible for you to accept.
You know that for sure, do you, Simon?
I winced inwardly, but persisted. Yes, I think I do. You said yourself that you'd love the job.
And Molly Ong wanted me for it, so you put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, I admit I dobbed them in. After you said they'd put a tail on you and you were afraid. The burqa. Then at the Ritz, you said your life was fucked. I paused. Mercy be Lord, I'm truly sorry, but I love you and I want you back in my life. And I don't want you to get hurt and I don't want your life to be fucked. It all just poured out of me.
Have you eaten?
She asked suddenly, the whip of the tongue gone and the cream back. No, I bought Peking duck with rice and bok choy for 2. Actually, I was hoping...
Yum! Turn on the oven. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Perhaps when you're in love, you read signs into everything. I opened the door to Mercy be Lord not much more than 15 minutes later, having turned on the oven as instructed. She was wearing jeans and a white shirt with leather open-toed sandals. Nothing sexy. It was the shirt that carried the telltale sign. She'd left just one button beyond modesty unbuttoned. And while she wasn't big in front, she was a B-cup, which was pretty big for an Asian woman, and I could see she wasn't wearing a bra. She also wore no makeup, another sign, and I confess I wondered whether she carried a spare pair of panties and a toothbrush in her bag. I'd slipped a jockstrap on when she suggested coming over for dinner. That part wasn't wishful thinking. I knew precisely what would happen the moment I laid eyes on her. No other fully dressed woman had ever had that effect on me. No, that's probably not true. Sexy is sexy. But I didn't walk around with a hard-on the way I often did after a glimpse of her in the morning. A sideways glance at almost any time would do it. Bent over the kitchen bench preparing breakfast or dinner. Reaching up to open the curtains. Coming out of the bathroom barefoot, wrapped in a white terry toweling gown with a turbaned towel on her head. In a Chinese grocery shop examining lychees, picking the plump, fleshy ones. Anything would set me off. The one-eyed snake simply couldn't be trusted and seemed to have a mind of its own where she was concerned. People say that carnal desire shouldn't be confused with true love, but I couldn't separate the strands that made up the whole of my loving her. I was completely, totally in love, and making love to Mercy be Lord was a fundamental part of the entire gorgeous whole, and my feelings hadn't diminished in any way in the months we'd been apart. Now, as she stood in the doorway with the light falling obliquely on her face, I had trouble breathing. "Come in, sweetheart," I said softly. Sweetheart is a cautious endearment that can swing from casual to meaningful, and I waited for her body language to tell me if it was the first step in a reconciliation, or whether I had overstepped the mark. Mercy be Lord hesitated only a moment, then rushed forward and grabbed me by the shoulders. If I hadn't been a tree stump, she would have bowled me over as she planted a kiss on my mouth, forcing my lips open with her tongue, then moving deeply inside. They say reconciliations are among the best moments in lovemaking, perhaps because there is a second agenda. As you make love, you confront the agony of separation and exchange it for the ecstasy of renewal, until you finally rise and explode and crash exhausted. You have scrubbed all the hurt and anxiety and the dark corners of recrimination clean, and you end up with an empty space you can proceed to repaint and decorate. There may well be an equally important role for talking in reconciliation. Two lovers regaining the closeness they've lost, making promises and sharing expectations, then solemnly signing the bottom line of a contract for future behaviour. But until the emotional spring cleaning is complete, there is no real platform for getting together again. Maybe there is a more lyrical and romantic way of putting it, a better analogy. But to me, separation is an abandoned space that was once an intimate room. That is why there is such a feeling of emptiness when it happens. The shutters are pulled down on a dark place, gathering emotional dust. Until the heart is satisfied, the head can make little sense of things. By morning light, Mercy be Lord and the human tree stump had scrubbed the room we'd re-entered 4 glorious times, and fresh air and sunlight now streamed through the brightly polished windows. We showered together, and then I percolated coffee while Mercy be Lord, wearing my terry-toweling dressing gown, hair not yet blow-dried and sassooned, drank a cup of hot water, a Chinese dietary habit that probably makes a lot of sense, then made scrambled eggs and toast. Barely a word other than morning pleasantries had escaped through our frequent smiles. A love requited. Silence, content and happy. Of course, I knew we had a lot to talk about. Obviously, things had changed, or she wouldn't be with me now. But even though I was anxious to know what had transpired, there seemed no point in trying to push it. The woman I loved would tell me in her own good time, or perhaps not at all. Maybe it sounds weak, but what I'd said to Molly I meant. I was willing to have her back on almost any terms, with no questions asked. Then she changed into fresh panties she'd taken from her handbag, a bra that came from the same source, her jeans, and one of my shirts that could comfortably contain 2 of her. I dressed for work, though I'd considered calling the agency to say I wouldn't be in, after asking Mercy be Lord if she could take the day off. But turning off the hairdryer she'd left behind when we'd parted, she said, "Darling, I have to go home and change, and then open the office. At 11, I'm meeting the president of a Pittsburgh steel company, who is flying in unannounced to take a look around, and doesn't want to be bothered with the usual government meeting and greeting contingent. I have to arrange a limo. Mohammed is in Kuala Lumpur with Beatrice." "Kuala Lumpur?" I asked. She'd told me once that Beatrice arrived at the office at 6 every morning to pray at her shrine and to make international phone calls, and never went anywhere in public. Mercy be Lord opening the office was therefore a rare occurrence. "Beatrice has gone to KL to check on various business interests," she explained. "Isn't that unusual?" I asked. Mercy be Lord laughed. "You're digging, aren't you, Simon?" No, I returned hastily. "It's just that you told me she gets to work early and never leaves the office." She walked up to me, eyes shining. "And for 2 weeks. "Does that mean what I think it means?" "If you'll have me," she laughed. My heart suddenly sank. Oh, shit. What? "My mum's coming on Thursday to stay the 2 nights before the dinner. God, how stupid." Mercy be Lord suddenly looked uncertain. "You don't want me to meet her?" she said in a hurt voice. I grabbed her and hugged her. "You mean you will?" I cried excitedly. Mercy be Lord pulled back slightly and looked up at me. "Oh, Simon, what if she hates me?" I laughed. "No chance of that." She told me over the phone that she'd stood for an hour looking at your portrait, looking into your eyes. Then she said, "That's not something you can paint if it isn't there." "If what isn't there?" Mercy be Lord asked. That's what I said. Then she said, "Simon, that beautiful young woman has you, written all over her." I kissed Mercy be Lord. I know my mother. It wasn't a slip of the tongue. She is going to be the second most excited member of the Koo family to know you. Mercy be Lord pushed out of my embrace. Then, eyes averted, said, "Please, Simon, let's not look beyond the awards dinner. I just don't know what's going to happen. Beatrice has never been away before. It's all very strange." "Steady, Simon. Don't react." "I'll book you a seat on the plane. We can all go to Hong Kong together." Then, trying to remain casual, I said, "By the way, Sydney left for the States on Sunday, or perhaps Monday. I'm not sure which. But Ronnie made a point of telling me, even though I hadn't asked. Simon, are you sure you don't know any more than that? Scout's honour. Molly only intimated that a couple of phone calls had been made. By her? I don't know, but I shouldn't think so. She's well connected, but she isn't heavy duty. Who then? Mercy be Lord, now you're the one who's digging. I simply don't know, I promise you. But you named Beatrice and Sydney. Yes, but I told you that last night. Simon, listen to me. You have to call Molly and tell her to get whoever called to make a second phone call to Beatrice or to Sydney to say you're protected. Huh? You can't mean that. Oh, but I do. You must. Either that or hire a kung fu master from Hong Kong, like the Taipans. I burst out laughing. Come on, you can't be serious. I couldn't possibly do either of those things. But I recalled Molly's remark about Singapore's upper middles being a nosy lot, and I wondered momentarily whether Mercy B. Lord had heard anything about my family. Her eyes suddenly welled. Then I must. I shall call Molly, she choked. Simon, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Hire a kung fu master for protection? It'd cost a fortune. But come on, really? Mercy B. Lord was back in control. Yes, and of course you couldn't afford it, so call Molly. Hey, wait on. If being the Singapore girl protects you, surely the portrait, all the publicity from the win, should protect me. In the short run, yes, she replied. But the Chinese have long memories. What could possibly be the point? Face. Face? I know it's important, but come on. Important? Simon, when will you understand? It's everything. Can I think about it? Mercy B. Lord glanced at her wristwatch. I've got to be going. Wait, I'll call a taxi. No, I'll get one on the street. She kissed me. A nice kiss, if a little hurried. Moved to the door, then propped. Simon, you said your mother's arriving on Thursday? Yeah, that's right. Mercy B. Lord tossed her head. Don't book me a ticket. I'll see you both in Kowloon, the Peninsula Hotel, Friday evening. See you tonight, darling. Maybe we can have dinner somewhere. On Thursday, she'd be gone as usual, and would meet us in Hong Kong on Friday. Mercy B. Lord was letting me know that in this one respect, nothing had changed. Chapter 14. How do I even begin to talk about the awards dinner? 4 feisty females, 5 with Mercy B. Lord. Chairman Meow, Mrs. Sidebottom, Molly, and Elmer were all primed to enjoy themselves, although possibly all were a tad wary too, as women of character sometimes are when suddenly mixed together. To this coterie were added 4 males, Long Me Saw, who could bring a room to instant and obedient silence merely by clearing his throat, Dansford Drocker, whose exuberance and unpredictability made him a figure not easily ignored, and while the power of these 2 men was somewhat counterbalanced by Cecil Sidebottom and myself, the sum was still a potentially explosive mix. It was probably a combination no sensible or sensitive host would have thought to bring together at one table. But then, of course, I was thinking like a man and naturally got it all wrong. While men immediately sniff and circle each other to establish who is top dog, women seem able to cooperate and conjoin, absorbing, matching, surmising, and deciding, all somehow simultaneously. I watched in amazement as they began this process. While all this happened, as if by some form of osmosis, we 4 men waited for each to assume their preordained roles. Seemingly within minutes, the women began to share quite intimate details and to decide that they were well matched, settling down to enjoy the evening and each other's company. While I have no doubt that they may have passed the odd remark about each other at home, they seemed to really enjoy the opportunity to compare notes with women they regarded as their equals. Chairman Meow, as used to commanding respect as Elmer, clearly recognized at once that this wasn't a group she could hope to dominate, and quickly relaxed and enjoyed being Phyllis Koo, the artist's mother, and an intelligent woman in her own right. We, the males, having sniffed and circled as a matter of form, immediately assumed our roles. Long Me was, by wealth, importance and social standing, top dog. Dansford was resident wit or clown. Cecil was the Mr. Nobody every male group requires. And I, for the duration of the evening anyway, was the boy hero. We would all be expected to play our parts accordingly, but our first joint activity was to get stuck into the grog as a sign of mutual acceptance. Top dog Long Me saw hadn't brought his eponymous mastication minder, Miss Chew, which meant he wasn't going to eat, but would instead drink brandy all evening. A bottle of Hennessy XO cognac and a brandy balloon had been placed beside his place card at the table. However, he'd arrived accompanied by two black-suited, very dangerous-looking Chinese minders, walking 3 steps behind him. One of them had a dragon's head tattooed on the back of his left hand, its body and tail disappearing into the cuff of his jacket. Both men, while no taller than me, possessed physiques that made mine look positively puny. At the cocktail party, they'd positioned themselves so that they could see anyone approaching, and later, at dinner in the ballroom, they stood at what I presumed was within kung fu striking distance of Long Me's chair, just in case some triad gang happened to stroll into the Peninsula ballroom with hostages on their minds. Our 2 unarmed combat goons were not alone. The ballroom contained several black-suited lookalikes, obviously on duty for some of the other wealthy members of the Chinese community. The interesting thing was that nobody seemed to take any notice. Dansford had arrived in full dinner suit, but without shoes. This wasn't because Chicken Wing had neglected to pack them, but because he'd left home fully dressed, lest he lose his portmanteau. Losing this ancient leather bag was not an infrequent occurrence, but because it was such an old-fashioned and distinctive piece of crocodile skin luggage, it somehow always turned up again, though often days after his return to Singapore. He referred to it fondly as abtats, a mnemonic for a bag too awful to steal. In the very likely event that he would leave his portmanteau of evening clothes behind in a bar somewhere, Chicken Wing knew to dress him for an event that involved travel, the awards dinner being a perfect example. Predictably, on his way to the airport, Dansford had stopped off at Bill Bailey's for a steadier, no doubt topped up several times on the flight to Hong Kong. Then, upon arrival, he paid a flying visit to the bar at Kai Tak Airport. Finally, he'd taken one of the famous Peninsula Hotel's Lolliesy Loisy, the Chinese pronunciation for the several Rolls-Royce Phantoms the hotel sent to meet guests. However, approximately a mile from the hotel, the Rolls got stuck in traffic, coming into Tsim Sha Tsui, so he'd abandoned it, deciding to walk the remainder of the way to sober up. Within a block, he discovered that his new evening shoes pinched him badly, so he dropped them into a rubbish bin to arrive finally with his black silk hose worn through and both his big toes exposed. The Rolls arrived at precisely the same time as Dansford limped into the driveway of the Pen, as the hotel was fondly known. He tipped the chauffeur, who handed a bellboy his precious abtats, then sat on the top step, leading to the front doors. Much to the chagrin of the rigid chief bellman, an impressive display of service medals, the only colour on his immaculate white uniform, Dansford proceeded to remove his socks. With the socks held in his left hand and his right hand flat on the marble step to steady himself, he got to his feet, but then momentarily lost his balance and quickly reached out to grab the bellman's arm. Misjudging the distance, he grabbed a handful of medals, which, fortunately, but for 2 that clattered to the steps, held tight to the bellman's chest, allowing Dansford to regain his balance. Naturally, this required a gratuity, so Dansford slapped the warm socks into the doorman's white-gloved hand and reached for his wallet, handing the speechless and dishevelled chief bellman a mollifyingly large note in exchange for the return of his worn hosiery. He then deposited the socks in the hotel umbrella stand and proceeded to march through the swing doors, across the vast hotel foyer into the cocktail party. Seemingly unconcerned, he approached me, arms flung wide.
"Say, Simon, this is bigger than the 4th of July," he pronounced happily. "Ah, waiter," he called. Then, as the man came over, lifted a glass of champagne from his tray.
"Dansford, what happened?" I asked, pointing to his naked feet.
"Blisters. Severe. Agonizing. Couldn't walk. Either this or no show. Couldn't possibly miss your moment of glory, old buddy."
"But what about the hotel car?"
"Stuck.
"What, the rolls broke down?"
In traffic. Walked."
You could usually tell how far gone Dansford was by his speech. He never seemed to slur his words, and was quite capable of conducting a conversation even when completely stonkered. The one way you knew he'd had a few was by his truncated sentences. He'd answer in single words or short, clipped phrases, never rudely, but perhaps, conscious of being drunk, he concentrated on being precise. On the occasions I'd had too much to drink, I usually had some trouble recalling the details of the previous night, when I woke up the following morning. Dansford, on the other hand, remembered everything, chapter and verse. You couldn't claim inebriation sharpened his mind. It was pretty sharp anyway. But unlike most of ours, his seemed to remain reasonably clear, which gave him a distinct advantage in avoiding the in vino veritas moments we've all been guilty of during the course of a heavy night's drinking. Dansford, sober as a judge or gone with the wind, never gave anything away. The evening began with cocktails in the foyer leading into the ballroom, where anyone who was anyone in Hong Kong, Brits and wealthy Chinese, mingled in a twittering and chattering of elegant evening-gowned women and dinner-suited men. The occasion presented two opportunities for the glitterati, to be seen as patrons of the arts, and to visit the new Hong Kong Museum of Art, recently opened by the governor. There is something to be said for British aplomb. Unbeknownst to me, the governor, Sir David Clive Crosby Trench, knew Dansford and came over to us, pumping his hand and warmly welcoming him, completely ignoring the fact that he wore no shoes. Dansford introduced me, and Sir David offered his congratulations, then added very kindly, "Simon, the committee is particularly pleased that the winner's subject is an Asian, and such a very beautiful gal. Alas, the winner is usually some craggy old crone or doddering chap, the conventional belief being that such subjects have more character etched into their faces and are more challenging." He smiled. "Absolute poppycock, if you ask me. A glorious-looking woman seems to be a far greater challenge than 100 wrinkles, a tuft of white hair, and weepy, bloodshot eyes." Later, after the governor had left, I questioned Dansford. "Well, that was a surprise. How do you know each other?" I asked. He laughed, deftly lifting another glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter. Surprised he remembered. Goes back a ways. 1949 Joint Services Command and Staff College in England. I was seconded from the U.S. Army. Communications course. Regular guy, good soldier. Likes a glass or two of scotch and honky-tonk music. Hank Williams' Lovesick Blues. It was all he said, and I knew it would be pointless asking him anything more. Drunk or sober, Dansford seldom talked about his past, and when he did it was cryptic and revealed little or nothing, particularly about himself. He had a prodigious memory, being able to recall facts as he just demonstrated. It was not the first time I had speculated about why Dansford wouldn't or couldn't return to the States, and what the hell he was doing in London in the U.S. Army 4 years after the war. I knew I'd almost certainly never know the answer. Cecil Sidebottom, the third almost invisible male at the table, said very little and fidgeted constantly with the starched wing collar of his evening shirt. It was obviously too tight, and every minute or so he inserted his forefinger down beside his Adam's apple and cleared his throat. The rasping glottal sounds were to be his major contribution to the conversation until much later in the evening, when, sufficiently pissed, he allowed me to convince him to remove the stud and loosen the offending collar. It sprang open as if grateful for the release, and, held by the stud at the back of his neck, a glossy wingtip rested on either shoulder. Mrs. Sidebottom's pursed lips whenever she glanced at him didn't augur well for later, when they were alone in their hotel room. A Sidebottom did not let down the side. Sylvia Sidebottom, flashing her new teeth, had greeted me with, "Lovely, lovely, Simon. We'd never have been invited to a posh do like this when we lived in Hong Kong. Just a notch or two above our reach." "Mine too," I confessed. "Oh, I can't believe that." Your mother seems completely at home," which was, of course, an accurate observation. Chairman Meow hadn't taken a backward step, and while dressed in the best possible taste, she was a highly noticeable shimmer among the glitterati. Thus, at the artist's table, at the grand start to the evening, were Mesdames Battle Cruiser Kelly, the diminutive full-frontal flashing-fanged side-bottom, the elegant Chairman Meow, a.k.a. Mum, and the pretty one-time Miss Singapore, Molly the Entrepreneur, as Long Me Saw had appropriately dubbed her. Of the men, one was drinking brandy on an empty stomach, one was pissed and barefoot, and one was slowly choking to death but staving off his premature demise with ice and water as a lubricant. This left two potential non-combatants, Mercy B. Lord and myself, except that she was missing from the action. Chairman Meow had arrived on the afternoon plane from Australia on the preordained Thursday, and by the time we left for Hong Kong on Saturday morning, a tailor in Orchard Road had delivered a single-breasted evening suit with all the trimmings, 2 dress shirts, both with starched fronts, one of them with detachable wing-tipped collar, the other with a normal turned-down collar, 2 bow ties, one tied, the other not, hose and patent leather evening shoes. She'd also brought a set of my dad's tiny gold nugget shirt studs and cufflinks, and just in case I objected to wearing so ostentatious a display, she'd handed them to me with the comment, "A gift from your dad. Count yourself lucky, Simon. I had to stop him from giving you the De Beers specials, the one set with diamonds with matching cufflinks and signet ring." Hong Kong Chinese women of wealth are seldom overweight, and even in their 60s carry few wrinkles. The majority are among the best-dressed, most sophisticated and good-looking guests it is possible to gather en masse under one roof. Discounting for a moment the heavyweights in body, mind or spirit, like Elmer Kelly, the Governor's wife, Lady Trench, and a clutch of the other top British colonial civil service wives, all, with few exceptions, less than resplendent in weary satin evening dresses, the foyer contained a turnout far worthier than any I was entitled to expect. But it was meat and drink for Chairman Meow's naturally competitive nature, and very much to her liking. She wore the Dior gown she'd previously described on the phone, and flashed more diamond points than a gang of kids carrying sparklers on Guy Fawkes night. If I'd managed to conceal our extreme wealth from everyone since coming to Singapore, my cover was finally and irretrievably blown. This was one slim, elegant, attractive and sophisticated woman, and the number of carats she wore would not be lost on the audience, most of whom assessed their social equals, inferiors or betters, by the outward display of their wealth. The fact that the taipan Long Me Saw sat at our table would, according to Elmer Kelly, undoubtedly add to her credit as a woman of influence, and become an instant passport to acceptance. Elmer had called me aside. "My dear boy, you have been hopelessly trumped by your mater. This is Hong Kong, and I'm afraid the mysterious Phyllis Koo, who speaks Cantonese with an Australian accent, is going to be the centre of speculation all night." She drew her head back, as if examining me in an entirely new light. "I say, Simon, how on earth did you manage to conceal all this from us? Particularly the Chinese mandarins, who keep a close eye on the wealthy wherever they originate." I laughed. "One look at me should answer your question, Elmer. The first time I entered Sidney Wing's office, he said to Johnny in Cantonese, assuming I wouldn't understand, 'He looks like a Chinese peasant.' To which Johnny replied, 'And that's the way we'll treat him.'" Elmer laughed. "More fool them. Well done, Simon. No spoilt little rich boy, eh? You've taken the Wings on the chin, served out your time, and now you can tell them to sod off. I can't tell you how pleased I am we're friends. Your lack of presumption is what attracted me to you in the first instance, but had I known your family background, I would probably have avoided you. How foolish! But one is always rather wary of people one believes were raised with the proverbial silver spoon stuck halfway down their esophagus. I count myself fortunate not to have made so gauche a mistake." It was quite the nicest compliment. Elmer then went on to say, "The press is being allowed in for the official unveiling, and it wouldn't surprise me if your dear mamma doesn't upstage us all. That canary diamond dragon brooch she's wearing simply defies description. But I can see she's not simply la grande dame, but a woman of real spunk as well." She smiled. "After all, she raised you, dear boy. I shall enjoy getting to know her." With my cover blown, it at once became obvious that the 1969 Hong Kong Museum of Art International Portraiture Prize wasn't going to some impoverished painter taking his first step out of an impecunious lifestyle. Alas, there had been so much media speculation since the morning Elmer had called to congratulate me that I was pretty worn down by all the kerfuffle, not to mention by the Mercy B. Lord difficulties that had ensued, so that little personal excitement remained for me. My most ardent wish would have been to rise from the table when I was called to the podium to receive the prize, and turn to Mercy B. Lord seated beside me, taking her hand and lifting her to her feet. Then we'd walk onto the stage together. I'd rehearsed the scene in my head a dozen times. Her surprise, perhaps reluctance, the little assertive tug it might take. Now that fantasy only added to my disquiet. I'd submitted the painting without Mercy B. Lord's approval. I'd embarrassed her and compromised her, and it looked as if Chairman Meow would steal the limelight that rightly belonged to my beloved, who should have been the centre of attention and who wasn't even present. When we'd arrived at the Peninsula on Saturday morning, instead of Mercy B. Lord waiting for us, having arrived earlier, we found a note in our suite, addressed to me, recording an earlier telephone call from her. I had immediately become concerned. The neatly typed note was obviously dictated over the phone and contained no endearments. "Dear Simon, I have been unavoidably delayed on business, but hope to be in Hong Kong in time for the awards dinner. Mercy B. Lord." It didn't sound a bit like Mercy B. Lord. I hadn't told my mum about our reconciliation, wanting to save the surprise for when they met face to face. So when she questioned me about the note, I replied that it was excellent news. Mercy B. Lord had sent a message to say she hoped to be at the awards dinner and to keep a place for her at the table. "Oh, Simon, how lovely! I shall greatly look forward to meeting her. I brought the diamond pendants just in case." "Mum, promise not to fuss. I told you." Yes, dear, I know you two are not together. I've had several days to get over that particular disappointment. But she's a beautiful woman. She honoured you by allowing you to paint her, and she deserves to wear diamonds, if only for one glorious and forever-to-be-remembered evening." "Mum, I'm not at all sure she'll agree. She may not even be able to make it to the dinner." I waved the note. "It says she'll try to be there." "But why, my dear? What could possibly be sufficiently important to keep her away? Surely, for a young woman, this is an occasion that could well be the most important she'll ever experience. One she'll recall in her dotage." "Mum, I can't answer that. The note, and it's only a telephone message, says that she's delayed on business. I simply have no idea where she is or why." I smiled. Let's just hope she gets here. I moved over to a wastepaper basket situated under a genuine, or if not, a bloody good imitation, antique Louis XV transition writing desk. Tearing the note into tiny pieces, I dropped them into the basket. "Mum, all I know is that once a week she travels beyond Singapore. I don't know where or why, but she's obviously been delayed and has very courteously let me know." So far, I'd navigated around the note without having to fib. Looking Chairman Meow, a.k.a. Mum, in the eye required a pristine conscience, or I'd register on her PSS, Prime Suspect Sniffometer, as we'd called it as kids. The dinner part of the evening was all but over, with only the presentation to come. On our table it had been a rowdy affair, and it was apparent that the four women had taken a great deal of pleasure in gathering intimate details about each other that, had they been males, might have taken months or years to accumulate. At any given time, 2 conversations were taking place at once. Women have an extraordinary knack of listening to 2 disparate conversations simultaneously, and partaking of each, dipping in and out without losing the drift of either. In the hour it took to serve and finish dinner, the list of topics discussed by the women was, in no particular order, as follows: hippies, long hair, beards, sideburns. Everyone agreed they looked awful, neither one thing nor the other. Ghastly bell-bottom pants, tie-dyed shirts, marijuana and LSD. They then moved on to husbands, sport, dancing, quilting, recipes, cooking, diet, animals, servants, lemon juice for cleaning jewellery, fashion, makeup. Face powder was on the way out. The end of the beehive hairdo, dressmakers, mothers who had once darned socks, children and youth going to hell in a handbasket. What was interesting was that Elmer and Molly were single, and Mrs. Sidebottom confessed that she and Cecil had tried but failed to have children, although the way she said it suggested that the trying was in fact very trying, and after a while they hadn't really bothered. Only Phyllis Koo could claim any experience of parenthood. But they'd still discussed in an animated way all these topics, and if they could not draw on personal experience, they had observed friends or relations. The conversations seemed to serve as a means of establishing backgrounds, states of mind, experience and points of view, and functioned as the introduction to a deeper dialogue. Nor did I sense that any one item was more important than another. That is, until they reached the subject of men, whereupon the level of animation increased noticeably. Conjugal bliss received short shrift. Elmer's sailor boy bobbed up and then disappeared under the waves, and while there was no comment on Cecil's efforts, Mrs. Sidebottom's sniff at the very mention of male contributions to life said it all. Molly Ong claimed that while she'd known a few men in her time, she could only remember enjoying, present company excepted, two in particular, a Frenchman and an Italian, but she didn't elaborate. Chairman Meow admitted she'd enjoyed making kids, but said very little more about my dad's contribution to her nocturnal activities. There then followed a discussion about the pill, and how the present generation of young women would be a lot better adjusted now that they possessed the ability to train their male partners as to their needs, without the spectre of marriage or the fear of pregnancy. Elmer, predictably, had the last say on the topic. "Splendid idea! Lots of jolly good bonking before marriage makes Susan a wiser and happier gal, what?" By far the most interesting topic turned out to be the inadequacy, incompetency, and downright stupidity of men outside the bedroom. There were numerous examples given of all three characteristics, but the interesting part was hearing the basis for them. This discussion was the only one that interested the men at the table, and despite Long Me's cognac bottle reaching the halfway point, he in particular seemed fascinated by this rarely expressed female point of view. It was a revelation few males could ever have heard, and was possibly due to the champagne the femmes were steadily imbibing. Elmer told of being a prisoner of war, and how, as a woman, she could make demands on the Japanese commandant that the British male prisoners were either too frightened, too proud, or too racist to make, or even consider making. Mrs. Sidebottom described how women were able to break the German and Italian secret codes, simply by understanding how the male brain worked. As she pointed out, it wasn't a very sophisticated process, and she could never understand why the Germans, Italians, and Japanese hadn't employed women to create their codes. Molly talked about the beauty pageant industry, and how the men in charge treated the girls like bovine creatures and toys, pretty dolls. "In bed by 9, unless in bed with them," was how she wittily put it. How they, the male minders, were constantly being hoodwinked, sometimes unknowingly dancing with their charges, who, with a change of makeup and a blonde wig, could dance away the night in the same nightclub until 2 in the morning. But it was Chairman Meow who stole the show on this topic, when she explained the principles behind negotiating with men in the boardroom, pointing out that all men by their very nature are competitive animals, and so likely to disagree on just about anything. By listening to every point of view and taking from it what was cogent, then reformulating it into a policy of her own that she could then get her husband to deliver, she'd almost always get her own way. "It's like panning for gold. You have to discard a lot of male rubbish while trying not to damage their egos in the process." She'd concluded by saying, "With men, it's always about face, gained through innovation. With women, it's always about face, doing it by first looking at the result you want to achieve and then working backwards to implement it." According to Chairman Meow, women understand that originality is almost always dangerous in business. It is far better to find a successful example that has worked previously, and then improve on it, than to rush ahead with some male-inspired brainwave. At the conclusion of her speech, Long Mi Saw invited her to sit on the board of Golden Future Films, the movie company he ran with his brother, Long Saw. While all this was going on, and excluding the discussion involving the inadequacies of men in general, the four men at the table discussed the 1968 Ashes tour and the qualities of Hennessy XO cognac and why it was the brand most wealthy Chinese preferred. Long Mi expanded on this at some length, and, I confess, told us more than I personally needed to know about brandy. For instance, did you know that the best cognac is made from a blend of over 40 eau de vie, the product of the second distillation of wine, from various regions of cognac in France? The wine itself tastes awful, but when boiled and distilled and given a few years of age in French Limousin oak, the end product is spectacular. XO, extra old, the cognac Long Mi was drinking, must be at least 6 years old and is usually matured for 15 years. We also discussed why golf was becoming increasingly popular among the wealthy Japanese and Chinese businessmen, and Dansford, who even when drunk was seldom boring, for once bored us, or me anyway, to the bootstraps with a long diatribe on why baseball and not cricket suits the American psyche. Although, come to think of it, he had to sit through what was for him equally tedious stuff about cricket. I guess I may well have been more interested in the men's conversation had I not been distracted. Throughout dinner, I kept an eye on the entrance to the ballroom, in the vain hope that Mercy B. Lord might suddenly appear in her black cheongsam and red shoes. The idea of walking up to the stage to receive my award from the governor was beginning to fill me with dread. One fundamental question was beginning to preoccupy me. If Mercy B. Lord was missing, and didn't turn up, and if she hadn't returned home when I got back to Singapore, how was I to find her? Where would I begin to look? I'd barely touched the food on my plate, and had drunk only a solitary beer, yet my stomach was churning, and I felt ill with anxiety. I glanced up at the stage for the umpteenth time, my hand going to my jacket pocket to feel the tiny leather case that held the gold chisel. Patel & Son had done a splendid job, and the result was exquisite. My portrait had been suspended on 2 wires that dropped some 50 feet from the ceiling, and then concealed behind a beautiful screen comprising 4 frames or sections, each representing a season. The section nearest our table represented autumn, a painting of migrating cranes flying high above an autumnal Chinese landscape that was far superior to anything I could ever hope to paint. When they removed the screen to reveal my portrait, this visual feast would, paradoxically, become at once a famine. I wondered if anyone in the audience would sense the irony. I cringed inwardly at the thought of standing beside my painting while the flashlights popped and the television cameras rolled, and thereafter making a short speech expressing my gratitude, while all I could think about was the whereabouts of the living subject of that misbegotten picture. My imagination was beginning to run riot. With Beatrice Fong in KL and Sydney in Florida, what better time was there for Mercy B. Lord to appear to have absconded, while in truth she'd been captured and held against her will? The note had been too offhand, too deliberate. The very least she would have done was to have ended it with a simple endearment. Love, missing you, even looking forward to being there, not just the unadorned Mercy B. Lord. After listening to the women's conversation around the table, I became convinced the note had been composed and delivered by a man. The dreaded moment finally arrived, and the chief curator climbed the steps to the stage. A murmur of excitement rose from the guests as the ballroom doors opened to welcome the media, a contingent of some 20 people, armed to the teeth with Nagra reel-to-reel recorders strapped over their shoulders, microphones in hand, and cameras and TV film cameras. Carleen Stein, with cameraman and sound guy in tow, was there, as well as a camera crew using 35mm film and bearing the Saw Movie Empire logo, Golden Future Films. I knew that Molly would have responded to my invitation, whether it had been business-related or not, but it was unlikely Long Mi Saw would have done so. Nevertheless, he could easily have left the whole thing to the very capable Molly Ong, so his agreeing to come was a personal compliment. one of which Chairman Meow could never have imagined her son worthy. But to be truthful, when all was said and done, he'd essentially come for the sake of Singapore. Mercy B. Lord's presence and her association with the portrait was to be a grand kick-start to a very big promotion, and he, as well as Molly, would want lots of footage for the publicity to launch the Singapore girl. Both Molly and Longme had hinted that there was something else of importance in the pipeline that would involve the promotion. It was clear that an immediate crisis loomed. With Mercy B. Lord missing, the Singapore girl concept and the promotion depending on it would not happen. The television crew he'd arranged, probably at personal expense, would be wasted, and he needn't have been present. Longme Saw wasn't the sort of man you disappointed. Monday at the agency promised to be a rough ride. Longme had every right to be furious about Mercy B. Lord's absence. Molly Ong would have egg on her face as well. I glanced at them both in turn, but neither seemed unduly worried. I'd mentioned the note to Molly at the cocktail party, warning her it looked as if Mercy B. Lord would be arriving late, but she seemed unperturbed. "Oh, I'm sure it will be fine, Simon." I remember thinking I hadn't the courage to explain that Mercy B. Lord might not appear at all. I was packing it big time. There seemed to be trouble on all sides, but the idea that something might have happened to my beloved was the worst of the looming disasters. The slightly effete curator Elmer had mentioned on a previous occasion, acting as the master of ceremonies, made a speech that now, in my rising anxiety, I barely heard. He then called on the governor to award the prize. Sir David Trench now stood at the podium, acknowledging the crowd's applause. Shit. Concentrate, Simon. He's going to call you up at any moment. Smile." The governor of Hong Kong made a short, witty speech about the views he'd earlier expressed to me on beauty versus craggy character, much to the delight of the dinner guests, then added that all daughters should be painted at 21, and not, as usually happens, when they are perhaps past the first flush of beauty, while all men should be painted at the age of 40 before they lose the capacity to attract the interest of a 21-year-old woman. Laughter. He then drew everyone's attention to the splendid new facilities for the arts, and called me to the stage. I looked over at a beaming Chairman Meow, and I think she was about to burst with pride as the entire room applauded. Elmer, Mrs. Sidebottom, and Molly seemed just as pleased for me. I cast one last wishful glance at the ballroom door, in the hope that a miracle would occur, and Mercy B. Lord would appear as if by magic, then arranged my mouth into a fixed smile, more a rictus than a smile, and tried to prepare myself for what was to come. The applause ended as I reached the podium, and stood beside Sir David Trench, with my back to the beautiful Chinese screen that concealed my own inadequate effort. "Ladies and gentlemen, as Governor of Hong Kong and Chairman of the Arts Council, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Singapore artist Mr. Simon Koo to the stage to receive his gold medal and cheque as the winner of the 1969 Hong Kong International Portraiture Prize," the Governor announced. Then he nodded in the direction of the bandstand. A sustained drum roll began, as the beautiful Chinese screen somehow folded into a single piece and lifted off the stage and was pulled up into the ceiling. How this was done, I shall never know. So great was my shock. My portrait hung suspended no more than a foot above the stage, and next to it was a peacock-tailed chair, identical to the one I'd painted. Seated motionless within it was Mercy B. Lord, wearing the black cheongsam and red shoes, mirroring the pose of the portrait. The guests started to yell and clap and leap to their feet, and the media rushed forward as I stood like a stunned mullet, sudden tears welling, then running willy-nilly down my face. The orchestra struck up a fanfare of some sort, as Mercy B. Lord rose slowly and walked towards me, smiling and with her arms outstretched. There must have been at least 300 people in the ballroom, all cheering, but I was oblivious to the cameras, flashlights, the media, the guests, and even Sir David, as I took her into my arms and kissed her. I don't remember much about the rest of the presentation. Sir David handed me a medal and an envelope, and I gave a short, sniffingly tearful speech, no doubt making a perfect fool of myself, although people would later say it was enormously moving. Not the speech, but the tears and sniffs and my obvious love for Mercy be Lord. What followed was a media scrum where questions were hurled at us from all sides, microphones were shoved into our faces, and cameras rolled. I tried to field the questions, while Mercy be Lord just smiled graciously, answering in monosyllables. That is, until the sore Golden Future camera crew approached, whereupon she was suddenly animated, answering questions as one soon to be known as the Singapore girl might be expected to do. Molly had picked the right girl. Mercy be Lord was tailor-made for the role. For Carlene's people, she fielded some difficult questions and some very personal ones, and was far more gracious than I would have been in the same situation. The press then scattered and headed for the various dignitaries, my table with Long Me Saw being a prime target. Someone must have alerted the reporters to the mysterious artist's mother. Protesting her embarrassment, Chairman Meow was soon surrounded by reporters and camera crews. When Mercy be Lord and the boy hero finally made it back to the table, Chairman Meow, aka Mum, burst into tears. She stood and embraced Mercy be Lord, clasping her to her bosom, and in between the blubs she kept repeating, "Oh, oh, you came from behind Little Sparrow's screen," which made no sense to anyone but me. She was, of course, referring to the time Little Sparrow sat behind the screen during the banquet to recount Aku's dream to the Triad Dragon Master in Sydney, nearly 100 years previously. 3 bottles of vintage Cristal miraculously appeared on the table with 9 clean champagne glasses, and Dansford lost no time popping the corks. Then, to everyone's surprise, Long Me Saw got to his feet, a tribute to his constitution, as the bottle of cognac was now 2/3 empty. He'd been fairly quiet for most of the evening, but now, with everyone's glasses charged, he stood and said, "I should like to propose a toast." Then, lifting his glass, he continued, "Here's to great beauty, and to those who have the gift to translate it onto canvas, so that the gift remains forever young and wonderful. Simon and Mercy be Lord, we wish you both a long and happy life." Male cheers and female tears followed, and Cecil declared he hadn't been as moved since the completion of his first all-steel bridge. But the evening proved far from over. The orchestra was waiting for the governor's party to depart, when Dansford suddenly upped and crossed the ballroom on his bare feet, sat down at the Steinway and began to play and sing. He opened with Lovesick Blues, the honky-tonk number by Hank Williams. The governor remained seated, which meant the guests were obliged to do the same. The orchestra happily joined Dansford while he performed what was a truly varied and amazing repertoire, from honky-tonk to comic opera, including, for the benefit of the Brits, the Major General's song from the Pirates of Penzance. Judging by the ovation after each number, remaining for the impromptu concert hadn't proved to be an inconvenience for the guests. An hour later the governor's party left, but not before Sir David had come over to the bandstand microphone to congratulate Dansford, noting that he'd seldom enjoyed an official engagement as much, and offering to buy him a pair of shoes out of the government house maintenance budget. "I'll put it down as running repairs," he said, to much laughter. Dansford Drocker had pulled it off once again. The guests left smiling, obviously having very much enjoyed his spontaneous performance. With Mercy be Lord at my side, my life seemed complete. In fact, I couldn't recall any time when I had been so happy, elated, content, or wonderfully at peace with myself. It also allowed me now to do something I'd planned all along. Much to the joy of she of the signs and portents, the inestimable Chairman Meow, who'd finally stopped sniffling over the screen incident, or coincidence depending on how you looked at it, I gave the tiny box containing the gold chisel to Mercy be Lord. Then I handed her my winner's cheque. "Mercy be Lord, this is yours to give to Sister Charity at the St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Mission Orphanage, with my sincere thanks for nurturing and raising the single most beautiful woman I shall ever have the joy of knowing. Tears flowed from all the women, with even Elma allowing a tear or two to escape. I can't say it had been an easy evening, though it had certainly been a momentous one. And later Mercy B. Lord, realising what I had been through, apologised in the nicest possible way by waiting until Chairman Meow was asleep in our 3-bedroom suite, then tapping softly on my door. In bed, she explained how Molly and Long Me Saw had arranged to meet her to discuss the needs of the promotion, both having arrived on the flight before the one we'd taken. "Simon, they promised they'd let you know, but Long Me Saw insisted that he wanted the surprise to be caught on camera, so he didn't want me to leave a note for you. He promised he'd leave one himself." She looked up at me solemnly. "Darling, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Knowing how you would feel, I should have had the courage to insist you were told I'd arrived in Hong Kong." I hugged her to me, forgiving her instantly. I can think of nobody in Singapore except for Lee Kuan Yew who would be sufficiently game to go against Long Me Saw's wishes. We made love and fell asleep in each other's arms, and, somewhat to our mutual embarrassment, were awakened by the sun streaming through the curtains and a beaming Chairman Meow, aka Mum, standing over us holding a tray, bearing a teapot, milk, sugar, and 2 cups. "I'm about to order breakfast, my dears. What do you fancy?" she asked, with a would-be mother-in-law smile I'd never seen her wear before. Chairman Meow returned to Australia, and Mercy B. Lord and I returned to Singapore. The Hong Kong Sunday papers did a special Sunday supplement on the awards dinner, the South China Morning Post declaring, "The Barefoot Maestro's Concert, a wonderfully fitting end to a momentous evening." The paper's art critic also commended the chief curator for his brilliantly subtle and innovative example of living contemporary art, naked feet in evening dress. There was also a special insert about the guests, featuring at the centre the portrait with the living subject posed beside it. It would be used in all the regional newspapers for the next week, and even made the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age in Australia, and eventually Tatler and The Times in the UK. Carlene's people devoted the entire Monday night show to the awards dinner, and asked me for a live interview. But I'd had enough of KS and her entire carry-on, as well as being the centre of attention, so I declined. Molly, sensing the opportunity to get Mercy B. Lord great exposure on nationwide TV before the announcement, couldn't let the opportunity slip. She'd decided, for obvious reasons, to appoint her initial Singapore girl without the competition, although she intended to have one a year later to select the next girl. The grand finale of the show, the tearjerker and Molly's idea, was Mercy B. Lord presenting the portrait prize cheque to Sister Charity for the St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Mission Orphanage. I must say, we both thought this somewhat on the nose, or, as Chairman Meow might have remarked, lacking in good taste. But there's the rub. As an ad man, had the same thing happened to someone else, I wouldn't have hesitated to take the opportunity, pretty well regardless of any of the personal feelings of the participants. This was what's good for the goose is good for the gander stuff. I hated to admit it, but this was top-notch thinking. It ticked all the boxes and possessed all the ingredients for prime-time TV. The orphan who had grown up to be a stunningly beautiful young woman, the grizzled old Irish nun who had found her on the doorstep and named her in that wonderful exclamatory way, the artist who fell in love and painted her to win an international prize for her portrait, and then gave her his winner's cheque, which she gave to the orphanage as a token of her gratitude to the nuns who had raised her. While we both realised it could be seen as publicity-seeking self-glorification and therefore in poor taste, I'd been well and truly hoist with my own petard. All I could do was refuse to be involved personally. In fact, all I wanted to do was find a quiet place to hide away from the limelight. While beautiful women belong in front of a camera, tree stumps don't. Of course, the presentation of the cheque to Sister Charity turned out to be a tremendous tearjerker, one of those seminal TV moments people recall months or years later. Overnight, Mercy B. Lord became the toast of Singapore. Carleen Stein had a moment in the international spotlight, and the Hong Kong International Portraiture Prize received brief coverage on the weekly BBC art show. Some weeks later, we received, care of the Tourist Promotion Board, a letter on Vatican letterhead personally thanking us for our donation. If it did nothing else, the media flurry placed Singapore in the minds of millions and clearly demonstrated the enormous emerging power of television. The entrepreneur was perfectly set up for the launch of her Singapore Girl promotion, and Molly consolidated herself as a publicist of extraordinary ability. If the whole thing was in doubtful taste, one really good thing did come out of it. Mercy B. Lord was, by virtue of her immediate fame, someone the Fong and Wing conglomerate couldn't just expunge without some very severe repercussions in very high places. Singapore wasn't a country where you shat on your own doorstep and hoped you could get away with it. Both Fong and Wing, I felt sure, had much too much to lose to contemplate doing her any personal mischief. I returned to work the Monday after the awards dinner, but only to wind up my accounts and prepare to hand over to my replacement. Sydney Wing had returned from Florida, and Beatrice Fong from Kuala Lumpur, and Mercy B. Lord went back to work, but simply to wind up her job with the Beatrice Fong agency before taking on the role of the Singapore Girl. She would become the new face of Singapore, a young woman who would promote tourism and business conventions for a year. Mercy B. Lord, whether defying Beatrice Fong and Sydney Wing, I can't say, moved in with me permanently, transferring her possessions to my flat the day we returned to Singapore. But alas, despite the prospect of her new job, she insisted Thursdays remain sacrosanct. Quite how Molly Ong would arrange her schedule I didn't know, but she was obviously prepared to work around those 2 days. Clearly, Molly was very impressed with her choice of Singapore Girl, and the publicity and enormous public approbation following Mercy B. Lord's appointment probably made it worth allowing her to take 2 days away from her duties each week. Through Molly's government-backed inquiries, I now knew Mercy B. Lord flew to Thailand each week. However, inquiries about the contents of the briefcase were less successful. The minister in charge of Customs and Excise simply informed her that the information was officially unavailable. In a quiet moment at the awards dinner, Molly had told me, "Simon, I daren't take it any further. This is not a matter of corruption in high places. It's something more than that. The warning was very explicit. I was hauled up in front of the minister and told in no uncertain terms to keep my nose clean. I daren't make any further inquiries." I was now more than a little confused. What in the name of Christ was going on? Was the woman I loved someone I didn't even know, concealing a secret life I could never be part of? Suspicion is ghastly. It erodes confidence, trust and belief, while giving rise to nefarious speculation. Mercy B. Lord had never lied to me, but had instead simply forbade any questions. There had been no denials, no confrontations, no explanations, simply silence. I was effectively shut out of everything for 2 days a week, nearly a third of her life. I loved her with every fibre of my being. I wanted her forever. But how could I accept these conditions? Plainly it was impossible, and she must have known this. Why then did she continue to say she loved me? Why had she now ostensibly defied Beatrice Fong and Sydney Wing and moved in with me, but still insisted on keeping Thursdays sacrosanct? Perhaps I should have kept her at arm's length, told her that unless she came clean it was all over. But I loved her too much. And I had become convinced that whatever she was involved in as a courier, it wasn't a decision she could make herself. The only thing that could be said about the entire ghastly scenario was that she obviously wasn't with me for the financial gain. She now knew about my family's great wealth, and yet even that made no impression on her determination to control her own life. I had on only one occasion suggested that we might one day be married. She hadn't objected or explained, but had simply ignored the suggestion and taken me to bed. I had long since learned that Mercy B. Lord was a very strong-minded woman. but this silent refusal to budge was clearly non-negotiable. Suspicion takes one into dark corners, and I began to wonder if there was some other agenda going on, if Mercy B. Lord was part of a conspiracy involving me. Perhaps my family's wealth had been known all along, and I'd deluded myself that until recently I'd been incognito, just some shit-kicking creative director with a bit of ambition spending time in Asia, trying to build his career. Which was true enough. What was it Elmer had said? The Chinese mandarins keep a close eye on the wealthy wherever they originate. I told myself I was a weak shit, that I ought to take the initiative and confront her, ask for a reason, and be prepared to end the relationship if I didn't get one. I told myself I'd let it go on a little longer, postponing the confrontation for a while before I took the bull by the horns. I confess, my heart completely overpowered my willpower. I simply loved her too much. There was no one I could talk to. Chairman Meow was besotted with Mercy B. Lord, but if I told her about Thursdays and my suspicions, she'd immediately conclude they were correct, and the shit would hit the fan in a big way. Or worse, she'd make it impossible for us to stay together. Chairman Meow on the warpath on behalf of her son and heir didn't bear thinking about. I couldn't confide any further in Molly, who had her own agenda concerning Mercy B. Lord. Besides, she'd received an official warning to let the matter drop. Neither was Dansford a likely shoulder to cry on. He had to work with the Wings, and while I knew there was no love lost between him and the three brothers, I didn't want to compromise him any further. He'd married Chicken Wing and built up a lifestyle he couldn't have maintained anywhere outside of Asia. Furthermore, as far as I could speculate, he intended to remain in Singapore permanently, or at least until the grog finally caught up with him. 2 days after the tremendous publicity around and excitement of the announcement of Mercy B. Lord as the first Singapore girl, Beatrice Fong, while praying at her office shrine at the end of the day, suffered a massive heart attack. Muhammad, waiting in the Buick outside the office, became concerned when the old woman was late. Beatrice Fong never deviated from her routine. Not daring to enter her office or even call out, he phoned Mercy B. Lord, who had only just arrived home from a tourist promotion board briefing. We immediately took a taxi to the Beatrice Fong agency, where Mercy B. Lord hesitated in the foyer.
Oh, Simon, I know it's stupid, but I feel...
Don't worry, darling, I said. Most people are troubled by the sight of the dead. If that's what's happened, well, I'll be here with you. Chairman Meow had insisted that once I was an adult, I understand the family funeral business, and so my sisters and I were exposed to the deceased on several occasions. I put my arm around Mercy B. Lord's shoulder, and we went in together. The old crone lay dead on the carpet in front of the shrine. The incense she'd lit before the statue of Tsai Shen-Ye, the god of wealth, still burning alongside a large, luscious peach she would have been offering as a sacrifice. Even in death, she had piercing black eyes, undimmed by age. I stooped and closed them. Then I waited a moment while Mercy B. Lord paid her silent respect. Outside, she sent Muhammad to fetch Beatrice Fong's physician, Dr. Foy, a man in his early 80s who had attended her for half a century. Although she distrusted the Chinese banks, the old woman was ambivalent about medical matters and had chosen a young doctor who practiced both Chinese and Western medicine. They'd grown old together. While we waited for the old man to arrive, we sat in the foyer, where Mercy B. Lord explained that Beatrice Fong had long since made provisions and arrangements for her funeral, and had charged her with carrying out the arrangements. Mercy B. Lord hadn't reacted in any way to the old crone's death, and this seemed surprising to me. She wasn't an unemotional person, and had reason to be grateful to Beatrice Fong. "Darling, are you okay?" I asked carefully. She nodded.
It wasn't as bad as it could have been, seeing her like that. In fact, it was the first time I didn't feel slightly apprehensive in her presence. She started briefing me on her death 5 years ago. Every Monday morning she'd call me into her office. Tonight is almost an anticlimax. I'm so completely brainwashed, I daren't mourn her until I've done my job, followed her wishes to the letter. Right now, I don't know what to think. She was an enormously irascible old lady. It wasn't always easy."
She paused.
"Of course, she may have changed her previous arrangements, but I'm not sure she'd have had time."
"Why would she do that?" I asked.
Mercy B. Lord was silent, her eyes averted.
"Simon, when I resigned and told her I was going to be the Singapore girl, we had a dreadful row. If she'd survived, you can be sure she'd have blamed her heart attack on me. We'd already had a row when I told her I wanted to attend the dinner in Hong Kong and to accept the offer to be the Singapore girl. Then we had another about my moving in with you. The first row was the day after we had dinner at the Ritz."
"Why didn't you tell me, darling?"
Mercy B. Lord shrugged.
"You had enough on your mind. Besides, it was what I had expected. The old lady had always thought she owned me, and when I came the very first time to be with you, she was furious and barely spoke to me, sending me messages and directions through the switch. That's how Beehive Frida became her new office servant and intimate."
"But she didn't fire you." Mercy B. Lord looked surprised.
"No, she couldn't do that."
I knew not to question her further, other than to say, "And you didn't?"
"Resign?"
"Yes."
"No."
"And when you returned? That first time?" Mercy B. Lord smiled.
"As the prodigal daughter, it wasn't easy. She isolated me. I didn't know about your letters and flowers. At the orphanage, when we did something wrong, the nuns isolated us. We were sent to Coventry, to use their expression. Beatrice sent me to the Chinese equivalent. But first she told me that if I ever saw you again, she would see to it that a great harm came to you."
"Is that why you warned me? You do know Ronnie warned me just after I arrived. He said my ass wouldn't bounce until I landed beyond the Singapore border if I had anything to do with you."
"Oh, Simon, all those months I thought you hated me."
I grabbed her and held her tight.
"Darling Mercy B. Lord, I love you. I was devastated. I told you that before. How I'd painted your portrait to convince myself I hadn't lost you completely. And then, when the weeks and months passed, and it seemed you were never coming back, and Ronnie told me that you wanted nothing further to do with me, I thought that sending the painting away, entering it in a competition I could never hope to win, would allow me to finally say goodbye to you. It was a final act, like a funeral. You know, after the burial, while you may never be the same again, eventually you have to recover and get on with your life. When the painting won, and I sent you the letter of apology, and it came back mutilated with the word bastard, and Louis de Fly told me what had transpired, I realized that it wasn't you, but Beatrice, who had intercepted all my flowers and letters. I decided that if I could just reach you, there might still be a tiny chance of, well, reconciliation. So I used the invitation, in the hope I might get it to you personally. I told myself that if you rejected me yourself, I'd know you didn't love me, and that there was no further hope. Molly Ong had phoned me with her idea of the Singapore girl, and I realized that it was a great opportunity, but one that you might just reject because of our past. I didn't want that to happen, to deny you the opportunity because of what had gone on between us. Then, when I didn't or couldn't give Carleen Stein your name, and suddenly they were saying you didn't exist, I stopped. Well, you know the rest. Like survivors from a disaster, we told and retold the story of our ordeal to reassure ourselves that we were at last safe.
Oh, Simon, because of the reason for our parting, I told myself I wasn't allowed to love you, that it wouldn't work, that I must stop. But I couldn't. It wouldn't go away. It just wouldn't. I'd never been in love before. I'd never even been loved. I didn't know what to expect, how to behave. All I knew was the orphanage, and then Beatrice, who took me out at 15 and gave me a home. That was 7 years ago. I think she honestly believed she owned me.
You lived with her?
Yes.
Oh, I see. She sort of adopted you. Became your surrogate parent. Grandparent.
No, it wasn't quite like that. As I said, I think she honestly believed she owned me. I was her personal property. I was given a room in her mansion at the back, not in the servants' quarters, although I always used the back entrance. But she didn't say I had to, Simon, she added quickly. Use the back entrance, I mean. I just did. And she never invited me to use the front. After the girls' dormitory in the orphanage, having a room all to myself was an unbelievable luxury. Almost as good as being loved.
And she never showed you any affection? Mercy B. Lord looked surprised.
I keep forgetting you never met her. Beatrice Fong wasn't capable of affection, Simon. It just wasn't something she felt. She loved money, not people.
Mercy B. Lord pointed to the door of the dead woman's office.
She died worshipping it. Instead of affection, she trained me in money matters. It's not something I talk about, but I can read a balance sheet upside down, prepare a profit and loss sheet and an investment brief on my ear. It was the closest she got to showing me she cared, teaching me how to do my financial homework, how to handle numbers, calculate the value of an investment in terms of return. She believed people existed to be used. According to her, there are only two kinds of people, those who make money and those who labor to make it for them.
But having trained you, she never allowed you the capital to make any money of your own?
No, she didn't believe in handouts. If I couldn't make it starting from scratch, she wasn't interested. The training came first. That was her gift to me, the nearest she came to affection. She was giving me the key. I had to find the lock that opened the door to creating wealth myself. By falling in love with you, I betrayed her. I had made the wrong choice, love instead of money. You had, in effect, destroyed her creation before she was ready to let me go, and she wasn't a forgiving woman. She believed her time had been wasted. The Singapore girl was the final straw. I was to become a glad-handing beauty queen. She thought you had completely corrupted me, or that's what Sidney Wing told her, backed up by his vile brother, Johnny. They told her it was a conspiracy between you and Molly Ong.
Yeah, that figures. What about Sidney? Was he a part of your apprenticeship? He was pretty bloody proprietorial about you.
If any of them, it was Johnny who had the most to do with me. But it was strictly business. I was a connection in a business relationship. Beatrice never got close enough to anyone for sentiment to enter into a relationship. But if she trusted any of the Wing brothers, it was Johnny. Having said that, she was a woman wholly and completely concerned with money. Everyone had a specific part to play. She had no morals, no scruples. Money doesn't have a conscience, she once told me. It seems they've been business partners a long time. Sidney, the numbers man. He always had to be watched. Johnny, the fixer. Ronnie, the girly man, was how she'd occasionally refer to them. It certainly wasn't affection that held them. No, correction, she obviously had a soft spot for Johnny Wing. But it started long before I came on the scene, so I don't know how it all came about.
And you never thought in all that time of leaving the job or her home? I mean, you're clever, capable, well-trained and intelligent. Getting another job wouldn't have been hard. For instance, I'd have killed to have someone like you as an account executive in the agency. And you have already proved you would make a wonderful market researcher. You just told me you're well-trained in financial matters, in business. Any of these skills would have given you a career and earned you more than your present salary.
Simon, a single Chinese girl, without family, without guanxi, doesn't live alone unless she's a whore. Now, under the PAP government, it's a little easier to be a single woman, but not before. Besides, when it began I was 15, an orphan, accustomed to rigid, unbending discipline.
She shrugged.
If Beatrice threw me out. I had nowhere to go except back to the orphanage. They would have let me go at 16 anyway. She didn't beat me. She gave me a small room at the back of her mansion. The food from her kitchen was good and plentiful, and she clothed me until I earned enough to buy my own clothes. I was being trained at her expense, and I loved learning. If she wasn't kind or loving, well, I didn't expect her to be. She looked directly at me. There's precious little kindness and love in a Catholic orphanage. Irish nuns, ours anyway, usually came from impoverished slum families with drunken fathers and abused mothers, worn out from the effects of poverty and childbirth. There were always too many mouths to feed, and their excess daughters, those who couldn't catch a man by 16, were given to the church to become brides of Christ, placed in a convent to be trained in the basics and sent to the ends of the earth, never to see their families again. Many of them are harsh, bitter, ignorant women, who have no concept of being loved or of loving, except for the love you are told you're constantly receiving, but never actually feel coming from Mary, the Holy Mother of God. As a child, I thought love was learning your catechism off by heart. I'd never heard Mercy be Lord talk like this before. But darling, what about Sister Charity? You know, finding you on the doorstep, all that tear-jerking stuff on Carlene's people. The TV, the check you gave her. I mean, was that all pretend? Mercy B. Lord's eyes welled with tears. Sister Charity is no different. It's not their fault. They don't know any better, and they learn to show the outside world an entirely different face. It's part of their training, the compassionate and caring front that some nuns adopt as a secular mask. Of course, it can't be true of all nuns, but my lot were poor women from the slums of Ireland, who often lacked even a rudimentary education, and who were sent to alien places like Singapore because they couldn't or wouldn't complain. They had to be tough to survive, and I assure you, they were. Oh, Simon, I wasn't being a hypocrite. What you did was the loveliest thing anyone has ever done for me. You paid off my obligation. You set me free. How can I ever repay you for that? Darling, you already have. You defied the old woman, and we're together. She's dead now and can't harm you. By the way, who's going to tell the Wing brothers? I'll send Mohammed around after he takes the doctor home. I'll give him a note. He can go there from the doctor's house. Johnny lives in the same area. After the doctor's issued a death certificate, we'll call an ambulance to take Beatrice home. You don't think you should call Sydney now? No, Simon, this is women's business. I'll get the doctor to lay her out, and then I'll take her home and prepare her properly, in a dignified manner. She's Chinese, and face still counts. She must look suitably dignified when the priests and funeral people come to cleanse her body and dress her and ready her for the rituals to come. All I can do tonight is prepare the front door for them to enter in the morning. The house is full of images of the various gods, as well as several mirrors. I must cover the statues and have the servants remove the mirrors before anyone arrives. Why the mirrors? If you see a reflection of the coffin or the deceased in a mirror, it means you will have a death in the family. The ambulance men won't take her into the house unless the mirrors are removed beforehand. I must also hang a white cloth over the front doorway with a gong to the right and white lanterns around the outside of the house. I nodded my head towards the closed door behind which Beatrice Fong lay dead. I was expecting to have to comfort you, but you haven't shed a single tear. How do you feel? Mercy B. Lord looked directly at me. It is a sign of respect, Simon. I am a Christian. If I followed Chinese practices, I would, as a matter of ritual, have started to wail at the top of my lungs when I discovered her. But she wouldn't expect it from me. We've discussed it. She wants everything done by the experts, priests, and professional funeral organizers, and, because she has no family, by professional mourners. In Chinese funerals there are strict rituals. Every step for the mourners and the participants is preordained. She has left her instructions and has forbidden me to mourn for her. I was not brought up in any of the Chinese faiths. I'm not a Taoist or a Buddhist. And she doesn't want anything to go wrong, to intrude.
Personal emotion is an intrusion, I asked, trying to keep the surprise out of my voice.
In her case, yes, very much so. She wanted to think that she had made me in her own image. She would often say, "Child, I would not mourn publicly at your funeral, and I do not wish you to do so at mine. Cry for a lost business opportunity, nothing else." If I am to obey her instructions, then all I can do is prepare her house for the morning when the priest and organizers arrive. Then place a notice in all the Chinese newspapers and the Straits Times. That's my job done. For the rest, I must follow her instructions. These are in a vault in the main branch of Barclays Bank, and I will retrieve them in the morning. She would often repeat, "You will see that all is done correctly, but you must not become involved."
The old Chinese doctor arrived. A small elderly man with his grey hair parted in the middle and plastered down with brilliantine. He was dressed in an old-fashioned black linen suit, complete with waistcoat and looped watch chain, white shirt with starched detachable collar and black tie. His shoes were 20s style, pointy and high-gloss black, and he appeared somewhat myopic in his gold-rimmed glasses. He bowed deeply and offered his felicitations, adding in Cantonese, "She has waited a very long time before going to her ancestors, a long life worthy of respect. They have waited impatiently to welcome her. She will make a venerable ancestor. It is most appropriate." Quite what was appropriate wasn't clear, and as she appeared to have no family, it was hard to see whose venerable ancestor Beatrice might become.
"Dr. Foy, do you know her age?"
Mercy B. Lord asked. Dr. Foy nodded. "She has been in my care for 50 years. She is a venerable and most worthy 81 years of age." Unable to help myself, I quickly calculated that she would have been born in 1888, and so was of the same generation as the children of our Coo and Little Sparrow. My great-grandparents' generation. Dr. Foy indicated the office door and said to Mercy B. Lord, "You have checked her pulse?" She nodded.
I also held a mirror to her mouth. There was no breath.
The old doctor gave a curt nod. "We will go in now, please." An hour later, Mercy B. Lord had written a note to Johnny Wing for Muhammad to deliver after he took the doctor home. Then she'd left me to wait for the ambulance, handing me an envelope with the death certificate Dr. Foy had issued and the address of the Beatrice Fong mansion. I was to give it to them to bring along with the body.
"Simon, ask them to wait if I'm not there. Tell them I will reward them. I need to drop into Chinatown to get the white cloth, gong, paper lanterns and so on to prepare the house. I suggest you go home after the ambulance has left."
She showed me how to lock the doors to the Beatrice Fong agency, then added that she wouldn't be home because she would be required to sit with the corpse until morning, to guard the old woman from evil spirits. She'd call me at the ad agency after she'd gone to the bank to fetch her instructions. She'd have to wait at the house for the funeral director and the priests to arrive so that she could brief them.
"I dare say it will be sometime in the afternoon, but I'll call as soon as I'm free, Simon."
The following day was my second last at the agency, and I had a fair bit of tidying up to do. While Sydney had been back from the States for 3 days, he hadn't spoken to me. But Ronnie came into my office first thing to say they wanted to have drinks with the staff at the Grotty Hotel over the road on my last evening, but that he, Johnny, and Sydney couldn't be there because they would be attending the funeral of Beatrice Fong, who had died overnight. He looked at me quizzically. "But of course you knew that, didn't you?" I ignored his question. "Mate, I'd be happy if you didn't have a farewell bash for me. I'll say my goodbyes to the staff individually." "You will lose face, Simon." I laughed. Well, I lost it coming in, why not going out?
As you wish. Maybe we could have a drink together after you've left.
Yeah, sure. Ronnie couldn't help wanting to be the good guy.
Simon, you've done a hell of a job.
I laughed again. I guess Sydney and Johnny wouldn't agree. By the way, I've worked out my share of the profits due to me for the last year. According to my contract, I will need to be paid before I leave tomorrow. I pulled open the drawer, picked up an envelope and handed it to him. Will you see Sydney gets this, please? It's been countersigned by Dansford. I'd made the Wing brothers more money, kept the Americans happy enough, and as per the profit-sharing clause of my contract, I hadn't done too badly myself. I'd have enough to be able to look around, and I knew there were 3 ready-made business choices.
I don't know about tomorrow, Simon, the funeral.
Perhaps he can prepare the cheque today.
I'll see what I can do, but you know what Sydney's like with money. He'll want to do the maths.
Oh, it's been checked and endorsed by New York. Arthur Grimes has signed it as well.
Ronnie laughed. Well, I can see you've learned something useful from us, Simon.
Yeah, to cover my ass with both hands.
Ah, then they won't be free to accept the cheque today, he quipped. Sorry, Simon. A director's bonus cheque has to be signed by all the other directors, and Johnny is away on private business today. He shrugged. Stateside rule, buddy. This time you can't blame Sydney.
He gave me a smug smile, then turned to go.
We'll have that drink soon. Maybe one evening at the nightcap. Lots of new girls.
Thanks, but no thanks. All my evenings are taken up.
What, indefinitely?
A slight pause, then,
what about a Thursday night?
That crack brought me very close to jumping from my chair and smacking him in the teeth. But I managed somehow to keep my voice calm while the anger rose in my chest. Sorry, mate, Thursday night I paint. I attempted a self-deprecating grin, shaking my head. I'm trying, though I don't know how successfully, to do justice to a head and shoulders portrait of a very beautiful woman. As for future Thursdays, it could be that Mercy B. Lord might like to come to Australia for a holiday. An extended holiday. You just never know, do you? This last bit was pure invention, but it had the right effect. The invariably polite Ronnie suddenly lost his cool.
Simon, you were warned on your second day in Singapore to keep your fucking hands off her. Beatrice Fong may be dead, but I would be very careful if I were you. That old woman can bite back from the grave.
He turned and left, slamming the door of my pathetic little glass and plywood office so that it positively vibrated. I spent the remainder of the morning briefing Dansford on the outstanding creative work. Then, in a meeting with the production staff, giving them last-minute instructions for the big lather point-of-sale material for the launch in the Philippines. The new creative director, this time a guy from the States, had been delayed a month on family matters, so I couldn't brief him face-to-face. I had written a long report, a sort of what to do when the shit hits the fan list, together with a list of suppliers and production facilities, trustworthy and otherwise, in Singapore. At noon, Dansford and I caught a cab to Texas Oil to present the results of the test market for Texas Tiger Greased Lightning engine lubricating oil. Alejandra Catalayud, the finished artist, had done a sensational job of the Tiger illustrations, and the test market results, based almost entirely on her display posters, indicated we had another potential winner on our hands. As the Texan cowboy who rode the Asian tiger, Michael Johns was credited with making Texas Oil the #1 petrol brand in every Southeast Asian country except Burma, where Shell still ruled. With the likely success of the new engine lubricant, he was going back to Houston in an even bigger blaze of glory. He'd invited us to a double farewell lunch, for my departure from the agency and his in a month. He was returning to Houston to be briefed for his next assignment, running Texas Oil in South America. "Say, Simon, you wouldn't like a job in South America, would you?" he'd joked on more than one occasion. Dansford and Big Loud Mike got stuck into the martinis, and we all had large barbecued steaks and a monster potato baked in foil and garnished with fresh cream and chives, the Texas oil boss's favourite meal. Things were beginning to kick along very nicely for the two of them. I could see a very late night coming up and knew I must find an excuse to leave after nursing 2 beers. Mercy B. Lord would have been up all night sitting beside the corpse of the ancient crone, guarding it from evil spirits, then working her butt off all day, first visiting the bank, then making the funeral arrangements. What she didn't need was her lover arriving home after midnight, pissed. I was beginning to formulate an appropriate excuse to get away, when, thankfully, the waiter came over with a note for me from a printer, asking me to come in urgently to check the 4-colour proofs of the new Texas Tiger service station driveway posters. We'd inadvertently mixed a dark purple shade into the sky, and as purple can fade badly in direct sunlight, they wanted me to okay it before they pressed the button for the print run. Errors are expensive, and printers always like to cover their asses. Big Loud Mike insisted I stay, but I explained what might happen if the printer got it wrong, and he finally relented. "I guess that's the professionalism we pay you for, buddy. I want you to know I'm mighty grateful." He glanced over at a hovering waiter, then nodded to him. The waiter returned shortly afterwards carrying a large hat box, which he placed on the table. Michael Johns removed the lid and produced a new Stetson, which he presented to me. "That there Stetson is guaranteed genuine and comes from the original factory in Garland, Texas, son," he announced proudly. Then, dipping back into the box, he withdrew a silver belt buckle he'd had made in the Western style, with the traditional steer horn motif replaced by a roaring tiger's head with ruby eyes. "Simon, buddy, what can I say? You came when we were in the shit, losing market share to those bastards from Caltech's boron. Oh man, you dealt me 4 aces and the joker with Texas Tiger. The gasoline that makes your engine roar. It was an unbeatable hand, and I got to be a big hero in Houston." He pointed to the hat. "That there Stetson is a token of my personal esteem. But, my good buddy, while I get all the glory, you are the true Tiger hero." He held up the silver buckle. "I have the honor of appointing you the first recipient of the Grand Order of the Texas Tiger Buckle." He handed it to me. "My friend, on behalf of the Texas Oil Company, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Come to Houston, Texas, and we gonna have the mayor give you a goddamn street parade." I left the two of them to play on, grateful for the printer's call. Michael Johns pissed could be very forceful, and I didn't want to embarrass Dansford by insisting I depart, although I suspected they were both, after an afternoon of martinis, rapidly approaching the impossible-to-embarrass stage. While it was a considerate and generous gesture and an unexpected surprise, a Stetson on a Chinese tree stump isn't a good look, and everyone at the printers nearly pissed themselves when I arrived wearing it. As Dansford had originally landed the Texas Oil account with his bevy of Chinese dolly birds in hot pants, I decided he deserved the hat for his contribution. Mercy B. Lord and I had just seen the new film, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. In colouring and even in appearance, Dansford vaguely resembled Robert Redford, and on the notorious day of the pink hair cocktail party, he'd appeared wearing a cowboy outfit and a fake Stetson, and the toy hat had looked great on him. Dansford, slim, tall, and angular, was the perfect howdy pardner cowboy type. I arrived back in the agency from the printers just before 5 to find a near hysterical Alice Ho in reception. "Simon, you call Miss Mercy. Urgent, urgent. She cry on phone when you not be here." I tried to stay calm. "Where is she? Beatrice Fong's house?" Yeah, dead lady house." "Do you have the address?" I was kicking myself that I hadn't looked inside the envelope Mercy B. Lord had given me for the ambulance drivers. "I not suppose, Simon. Mr. Johnny, he say no give to you." "Alice, for Christ's sake, she's alone in the house with a dead woman." Alice scribbled the address, handing it to me. "You not say I give, Simon. I call for you now?" "Yes, please." I was trying to remain calm, but Alice must have sensed my concern. And don't worry, I could have got the address from Mercy B. Lord.
I don't know. What is she crying? She not say to me, "You run your office, Simon."
I picked up the phone that started ringing moments after I got to my office. "What's wrong, darling?" I asked anxiously.
"Oh, Simon,"
Mercy B. Lord cried and began to sob.
"Darling, what is it, please?"
But the pathetic crying continued. Then she finally gulped my name again, followed by a fresh outburst of tears.
"Take it easy, sweetheart. Are you hurt? Are you okay?"
A pathetic little yes followed, then a sniff and more tears. I'd phrased it badly.
"What, hurt?" "No, okay," she sniffed.
"Safe?"
"Yes,"
she sniffed again. "Now take a deep breath. Go on, please do as I say." There was a silence punctuated by 3 or 4 sniffs, followed by a pathetic little wail.
"Sorry."
Another sniff. "Now relax, I'm coming over right away. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
"No, you mustn't."
"What? Why?"
"Simon, Beatrice's lawyer phoned an hour ago."
More sobs. "Darling, I'll be there soon."
"No!"
she screamed. It was my turn to be alarmed. "What is it? Mercy B. Lord, please tell me."
"Beatrice has left me her entire estate."
She started to howl again. "Darling, don't cry. That's marvellous news."
"No,"
Mercy B. Lord wailed.
"It isn't."
"Why? What is it?"
"Johnny Wing is the executor, and her proviso is that I never see you again. She wants me to marry—"
But... There was a pause, then a muffled sound. Anger, surprise, dismay. It could have been any of these. And later I would attempt to read meaning into it. But then she spoke again. And this time her voice sounded strong and deliberate, even cold.
"Simon, this changes everything. I can't ever see you again."
I heard a gasp, then the rattle-clunk sound of the receiver being replaced. Chapter 15. The pronounced thump of the receiver being replaced at Mercy B. Lord's end left me utterly bewildered. I leapt from my chair and ran through the production department and into reception, then out onto the street. Alice Ho, taken by surprise, shouted after me,
"Simon, where you go? Not so hurry. What happened? You come back?"
If I'd had to wait for a taxi, I may have given myself time to think, but one pulled up in front of me to drop off a woman, and I barely allowed her time to scramble out before I jumped into the back seat. Then, furious, I had to wait for her to pay the cab driver, which she was attempting to do while hugging 4 shopping bags, groping blindly for her purse, somewhere within a voluminous handbag.
"Get going, I'll pay her fare," I shouted.
But the elderly cabbie stubbornly waited to be paid before calmly turning around to inquire, "Where you go?" I shouted the address in Katong that Alice Ho had given me and told him I'd double the fare if he hurried.
No, cannot. I get fine," he said,
moving into the stream of traffic.
"I cannot. Police, they make trouble for me."
He chuckled.
"Ha, license gone kaput."
I wanted to kill the silly old bastard. I was becoming increasingly rattled. Nothing whatsoever made sense, and so my mind lobbed another component into the Mercy B. Lord mystery mixture, the all-too-human paranoia. Was there some deep, dark conspiracy behind all this? Could it possibly concern my family? Had I stupidly assumed that I'd been accepted at face value, a young Chinese-Australian creative director in an Asian advertising agency trying to make a career for himself, when really they knew all along that I came from one of the 5 wealthiest families in Australia, and the only one with a Chinese background? Hadn't Elmer Kelly expressed surprise upon meeting Chairman Miao that our family's circumstances were unknown in Hong Kong? Hadn't she remarked that the Mandarins kept their eyes on the wealthy Chinese worldwide? And what about Long Mi's constant fear of being kidnapped? This prospect, far from being a sign of paranoia, was evidently a very real concern for the extremely wealthy. I was a mental and emotional mess, and certainly no closer to having any answers. We finally arrived in Katong. Judging from the relatively traffic-free roads and large walled villas and mansions, it was an old and wealthy area. I flung a handful of Singapore dollars into the driver's lap, then raced across the road to the gates of what I supposed was now Mercy B. Lord's house, only to come to an abrupt halt. The tall, wrought-iron gates were heavily chained and padlocked. I could clearly see the front of the house, about 30 yards down a gravelled driveway, where, on a wide semicircular apron at the top of the front steps, 5 men dressed in white were crouched, playing some sort of dice game. I concluded these were the men charged with staying awake to frighten off evil spirits, to prevent them from entering the house. Chinese funeral tradition required them to gamble in order to stay alert. I shouted to get their attention, and when one looked up, I beckoned urgently to him. 2 of the men broke away from the game and sauntered up the drive to confront me. From their casual demeanour, it was obvious they didn't think themselves in any way subservient. They were not unlike myself in build, the same short, square peasant type, their bare legs and arms heavily tattooed. One was blind in one eye, his entire left eyeball a dirty white colour. "Let me in," I demanded in Cantonese. "What your name?" the one with only one good eye demanded. "Ah Koo," I replied. "You tell the missy Simon Koo." I repeated both syllables. "Simon." "You wait, I ask," he instructed, in a not overly friendly voice. Then he moved away without the usual acquiescent nod of the head or the 1 pace backwards before turning to go. My initial bewilderment, then paranoia, was turning into anger. I tried to stop it, but anger and self-justification are close partners. I didn't deserve this treatment. After all I'd been through, to be simply dismissed, albeit at the end of a weepy phone call, seemed unjust. I wanted an explanation. I told myself that's why I'd come. I was owed that much at least. Mercy B. Lord had never mentioned that money was important to her. Was that because all along she was conning me? They were conning me, setting me up? I could feel the anger rising, a slow, hot thing in my chest. I knew I must stay calm, but fuck it, I couldn't. I was turning into some sort of avenging angel, and now, instead of wanting an explanation, I visualized myself rushing to confront Mercy B. Lord, marching up to the front door, shouldering it open and storming into the house, ignoring Beatrice Fong's wizened corpse, while yelling out for Mercy B. Lord to come and get what was coming to her. Nobody was going to humiliate me like this. I had switched from anxiety and bewilderment to self-righteous anger. However, brought up short by the gates, I realized that it was highly likely Mercy B. Lord would deny me entry. There was not a lot I could do from the wrong side of an 8-foot-high wrought-iron barrier. Even if I attempted to climb over the top, the 5 gambling guards were obviously capable of seeing off more than mere spirits. If they all resembled the 2 brutes I'd addressed, they were probably members of a gang. Their tattoos were the giveaway, and by definition, they'd be decidedly nasty types. The mansion was impressive in the old style, a Victorian bungalow with a surrounding veranda, of the kind built on the subcontinent for senior British civil servants. A high wall of quarried sandstone, with most of the crumbling cement joints cushioned with moss, appeared to surround the entire property. Tall palms fringed a gravelled driveway, which was bordered with pink and red cannas, and led to the wide semicircular front steps. What I could see of the mansion and grounds suggested old money of the settled British kind. Unlike the homes of most wealthy Chinese, no attempt was made by wealthy British colonials to impress the outside world. It was a big, solid, silent and permanent-looking house, in a simple garden of clipped lawn and severely pruned shrubs. 2 large white paper lanterns hung from either side of the front door, with a gong on the right-hand side, as well as 2 broad strips of white cloth that dropped from the lintel to the veranda floor, on which there appeared to be Chinese calligraphy. I was kept waiting for at least 15 minutes, and inevitably my anger began to cool, to be replaced once more by bewilderment. The thought of rushing in and yelling at her was, I realized, nonsense, entirely counterproductive. The unreasoning anger I felt still sat like a hard congealed ball somewhere between my chest and my stomach. Now I began to slowly take control, to work through the physical reaction, and to make some sense of what was going on in my head, thereby attempting to overcome the rage and panic, or whatever had taken hold of me, and brought me to the point where I was standing with both hands white-knuckling 2 decorative circles in the gate's design. I knew that, come what may, I could never physically harm Mercy B. Lord, or for that matter any female. My brain was simply not wired that way. I loved her despite everything. But perhaps confronting her and hearing her motives might help me to walk away. I couldn't bear the thought, but knew I might have to accept the idea of losing her forever. I tried to see it her way. The orphan who had never known love or even kindness as a child. Then the young adult who had been trained by Beatrice Fong to think that money alone was the true meaning of life. The girl who, I'd always thought, didn't believe this and truly loved me, but perhaps I was wrong. Could it be that she actually didn't know what love was? If you've never experienced the warmth and security of a mother's love, or later the euphoria of having someone in your life who makes your pulse race every time you look at them, the sheer joy of loving, then maybe you learn to fake it. Had it all passed her by? Was she emotionally destitute? Perhaps she wasn't just an orphan in the physical sense, but also in spirit, unable to trust an emotion over which she didn't have absolute control. Then again, perhaps my previous suspicion that I was being deliberately conned made some sense. Out of the blue, there'd been the big turnaround when the old bitch carked it and left her God knows how much money. Now she didn't have to go ahead with her plans. Obviously she had sufficient cash to allow her to tell me to bugger off in quick time. She didn't have to pretend to love me any longer, or make love to an ugly bloke with a build like a tree stump, just because he was rich. As more minutes disappeared, so did any chance of my being allowed into the house to confront Mercy B. Lord and ask her for an explanation of whatever had transpired when we met. I was mentally preparing to leave, knowing it was pointless waiting, when, to my surprise, the gambler with the bung eye returned. I waited for him to tell me to bugger off, but instead he produced a key and proceeded to unlock the gate, explaining that the priests and the funeral people were in the front part of the house with the corpse, and that we must go around to the back to meet the missy. He let me in, then chained and locked the gate behind me. We left the driveway and turned right onto a red brick path with the house on our left, crossing a lawn edged with shrubs so severely clipped that they must never have been allowed to blossom, a remorseless pruning, as if Beatrice Fong had been determined to punish the plants for their variety and vigour. A tropical garden virtually creates itself and can be a gloriously colourful exotic environment all year round. Apart from the pink and red cannas, there seemed to be no colour other than the various shades of cowering greenery. This was a garden dedicated to uniform neatness and order, a silent place unvisited by birds, bees, or butterflies. Now that I was about to confront Mercy B. Lord, I began to have doubts. What if she was simply amusedly dismissive of our shared past? What if she enjoyed making a fool of me? I had always seen her as a strong woman with a mind of her own. Now she might well mock me, laughingly admit to her true motives all along. I'd be sent away with my tail between my legs, even more humiliated. I had been easily and willingly conned, a soft touch who had to restrain his puppy-panting eagerness by wearing a jockstrap. The poor little rich boy who had everything he could possibly want, except the knowledge that he could make it on his own without his darling mummy designing his life for him. The worst part was that this was not entirely untrue, for while I appeared to have done okay in the agency, the billing had quadrupled, and not all of it had simply been business handed to us from the States. In my own opinion, I'd failed. Sydney Wing had put every financial obstacle in my path to prevent me building a sustainable and skilled creative department. Everyone we used, the prime example being Mrs. Sidebottom, was freelance talent. And furthermore, I had to prove I could cover their fees before I hired them. I had no permanent staff, no backup, and no facilities. I'd made absolutely no impact on the organisation, other than to make the Wing brothers richer and to satisfy the creative needs of clients in America wishing to expand in Southeast Asia. In fact, apart from my own creative efforts, aided by the loyal support of Dansford, at least between 9 and noon, I'd achieved bugger all. The poor bastard coming from America to replace me would have to begin building a creative department from scratch. In fact, I'd been so fucking inadequate that when the ventilation system I had paid for in the toilets had broken down 2 years later, I'd been unable to persuade Sydney to pay to have it repaired.
I didn't think it was necessary in the first place, Simon. Why then should I pay for it to be fixed? He'd declared.
Because the entire agency downstairs smells of shit, I'd protested.
Oh? This is my concern?
I would have thought so, I'd answered, somewhat tight-lipped. He shrugged.
We have the director's toilet upstairs. It doesn't stink. I can't smell the toilets downstairs.
So you don't care?
No.
It was almost funny to think that the only thing the staff would possibly remember about me was that I'd eliminated the smell of shit from the agency. In the end, it was I who paid for the repairs to the ventilation. And this would, to the Chinese way of thinking, have emphasised to the staff my weakness and Sydney's dominance. He was top dog in the hierarchy, and they all owed him respect. We had reached the rear of the big old house where the path led to a stout wooden door set into a high brick wall, which looked to be part of a traditional walled compound that served as the servants' quarters. In fact, it was probably the entrance Mercy B. Lord said she had always used to get into the house. The leader of the gamblers reached out to slide aside the cover of a peephole. Seeing his hand flat against the door, I noticed that its entire back carried a red, blue and green tattoo of a giant tarantula spider, with a single hairy leg running up the back of each finger and his thumb. He brought his good eye to the peephole to peer into the courtyard. Seemingly satisfied, he rapped firmly on the door. It opened inwards, and he stepped aside to let me pass through. Whoever opened the door was hidden behind it, and I had only just enough time to see that two of the gamblers now stood a yard or so away directly in front of the open gate. The third had obviously opened it. They had their legs planted, their arms held lightly away from their sides, and were clearly there to confront me. I hesitated, ready to turn back, when a powerful kick to my spine propelled me forward to sprawl at their feet, whereupon they began to kick the living crap out of me. I attempted to rise to my knees, but a fierce kick to the ribs sent me tumbling over. I curled into a fetal ball, facing the back of the house, my knees pulled up to my stomach, my arms wrapped about my head in an attempt to protect it from their furious feet. Judging by the rapidity of the kicks and the grunts that followed them, all of the 5 men were putting in the boot. It was less than 2 or 3 seconds before a brutal kick to the base of my skull rendered me unconscious. But in those few moments, I saw Johnny Wing standing at a window of the big house, arms folded across his chest, looking directly down at me. I came to as I was being lifted onto a gurney in the forecourt of the Accident and Emergency Department of the Outram Road Hospital. I had been brought there by ambulance, and was later told I had been discovered in an alley in Chinatown, and that the police had been informed. The hospital lights were on, and it was obviously well after sunset. As it turned out, the beating I had taken could have been a lot worse. According to the physician who examined me, the blow that knocked me unconscious could well have broken my spine and left me paralyzed. 5 of my ribs were broken. It would take weeks for my face to lose its swelling, and as long for my black and almost completely closed eyes to return to normal. My broken nose, at present lost somewhere in the center of the inglorious mess laughingly known as my face, would not reappear for weeks. Other than that, it was only a matter of bruises, though they seemed to cover almost every inch of my body, including my private parts. In other words, while I wasn't going to die or become a cripple, and nothing was broken except a few ribs, everything hurt like hell. The evil spirit chasers, hired for the funeral arrangements, had certainly kicked the daylights out of any demons that might have been lurking within me. At the same time, the wings had clearly indicated that it was payback time for ignoring their warnings to keep away from their pretty little courier. The doctor must have prescribed morphine for the pain and something to knock me out, because it was dawn when I surfaced to face the world. Not a kindly place under the circumstances. The painkiller had worn off, and every bone in my body felt as though it was broken. I am ashamed to say that on this dawning of a new day, I could bear no more, and I completely broke down, my emotions overwhelming me, so that I blubbed like a child, my swollen, throbbing face buried in the pillow to muffle my sobs. How long I lay weeping, I'm not sure, but because of my broken ribs, every sob was excruciating. It was the pain in combination with my self-indulgent tears that eventually seemed to clear my thoughts, or so I imagined. I was to learn that pain also plays tricks on the mind. Black-eyed, barely able to see, swollen and bruised, I tried to pull myself together, to take stock, and to attempt to think rationally about what had happened. I had clearly acted foolishly and had paid the price. In a curious way, the severe beating had brought me to my senses. It was my punishment for loving Mercy B. Lord, one that Ronnie Wing had first promised almost 3 years ago to the day. I couldn't say that I hadn't been warned. Now, as I listened to the first of the birdsong, the quack of the ubiquitous Asian crow, and the persistent double note of the indigenous coal in the hospital garden, I tried to gather my wits. This time I would attempt to be a little more analytical and less introspective and self-pitying. Blaming Mercy B. Lord for ruining my life was a cop-out. If she'd been behind the beating with Johnny Wing, then surely I was better off knowing it, facing up to reality. I had become convinced she was beholden to Beatrice and the Wings, and I'd wanted to protect her from them, somehow weaken the hold they appeared to have over her. The research model I'd evolved with my professor cousin and Dansford was intended to ultimately get her away from the evil nexus. In my mind, I had seen her running a market research organization I would help her build once I had quit the agency. I would also build a film studio together with Willy Wonka and Harry Three Thumbs Poon. Mercy B. Lord would run the research outfit, and Willy and Three Thumbs the film studio, and I wasn't entirely sure yet, but I'd do something complementary, begin a small communications conglomerate, ancillary services to marketing and advertising. Then along came Molly Ong's concept of the Singapore girl, and it provided Mercy B. Lord with immediate protection, the assurance that Fong and Wing wouldn't risk harming her because of the possible consequences to themselves. However, I now realized that her acting as courier for the Fong Wing enterprise was something she willingly accepted as part of her training for the future. I was forced to acknowledge that she might have known all along that she would take over the Beatrice Fong agency in the future. Now that this future had finally arrived, Mercy B. Lord would simply maintain the links between the evil empires of Beatrice Fong and the Wings. Despite everything, I knew that I could never love anyone as much as I'd loved her. Alas, still loved her. How stupid is that? The night sister came in on her final rounds and refilled my drip, adding a fresh charge of glorious pain relief that I concluded must be morphine, as it had the immediate effect of relieving the pain and once again changing my mindset. I now saw that I'd been quite wrong. If my previous attempt at a reasoned and logical explanation was correct, then why had Mercy B. Lord bothered to enter my life in the first place? She would have been far better steering well clear, brushing off my early advances. Her future was, after all, assured. Moreover, if she had never experienced love, why would she have submitted to it so willingly? If her destiny lay somewhere other than in a permanent relationship with me, she would have been crazy to place it in jeopardy. And what about the portrait? Having left me, and then at first rejected Molly Ong's offer to be the Singapore girl? Why then had she changed her mind and agreed to appear at the awards dinner, and afterwards celebrate our loving reconciliation in the suite at the Peninsula, even agreeing to move back into the flat when we returned to Singapore? I was forced to conclude that her rejection, on more than one occasion, of my pathetic offer of a permanent relationship was the only real clue to the situation. I'd been through all the variations and permutations of everything, without getting any closer to the truth than I had been moments after hearing the dreadful finality of the phone receiver clinking down. I'd been nearly beaten to death, attempting unsuccessfully to discover some kind of plausible explanation. Nothing made sense. I'd carefully examined my angry emotional reactions, but the cold, calculating logical analysis had more holes than a kitchen colander. I still couldn't convince myself that any of it explained what had happened to shatter the future I'd imagined sharing with Mercy B. Lord. Throughout all this, I kept hearing her anguished voice and her choked-back tears, then her cold dismissal, and the unexpected and sudden clunk of the receiver being replaced. Almost immediately there followed the image of Johnny Wing at the window looking down at me, a second or two before I lapsed into unconsciousness from the beating. While it was entirely possible to arbitrarily connect the thought with the image, her anguish and cold dismissal over the phone, with Johnny's face at the window, there was no possible way of knowing whether they belonged together. Johnny was the executor of the old crone's will, and so had a perfect right to be in Beatrice Fong's home. Ronnie had mentioned that he was away from the agency for the day and couldn't sign my cheque. Furthermore, I had no way of knowing whether he was entitled to withhold Mercy B. Lord's inheritance if she continued to stay with me, or if this might, as I'd previously speculated, be simply a convenient invention by Mercy B. Lord. The only fact I could be certain about was that I had been warned to stay away from Mercy B. Lord. The beating I'd received had almost assuredly been instigated by the vile Johnny Wing, but not necessarily only as a warning to stay away from her. It would also have been an unexpected but opportune payback for my assaulting him in Sydney's office. But then again, I was forced to conclude he wasn't alone in the house. While I hadn't seen her witness my beating, it was difficult to believe Mercy B. Lord would have been unaware of it taking place in the courtyard. Frankly, having looked at it from every possible angle, nothing seemed to make sense. I still didn't know what I thought about the whole immense fuck-up, all of which I was forced to admit I had personally initiated by turning up uninvited at the gate. With the night shift concluding and the day shift coming on, the ward radio was turned on, ostensibly to get the 7 o'clock news. What I didn't know was that it remained on all day, blaring out popular songs. Ironically, the first of them after the morning news was Nat King Cole singing "Love is a Many Splendid Thing." While I don't remember the whole song, the lyrics I clearly recall on that grim, tropical, and far from splendid morning claimed that love turned a man into a king. There are times in everyone's life when a distant, unheralded storm causes dry riverbeds to fill, then to merge in a confluence that brims, then overflows and floods, taking everything with it. When a love seemingly tranquil and benign turns unexpectedly into a fiercely destructive force. Love is a Many Splendid Thing, a hit song when I was in my late teens, doesn't mention that the act of loving somebody may suddenly become an utterly miserable, confusing, bewildering, maddening, saddening betrayal. Amusingly, though I wasn't laughing at the time, to further diminish the prospects of everything being bright and beautiful, the day sister in charge was the corseted, big-bosomed, stiffly starched and veiled virago who had sent me packing when I'd attempted to con my way into the ward to see Mrs. Sidebottom after her accident. Fortuitously, my face was such a mess that it was doubtful my mum would have recognised me, and in the unlikely event that the sister had remembered I was called Koo. It is a very common Chinese surname. She'd only glanced at the clipboard at the foot of my bed. "I say, we have been in the wars, haven't we, Mr. Koo?" Then, turning to the ward nurse, "Nurse, see that the patient gets his painkiller every 4 hours." And back to me. "Time will mend you, Mr. Koo." but we'll try to make it pass as comfortably as possible under the circumstances. What about visitors, sister? I asked, in a pathetic attempt at a joke against myself, purely for my own benefit. Family? No, not in Singapore, sister. The prospect of my mum's family traipsing in to see me, having first overheated to melting point the international telephone cable to Chairman Meow in Sydney, was too horrible to think about. I could imagine my mum impatiently pacing the carpet in the Qantas first-class lounge at Mascot, ready to wing her panic-stricken way across the ocean to be at my side. Should she get the tiniest inkling of what had transpired, she would turn into a vociferous avenging angel. Chairman Meow on the warpath in defence of her only son and heir was beyond imagining. Then I'm afraid not. Not for the first 3 days, Sister Virago announced. You're not going to die, but nonetheless we need to monitor your progress carefully. Visitors clustered around a hospital bed are not helpful to my staff. This is an accident and emergency ward, where getting better has nothing to do with grapes, chocolates, and idle chatter. She paused. You'll need to save all your energy anyway, because you can expect a visit from the police, Mr. Koo. They found you and have alerted us that they will need to interview you. You have been assaulted, and they will want our medical report as well. I don't want you overexcited by unnecessary visitors. I nodded. There was no point in arguing. I guessed I'd figure out how to get a message to Dansford at the agency after 9 o'clock. Thank you, sister. With this, the hospital ship HMS Virago steamed off on her way to the next hapless victim. Some poor bastard with his head swathed in bandages and both legs and feet heavily boarded, bandaged and hoisted high above him by a contraption on pulleys involving steel wire and 2 leather loops in which his heels rested. At least he wouldn't need to face a police interview, as his entire face was wrapped like an Egyptian mummy's, with a tube stuck in a hole in the bandage, so he could be more or less fed, and above it just the tip of his nose and nostrils showing to allow him to breathe. Despite the calming influence of the morphine coursing through my system, I felt mildly panicked. I would obviously need to come up with a plausible story for the police that didn't implicate Johnny Wing, or, more importantly, Mercy B. Lord. I'd clearly been dumped somewhere after the beating. I may look Chinese, but inscrutable just isn't me. Lies require practice, and I had been brought up with the world's best lie detector for a mother. It is claimed that a child up to the age of 5 is incapable of lying. The brain is not yet sufficiently formed to understand duplicity. With Chairman Meow in charge, when our brains finally acquired the capacity to tell fibs, she saw to it that it never evolved beyond the most fundamental level, at which they were easy to detect. Poor kids in disadvantaged families often need to tell untruths just to survive. Silver spooners, like myself and my sisters, never had cause to acquire cunning or deception skills to protect us from adults. I decided I would have to come up with a very simple story to tell the police. One I could stick to despite interrogation. A lie with only fundamental details that were easily repeated. A robbery and mugging in an alley where there were no witnesses and where I'd been knocked unconscious and remembered nothing more until I woke up as they were lifting me onto a gurney outside the accident and emergency department. Something simple. See what I mean? Already there were more holes in my story than in a slice of Swiss cheese. Finding a lonely alley with no witnesses in the middle of rush hour in Singapore was well nigh impossible. What was I doing in the alley anyway? Why was my wallet still in my possession, with a fair amount of cash in it? Why did the 5 men who had confronted me and knocked me unconscious with the first blow continue to beat me up, when, with superior numbers in an empty alley, they could have simply removed my wallet from my back trouser pocket and left? Or not even landed the initial blow? With 5 of them standing around me, I wouldn't have thought to resist, and so they could have demanded my money and sauntered off. I was even failing the interview I was conducting with myself. Breakfast came and went untouched. While the only part of me that hadn't been injured was my jaw and mouth, I wasn't in the least hungry. Then, to my complete surprise, despite Sister Virago's ban on visitors, Dansford and Chicken Wing arrived late in the morning. Her presence was particularly curious. She never went anywhere with him, and I'd only met her on 2 or 3 occasions at his flat, when she'd done a lot of obsequious bowing and nodding in near silence. Dansford? How on earth did you know I was here? How'd you get in? I've been told no visitors allowed, I exclaimed. Then, glancing at Chicken Wing, I quickly added, Good morning. This is a surprise. Chicken Wing smiled and nodded. Obviously, she'd learned a fair bit of English since being with Dansford. Then, without even greeting me, he said, Simon, not another word until we get you out of this shithole. What, the hospital? Afraid not, old son. Just the ward. Can't have you in here. Need to talk. He'd barely completed this last sentence when 2 orderlies arrived pushing a gurney. 10 minutes later, I was ensconced in a small private room overlooking a rose garden and a rather splendid poinciana in the background. The shady umbrella-shaped tree that looks magnificent when it flowers. Dansford drew up 2 chairs, one on either side of the bed, and they both sat. Now, that's better. Good morning, Simon. Though I imagine it's anything but. We apologize for barging in without first checking on your condition, but we'd rather a lot to talk about. First, though, tell us, are you up to talking, old son? He'd emphasized the we and the us, and I looked somewhat quizzically at Chicken Wing, who I was aware spoke at best only rudimentary English. Chicken Wing grinned. G'day, Simon, she said with a marked Australian accent. Oh, I exclaimed, taken aback. She threw back her head and laughed. Canberra High School, then uni, ANU, where I took a degree in international law and Asian studies. My dad was in the diplomatic corps. Oh, Jesus. I distinctly recalled begging Dansford in English while she was present in the room not to be a bloody fool about marrying her. My already bruised and battered plum-coloured face was probably incapable of flushing a deeper shade of red. I think I owe you an apology, I said sheepishly. Chicken Wing laughed again. I remember. You begged Dansford not to marry me. It was really very funny at the time. But then again, perfect. Perfect cover. Cover? Chicken Wing is a senior undercover operative in the Singapore Police Force Drug Enforcement Unit. Go on, I exclaimed, looking incredulously at Chicken Wing. But I distinctly remember when Mercy B. Lord hired you to be Dansford's housemaid. Yes, very fortuitous, Chicken Wing said. In fact, if I may say so, rather well planned. I looked at them in turn. But then you 2 promptly got married. Again, excellent cover, Chicken Wing said. You mean you're not? Married, Dansford said. Yes, of course we are, but it didn't happen all that suddenly. I'd known Hilda a good while before we married. We first met in Washington. I glanced at Chicken Wing. Hilda? Do I call you that in future? She dropped her gaze and said, almost shyly, If, as I sincerely hope, we are to become close friends, then yes, I'd like that. Meeting my eyes, she went on, But I'm afraid today is rather more official, Simon. I glanced quickly at Dansford for an explanation, and he looked at me a little sheepishly. Simon, old son, I'm afraid this isn't, that is, we are not just friends visiting, anxious though we are to know how you're feeling. I've already called several times to check that you're okay. Detective Sergeant Wing is here to interview you with regard to what happened yesterday. I nodded. Yes, the ward sister said the police had been informed, would be coming around, but this is nonetheless a bit of a surprise. No, a hell of a big surprise. Dansford, you said we a moment ago. Then before that you said the 2 of you had met in Washington? Hilda, Detective Sergeant Wing, your wife, turns out to be a police officer. What the hell's going on? Dansford grinned. I guess we need to fill you in, Simon. What are you saying, Dansford, that you're not what you seem? Not an ad man? Always an ad man, Simon, pre- and post-war. But I spent the war in special operations. South Pacific, Japan, Then, after that, the Korean War, then back to Madison Avenue. But Vietnam came along. The CIA got tangled up in the Asian opium trade. So I got hauled back to Capitol Hill to work for the DEA. I'm an undercover agent for the Drug Enforcement Agency in Washington. I tucked away the bit about the CIA. While it sounded pretty bizarre, my immediate need was to know more about Dansford's double life. You know, I always felt there was something different about you, mate. The last occasion was in Hong Kong, you're knowing the governor well enough for him to ignore the fact that you weren't wearing shoes and socks. Then, remarkably, remembering his favourite honky-tonk number, Lovesick Blues, sung by Hank Williams. That takes a special kind of mind. Then, on one occasion, I saw you at the airport when I'd gone to meet my mother flying in from Oz. You were supposed to be at the usual long lunch, but you were carrying Abtats, your awful crocodile skin bag, and were about to board a plane for Bangkok. I checked the flight afterwards just to be sure. And there have been other times as well. For example, when we were doing the market research project with Professor Kwan, you would sometimes come up with an insight into the Asian psyche that Henry would later tell me was remarkable. I recall on one occasion he simply shook his head. "Simon, I'm a trained sociologist. These are observations a layman couldn't possibly make," he maintained. Harvard, Center for East Asian Studies, Advanced Psychology, Dansford replied with a grin. It's either very perspicacious of you, Simon, or I'm losing my touch. But to continue, 6 months before I joined Samuel Oswald Wing, Hilda and I met at a combined special operations briefing in the U.S. The briefing was on the alarming escalation of heroin addiction among American forces in Vietnam. The Singapore government had agreed to mount a joint operation with Washington. He glanced fondly over at Chicken, now Hilda Wing. Hilda was one of the operatives they sent over for the briefing. The only pretty one. He smiled. Even if I sound biased, she's a remarkably talented police officer, despite the fact that she obviously lacks judgment when it comes to men. I think I asked her to marry me 2 weeks into the Washington briefing. And I was foolish enough to say yes, Hilda grinned, then cleared her throat, her expression suddenly businesslike. Simon, I imagine all this will have come as a bit of a surprise to you. Besides, you're not well and you've taken a bad hiding. There are reasons why we can't wait a few days to conduct this interview. We need rather urgently to talk to you about what happened, as well as to brief you on several matters, then ask you a few questions. Your answers will be very important. Do you feel up to it now? We could let you rest for an hour or so and then come back. The effect of the morphine was slowly wearing off, and I knew that before long I would begin to feel like shit. I wasn't at all sure I could focus for too much longer. All this was pretty new, and there was more of the same to come. While Mercy B. Lord, the recently deceased Beatrice Fong, or the Wing brothers hadn't been mentioned, one didn't have to be a genius to know what was coming. This was about crime, major crime, drugs, kidnapping, perhaps even murder. I could feel the anxiety rising in me, a dark, thick, steadily expanding substance in my gut. In Singapore, crimes like that almost certainly meant the death sentence. And what if Mercy B. Lord was involved? I couldn't bring myself to phrase the next thought. The Singapore government made no exceptions for a pretty neck. It's been over 4 hours since I was given a painkiller, Detective Sergeant Wing. Perhaps, if they give me another shot of whatever they're dosing me with, I'll be right, I suggested. Detective Chicken Wing, the name that came most readily to my mind, rose from her chair. I'll find someone who can help, she said, leaving the room. Dansford, what the fuck is going on? I exclaimed. Sorry, Simon, but you came close to screwing up a 3-year undercover operation. May still have, he said, suddenly tight-lipped. How? I demanded, confused. By storming the fucking Bastille last night. Your ridiculous exercise in gate-rattling. Before I could reply, Detective Chicken Wing re-entered the room. followed by the hospital ship HMS Virago with an ampoule, the contents of which she drew up into a syringe. She fixed a tourniquet to my upper arm and injected into a vein in the crook of my elbow. Everything was done silently with lips drawn tight. "Thank you, sister," I said. She grunted and left, but then stopped at the door and addressed Dansford. "You mustn't overtax Mr. Koo. He's far from well, and I don't want him upset." She was gone before Dansford could reply. After she'd departed, Dansford, now calm again, said, "Simon, take it easy with that stuff. Make that the last time. Better to endure the pain in the long run, son." I nodded. "Yeah, I've guessed what it was. I promise." I grinned so that he'd know I'd calmed down too. "It works too well not to be addictive." "You got it in one," he replied. Detective Chickenwing resumed her seat. "Simon, this interview is not being recorded. In other words, it's not for the record. But I must urge you to answer the questions as accurately as you can. We, appreciate that you have divided loyalties, and so you should be aware that we know exactly what happened." I frowned, bemused. "That's hardly possible. How?" "Alice, initially." "Alice Ho, the receptionist?" "Yes. When you returned from the printer, after Mercy B. Lord had been calling frantically since mid-afternoon. She got her on the phone for you, and like all good switchboard operators, sensing a crisis, listened into your conversation. She saw you run out for a taxi, and it was pretty obvious where you were going. She knew Johnny Wing was at Beatrice Fong's house because he'd called earlier in the afternoon to tell Sydney he was on his way to the house. She feared the worst, so she called me." "Why did she call you? Did she know you're a police officer?" "No, of course not. It's an arrangement Dansford and I have. When he's out entertaining, he calls me when he leaves one place to go to another. It's standard procedure. That way I usually have some idea where he is. Alice Ho knows if it's really urgent, and she has to find Dansford to call me." "But Alice has been with the Wings for yonks. Her first loyalty is to them. As you said, if she knew Johnny was at Beatrice Fong's house, why wouldn't she have called to warn him I was coming over?" "That's precisely why she called me, to alert Dansford. Johnny Wing is generally disliked, and Alice Ho is no different from the rest of the staff. She, more than most, knows he's a nasty piece of work." "Alice knows there's no love lost between you and Johnny, Simon," Dansford said. I turned to Detective Chickenwing. "And Alice told you all this?" "No, not at first, but she was pretty upset. It wasn't too hard, woman to woman. It's my job, after all." Dansford cut in. "Evidently she greatly admires you, Simon. Paying for the toilet ventilation out of your own pocket, freeing the agency from the smell of shit. Then you personally introduced her to Carleen Stein." Detective Chickenwing laughed. "Yes, the ventilation. She couldn't get over someone doing that. Defying Sydney Wing, and paying to have it done out of his own pocket, and not telling anyone, not making a fuss. Caring about the welfare of the staff. She also told me how you'd formally introduced her to Miss Carleen, as if she, Alice Ho, was a very important person to whom the TV star was privileged to be introduced." "Well, I'll be damned. You could have fooled me. I've always assumed the staff regarded the ventilation brouhaha with Sydney as a great loss of face on my part." "On the contrary, Simon, they admire you. But the Chinese are funny. They like to hedge their bets. They see Sydney as the hand that feeds them. Anyway, Alice Ho was very concerned about your safety. Fortunately, we already had the Beatrice Fong house under police surveillance." At once curious, I glanced in turn at both of them. "Why was that?" When Beatrice Fong's doctor notified police headquarters of her death, they called me almost immediately," Detective Chickenwing explained. You see, Beatrice Fong, despite her age, was the major player in an international drug operation. It was her original network that even today is critical to the success of the operation. With her gone, a major reshuffle has to take place in the leadership. It's just the opportunity we've been waiting for.
The next 24 hours, certainly the next few days, are critical, Dansford said. Perhaps we shouldn't be telling you this, but Hilda and I discussed our options. We can do one of two things: arrest you and keep you in custody until it's over, or trust you not to go near Mercy B. Lord, or try in any way to contact her. Having known you as a partner for close to 3 years, I vouched for the second option.
Do you think she's involved?
Well, you know she is, Simon, he said, a tad sternly.
Yes, Thursdays. But how deeply?
I think that's the very point. Until yesterday, when she inherited, it may have been only marginally. We simply don't know. But now, with the old lady's death, everything changes, and she certainly appears to be very much in charge at the moment. Then, before I could explain that the old crone had made her responsible for the funeral arrangements, Detective Chickenwing said,
An hour after her death was reported, we had the house under plainclothes surveillance, front and back. We observed Mercy B. Lord arrive by taxi, unlock the gate, and leave it unlocked for the ambulance to arrive 15 minutes later. After the ambulance left, Mercy B. Lord walked up and chained and locked the gate.
Oh, I don't think that's suspicious, I said, defending her. She told me Beatrice Fong had briefed her on the funeral arrangements. She was to go to Barclays Bank to get her instructions. I turned to Dansford.
Look, mate, I'm becoming very bloody confused. Obviously, you've been watching Beatrice Fong, the Wing brothers, and it seems Mercy B. Lord for a long time.
Well, yes. They are why I came to Singapore. But of course, the DEA had an eye on them for some time before that.
You said something about the CIA. Did I hear that correctly?
That's classified. It was a slip.
A deliberate one?
Yes. Oh, I see. Which, of course, I didn't. Simon, it's complicated. May I leave that for later, perhaps? There are more urgent matters we have to talk about. I nodded. Just one thing. Are you ostensibly mounting an operation against the CIA? In effect, against yourself? USA versus USA? Dansford looked directly at me. It's complicated, but yes. In a manner of speaking, you could say that. Detective Chickenwing then said quickly,
Simon, I know it's a lot to take in when you're not well, but there's a bit more to come. A few direct questions, some background. 1 or 2 things you should know if Mercy B. Lord tries to contact you. To begin with, what do you know about Thursdays?
Not a great deal, I'm afraid. Mercy B. Lord is involved as a courier who leaves Singapore and goes to Thailand every Thursday.
Oh, and how do you know she goes to Thailand?
Molly Ong checked her flight records with the airline, and I'd made an educated guess after checking the airport for suitable flights. She glanced quickly at Dansford.
Molly Ong, how much does she know?
Well, presumably only what I know. That Mercy B. Lord takes a briefcase to Thailand every Thursday.
Do you know what's in the briefcase? She asked me.
No. Molly tried to find out, but got hauled over the coals by a government minister. The Minister for Customs and Excise, I think.
Why was it necessary for her to know what the briefcase contained?
She was doing research into Mercy B. Lord's potential to be the Singapore girl. It was a chance to take advantage of the publicity surrounding my portrait win. The appointment of the Singapore girl, who is intended to be an ambassador, requires overseas travel, and her being away every Thursday potentially posed problems. I had to tell her Mercy B. Lord and I were no longer together. I can't remember. I told her it was the reason we were no longer together. I see. So she, Molly, and presumably you, didn't know what the briefcase contained.
And do you think that's all Molly Ong knows? Detective Chicken Wing asked, before I could answer Dansford. Who's first? Okay, Dansford. No, I didn't know what was in the briefcase. I now glanced at Detective Chicken Wing. If Molly knew more, she didn't say. Well, not to me, anyway. But it wasn't very hard to guess. It was metal-lined, perhaps lead-lined, locked with 2 very professional combination locks. It was almost certainly money. But what I didn't know was why she was carting money to Thailand every week. Do you think Mercy B. Lord knew what was in the briefcase? Did she ever say anything to you? The answer to the first question is, I don't know. To the second, no. She isn't a fool. If I can venture a guess about the contents, then so could she. But why are you asking? You obviously know the answer. Yes, Simon, but it's necessary that you do as well, so you don't decide to rescue a maiden in distress. Mercy B. Lord isn't quite the person you or even she thinks she is, or until yesterday may have thought she was. He paused, then announced, She's Beatrice Fong's granddaughter. Oh, come on, you're joking. I was totally taken aback. It was like being hit on the back of the head with a cosh. Detective Chicken Wing then explained. We Chinese are obsessed with family. Beatrice Fong's granddaughter was her only hope of dynastic continuity. Besides, the wealthy Chinese don't as a rule leave everything they own to an employee or servant in gratitude, even for a lifetime of service. Especially as Mercy B. Lord would hardly qualify in that regard. She's only 23, having been in Beatrice Fong's employ for 7 years, a very short time by Chinese standards. It is very unlikely, in fact impossible, when you know something about Beatrice Fong, to believe the money was left to Mercy B. Lord because she'd been a loyal mule for the crime cartel. Hang on. Mercy B. Lord is an orphan. She was left on the steps of an orphanage at 2 months, brought up by the nuns. Her father was a Japanese soldier. She said her mother had to leave Singapore because of the stigma and couldn't keep her baby. Are you suggesting that Beatrice Fong was her grandmother, and that she allowed her to be brought up in an orphanage? I turned to Detective Chicken Wing. You just said the Chinese are nuts about family. Dansford interrupted. Simon, you need to know the background. In fact, you already know some of it, as I recall you telling me after your lunch with Elma Kelly. It begins with the first wing, the patriarch, William. You know his story. He married the madam of a whorehouse and opium den, which financed his canning operation. She died owning 3 combined brothels and opium dens. Then a sister came across from China and took over. Well, without going into too much detail, she married a customer, an opium addict, who died shortly after she gave birth to a daughter, who was, of course, Beatrice. When her mother died, Beatrice, schooled early and well in the business, took over the 3 combined brothels and opium dens. She evidently ran the business very well. Her brothels were clean, the girls regularly checked for disease, and the drugs, opium that is, handled discreetly. As a result, she received the blessing of the British authorities when she wanted to expand. The Brits, as you know, never banned opium, and additionally saw brothels as a necessity in a major shipping port. In other words, provided always she kept her place neat and discreetly tucked away in the general fabric of Singapore society, she was allowed to prosper, which she did. Hugely, it would seem, as she ended with 15 establishments. Dansford grinned. As an aside, while doing the research, we came across a rather apt euphemism. In those days, Singapore brothels were referred to by merchant seamen as poke and smokes. With 15 establishments, Beatrice was the biggest madam in town, and her girls were reputed to be the choicest. She had a reputation to maintain, and had become a major supplier of young girls. I guess Beatrice was, in her own profession, an entrepreneur. Anyway, she decided to go into the female flesh trade herself, and soon became a major procurer from China and other Asian countries, mostly Thailand, Cambodia, and Burma, countries she personally visited regularly to buy her raw product, if you'll excuse the term. It seems she also expanded the business beyond Singapore, selling girls to brothels in Europe and the Middle East, as well as to surrounding Asian countries, first training them in her Singapore establishments in the niceties of pleasing a male, and then, as we say in the ad business, selling the value-added product at a premium. Dansford paused again. In our research, we found a mention of Noel Coward, who in the 1930s paid a visit to Singapore, where he gave a concert during which he performed a song about the pleasures of drink and its consequences. The song contained the lyrics, "Fond fruit of the vine," but to get a laugh from the Singapore audience, he cleverly adapted them to include a reference to Beatrice Fong's trained concubines. "Fong fruit o' divine." Well, not allowing any moss to grow on the rock-hard Beatrice Fong, she soon realized that what works in the flesh business also works with drugs. In Burma, she got involved in paying the peasant farmers to grow opium poppies. Again, she expanded this business beyond the needs of Singapore to other buyers, mainly in Asia, but also in Europe and the UK, where heroin was being used increasingly among the wealthy during the 20s. She even set up the first heroin lab in Burma, in fact, the first in Asia. By the mid-30s, she was already an international operator, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in drugs and the female slave trade. Dansford paused. "I guess you're beginning to get the idea, Simon." All I could do was nod, and add, rather lamely, "Bloody hell." Dansford continued. Anyhow, to backtrack a bit, in 1927, Beatrice married a Chinese named Samson Fong. She was 39, and, as Hilda says, progeny and continuity of the family line are very important, and her safe childbearing years were coming to a close. It seems Mr. Fong was simply a means to an end, and soon after her daughter was born, he disappeared from the scene, never to be heard from again. Beatrice named her child Lotus Blossom. I laughed. A touch of irony there. The lotus is the symbol of purity, although it has its roots in the muck. What happened to the daughter? I grinned. She didn't put her in an orphanage, did she? No, nothing like that. Perfectly normal childhood, if growing up as Beatrice Fong's daughter could be said to be normal. The daughter was 15 when the Japanese invaded Singapore. So what happened to her? Beatrice Fong? Yes, but especially her daughter. At this point, the hospital ship HMS Virago came steaming into the room. "That's quite enough. My patient has to rest now," Sister Virago announced. "You may return after lunch. After 2 p.m., thank you." The thank you was said sharply and was clipped at the end so that it came out as a single word. Thank you. Dansford hesitated, glancing at Detective Chickenwing, who nodded. "If we return shortly after 2, will that be okay, Simon?" "Yes, sure. You've left me a fair bit to think about." "Come on, hop along now, you two," Sister Virago said impatiently. I wondered briefly what it might take to scare her. My mind was racing, but I admit I was actually quite pleased that I'd been left alone for a couple of hours. I needed to think. But then a Chinese nurse entered with a glass of water and a pill. "You sleep maybe a little bit, Sister Say." I suddenly realized I was bloody exhausted. I pointed to the pill. "How long will I sleep?" "How long you want," she replied. 2 hours? She nodded vigorously. Yeah, you take." I realized she hadn't a clue, but I took the sleeping pill anyway, and woke up at 1:30 with my lunch tray at my bedside, 2 ham sandwiches and tomato soup grown cold. The morphine was wearing off, and I was in a lot of discomfort, which is probably why I woke up. Despite the pain, I was hungry, so I drank the cold soup and ate the sandwiches, leaving the crusts as the extra chewing hurt. I left the cup of cold milky tea, but I felt a little better after eating. I wondered how I was going to get through the afternoon with Dansford and Detective Chickenwing without the aid of morphine. I rang the bell beside the bed, and when the same Chinese nurse arrived, I asked her where the toilet was. No, I bring. You stay bed. What you want? Wee-wee? Poo-poo? I want to wash my face, I told her. I do for you, she said, and returned with a bowl of warm water and a face cloth, and insisted on doing the job herself. I tried not to wince too often, but her touch wasn't exactly delicate. At the end, she said, You want inject? I tell sister. I thought, just one more shot of morphine won't hurt. No more injections, I told her. You got a codeine tablet? She nodded and smiled. No want inject. Very strong man, Mr. Simon. But she was wrong. I was beginning to fall apart mentally. I realized all the implications of the inheritance for Mercy B. Lord and the shit she was in. This was Singapore, where major crimes meant the death sentence, and they were not going to make an exception for her lovely neck. Dansford and Detective Chickenwing returned just on 2 o'clock, and after the usual pleasantries, Dansford explained that Detective Chickenwing was going to relate the remainder of Beatrice Fong's background. Simon Hilda's done the painstaking stuff, Singapore under the Japanese. Most of this information comes from interviewing domestic staff and the now middle-aged prostitutes, and, well, anyone at the time who knew anything. The Chinese are acute observers and listeners. The saying, "the walls have ears," must have been invented to describe the Chinese servant class. They are also walking memory banks, and their eyes miss nothing. So, while she can't vouch for every tiny detail, we're pretty sure we've got the Beatrice Fong wartime information correct. I should warn you that what follows sounds dramatic, but there is no reason not to believe it. In the end, everything fits perfectly, and Detective Chickenwing did a fantastic job. Simon, your last question before we left this morning was what happened to Lotus Blossom, Beatrice Fong's daughter. I think it may be better to hear the whole story, as that's the only way I can really answer the question satisfactorily. I'll tell it as quickly as possible, but stop me if you have a question. However, before I deal with the war, the story takes a curious twist that will eventually assume importance. The Wings, still very remotely related, reappear in the picture nearly 100 years after William Wing married Beatrice's aunt. Johnny Wing, at 18, falls in love with the 15-year-old Lotus Blossom, just before the fall of Singapore. Beatrice agrees that it is an appropriate match, and that they may one day be betrothed, but must wait until both are older. But of course, the Japanese arrive just 2 months later, and Johnny escapes into the jungle, as did a great many young Singaporean men, to join the communist guerrillas to fight against the new enemy. This communist movement was mostly homegrown and grew up as a protest, both against the British and what the Japanese were doing in China. The British authorities banned the movement, and so it went underground, and when the Japanese invaded, the communists were a ready-made guerrilla force. Anyway, Beatrice Fong was a very wealthy woman when the war broke out. Some say the wealthiest woman in Asia. But before the Japanese invasion of Singapore, she too had been caught up in the impregnable fortress myth. Curious, that. She would have been well aware of the Japanese coming through Thailand and then down the Malayan Peninsula. But she had prospered under the British and was an Anglophile, or at least believed Britain was invincible on this island. And she was caught napping. Virtually all her assets, including a large amount of silver and gold bullion in the main vault of Barclays Bank, fell to the Japanese, who additionally closed all the brothels except 3, which they reserved as comfort houses for their troops. They also banned opium. The comfort houses were under the direction of a Japanese captain named Kazuhiro Takahashi, who charged Beatrice with choosing the best of the young prostitutes to fill the 3 brothels, the prettiest going to the House of the Swallows, as they named the officers' brothel. After this, they appointed Beatrice to oversee the 3 houses. Manage is probably the correct word, because they imported several Japanese mama-sans to educate the girls in the needs of the Japanese troops in 2 of the establishments, and 3 retired geisha to train the young prostitutes in the sometimes peculiar sexual needs of the officers in the House of the Swallows. Beatrice was back in business, and while she had lost everything, she had permission from Captain Kazuhiro Takahashi to keep her daughter from being forced into prostitution. She'd also avoided the summary execution she might have expected as a drug dealer. Furthermore, unlike most of the population, there was rice in the bowl, and so she could be said to have landed on her feet. All went well until Lotus Blossom was approaching 18, when Captain Kazuhiro Takahashi decided to take her as his concubine. There was no possibility of refusal if Beatrice hoped to stay alive. Then, on the 6th of August 1945, the atom bomb fell on Hiroshima, and 3 days later a second fell on Nagasaki. When the Japanese emperor announced the surrender, the Japanese troops in Southeast Asia were taken by surprise. In the chaotic days that followed, and before the Allies arrived in Singapore, Johnny Wing, along with other former city boys, came out of the jungle and slipped back in among the population to harass the suddenly disorganized and demoralized Japanese. Beatrice was duly informed by Captain Takahashi that the brothels were to be closed down and the prostitutes given their freedom. When she had completed this task, he would come to inspect the premises. He instructed her that he wished at the same time to pay a final visit to Lotus Blossom. It seems Beatrice must have known Johnny was back in town, because she sent him a message telling him of the intended visit. We can only surmise that Johnny knew what had happened to Lotus Blossom. Kazuhiro Takahashi, despite having taken Lotus Blossom as his concubine, had in the past behaved with dignity and always taken the necessary precautions. But this day he arrived an hour early and clearly drunk, accompanied by 2 guards who searched the vacant premises. Beatrice had wisely cautioned Johnny not to arrive until after the Japanese officer. The guards, having searched the premises, were told to wait outside. Beatrice then invited the captain to a beautifully prepared meal she had set up in the suite used by staff officers of senior rank, where a saddened Lotus Blossom would be happy to attend to all his needs. The idea was that she would serve him and, as she had done often in the past, relax him with warm sake and then remove what garments were necessary. At this stage, Lotus Blossom would excuse herself to prepare. Detective Chickenwing glanced up at me and said, "For you know what?" I grinned, giving her the word. Seduction. "No, for murder," she corrected me. She had told the story quickly without missing a beat, and now continued in the same manner. "We don't know exactly what happened. There are various versions, probably all wrong. Only Lotus Blossom would know for sure. But it would seem that Captain Takahashi was pretty drunk and upset by recent events in Japan, and wasn't interested in any of the usual preliminaries. While this is pure conjecture, we have it from a servant that the food and drink weren't touched. It seems that shortly after entering the suite, Kazuhiro Takahashi simply had his way with Lotus Blossom, virtually or actually raping her. Whether it was Johnny Wing or Beatrice or Lotus Blossom herself, we may never know. But Captain Kazuhiro Takahashi's shirtless body, his face smashed beyond recognition, was discovered, along with those of the 2 guards, in a ditch at the opposite end of the city the following day. The shirts of all 3 men had been removed, so that their unit couldn't be identified by means of the embroidered insignia on the pocket. But there must have been some identifying features on the bodies. Dansford now interjected for the first time, explaining. In those days, facial disfigurement and the removal of the shirt and anything that might identify the body were common enough as the communist guerrillas went about settling scores. Detective Chickenwing, a bit impatient and anxious not to lose her momentum, glanced at Dansford meaningfully as if to say, "Butt out," then continued. According to an Ama I interviewed nearly 3 years ago, who at the time worked for Beatrice, by the 12th of September, when the official surrender ceremony took place at the City Hall, presided over by Lord Louis Mountbatten, Lotus Blossom had missed her monthly. It was soon apparent she was pregnant, and in May 1946 a female child was born.
Jesus, mercy be Lord. Dansford grinned. You got it, Simon. Detective Chickenwing sighed impatiently. Her explanation of what happened was textbook police verbal reportage. She'd accomplished a remarkable piece of research, and she clearly wanted to finish recounting it without a hitch.
With the war finally over, the indefatigable Beatrice Fong started all over again by reopening the 3 brothels. It was a very different Singapore, and she was acutely aware of the intense stigma associated with the circumstances surrounding her daughter's infant. Not only a bastard child, but also that of a Japanese soldier and the despised enemy. She decided to put the child in the recently reopened Catholic orphanage. She swaddled the tiny infant in Captain Takahashi's shirt, with the sleeve removed, as a means of identification. She obviously hoped the nuns would keep the shirt as the infant's only possession on arrival, a crude baby blanket. She then took her daughter to Burma, where she renewed her contacts with the hill tribes, who trusted her, knowing they would protect the girl.
You mean she willingly abandoned her granddaughter and then banished her daughter?
Simon, these were not easy times, and Beatrice Fong was beginning all over again from scratch. She was a tough, resilient woman, and while she had worked out a role for her daughter, she may have been ambivalent about what she regarded as a bastard and possibly mongrel girl child. Lotus Blossom was still a young woman, capable of having many more children. Besides, Beatrice Fong could keep an eye on the child in the orphanage, which we know she did.
Do you think Mercy B. Lord knew any of this?
We think it very unlikely, Detective Chickenwing replied. Beatrice Fong was a woman who was fanatically secretive. It's taken 3 years to work all this out, and we still don't know everything. But it's highly unlikely she would have confided in Mercy B. Lord while she was alive. After all, it would appear the inheritance came as a complete surprise to her. She paused. But there again, she may now know some or all of it. The old woman may have left a written record among her personal papers in the bank deposit box. We just don't know.
So, what are you saying? That until yesterday Mercy B. Lord didn't know the whereabouts of her mother, or that Beatrice Fong was her grandmother? Do you know what happened to Lotus Blossom?
Oh yes, we know. And so does Mercy B. Lord.
What? I don't understand. Did you say she knows her mother?
She definitely knows who her mother is. In fact, she visits her every Thursday in northern Thailand. What she doesn't know, or probably didn't know until yesterday, when she inherited her grandmother's fortune, is that Beatrice Fong is her mother's mother, and her own grandmother.
Christ, this gets more and more bizarre by the minute. But hang on, how?
How what?
How does she know, without knowing Beatrice Fong is her grandmother, that this woman she meets in Thailand is in fact her mother?
Detective Chickenwing laughed. You'd make a good detective, Simon. Of course, we asked ourselves the same question. But the answer, we concluded, was staring us in the face. It could only be the sleeve.
Ah, exactly, I exclaimed. The missing sleeve on the Japanese captain's shirt. I've seen the shirt, and she guards it like a precious relic.
Yes, well, either Lotus Blossom sent it to Beatrice from Burma, or, as seems more likely, the old lady kept it herself all these years, and told Mercy B. Lord it had been sent by the woman making inquiries about her whereabouts. It would have been simple enough for Beatrice to invent a story about a woman contacting the orphanage and asking the nuns about the girl who had been abandoned as a baby, wrapped in a khaki shirt. Then, by means of matching the sleeve and the shirt, she would have been able to prove she was Mercy B. Lord's natural mother. In any event, there is no doubt Mercy B. Lord accepts that Lotus Blossom is her mother.
Incidentally, while this would have happened before we mounted the operation, it couldn't have worked out any better for us, Dansford interrupted.
Absolutely, Detective Chickenwing continued. Naturally, we put a tail on Mercy B. Lord, in the hope that she would lead us to others involved in the crime cartel. Her routine was fairly simple. She'd arrive at Don Muang Airport in Bangkok, which, by the way, is a major logistical base for the US Air Force in Thailand. Here she was met by corrupt officials, her passport stamped, and without ever going through customs or immigration, she was driven across the airport to an American compound, where an unmarked Piper Aztec twin-engine light plane was waiting to take her north. 2 hours later, she'd landed at a small airport near the town of Wiang Phra, near the Thai-Burma border. She'd be met by a car that would transfer her to the same small Chinese hotel in town, where she'd meet a good-looking Chinese woman who appeared to be in her 40s. They'd have lunch together and exchange identical briefcases, full for empty. Then they'd spend the rest of the day and the night together at the hotel, where a set of rooms had been built, we were to learn, to accommodate members of the cartel when in town. We know this because we've had the premises bugged for 2 years, and have 2 undercover agents working as hotel staff. The hotel was, of course, owned by Beatrice Fong. The restaurant makes it seem respectable, not that security was much of a concern. This is a drug town, almost solely reliant on the heroin and opium trade from across the border, and is protected by corrupt senior members of the Thai army and police force, and others in local and national government. Finally, it has the blessing of the CIA. We imagine it was the reason why she never questioned the task she'd been given. It gave her weekly access to her mother, something she could never have afforded on her salary. It explained a lot. Quite obviously, Mercy B. Lord had been controlled by the threat of not being allowed to see her mother again if she revealed the nature of her weekly task to anyone. To someone reared as an orphan, it must have seemed miraculous to find her mother, and, more importantly, to learn that she was accepted and, no doubt, loved. She would have quickly grown to love the woman in Burma, which must have been incentive enough to keep her mouth shut, even with me. It certainly explained why she absolutely refused to give up her Thursday assignations, even if it meant leaving me because of it. I turned to Dansford. My next question is an obvious one. How and why are the CIA involved? He laughed. Been waiting for you to ask, Simon. It is, of course, the sole reason I'm in Singapore, and at the heart of everything. I'll attempt to make it short and sweet. When Mao's communists defeated the American-backed forces of Chiang Kai-shek, some of the remnants of the defeated armies escaped into northern Burma. Around 10,000 of them, under a General Li Mi, set up there and ran what's called the Shan States as their own territory. This part of Burma is hill and jungle country, where the local tribes have always resisted the control of the Burmese government in Rangoon. They now found they had a potentially powerful ally. Many of the Shan tribesmen joined General Li Mi, and together they set up a quasi-state that posed a problem for the new communist government in southern China, just across the border. Naturally, the Americans saw the advantage of continuing to lend support to Li Mi's forces by supplying them with arms, military hardware, and medical supplies, which we did by airdrops, and in the early days, flying into the heavily fortified airbase at Mong Pa Liao in northern Burma. We even supported an invasion of Yunnan province in southern China. Come on, that's absurd. What? They expected to bring down the Chinese government. Simon, there's no accounting for some of the curious logic of a nation with a rabid paranoia about communism. It has warped our foreign policy. At the time, the CIA convinced Washington that the Chinese people would rise up against their communist oppressors and join the free world. When they didn't, we settled for becoming the covert allies of General Li Mi's troops, who had escaped into Burma, equipping them so they could make occasional incursions into southern China to satisfy our secret commitment. And your government is still supporting them? Simon, we're locked in a permanent war with communism. For a long time, our experts believed, truly believed, the Chinese would sweep down through Burma and invade northern Thailand and Vietnam. It was felt the best thing we could do was use these anti-communists in Burma as our border guards. We've even recruited some of them to fight as mercenaries against the communists in Laos. But hang on, mate. These blokes controlled the opium trade. Surely the US government, any government in the free world for that matter, couldn't support that. I mean, how can that make any sense? Simon, as far as Washington and the Pentagon are concerned, there's no room for idealism in this war against communism. The prevailing mantra is whatever it takes. Nobody admits America is involved with the ex-Chiang Kai-shek forces in Burma. You won't find U.S. soldiers or U.S. planes anywhere near there. It's all done through front companies like Air America. The CIA also supports a whole network inside the Thai police and army. For many years, the CIA's main ally in Thailand was a General Phao, the commander of the Thai police, and he was the main connection in Thailand for the drug producers. It's people like him who run things in Bangkok. So you see, we can throw up our hands and deny direct U.S. involvement. Even though Blind Freddy knows it's happening. Well, I don't know this Blind Freddy of yours, Simon, but I get what you mean. It's an open secret. So open, in fact, that the New York Times has run articles alleging U.S. involvement in protecting the drug trade. It's all vigorously denied, of course. And the justification is always that Chiang Kai-shek's exiled troops in Burma are useful allies in the fight against communism. So we simply pretend we don't know what else they're involved in. But didn't Burma boot out Chiang Kai-shek's troops? Things didn't all go strictly to plan. The Chinese government finally got together with the Burmese and drove most of our little friends out of Burma. But then several thousand settled in northern Thailand around Chiang Mai. That's where the opium was going anyhow. People such as Beatrice in the Wings stayed and reorganized the Shan tribesmen, the hill people, who continued to grow opium. The CIA and the Thai generals supplied the arms, the logistics, and the political protection for these tribal warlords and their troops. The money that came from the opium trade kept everyone happy and paid the salaries of the troops, who, in turn, provided security for the growers and the mule convoys that carried the opium out of Burma into northern Thailand. The Chinese force kicked out of Burma simply set up their heroin labs in northern Thailand, protected by the Thai police and army, who then provided transport of the refined heroin to Bangkok for shipment to Hong Kong, Singapore, and the rest of the world. Additionally, American-owned planes and pilots were flying heroin into Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In Vietnam in particular, the demand began to grow steeply. Christ, what a mess. Can't make you terribly proud, I mumbled. Nope, but we're not the only ones, or the first. What the CIA is doing is exactly what the French were doing in their old territories, including South Vietnam. They used the profits of the opium trade to pay mercenary tribal groups to fight the communists. Simon, war and politics always shit on morality. There's another factor to consider, too. While corrupt Thai officials are benefiting hugely from the drug trade, this is incidental to the fact that the Thai government will never close down the Burma operations because the ex-Chiang Kai-shek troops are the main security force protecting them along the Burmese border. Well, if all this is true, as it obviously is, why are your mob, the DEA, going in against the CIA? Because we've totally miscalculated the effect of the drug trade on the Vietnam War. We've now got hundreds of thousands of addicts in America, many of them ex-GIs, who got turned on to cheap heroin in South Vietnam and are still using. When they get repatriated, they take their problem home with them. Heroin use is exploding in our cities. We finally realized we've created a nightmare for ourselves. So long as the product was going to European or Asian addicts, it was less important than stopping the communists. Now it's a primary factor in stopping us. In other words, you've shot yourselves in the foot. If Hilda will excuse the French, you could say we've succeeded in fucking ourselves up the ass. Dansford leaned back in his chair. That's all the background you need to know. Which brings us right back to Beatrice Fang in 1945, who had resumed her operation training in young girls and drugs. This is when the Wing reconnection grew into a business proposition. I was beginning to wonder where the connection was. Johnny Wing's involvement earlier sounded like pretty hairy stuff. Obviously, the teenage romance with the banished Lotus Blossom didn't continue, but the old bird Beatrice must have stayed close to him, or she wouldn't have made him executor of her will, would she? Then there's Sydney and possibly even Ronnie. How do they fit into the picture? Dansford laughed. How indeed, Simon. It is, of course, the reason I'm here. As to how Johnny and Sydney got involved, it was simply a matter of money. Beatrice Fong and Johnny were fellow conspirators in the murder of the Japanese Captain Kazuhiro Takahashi and the 2 guards. Not that they could be indicted for murder, but taken together with Johnny's teenage love affair with Lotus Blossom, they became natural allies. When Beatrice started all over again, she needed money and help. Johnny was given the job of restarting the sex slave trade, and Sydney, just back from sitting out the war at university in America, was persuaded by Johnny to meet Beatrice. Now, Sydney, who was already in America when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, had taken the Japanese seriously and persuaded his father to move all his money to America, where he invested in U.S. bonds and other secure assets. Napoleon Wing, the father, died of a heart attack during the Japanese occupation, and as the eldest son, Sydney inherited a now even larger fortune while based in America. Sydney, after talking to Beatrice, knew a good thing when he saw one, and the Fong Wing Syndicate was born in July 1946. Dansford grinned. Drugs and sex have always been a good combination, and rock and roll had just arrived on the music scene. With Wing money, Beatrice returned to Burma with Lotus Blossom, who no doubt had been forced by her mother to deposit her tiny infant in the orphanage. The Shan tribesmen welcomed Beatrice back, and Lotus Blossom, now 19, was left in residence to re-establish opium growing in the areas where they had worked before. 3 years later, when General Li Mi crossed the border with his troops, the Fong Wing drug cartel was well underway, having bought a lot more land and encouraged the peasant farmers to grow opium poppies. While this wasn't as huge as it would eventually become, Beatrice had reopened all her distribution channels. She supplied girls to brothels and bars worldwide and re-established the heroin processing lab. She welcomed General Li Mi's incursion into northern Burma. She had the know-how, the distribution, and the trust of the hill people, and together they would in years to come control 90% of the opium trade out of Burma. Since then, they've grown the business from around 40 tons of raw opium a year to over 400 tons. If it was an alliance forged in hell, it was a strong one, with the added advantage of having the United States as a covert ally. Sydney bought land in Florida, where he created a golf course and kept in contact with the CIA. It was sweet, it was neat, and it was safe. A nice, tidy operation. Then, in the early 60s, the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War escalated, and the inevitable trickle of heroin to U.S. troops began. The trickle of heroin going into South Vietnam became the Niagara Falls, and the Wings and Fongs thrived and continue to do so. The Drug Enforcement Agency, in other words, my lot in Washington, started to get alarmed. Once the heroin is shipped from Thailand to Singapore and Hong Kong for worldwide distribution, we are dealing with the Fong and Wing network. The heroin money received worldwide is sent back to several Singapore banks, where it is laundered, and a small portion of it, about $2 million US, is what Mercy B. Lord carries each week to be used by Lotus Blossom to pay the corrupt Thai police, army, and assorted officials. Jesus, that's big time. Yes, sir, said Dansford gravely. They've got the product, they have the money, and the distribution system. Bars all over the world where they'd built their contacts in the sex trade, as well as the girly bars and brothels in Vietnam. They know who to bribe. And finally, they have the covert endorsement of the CIA itself. So, there you are, Simon, Detective Chickenwing interjected. Now you know what we're up against. We've already told you more than anyone outside the operatives knows.
And, of course, 1 or 2 government people. We can't tell you any more for your own safety. With Beatrice Fong's fatal heart attack, everything changed overnight. Okay, we knew the old lady was going to die sooner rather than later, but we hoped to have the whole thing wrapped up before this happened. And yes, of course, we have and always have had contingency plans. But we didn't know or factor in the inheritance. Not only that, but Mercy B. Lord now controls the Beatrice Fong Agency. In the larger sense, together with Lotus Blossom's share, this is 50% of the Fong and Wing drug organization. She is now a big player, the big player. Dansford nodded. If Sydney and Johnny intend to take over the operation in Singapore, they have to sort out several things in a hurry. Not the least of these is Mercy B. Lord's future involvement in the organization. They can't eliminate her, as there is Lotus Blossom to contend with, who, in her own right, is hugely wealthy and can't be easily dismissed because she controls the Burma and Thai side of the operation, and is consequently very powerful, perhaps even more so than the Wings. The fact is that they've got to reorganize quickly and bring all the important operators worldwide up to date with the new arrangements. He paused. But of course, we don't know how Mercy B. Lord is going to react. That's the big question. Overnight, she has become potentially one of the most powerful criminals in the world. And Sydney will no doubt emphasize when he's briefing her that apart from her inheritance, she is now one of the richest women in Asia. I was beginning to shit myself. Mercy B. Lord was trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. If she refused to be a part of the criminal cartel, the Wings would no doubt dispose of her. Lotus Blossom couldn't really do much to protect her from Burma, and besides, it could easily be made to look like an accident. And would Lotus Blossom come to the aid of her daughter and put the entire operation at risk? It wasn't a case of a mother's love prevailing at any cost. Mercy B. Lord was a once-a-week nominal daughter she'd never known as a child, and was only getting to know now as an adult. And again, if Mercy B. Lord agreed to take over from Beatrice, she was also doomed. She would be executed along with all the others. I knew I had to find some way to warn her. I turned to Detective Chickenwing. You've suggested, and I'm certain, that Mercy B. Lord knows little or nothing about the drug cartel run by Beatrice Fong, and has only acted as a courier because of the opportunity it affords her to see her mother in Thailand each week. Is she not about to be caught up in something for which she can't possibly be responsible? Detective Chickenwing was too much of a professional to look over at Dansford, but it wasn't hard to figure out what they were thinking. Then she said, Simon, if it turns out to be an operation where the Singapore police are involved, then the local members of the drug cartel may be imprisoned here or possibly flown to America. I simply don't know. Hitherto, Mercy B. Lord appears to have simply been used as a mule to carry money, though money from the sale of drugs and who knows what or who else. She may argue that she couldn't have known this. It may work in her favour if she isn't implicated in any other criminal activity subsequent to her inheritance. It wasn't an answer. But then again, it was. Hilda was demonstrating that her law degree hadn't been wasted. Dansford remained silent, then said, Before we came this afternoon, we were informed that Sydney had arrived at the Beatrice Fong residence, ostensibly to pay his respects to the dead, but this is unlikely to have been his real motive. I nodded. When is the funeral? I was aware that he was trying to divert me from the possible execution of Mercy B. Lord. Tomorrow morning. Will they, all 3 Wings and Mercy B. Lord, be allowed to attend? Yes, of course. It's business as usual. Dansford then added, Simon, we cannot tell you anything more. He looked directly at me, his expression sterner than I had ever seen it. This was a different Dansford Drocker from the merry-making late-afternoon drunk. The entire reason we are here is to alert you to the gravity of this investigation, so that you won't under any circumstances, as you previously attempted to do,
contact Mercy B. Lord. We don't know which way she will jump, and we cannot, in any event, influence her. She's either voluntarily ensconced with Johnny Wing in the Beatrice Fang residence, or she's not being allowed out until the funeral. Short of raiding the premises, we couldn't get to her even if we wanted to. Oh, but you could, I protested. You could have the funeral director, or someone going into the premises to attend to the body, slip her a note to explain that she's in danger. Dansford sighed. Simon, you must know we couldn't and wouldn't do that. There are nearly 200 operatives worldwide, and countless police waiting to close in on the cartel. By alerting Mercy B. Lord, we could effectively jeopardize the entire operation, and we cannot allow that to happen. He glanced at Detective Chicken Wing and nodded almost imperceptibly. She rose from her chair. Simon Koo, I must inform you that you are under arrest, she said calmly, then added, You will be taken from here and placed in immediate detention. Dansford shrugged. Sorry, Simon. That's how the cookie crumbles. Chapter 16. So began the worst fortnight of my life. I was in a bungalow. Planes were coming into land, their engine noise bruising the air. I could hear the distant stutter of kettle drums, a brass band, occasional marching feet and shouted commands, sirens once in a while. I was forced to conclude that I was near or within a military base close to an airport. But there were policemen, not military personnel, at the front door, back door and the gate. Two with dogs, tongue-lolling Alsatians, patrolling what appeared to be large ground surrounded by a high wall. While it wasn't a jail, I knew I was just as incarcerated as if I'd been locked up in Changi prison. I was being prevented from causing further trouble. I'd have liked to go for a walk around the grounds to get a sense of the place, which I was permitted to do with a policeman accompanying me. But on the third day after my beating, every muscle still hurt, and I was as stiff as a board, my every step tentative. Just getting about the house was painful. Bending made me gasp, which in turn sent sharp stabbing pains through my ribs. Even turning my neck was pure agony. There was no mirror in the bathroom, so I couldn't take a squiz at the damage to what has always been laughingly known as my face, and that now, I dare say, was beyond being a laughing matter. But at least my eyes were beginning to open up. The house contained all the bare essentials. It looked as if it may have been furnished by a Caucasian bulldozer driver in a hurry, who had pointed to stuff in a furniture shop and hastily scribbled an address for delivery. The general feeling was that this was temporary accommodation, ugly and solid as a house brick, and not meant to be comfortable or accommodating. If not strictly punishment, it was distinctly reproving. A house designed for solitary male confinement, a hangover from British colonial days, with the only hint of Asia being the teak window shutters. There was one curious exception, though. Instead of the iron cot and coir pallet you might expect in the bedroom, there was a double bed with a half-decent mattress. It may have been that in cases of prolonged incarceration, inmates were allowed a female visitor. The bed was certainly a curious addition to this subtopia. The kitchen had utensils for one dinner plate, side plate, cup, saucer, teaspoon, soup bowl, knife, fork, dessert spoon. You'd be stuffed if you dropped and broke something. And a handful of assorted kitchen gadgets, cheese grater, egg flip, tongs, wooden spoon, can opener, all built to last but not to impress. The pantry was no gourmet's delight either. It contained rows and rows of tins. Soup, vegetable, tomato, mulligatawny and pea, baked beans, asparagus, potatoes, didn't know you could can potatoes, tomatoes, Irish stew, something named pork belly fricassee, yuck, sliced pineapple, peaches, chicken noodles in packets, just add hot water. The inventory included a large jar of Nescafe, tea bags, sugar, rice, salt, pepper, sliced white loaf, marmalade and peanut butter. It had the general air of underground bunker food, stored in case the atom bomb was dropped. I reached for a can of butter beans and couldn't believe my no doubt plum-coloured swollen eyes. The line at the bottom of the label read, Enjoy fine dining from the Wing Canning Company. I checked all the cans, and 6 of them had this dreaded injunction. I put them aside. I'd definitely be giving them a miss. Sydney had sold the family canning business to the Campbell Soup Company some years previously, and rumour had it that there was an ongoing lawsuit involving misrepresentation. Still, it was a nasty coincidence. Under the benches were 2 pots, one big, one small, an electric kettle and a frying pan. Butter, eggs and milk were in the fridge. I wasn't going to starve, but in a city where a tiffin box can contain some of the best grub in the world, piping hot and available within walking distance from almost anywhere, what can you say? Perhaps one of the cops would oblige. You'll have to forgive all this mental sewage swilling through my head. I was worried sick, sore, angry, sorry for myself, but most of all, ashamed that I could do nothing to help the person I loved more than anyone in the world. In fact, not to put too fine a point on things, I was bloody terrified. I know it sounds pretty immature, and I wasn't exactly a teenager, but I was very close to losing it completely. The pantry audit was one way of trying to calm my mind. Furniture and the designs on the tea towels would be next. One of them sported a picture of Donald Duck. There was nothing to read, and I had only one tiny spiral notepad and a cheap ballpoint. Otherwise, there was nothing with which I could attempt to write down my codeine-induced semi-delusions. Hospital ship Virago had given me an entire bottle, and I had stupidly taken more than I should have, thinking it might block out my panicked thoughts. All it eventually did was to block my ass. By the end of the week, the act of going to the toilet was a distant memory. I constantly tried to tell myself to buck up, pull myself together, but all I could see was Mercy B. Lord being hanged. My fevered imagination would take control, and I seemed incapable of stepping outside this waking vision. In my mind's eye, I would see Mercy B. Lord, her beautiful hair hacked off and her head roughly shaved, wearing a shapeless white garment of crumpled flannel, similar to an old lady's nightdress, that hung to her ankles, leaving exposed the hangman's territory, her slender neck and pretty shoulders. Even with her head almost bald, she was beautiful. She was standing on the scrubbed grey planks of a platform about 8 feet from the ground, at the far end of a large rectangular room, the walls of which were painted an unpleasant creamy yellow, with white tiles reaching up to about 5 feet from the floor, which was raw cement, smooth, very clean and smelling of strong disinfectant. It was the kind of room you clean with a hose and a stiff broom, and as the thought occurred to me, I visualized a brass tap with its handle carefully polished on one of the walls. A single high-voltage spotlight, the shape and size of an old-fashioned chamber pot, was directed at the platform. The sharp white light flattened out what little detail there was in the room, and gave Mercy B. Lord's shapeless garment a kind of blurry electric outline, so that all I could see in perfect focus were her naked feet, shoulders, neck and head. A large moth flew too close to the light and simply disintegrated in a sharp fizzle, one moment flying and the next nothing. Mercy B. Lord was going to be hanged, and the electrocuted moth was a terrible precursor. She stood at the very centre of the trapdoor. Usually her toenails were painted a cherry red, but now the old varnish was chipped and broken, and a piece of flesh-coloured sticking plaster was wrapped around the 2 smallest toes on her left foot. Her hands were cuffed behind her back, and a broad leather strap with a highly polished brass buckle pinioned her shapeless gown to her calves. I realized with horror that the strap was to prevent the skirt from flying up as she plunged through the trapdoor, a bizarre bureaucratic detail to preserve her modesty in her final seconds of life. The leather belt was stained dark with the sweat of the dead, and the 8 holes were worn with use. Prison guards referred to it as the death strap, and polished the brass buckle weakly as a matter of prideful duty. Its secondary use was so that Mercy B. Lord couldn't brace her feet against the sides of the trapdoor as it sprang open. The rope with the noose that would snap her beautiful fragile neck like a dry twig looked insubstantial, ribbon-like, in the blinding white light as it hung suspended, lazily looped once around a hook in the ceiling. The noose at its end hung about 8 inches above Mercy B. Lord's cropped head, ready for the hangman to unfold it from the hook and drop it over her head so that she would smell the newness of the pre-stretched hemp rope. It was carefully pre-stretched to remove the rope's elasticity so as to increase the shock as the rope snapped tight, breaking her neck. Now this wasn't a dream from which I would wake gasping and crying out, ghastly as that might be. It was a conscious thought vision that came into my mind the moment I stopped doing something like auditing the pantry or counting the number of wooden parquetry blocks that made up the living room floor. It terrified me, and yet I was powerless to stop it. I would shuffle around like an old man, losing count, then starting all over again, trying to force my mind onto something else before it allowed the pontificating priest to enter the room, mount the steps and deliver the last rites, watched by a frail and wizened Sister Charity from the St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Mission Orphanage, who was seated on a peacock-tail wicker chair. When I failed, the hangman would place a hood over Mercy B. Lord's beautiful head, and his smooth brown hand would trip the lever that released the trapdoor, allowing her body to fall through the dark square, the hemp rope twisting and jerking frantically from the ugly steel hook in the ceiling. Then the terrible, terrible afterthought. Mercy B. Lord never took her accusing eyes from my face and never spoke a single word. I now realize I was close to going crazy. I had barely slept, existing on a diet of instant coffee and codeine. On the morning of the 5th day, I composed a note using all the pages on the tiny spiral pad, requesting that a policeman visit my flat and bring me a large canvas I'd prepared to paint the vista from my flat window of the river and the port. It was to be a large rectangular painting, 8 feet long by 5 feet wide, intended to prove that I wasn't simply a portrait painter. But apart from preparing the enormous canvas, I hadn't yet started it. In my note, I asked them to bring all the brushes and the tubes of acrylic paint, the 2 large easels, in fact everything in my studio, including the rags used to clean the brushes. It was a desperate last effort to prevent myself breaking down completely, and I handed the police officer the keys to my flat and asked him to give the note to his senior officer. It was a long shot, and I expected my request to be ignored. But in the late afternoon, a police patrol van arrived with everything I had requested, together with my keys. The only thing they forgot to bring were the glass jars I used for cleaning the brushes. I emptied half a dozen cans I thought the guard dogs might eat, selecting all the wing brands and the pork belly fricassee, which the dogs seemed to particularly enjoy. The cops had even brought the gear I painted in, a pair of khaki shorts and a blue cotton shirt with the sleeves ripped out, both splattered with paint. The 2 garments were like the return of something familiar to my life. I should mention that the clothes I was wearing when I'd been beaten were completely ruined, and I had been led from the hospital in a pair of institutional pajamas. In the house were 2 new white shirts, 2 pairs of underpants and a pair of khaki trousers with a belt. The pair of new sand shoes were 2 sizes too small, so I simply went around barefoot, and the trousers were too small around the waist, so I was obliged to leave the zip undone, and my white Y-fronts visible, the strides held up by the belt. After several hours of reasonable sleep for the first time since I'd left hospital, I spent the 6th day since my beating preparing to paint. For the next week or so I ate cold stuff out of cans, slept only a few hours at a time, started to kick the codeine, the bottle was now empty, and painted as if my life depended on it, which in fact I had come to believe it did. I had no news from outside. My police guards, pleasant enough young men under the direction of a somewhat irascible sergeant, kept largely to themselves, were polite when spoken to, but not forthcoming. So I painted from dawn till dusk, ate something straight from the can, then collapsed for no more than 4 hours before starting again. Totally obsessed, not daring to think, I painted Mercy B. Lord's execution as I'd seen it in my mind. Painted the moment just before the hangman placed the hood over her head. The priest bore Dansford's face. Sister Charity in her nun's habit and veils, I seated in a peacock-tail wicker chair, her wizened face sharp-eyed and grinning, as I remembered it from Carlene's people when she'd received the prize money from Mercy B. Lord. I allowed myself to change one detail of the hangman. I left the hood off and painted him in profile, giving him two faces like a Janus. The face nearest Mercy B. Lord was Johnny Wing's. The one at the back of his head was that of Sidney Wing. The clarity of my demented mind was truly astonishing. I could see every minute detail. This was to be my last canvas, my final painting. My mind was in such a state that I believed that when I received the actual news that Mercy B. Lord was to be executed, I would take my own life. On the extreme left and right of the painting, I blocked in small frames, each about 5 inches square. 11 on the right, top to bottom, and on the left just 4, centered. In the frames on the right, I painted the portraits of the people who had played an important part, or whom I had loved or respected while I was in Singapore. And on the left, those whom I had grown to loathe. Again, I allowed myself one exception. Little Sparrow was the first portrait on the right, her face recalled from the ancient daguerreotype taken of Aku's family. Then below her was Chairman Meow, Dansford Drocker, Elmer Kelly, Mrs. Sidebottom, Molly Ong, Alice Ho, Long Me Saw, Willy Wonka, Louis de Fly, and finally, my little Thai bar girl, Veronica. On the left of the canvas, I painted the two Wing brothers full face, Sidney and Johnny, followed by Ronnie, then finally Beatrice Fong, as I had seen her, her eyes still piercing even in death. I had some trouble deciding where to put Detective Chicken Wing. Unlike Dansford, who, despite his undercover role, I had grown to love, I barely knew Chicken Wing, and couldn't decide how she fitted into the painting. She obviously didn't belong on either side of the canvas. I solved this problem by doing a tiny miniature of her face on one of the moth's wings as it flew towards the deadly light. I can't explain the weird clarity of my mind, day after day, while I painted. It has never returned to the same extent, and it was doubly weird because obviously I wasn't thinking clearly, although I was seeing those faces down to the smallest detail, and I painted them without the slightest hesitation. As it transpired, I also painted them with uncanny accuracy, right down to a dark mole on the left side of Beatrice Fong's nose. The only other thing I managed to do while I painted was to open a can of something every once in a while and gobble it down without recalling minutes afterwards what I'd eaten, using my lone fork or spoon. And each morning I'd manage a shower. There was no shaving gear, and I could feel stubble on my chin, the only place, apart from my mouth, that hadn't received a kick. On the 14th day of my incarceration, no, in fact the 15th, painting was completed, and I immediately began to weep, crawling into bed in the fetal position without undressing. I must have ultimately fallen asleep from utter exhaustion, because I woke howling with the bedroom light still on. It was as if an invisible hand had struck me across the mouth, so that I actually cried out from the dream that had wakened me so violently. I glanced at my watch. I had been asleep for perhaps an hour. In the dream, I had been shown an alteration I was utterly compelled to make to the painting. I had not the slightest doubt that I had missed an essential component. I returned at once to the canvas, and quickly removed Johnny's face and the top half of his head from the eyebrows up, and began to paint furiously, exploding the head in a bullet-shattered mess, so that blood and brains and fragments of skull flew into the air above and to the side of Mercy B. Lord's shaven scalp, a split second away from splattering her beautiful head and shoulders. I knew at that moment that I had gone mad. Bent over and clutching my stomach, I crawled into bed and once more curled into a fetal ball. I continued to blub until I fell into what must have been a near coma. Then a dream followed, and while it was beautiful, it was too terrible for words. A dead Mercy B. Lord was lying, naked, cuddled into me. I started to bawl, really bawl, totally panic-stricken, battling to come out of the dream and seemingly unable to do so. "Simon, "Simon, it's me, Mercy be Lord," the dead woman said, sitting up with a start. She grabbed me and smothered me with kisses. "Darling, I've come back." Then she started to cry, and we held each other so tightly that my broken ribs finally made me realize that she was actually there. I could have happily endured 10 times the pain to know she was safe. "Will you marry me, Simon? Please?" she whispered. And for a moment I thought I must be dreaming again. I held her at arm's length, still unsure that she was really there, that this wasn't yet another dream, a pleasant one after the horror of the previous nightmare. I brought my hand up to touch her face, felt her hair. It hadn't been hacked off. "It's you. Really you." Then I started to sob again. "You haven't answered my question," she said gently. "Yes, please, today," I sniffed. "No, we have to wait until you're beautiful again, darling. I'm going to wear your mother's diamond pendants, and we're going to do it properly. A big white wedding." She threw back her beautiful head and laughed. "If you'll excuse my French, I'm going to become Mercy beaucoup. Thank you very much." I managed to stop making a fool of myself, wiping my eyes on the edge of the sheet, while laughing at her corny pun, and at the same time feeling things stirring below the sheet. Then I saw that I was naked. She must have removed my painting clothes while I was asleep or comatose. No jockstrap in the world could have contained me then. And when we made love this time, I swear I didn't even feel my broken ribs. Afterwards, as Mercy be Lord lay in my arms, I said, "Darling, I was convinced they'd executed you." "Oh, Simon, I saw the painting. The marvelous, ghastly, wonderful, frightening, beautiful painting." It seemed I had slept for 19 hours, and it was now just after 8 at night. Mercy be Lord had arrived at 8 that morning, bringing my clothes from the flat. She made us both an omelette, and after we'd eaten, she touched my face lightly. "Simon, you must believe I had nothing to do with this. It was Johnny who grabbed the phone and banged down the receiver. What I said, about never seeing you again, was to protect you. The will stipulated that I marry Johnny to inherit. It came out later that he knew all about it. The stupid man realized that I'd never agree under normal circumstances, but thought that the money would persuade me. After he'd slammed down the receiver, I went totally berserk. Those terrible men came in and restrained me, and I was locked in the room with Beatrice's body. It's in the center of the house and has no windows, so evil spirits can't get in. I couldn't see or hear a thing. I had no idea what happened to you until Dansford told me after the raid." "Ah, that's over, is it? What happened? You have a bloody lot of explaining to do, my girl." "Oh, Simon, I know. All the time we've known each other, I couldn't breathe a word." "About what? Thursdays?" "Yes. I believe Dansford and Hilda have briefed you on all that, but not fully on my part. For the past 2.5 years, I've been a double agent, working with Dansford." But if they'd found out, Beatrice, Sydney, Johnny, they'd have killed you." "It was a terribly difficult situation. I couldn't let you know the truth. The operation was top secret, and if there was a leak of any kind, it might have all blown up." "And you could have been killed." "Yes." "So then why? Why did you agree? Once you knew the truth, you could simply have walked away. We could have gone back to Australia." Mercy be Lord ignored this. "It was Johnny and Beatrice, more than anything, who persuaded me to agree to help. Johnny, I learned, ran the sex slave business. Beatrice, of course, ran both. The heroin was awful, but I didn't know much about drugs. The other, the trade in human flesh, was in my eyes far worse. I'd never liked Johnny, but now I loathed him. When I heard the details of what I had been supporting, I had no choice but to join Dansford." Before that, you must have realized you were carrying money to your mother every week.
Yes, of course. But I guess I was naive, or I just didn't want to know. Beatrice explained that it was to pay oil workers in Burma, that she and Sydney and Johnny owned several concessions to drill for oil, and my mother, Lotus Blossom, was the manager. I was so thrilled at the prospect of having her in my life, and until Dansford and Detective Sergeant Wing told me, I didn't realize how much money was in the briefcase. And until the lawyer told me, I had no idea Beatrice was my grandmother.
Mercy B. Lord looked down at her hands.
I guess I've got a lot to live down.
Nonsense, we don't choose our forebears. What you did was terribly brave. You've redeemed yourself 1,000 times. The raid was obviously a success, or you wouldn't be here. Tell me what happened.
Simon, I'm supposed to call Dansford and Hilda, Detective Sergeant Wing, but it's too late now to find a phone. And besides, you know what Dansford's like by this time of night. He wants to debrief you himself. In fact, he insisted. While I may give you details about myself, I can't. That is, I'm forbidden to tell you more. The raid is classified top secret, and there's another side of Dansford Drocker you don't want to cross. Did you know he was a major in the Second World War and promoted to lieutenant colonel in Korea, which is about as high as it gets for an operational intelligence officer, apparently?
I laughed. I now realize I know very little about Dansford Drocker.
Including how he spends his afternoons, Mercy B. Lord said. Though he can be pretty wild. Some of them were spent in a backroom communications office at Bill Bailey's bar, preparing to clean up the Asian drug cartel, while others... She paused. No, I'm not sure I'm allowed. I'll let him tell you himself.
Well, I'll be buggered. But if I have to wait for Dansford to debrief me, will you answer just 2 questions?
I'll try.
Johnny, as I understand it, wasn't involved in the drug side, but ran the sex slave business. So he can't be indicted for drugs. Is that right?
Mercy B. Lord looked down at her hands. I really don't know. Johnny is dead.
It was said in such a manner that my first thought was that Mercy B. Lord had murdered him. Dead? How?
Shot. Dansford will tell you when he comes. Simon, I really can't. I'm not allowed to say any more.
But you were not personally responsible for
Johnny's death? No such luck.
The second question is about Sydney.
Arrested.
And Ronnie?
That's 3 questions. Ronnie got off scot-free. He wasn't involved. He owns the Nightcap and 5 other girly bars. Johnny supplied the girls, but it's not a crime to have girls under contract. All the other bars get their girls from the same source. That business hasn't been closed yet.
There was a 4th obvious question, about what happened to Lotus Blossom, but I wasn't going to ask it then. I could sense that Mercy B. Lord had had enough. Darling, shall we have a shower? I suggested. I'm afraid I've got nothing to wear. The duds they gave me are too small, so are the sand shoes, and my Y fronts show through the fly and certainly need a wash. But at least I'll be clean. Can you stay the night? Mercy B. Lord grinned.
Well, now that you ask, I can stay every night for the rest of my life if you wish. But I've got a better idea. The shower is good, and I've brought your clothes from the flat. Detective Sergeant Wing has signed you out, and you're free to go. There's not a policeman in sight. By the way, one of them asked me to thank you for the dog food. What did he mean by that?
Pork belly fricassee.
Sounds disgusting.
Not to police dogs.
I don't understand.
I pointed to the pantry shelves, where a vast array of tinned food stood rank upon rank, like the Duke of Wellington's army facing Napoleon at Waterloo. I seemed not to have made even the smallest dent. Never mind, I'll tell you later. I never want to see anything that requires a tin opener again in my life. Mercy B. Lord laughed. I promise, Simon. So here's a suggestion, but only if you feel up to it. You've just had 19 hours sleep, so you probably don't want to go to bed for a while, even with me. While you're still not the prettiest man in town, you'll soon be your old self. Do you think your various bruises and bumps could handle a night out on the town? Then a late dinner before we go home? I'll organise for your painting and your gear to come home tomorrow. We can sleep in, and I've booked a private room at the Goodwood Park for lunch. Owen Denmead, the maitre d', says he has a couple of French wines that will knock Dansford's socks off. Dansford and Hilda will debrief you officially over lunch. I hadn't asked her about the Beatrice Fong inheritance for 2 reasons. The first was that it was none of my business, and the second was that I couldn't have cared if she'd declared herself mine in rags and tatters. The following day, I felt great. I even managed to shave, but still looked like a bit of a walking nightmare, with yellow bruises around my eyes and nose. But the swelling was all but down, and the rest of my body was much the same, with yellowing patches like those on a marmalade tappy. But mostly they didn't hurt any longer, and it was apparent when I took a cautious deep breath that my ribs were beginning to knit. By the way, I was to learn that the 5 thugs who had given me the beating had been arrested, and also that Beatrice Fong's funeral, with no expense spared, went off without a hitch, and she was sent to the hereafter with sufficient paper money and token goods and services to be welcomed with open arms by her waiting ancestors. She was one of Singapore's worst, but it's almost as if there has to be a fixed percentage of the good and the bad in life. The evil component, the psychopaths and born wrongdoers at one extreme, and those who are born to be good, the saints of every religion, at the other. Between the two, the rest of humankind arrays itself. The gravitational pull of these 2 extremes is what decides whether, generally speaking, the world is in good or bad moral shape, at war or at peace with itself. Beatrice Fong was fundamentally bad, and she used those who were willing to compromise their moral integrity for whatever reason. Some simply to put food on the table, others to own mansions, yachts, or, in Sydney's case, a golf course in Florida. She came and she went unnoticed, except that she left nothing but misery and chaos as her legacy. She wouldn't even be posthumously vilified. Winding up international drug cartels embarrasses too many governments, so the aftermath is invariably silence. She simply went unpunished, unnoticed, and unmourned, getting away with unmitigated evil. Owen Denmead greeted us, exuding the usual bonhomie. I could see he was momentarily taken aback by my face, but he was far too professional to comment. He led us through the restaurant to a small private dining room, where Dansford and Detective Sergeant Hilda Wing were already ensconced. Dansford on his 2nd martini, the empty 1st martini glass still on the table. He'd obviously ordered 2 simultaneously. Detective Chicken Wing, as she would always be to me, was drinking a Bloody Mary through a straw, a fair indication that it was simply tomato juice. Dansford jumped from his seat and embraced and kissed Mercy B. Lord, who in turn bent to kiss Hilda on the cheek. I didn't respond in a similar manner, merely shaking her by the hand. I mean, can one really kiss a detective sergeant? Dansford then turned to me. Well, Simon, what can I say? As little as possible that concerns me directly over the past fortnight. I grinned. Buddy, you're sure looking a whole lot better than when we last parted. As I recall, it wasn't much of a parting. Did you have to use handcuffs? I was so beaten up I could barely walk. Escape was clearly not an option unless I crawled away. That was my fault, Simon, and I apologize, Detective Chicken Wing said. It's standard procedure when prisoners are moved from Outram Road Hospital. You see, Sister Elkington, that's the senior sister who hustled us out on the morning of our visit. Oh, you mean Hospital Ship Virago, I interjected. This got a bit of a laugh all round. Then Detective Chicken Wing continued. Well, her husband, the incorruptible Georgie Pugface Elkington, one of the few senior British police officers to keep his post after the Brits handed over, is an assistant commissioner of police.
and if we didn't manacle you when you left the hospital under arrest, it would have got straight back to him over his toast and marmalade next morning, whereupon disciplinary charges would have been duly laid." She laughed. "His opening address to a group of young police officers is often, 'Absolute nincompoops, the lot of you.'" With the small talk over, we ordered lunch, and Owen Denmead returned and extolled the virtues of the French wine. Dansford instructed him to bring 3 bottles, and to open them. Then, at his suggestion, we ordered both entrees and mains together, with Owen still hovering. "Will you kindly bring the bell on the bar as well?" Dansford requested. "The bar bell?" Owen asked, surprised. "Ah, Monsieur Maitre d' Denmead, I intend to use it to summon a waiter should we require one. After we've been served, would you and your staff kindly allow us a little privacy?" The exquisitely polite Dansford was plainly preparing to get down to business, and I sensed the return of the man who had looked me in the eye, shrugged, and said, "Sorry, Simon, that's how the cookie crumbles." Now he addressed me. "Simon, I guess it's largely up to me to debrief you." He looked first at Mercy B. Lord, then at Detective Chickenwing, and directed his next sentence to them. "You may both correct me and add any details as you wish." Then he turned back to me. "Simon, I don't have to tell you that what is said here remains in this room. This was a covert operation. While it's all over, bar the tidying up of bank accounts, money, and formal convictions among those governments involved, America, Singapore, and Thailand in the main, it remains a top-secret operation. I emphasize that none of this will ever appear in the world's press. The DEA and the CIA are in agreement. In fact, without their help, this operation would not have been possible because they were responsible for the logistics." "Hang on, aren't they the enemy? I mean, the opposition?" I asked, somewhat confused. "Ah, the politics of political expediency, my friend. In the past few months, a lot has changed. President Nixon has been elected with a plan to win the war. He doesn't want any sideshows, no awkward accusations about the U.S. government's involvement with heroin. The anti-drug lobby in Washington is growing increasingly vociferous, and the human damage heroin addiction is causing in our cities is becoming very apparent. The justification the CIA has used all along, that they were supporting the forces that were stopping the Chinese communists from invading Southeast Asia and coming to the aid of North Vietnam, has been blown out of the water. The domino theory is pure bunkum, Pentagon and CIA-inspired crap. The Chinese have been fighting a series of pitched battles against the Russians along the Ussuri River that forms the Sino-Russian border. We're no longer fighting world communism as a unified force. In fact, the Chinese hate the Russians and the North Vietnamese probably more than they hate us." "What? The CIA have been told to pull their heads in?" "Very graphic, Simon, but yes. And there are several more compelling reasons I'll go into later for this sudden change in policy. However, this mood swing from Washington and the death of Beatrice Fong couldn't have been more perfectly timed." "But didn't you say her death threw a spanner in the works for the DEA?" He glanced at Mercy B. Lord. "We were trying to protect our mole, but it was actually ideal. In fact, heaven sent. All the stars were aligned correctly. The CIA were willing to cooperate with the DEA, but were instructed by Washington to let us run the show. Well, as you know, power always expands to fill a vacuum. Beatrice Fong had pulled all the strings for a long time, playing off the different interests to keep the entire operation running smoothly. In this respect, she was a genius. And besides, she had ruled for so long she knew where all the bodies were buried. Her death destabilized a very complex web of interlocking interests." He nodded towards Mercy B. Lord. "Moreover, our mole here completely lacked the experience to take over, and so it fell to Sidney Wing to do so." Dansford turned to her. "Do you want to say anything, to comment?" he asked. "Well, only to say that after the funeral, Sidney and Johnny sat me down and explained the whole situation to me. I had to pretend to be shocked, in fact mortified. Sidney then asked if I wanted to continue." Mercy B. Lord paused. No, that's not quite how he put it. The inference was that I was implicated as a drug courier, and whether I liked it or not, I was obliged to stay involved. I then asked him what might happen if I didn't. That was when Johnny laughed and said, "You're going to marry me and help with the girl business." Sidney then said there wasn't any if. Once in, the only way out was the way Beatrice had just left. He told me that he was taking over Beatrice's share of the business, and that I would be working for him in the immediate future. "Don't worry," Johnny said in an amused voice. "After we're married, it's all in the family anyway."
"Jesus, talk about a rock and a hard place," I exclaimed. Mercy B. Lord laughed.
"My grandmother may have been an evil old woman, but she wasn't a stupid one. In the bank vault was the proverbial little black book, with enough in it to put a rope, several ropes, around Sidney Wing's neck. I described just one entry and told him there were at least 50 more. If anything happened to me, it would go directly to the police, I told him. She gave a short laugh, then looked at Detective Sergeant Chickenwing. In fact, it already had.
"Nice one," I said.
She continued. "Well, he turned to Johnny and said, 'She's got the strength.' Then he said to me, 'We'll train you. I'll do the heroin part and Johnny here the women business.' So then I said there was just one more thing."
"What?" Sidney asked.
"Simple. I don't marry Johnny and I keep the inheritance. Or what?" he asked. "Little black book," I replied. I'd rather die than marry that cruel bastard. "I think we begin to understand each other," Sidney said. Then to Johnny, who was speechless with fury, he said, "You hear that? Business all done. Sorry, Johnny. Welcome aboard, Mercy B. Lord."
"Christ, darling, bravo. But weren't you scared?"
Of course I was terrified. When it was over, I went into the bathroom and threw up.
Dansford took over again, giving Mercy B. Lord a fondly benevolent look. If I had my way, she'd be getting the Medal of Honor for bravery under intense enemy fire. He paused, lifting the first bottle of wine, checked our glasses, which we'd barely touched, then filled his own with the last of the bottle. He'd already had 2 glasses, but was such a skilled alcoholic that he'd managed to do almost all the talking and still down 2 glasses of wine virtually unnoticed. Well, we had our Matahari still in place and undetected, so we're in a position to know Sidney's takeover plans. Now it was up to Sidney to prove to the various elements in the mix that he had the strength, determination, and the know-how to take over from Beatrice Fong, and bring them all together in one place to ensure consensus and continuity. In fact, to his credit, he came up with a damn good plan. Unfortunately for us, he went to his old friends, the CIA, to help with the logistics required to implement it. The point was that any such meeting needed to be on neutral ground. No one was willing to come to Singapore or Hong Kong. Having the meeting up north, up in the border area in Thailand, controlled by the warlords with their private armies, was much too risky. The warlords were increasingly disgruntled anyhow. They grew the opium to meet the exploding demand, delivered it across the Burma-Thai border to be refined by the Chinese. And so they had come to realize that the Thai military, the police, government officials, and politicians were receiving most of the profits. In other words, the situation was likely to become very unstable without the old woman's iron fist. As it was, things were very close to exploding. Sidney demonstrated his leadership by arranging to have the meeting on a large oil tanker in international waters, beyond the 3-mile limit near Bangkok port. It would arouse no suspicion. The size and draft of the oil tanker prevented it from docking, requiring it to discharge its cargo into smaller tankers, so it had every reason to be where it was. It was also, conveniently, one of the vessels whose crew was involved in drug smuggling for the cartel. Now all Sidney had to do was get all the big boys and the 2 big girls on board. I glanced quickly at Mercy B. Lord. The other woman referred to was obviously her mother, Lotus Blossom. She ignored my look, keeping her eyes fixed on Dansford. who, surprise, surprise, had almost emptied his glass once more. Well, Sidney went to his old friends. As far as he was concerned, the only honest broker was his Florida connection, the CIA. He asked if they could arrange air transport, an unmarked Chinook helicopter, with one of its front companies such as Air America, who flew out of the CIA compound at Don Muang International Airport. Well, of course, the CIA agreed and duly informed us. Then Sidney arranged, through the usual corrupt Thai officials, for the big operators in the cartel to fly into Bangkok and to the compound in light aircraft owned by the drug cartel. Then, as Mercy B. Lord has so often done, they avoided customs, boarded the unmarked Chinook helicopter, and were flown out to the tanker. Air America was to log the helicopter trips as short test flights to avoid suspicion. The plan was that the Chinook would fly out, land on the tanker's deck, disembark passengers, and return to the compound. After the meeting, the Chinook would return, and they would all then disperse the way they had arrived, with no trace of their ever having been on the tanker. It was neat, safe, and earned Sidney a lot of respect and trust from his cartel peers. Dansford topped up our glasses with the second bottle and refilled his own, then looked up at the ceiling. There has to be a God in heaven. Sidney's arrangements were better than anything we could possibly have hoped for. Not only were they meeting on a tanker, but to prevent any problems or disagreements turning nasty, no arms were allowed, and every cartel member had to agree to be frisked before climbing aboard the helicopter. We planned to simply board the returning Chinook with a heavily armed raiding party and take them all into custody. He nodded at his wife. This is where Hilda comes in. Detective Chicken Wing surprised me by directing a question at me. Simon, will you allow me to begin by defending my husband's afternoon routine? It's well past redemption, Detective Sergeant, I grinned. She smiled, then, typical of a police investigator, asked yet another question. Did you realize you were temporarily accommodated on a military base? Well, yes, I heard a brass band, sirens once or twice, shouting and marching feet on another occasion. And Mercy B. Lord told me after her surprise visit. Well, it's where Dansford spent a great many afternoons training a special squad, along the lines of the Special Weapons and Tactics Groups, known in the US as a SWAT team, using men from the Singapore Armed Forces Commando Formation, together with an elite Singapore Police Drug Squad. In all, we trained 50 Police and Defence Force staff, sufficient to form a cadre. We only took 20 to Thailand, because we included 8 Thai police, specially trained operatives, plus Dansford and myself, 30 or so being the troop capacity of a Chinook. Perhaps the several glasses of wine and a couple of martinis were beginning to have an effect, because Dansford somewhat rudely interrupted his wife. Just one problem remained. Hilda had to figure out a way to get 20 heavily armed Singapore commandos, plus her drug squad component, into a foreign country. It was a diplomatic initiative practically without precedent. Detective Chickenwing gave him a dirty look. He was using his familial status to interrupt what was officially her story. She took up where she'd left off. Dansford could, theoretically, go through the American ambassador to Thailand and have him make the arrangements. But there was always the problem of a leak. Not all Thai government officials or politicians are corrupt. In fact, far from it. But we didn't know who the bad eggs were. The Thai authorities are coming under increasing international pressure to cooperate. Heroin addiction is a huge problem in the West, and even the UN is asking awkward questions. But having a foreign, highly armed and dangerous commando force land at their airport was tantamount to an invasion. Even though the actual raid was to take place in international waters, no government, no matter how friendly, will tolerate that kind of interference in their security or domestic affairs. Dansford disgraced himself by interjecting once again. We had the perfect setup, a battle location made in heaven against an unarmed opponent, and we couldn't organize the transport logistics. Detective Chickenwing shot him another meaningful look, and I wondered what would happen when they got home. She was no shrinking violet. "Well, Guanxi finally solved the problem," she said. "My Singapore family is directly related to our Prime Minister, and through my division commander, I was able to see the great man himself. I briefed him, and he simply picked up the phone and called Prince Bizatej Rajani of Thailand, who recently started what is known as the Royal Project Foundation. This is a special initiative designed to teach the Thai border hill tribes how to grow sustainable crops and so wean them off the cultivation of opium." An hour after our Prime Minister made the call, and while I sat outside his office close to panic, the reply came back, and his secretary escorted me back into the PM's office, where he told me we had a top-secret all-clear to enter Thailand. Detective Chickenwing paused. The Prime Minister then stabbed his forefinger at me. "Just one thing, Detective Sergeant." "Yes, sir," I replied. "For God's sake, for the sake of Singapore and my government, don't screw up this operation." "No, sir," I replied in a tiny voice I hardly recognized as my own. Then, shaking like a leaf, I mumbled my thanks and turned to leave. As I reached the door, he called out, "Good luck, Hilda. Give the bastards hell." Dansford, as usual showing remarkable ability to hold his grog, now said, "Well, there's not really much more to say. We landed on deck, and in 10 minutes had the biggest combined arrest of the principals of any drug cartel ever. Effectively, we got everyone, or everyone at the top. The only one who got away was the biggest of them all, but she's permanently shut in a box underground." He turned to Detective Chickenwing and raised his glass. "I'd like to propose a toast to Detective Inspector Hilda Wing of the Singapore Drug Squad." We all congratulated the new detective inspector, and then Dansford rang the bell. Moments later, a waiter appeared, and we ordered dessert. In my case, trifle, my absolute favourite pudding in the world. And then I made my big mistake. "And Johnny, how did he die?" I asked. Absolute silence followed, and then Mercy B. Lord started to weep and shake. I grabbed her and held her tight. "Oh, what did I say?" I asked, looking for an explanation, hugely distressed. But my beloved simply continued to wail, and Dansford and Hilda remained silent, looking down into their wine glasses. "What did I say? What's wrong?" I asked, upset at my terrible gaffe. Mercy B. Lord pulled free, attempting to gain control of her emotions. "Tell him, Dansford," she choked, reaching for her napkin to wipe her tears. But then they started afresh and stopped again, as if a memory kept bumping into her consciousness, then receding just as quickly. "Are you sure?" Dansford asked her. Mercy B. Lord nodded and came back into my arms. "It was the one mistake we made," he began. "We foolishly underestimated Sidney Wing. He had sent Johnny out to the oil tanker by motorboat earlier in the day. Johnny wasn't in the drug cartel, so couldn't be present. Having frisked all those attending the meeting, Sidney knew they were all unarmed. He had Johnny already positioned on board, armed with a Browning automatic in case something unforeseen went wrong at the meeting. He was hidden from sight and positioned to observe the proceedings long before the Chinook arrived bringing the members of the cartel. Well, as I said, we arrived in the returning Chinook, and remarkably, with only a warning shot fired, we arrested and manacled them all, including Mercy B. Lord and, of course, Lotus Blossom, which was necessary to protect the safety of our mole. We were leading all Sydney's dubious guests out to the waiting Chinook, where 5 heavily armed police officers waited to take over from the army and escort them back to Bangkok, and from there on to Singapore. This would henceforth be a police operation under Detective Sergeant Wing's command. Then Johnny suddenly appeared, seemingly from nowhere, and grabbed Mercy B. Lord from the rear, putting a pistol to her head. "Stop," he yelled, "or she dies." Dansford glanced at Mercy B. Lord, then said quietly, "This is one of the many reasons why you should get the Medal of Honor, my dear." He continued, "With a pistol to the back of her head, she said in a calm voice, 'Johnny, go ahead. Shoot. We're all of us dead anyway.' Johnny shoved the Browning further into the base of her neck and howled like a dog. "Beatrice promised I could have you. You're mine, you hear? You die first, you whore." Then the sniper's bullet entered the back of his head. Dansford couldn't bring himself to complete the sentence. "How did you know, Simon?" Mercy B. Lord howled. "It happened just like in your painting." Oh God, how I loved this woman. Epilogue. Singapore and Sydney, Australia, 1990 to 91. If I've managed to hold your interest thus far, then you may be interested in the 20 years that followed. Pretty uneventful, I'm afraid, but lovely, with Chairman Meow more or less reconciled to the fact that Mercy B. Lord and I decided to live in Singapore until 2 years ago, or, if you like, at arm's length from Mercy B. Koo's mother-in-law. Given her unshakable faith in the power of Little Sparrow's dream, she had every confidence that Mercy B. Lord and I would prosper and be happy. But nevertheless, she would have preferred to have us within her sphere of influence. Well before our wedding, Chairman Meow had taken her soon-to-be daughter-in-law aside and recounted the dream, before going on to analyse its meaning. "You are the infant in the dream, my dear. Beatrice Fong is the old crone, and the cord connecting you is the secret family relationship, you see?" Poor trapped Mercy B. Lord was far too polite to do more than nod and smile as my mother continued. "The 3 lotus blossoms in the dream are, I believe, the 3 lives of Lotus Blossom. Johnny Wing's teenage promise of betrothal is the first. The rape by the Japanese captain and the birth of her child is the second. And the banishment to Burma and the drug cartel is the third. The fat wooden dragon, the traditional Chinese symbol of prosperity, as you know, is the wealth accumulated from heroin, and the chisel through its heart is the fact that all the prosperity came to nothing because the money was ultimately confiscated." Mercy B. Lord then asked, perhaps only to be polite, "The gold chisel, the fact that it stabbed the fat dragon and ended the wealth accumulated from the drugs, do you think it's symbolically the work of the infant in the dream?" It was all heading into la-la land, and so I interjected. "Ma'am, give us a break for God's sake," I protested. "You can make anything mean something if you try hard enough." "Oh, you think so, Simon?" Chairman Meow said, plainly piqued by my interruption. "Of course. Look, let me show you," I said. Mercy B. Lord was born on the 1st of May 1946, so let's do the numbers, shall we? 5th month, that's 5. First day, that's 1, so 5 plus 1 equals 6. I scribbled it down. Now, add 1 plus 9 plus 4 plus 6 equals 20. Add the 6 equals 26. And hey presto, 2 plus 6 equals 8. There you go, the number 8 gold chisel, and also the luckiest number for the Chinese. I gave her a sardonic grin, complete with slightly raised right eyebrow. See what I mean? Chairman Meow paused for a moment. "Simon, that's brilliant." She clapped her hands together. "Why, of course. How stupid of me. It becomes immediately obvious. Simon, you knew all along, didn't you? That's why you painted the chisel into Mercy B. Lord's portrait." She looked at me. "Now don't you deny it, Simon," she remonstrated. "Just like you deny being the yellow-beaked bird. Anyone with a nose on her face can see the gold chisel is directly associated with the baby, and that both cannot be anything other than Mercy B. Lord." "Oh, that simple, is it?" "Why, yes, as a matter of fact, it is." "Okay, if I'm the yellow-beaked bird, who are the other birds? The ones that cleaned the baby's body? And the electric blue snake, who or what is the snake?" "Why, all your friends in Singapore are the birds." She spread her elegant, manicured hands. "I would have thought the snake was obvious. Johnny Wing, of course." "Okay, so who is Sydney?" Chairman Meow was not in the least fazed by the question. "Yes, I must admit he doesn't feature directly, but he's got something to do with the large box," she said confidently. I sighed. "Christ, Mum, I don't believe what I'm hearing. How can one of the smartest women in Australia be so deluded? so consumed by ignorance and superstition. All those tenuous connections you make with Little Sparrow's dream are crap. Just like I showed you with the numbers. You can make almost anything symbolize anything else if you're prepared to shut down the part of your brain that tells you it's clearly all a load of codswallop.
Simon, you shouldn't talk to your mother like that, Mercy B. Lord said reprovingly. Besides, who's to say your mother isn't right?
I turned on her. I am. It's arrant nonsense, if that's a more polite way of putting it.
Oh, is that so? Mercy B. Lord exclaimed. Then kindly explain the painting with the shattered head.
You didn't know what happened on board the oil tanker. You didn't know how Johnny died, but you painted it exactly as it happened. Oh, Christ, not you as well, I said, shaking my head in disbelief. Thank you, Chairman Meow said, smiling smugly at Mercy B. Lord. Sometimes that son of mine is just a little too big for his boots. You'll have to watch that in him, my dear, she warned. So there you go. Humans seem geared to signs and portents, and have been since time out of mind. Common sense has nothing to do with it, and few things in this world are wrought by logic alone. Needless to say, Chairman Meow took over the wedding arrangements. She flew Mercy B. Lord to Paris to buy a wedding gown, and with diamond pendants dangling, Mercy B. Lord married me at St. Mary's Catholic Cathedral, with Archbishop Gilroy presiding, in the early summer of 1970. No doubt this was agreed after a generous donation to some worthy church-related cause. The Catholic faith was chosen in deference to Mercy B. Lord, who was not all that fussed, but unlike my own iconoclastic family, she had at least some religion in her past. I'm telling a fib. That's not exactly why we were married at St. Mary's. The truth is that the alternative to a church wedding was the marriage registry office, directly across the road from the cathedral, in an office with mullioned windows in Queen Square. Chairman Meow was damned if she was going to waste a magnificent raw silk Paris original wedding gown encrusted with God knows how many seed pearls on a clerk in a stuffy government office with only 2 witnesses present. Huge stained glass windows, an impressive high altar, incense swirling, Latin chants, choir boys singing, towering naves and arches, and the Archbishop in his splendid vestments pontificating were the absolute minimum requirement. A huge marquee was erected in the grounds of the Vaucluse house, and every employee of the considerable coup business empire, funeral, restaurant, and property investment arms, was invited to attend the church service and the reception afterwards, catered for by 3 of our Little Swallow restaurants, with 2 additional chefs flown in from Singapore. Over 1,000 guests attended from all over Australia and beyond. From Singapore, Dansford, who gave Mercy B. Lord away, Hilda, Long Mi Saw, Molly Ong, now head of the Tourist Promotion Board, Mrs. Sidebottom and Cecil, Willy Wonka, Louis de Fly. By the way, we made him my best man. Alice Ho, Harry Three Thumbs Poon, Owen Denmead, and of course my numerous Singapore relatives. From Hong Kong came the inestimable Elmer Kelly. Then, from my former advertising agency in Sydney, Odette from the switchboard, Charles Brickman, the chairman, and Ross Quinlivan, the creative director. From America, Jonas Bold and his glorious long-legged Bondi blonde bombshell wife, Sue Chipchase. In fact, there were so many guests that we were forced to book the entire first-class and business-class sections on a Qantas jet to bring them and my personal friends to Australia. Chairman Meow, a.k.a. Mum, had waited a long time for her son and heir to be hitched to a Chinese maiden, and she wasn't going to allow a careless moment to intrude in the organisation of his wedding ceremony. We honeymooned at Lord Howe Island, staying at Pine Trees. Not posh, just a really nice traditional homestead. But it was wonderful to be completely away from the madding crowd. We now have 2 daughters, Charity and Faith, to complement their mother's name, and a son, James. That's enough about us for the time being. Let me bring you up to date with events after the successful raid on the drug cartel. Sidney Wing was executed in Singapore jail in June 1970, and all the other members of the criminal cartel eventually followed him. Ronnie sold his share in the agency back to Samuel Oswald. He also sold the nightcap and his other girly bar interests in Singapore and moved to Bangkok, where he owned several more bars in Pat Pong Road and the area most favoured by US troops on R&R from Vietnam, New Phetchaburi Road. After the Vietnam War was over, he bought 2 nightclubs, Reed high-class brothels. If you're wondering what happened to Lotus Blossom, she avoided the hangman's rope and lives in Taiwan, where she owns a string of French perfume boutiques she has aptly named after her daughter, Mercy B. Koo Perfumes. She never faced drug charges and got off scot-free because of a deal between Mercy B. Lord and the DEA via Dansford. When, after learning the true nature of the Fong and Wing partnership, she'd agreed to be Dansford's mole, she had made only one request, that if the DEA was successful in bringing down the drug cartel, her mother would be allowed to go free. It was an early example of her ability to plan well ahead. Dansford kept his word, and Lotus Blossom was allowed to settle in Taipei. As he explained to me, Simon, politics is the art of compromise. Exceptions are always the rule. Now here's a curious twist. Lotus Blossom was nominally a vastly wealthy woman. But like all the other cartel bigwigs, she was stripped of all her assets. Her money and property were confiscated by the various states, Thailand, Singapore, and America, so that she was effectively dead broke. That is, until Johnny Wing's will was read. He'd left his entire fortune, a sum of $20 million, to his boyhood sweetheart. But as Mercy B. Lord would say of her mother's acquired fortune, all the perfume in the world can't disguise the stench of that malevolent bastard. Beatrice Fong's estate was also confiscated, with only her residence in Katong, originally left to her by her mother, coming to Mercy B. Lord. We sold it, too many bad memories, and together with my bonus check from the agency, financed the 2 businesses we were to start. Sadly, our dear and wonderful Dansford Drocker, who took over the management of the now wingless Samuel Oswald Advertising Agency, died of obvious causes in 1978. Both lighted ends of the same candle had finally met and burnt out. He had requested that he have a very simple burial. Don't let a priest anywhere near me, Simon, unless he's drunk and Irish. It's been a great life, buddy. We don't want it spoiled by making false promises to God on my deathbed. I organised a plain granite headstone to be made and sent from Australia, on which I caused to be inscribed, Dansford Metford Drocker, 1924 to 1978. He lived life to its fullest, then died happily, of everything. R.I.P. Elmer Kelly sold her share of Cathay Advertising to Bill Longsocks Farnsworth, who could now claim to own in his own right an international organisation. He then sold his now multinational agency to Ted Bates Advertising in New York, at a considerable profit. Elmer never forgave him, not for the pass-on profit he'd made, but simply for outsmarting her, because she could as easily have bought Farnsworth's Australian organisation, George Patterson, and made the same deal with New York herself. Simon, my dear, his convict ancestors probably pinched that Gainsborough he owns. Ho, ho, ho! Can't trust a man who's always punctual and orders steak and chips to eat alone in a Singapore hotel room, can you? Now, perhaps a little about us. That is, Mercy B. Koo and yours truly. Well, very briefly, Mercy B. Lord for the first 6 months, then Mercy B. Koo for the next 6, became the first Singapore girl, a very successful concept that has continued ever since. Then, despite Dansford asking me to stay in what was now simply Samuel Oswald Advertising, I decided I'd had my fill of working for someone else, so I declined. The tourism minister then called me into his office and asked me if I was willing to start my own advertising agency, saying that the government was thinking of cutting its partnership with Malaysian Airlines and starting Singapore International Airlines, based around customer service and the concept of the Singapore girl, adding that they would like me to do the advertising. It was attractive. More than that, it was a truly great offer, and I was sorely tempted. But finally, we decided we'd develop the 2 ancillary businesses we'd more or less planned all along: market research and commercial film. The airline account eventually went to a terrific young Australian ad man named Ian Beatty, who consequently did an absolutely splendid job. Mercy B. Koo developed the first truly Asian market research organisation, which grew to be the biggest in Asia. Still is. With Willy Wonka and Harry Three Thumbs Poon, we developed a film studio that, I'm glad to say, has prospered mightily. Not that I can take the credit for either organisation. Mercy B. Koo was initially the exceptional financial manager, and Willy and Harry are both highly talented film men. I'll never know how she did it. Somehow we financed both businesses without borrowing from my dad and Chairman Meow. After 10 years, we were moderately well off, and Mercy B. Koo was becoming bored and wanted to stretch her business wings. Enter the ever-vigilant and opportunist Chairman Meow, and soon we shared a funeral business, under my wife's direction, with the Australian Family Company. The two women worked together, and it wasn't all that long before they were opening up Blue Lotus funerals in Hong Kong, Taipei, Bangkok and Manila. In the mid-80s, Mercy B. Koo was spending a week every month in Sydney on business involving the deadly female duo. As for me, I'd opted out of business altogether by the late 70s and was beginning to earn a reputation as an artist. It all started to happen when the Tate Gallery in London bought the painting of Mercy B. Lord's execution. In fact, that was what I'd named it, The Execution of Mercy B. Lord. This brought to light the Hong Kong Museum and Art Gallery's purchase of what was now named Woman in a Peacock Tail Chair. The Guardian wrote a bit of a story saying nice things about both paintings, devoting a page to them. It was picked up and reprinted by the South China Morning Post. And for the next week, long queues formed at the Tate as well as in Hong Kong. Several commissions followed, and now that's what I do. I paint, and have been fortunate enough to have my work exhibited in several major galleries around the world. The irony is that Chairman Meow is my biggest supporter, and the reason for this is her business partner and fellow entrepreneur, Mercy B. Koo. Which brings me just about to the end of my story. 2 years ago, we moved back to Sydney with the kids. Both Charity, master's degree, and Faith are attending Macquarie University, and James is doing his last 2 years at Cranbrook. But they are not the reason for our return. The schools and universities in Singapore are absolutely first class. The reason is that Mercy B. Lord had to learn the business from the Australian side of Koo International Proprietary Limited. On the 2nd of January 1991, Chairman Meow, now a sprightly 76, and my dad, a rather battered 77, retired. And guess who is to be the new chairman? Not surrogate, but your actual chairman. No ifs or buts. You got it in one. The glorious, wonderful, should have won the US Medal of Honor for Bravery, Mercy B. Koo. Nay, the mighty and still incredibly beautiful Mercy B. Lord. I've ordered a black cheongsam and red stilettos for her to wear on the day the board appoints her. Oh, by the way, talking about chairman, Louis de Fly is the new managing director and chairman of Samuel Oswald Advertising, Singapore. He has proved to be a very valuable employee. Belinda hopes you enjoyed the reading of Fortune Cookie, written by Bryce Courtenay and read by Humphrey Bower. Acknowledgements. This is the 20th book I've written over the past 21 years, and when I think about the effort it's taken, I am immediately aware that I have needed a large support cast, people who have volunteered information, know-how and help, invariably giving selflessly of their knowledge and expertise. So I decided to go through my other books to see just how large this supporting cast, to whom I am abidingly grateful, has become. The number is, to my mind, staggering. 1,017, at least the teaching faculty of a small university. These are the people who have helped me to become a recognised novelist. I am told that it is unfashionable to include acknowledgements in works of fiction. Why is that? How can this be? Who possesses such arrogance? Without the knowledge and help of others, we fiction writers would be rendered almost mute. We ride piggyback on the life experiences and stories of others, and then claim the approbation and rewards. The limp-wristed cliché by lazy literary critics, an original work of fiction, is seldom true. We storytellers are dependent on the collective lives and experiences of others. We beg, borrow, and steal shamelessly. It is with gratitude and humility that I thank you all for your help, even such as comes to me mute but no less appreciated. Writing is a lonely job, and so it's nice to have the presence of several writer companions who don't feel the need to talk. On my desk, designed long and in a U shape for the very purpose, rest the baskets of 3 of our 4 cats. Alas, Ophelia, the kitten, is illiterate. I sometimes wonder what's going to happen to our next generation of young felines who no longer read books. Princess Cardamom is onto her 5th book that she claims to have mostly written herself, with a smidgen of help from me. Mushka, the bush cat, her 4th. And Pirate, who blew into our safe harbour one cold winter's night, his very 1st. And the jury is still out as to whether he's going to make it as a writer. All with the exception of Cardamom, who comes from a long line of Burmese royalty, just dropped by, liked the sniff of the place and decided to stay. RSPCA acquired Timmy the dog of dogs lies at my feet. He's not much of a writer, but he's good for an opinion. An excellent barking board with a finely tuned snore. I usually work 10 or 12 hours, 6 days a week. Except to occasionally tap dance on my keyboard to remind me that cats have to eat or go outside to do what a cat needs to do. Or when Timmy is taken for his daily walk. The purr and bark elements seldom leave my desk. So there you go. Thank you for your collective good company and help. And now to the mortals who helped variously and with enormous generosity. My beloved partner, Christine G., takes the brunt of the book I'm writing. It's never easy being the general factotum in a writer's life. She takes care of the myriad details, feeds me, comforts me, listens, acts as a second researcher, suggests, protects and comments, all with unerring patience, intelligence and love, so that my needs often crowd out those of her own. I thank her with all my heart, and in addition, for her selfless dedication and encouragement. I'm quite sure I couldn't do what I do without her. Good editors are charged with the task of making books sing and words dance. When some of the notes are flat and the words clumsy, this is usually due to a pedantic or overprecious writer. Nan McNabb is my editor, and yes, she is almost always correct in her comments, which in turn can be very bloody annoying. Nevertheless, I cherish her and thank her enormously for her talent, patience and dedication. Editing a writer, as each chapter evolves while not knowing how a story ends, must be very frustrating. But she invariably adds more than the sum of this author's ability. Anne Rogan, my managing editor at Penguin, is less front of house, but an invaluable contributor to the book in more ways than I truly understand. Along with Bob Sessions, my publisher, she rides shotgun on every chapter, and I am truly grateful for their insights, experience, forthright opinions and honesty. While writers work in the foreground, it is those who labour with them at the rear who add greatly to the end result. The sheer knowledge and perspicacity of Bob Sessions are gifts to any writer. I am most fortunate to have him as my publisher. I must add thanks to Julie Gibbs, who, while not my publisher, has always taken an interest in what I do, and I invariably benefit from her involvement. Bruce G., my researcher, must be and is a constant and utterly dependable resource. When I turn on the word tap, he has to be ready with a bucket of knowledge to mix with the flow. I like to think that my fiction evolves within the facts of history or contemporary life, down to the smallest detail. In my experience, the actual facts are usually better than the ones you invent. And besides, the reader has the right to know that you are taking the care to be accurate with your incidental information. Bruce, who digs, suggests, and constantly checks, is a rare and talented searcher of truth, and plays an essential part in my books. Thank you, mate. We appear to have done it again. Alex Hamill, good friend and true, first suggested the idea for this book to me, and gave me helpful advice throughout, as well as several incidents to incorporate in the story. In fact, without his input, it would be a much slimmer and less interesting volume. Thanks, mate. I'm truly grateful. Jeff and Phyllis Pike helped greatly with things Chinese, Hong Kong, and in other ways. Thank you for generously giving of your time and knowledge. To Professor Carl A. Trocchi, Professor of Asian Studies at Queensland University of Technology, my gratitude for his references to sources and personal and professional advice given at a critical stage of this book. Also, for allowing me to quote from his own book, Singapore, Wealth, Power and the Culture of Control. Christine Lenton, my PA, who has for the past 13 years kept the world at bay while I write, and attends to the endless detail that seems to be a part of my public life. I simply cannot imagine what I would do without her. What follows in alphabetical order are those others who helped in various ways. John Adamson, Yasuko Ando, John Atkin, Carol Baird, Ian Beatty, Asian Branding, A Great Way to Fly, Deborah Calderbank, Phil Clegg, Russell and Barbara Coburn, Adam Courtenay, Brett Courtenay, Tony Crosby, Michael Dean, Tony Freeman, Alida Haskins, Jody Iliani, Irwin Light, Nima Price, Debbie Tobin, Duncan Thomas, Wang Kangning, Wang Taipeng, and, by no means least, our cherished friends in Singapore, who provided knowledge and generosity of spirit. Margaret G. suggested the title, and I thank her. Finally, those people who labour in the temple of publishing, all those at Penguin who in one way or another contributed to the final book. I thank you all for your personal contribution to Fortune Cookie. Vicky Axiotis, Sally Bateman, publicity is everything. Peter Blake, without retail sales, I'm dead. Deb Brash, Nicole Brown, Gabrielle Coyne, CEO, the boss of bosses, Carol George, Chris Grierson, Lisa and Ron Eady, and Yez Lindrop, my personal tour minder and publicity finder, Gordon McKenzie, Cameron Midson, Jordan Ormandy Neal, Kim Noble, Tony Palmer, Adrian Potts, Serena Rowell, Dan Ruffino, good luck Dan, Louise Ryan, ditto Blakey comment, Andre Sawenko, Charlene Vinall, and Julian Welch. Finally, there are the charities this book will help to support, and that allow Christine G. and me to give back, something we value highly and which we regard as both an honour and a privilege. The Australian Himalayan Foundation, the Thin Green Line Foundation, Gene and Cell Trust, the Bookend Trust, the Taronga Conservation Society Australia, Sane Australia, and Voiceless.